Sullivan in
The Unexpected.
They say that no one is ever ready to die. But I was an exception to the rule. I was ready for death until I met the unexpected.
The Unexpected. A secret future, a hidden destiny waiting for you. Where? When? Who knows? Tomorrow, today, an hour from now, perhaps in just a moment, you too will meet
The Unexpected.
Before our story, here's a word from our announcer. And now, the popular stage, radio, and screen star, Barry Sullivan, in Twilight Meeting, a drama of the unexpected.
I thought it only happened in books or movies or plays. You know, at the end of the first act when the gray-haired doctor twirls his spectacles in his perennially scrubbed hands and speaks the melodramatic line to his patient, "You have only 6 months to live." Then the curtain comes down and you go out in the lobby for a cigarette and wonder what'll happen next. But this time the curtain didn't come down. The doctor didn't sound melodramatic, and the patient was me.
You ask for the truth, Arthur. I can't lie to you.
6 months?
No, it could be 5, maybe 7, maybe a year. I don't know exactly.
You know something, Doctor? I don't believe you. I just can't believe you.
Well, good.
Good?
Certainly. Go on living like you always have, except maybe have a little more fun.
Isn't there anything I could do? Shouldn't I rest?
You should, but it won't make that much difference.
I see. Well, you were there when I started the race, Doc. You'll be there when I break the tape.
Who knows, Arthur? Maybe you were only down for a few months more anyway. You might go out of here this afternoon and be run over by a car.
Well, I'll have to be careful crossing streets. I'll be seeing you, Doctor, in about 6 months.
Oh, wait a minute, Arthur.
Sorry, I can't spare the time. I don't have very much, you know. It was late afternoon, and the endless, empty twilight seemed to settle on the park across from the doctor's office like a fog of loneliness, shutting out the world on which I had so loose a grip. The park was nearly deserted except for a girl, a beautiful girl in a red plaid skirt who was feeding breadcrumbs to the pigeons while the wind plucked at her hair with hidden fingers. Hey, lady, you better watch out for that purple one. He's eating more than a share.
It doesn't matter. They're all too fat anyway.
And why feed them?
I'm not. I'm feeding myself.
Huh? I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, it's very simple. I come down here almost every day with a bag of crumbs.
Uh-huh.
The pigeons make a big fuss over me, and I feel warm and needed.
Oh, I see.
Of course, they're awful frauds. They act that way with everyone, but I pretend it's me they love, not the breadcrumbs. I guess I'm an awful fraud, too.
Well, we all are.
There. That's the last of the crumbs. Now they'll fly away just as if they didn't even know me. See? They're almost ungrateful enough to be people. Let's sit down, shall we? It's always kind of a shock.
Eh? What is?
Finding out that just when you think you've got hold of something secure and important, it suddenly shows wings and flies off beyond the trees, leaving you down here, empty-eyed. Hasn't that ever happened to you?
Yeah, I guess it has. In fact, just now, just this afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I won't bother trying to help. Nobody ever can. It's like being told love will die and then seeing it happen.
He must have been quite a guy.
No, he was a heel. It doesn't matter. I'd better go. It's almost dark. You're not going to be able to pick me up. I have a date. Besides, I don't really approve.
Well, I wasn't planning to, honestly.
Oh? Well, under those circumstances, I think I'll break my date. That is, if you'll take me to dinner.
Oh, I'd like to.
You aren't married or attached or anything?
No, I'm quite free. I have my whole life ahead of me.
If you're a really confirmed bachelor, I'd better fix the dinner. Hey, I hope you like spaghetti. It's the only thing I know how to cook.
I know I like it.
Well, come along. I live right across the park. Oh, look. The pigeons are flying back. Why, that's strange. They know I haven't any more crumbs. Hey, take off that tea kettle, will you?
Sure thing.
I don't know why I ever bought it. I don't approve of whistling tea kettles. They're so fresh.
There seem to be quite a lot of things you don't approve of.
The usual number. Overstuffed chairs and overstuffed people.
That must include me after all the spaghetti I ate.
That wasn't what I meant at all.
You don't have to tell me what you mean.
Funny. I've known that all along. From the minute you spotted the purple pigeon.
Oh, that was really just an excuse.
To talk to me?
Yeah.
I knew that, too. But it was the right one. Oh, this is silly. I suddenly felt so warm. The way I do when the pigeons first come clustering for breadcrumbs.
What's silly about that?
I don't even know you, really. I mean, not your name or what you do.
I'm Arthur Blake.
Blake? Well, I've heard that name before.
Well, it's common enough.
I guess so. What do you do?
Work on a magazine, sort of editor, rewrite man. I'm quitting tomorrow, though.
Oh? Why?
Well, I've decided I've been wasting my time. We live such a little while, you know. For the next 6 months, I'm going to travel, see who people are, what they want, do everything there is to do. For the next 6 months.
How wonderful. I envy you.
Louise, I'd like to...
How did you know my name?
Part of the towels in the bathroom said Louise, and part said Elvira, and you couldn't possibly be Elvira, so...
Louise. You're right. Elvira's a model. She's off being the orange queen or split pea queen or something like it.
Louise, about my holiday, how would you like to come along?
Oh, I'd love to. When do we start?
No. I'm really asking you.
No. Oh, no, Arthur, no. You can't be.
Why not?
Because I'm not that sort of person. I don't...
Fall in love?
Well, we just met, Arthur. You picked me up, or I picked you up. I don't know which, and that's all there's to it.
Louise, look, I want to love you. I don't know why exactly, but I want to.
There, you see, wanting and doing it are two different things.
I'm sorry. Forget it.
No, I don't want to forget it. Not really. Oh, Arthur, you're asking the impossible. I can't fall in love after 3 or 4 hours.
I have.
Oh, Arthur,
Yes?
I might. Oh, I can't believe my own heart, but I might.
Louise.
Oh, tomorrow. I'll meet you tomorrow in the park at noon. I'll give you an answer then. Now, come on. Let's drink a toast. To the future. To our future.
We touched glasses and raised them to our lips, but we didn't drink. Not for a long, long time. And my hand, holding the slender glass, trembled at the sound of her voice.
To our future, Arthur.
And then I knew. I knew that I loved her, and that my love could never be. And I couldn't even tell her. Not just then. So I put down the untouched glass and left without telling her. She stood in the door and watched me go down the stairs. She looked as she had when the pigeons flew off and forgot her. And somehow it made going very hard. I thought I wouldn't sleep that night, but somehow I did. And I had wonderful dreams. Dreams filled with Louise and light and music, and then suddenly they turned to nightmares. And I was lost in an immense dim-lit cavern, calling Louise's name and hearing only the hollow echo of my own voice repeated 1,000 times.
Louise.
And I knew that she was lost forever.
Louise.
And I still called.
Louise. Louise.
Then I awoke, and it was morning. The sun was shining just as if it were any other day, and the telephone was ringing. Hello?
Arthur, this is Dr. Jeffers.
Yes?
I don't know how to tell you this, but, well, I thought it was just something people always say happens and never does. You know the x-rays we took?
Yes, what about them?
It's the old story. Laboratory mistake.
Mistake?
That's it, Arthur. Wrong plates. Misreading. You're no sicker than I am.
But, Doctor,
Yes, Arthur.
You're sure, Doctor?
This time, perfectly sure. If you'd like, though, I'll x-ray you again.
No, thanks. I'm very happy the way I am. Goodbye, Doctor. And I was happy. Completely happy. I felt like I'd been born all over again. I had days and months and years ahead of me. And right now I was going to the park where Louise would be waiting. And I'd take her in my arms and never let her go. Never.
You think the story is over, don't you? But wait. Wait for...
The unexpected.
But now, here again is our announcer. And now, Barry Sullivan, in the surprising conclusion of Twilight Meeting, a drama of the unexpected.
That's it, Arthur. Wrong plates. Misreading. You're no sicker than I am.
You're sure, Doctor?
This time, perfectly sure. If you'd like, though, I'll x-ray you again.
No, thanks. I'm very happy the way I am. Goodbye, Doctor.
Are you positive that's what you wanted me to tell him, Louise?
Quite positive.
He may find out, you know. Liars are usually found out.
Oh, I'm pretty good at keeping secrets.
It's funny, you working in my lab, falling in love with a man who's been nothing in your life but an x-ray.
He'll be more than that now.
Well, who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if he has more than 6 months to live.
But you said you were certain, Doctor.
I was. But then he hadn't met you.
Twilight Meeting starred Barry Sullivan, and included in the cast were Inga Yolos and Dan Reese. The Unexpected is written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt, produced by Alvin C. Gershenson, and directed by Frank K. Danzig. This is Hal Sawyer, inviting you to listen again soon, when another of your favorite motion picture stars meets...
The unexpected.
The Unexpected is a Hamilton Whitney production, transcribed in Hollywood.
Up for parole. CBS presents another in the exciting crime series based on authentic cases actually heard by parole boards in our state prisons, reenacted here for the first time.
The story you are about to hear is taken from the official records of Thomas Hosty, prison number 2N61-357, now pleading before the parole board and before you for his freedom.
First, gentlemen of the board, that I had a wrong idea about coming up before the parole board.
Yes, what was that, Hosty?
Well, I thought at first I'd tell you what I thought you wanted to hear about how I did wrong and I served my time and so forth and so on. But I know that won't work.
How did you find that out?
Well, other guys come before the board. We talk a lot about this board.
I see.
So I figured the best way is don't try any line. Just say it out the way you feel it. Straight. And if that's all right with you, that's what I like to do.
That's fine, Hosty. That's a good start. You'll find this board will meet you more than halfway if you mean what you just said.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, proceed.
Well, to begin with, I was sentenced 10 years for grand larceny and criminal fraud. Been in now 5 years. I guess I went wrong for the first time, in a big way, that is. Oh, about 7.5, 8 years ago when I was a kid, 22. I was working as a busboy at the Gotham Businessmen's Lunch near the Wheat Exchange. Nice, plushy place. Men taking an hour and a half, 2 hours for lunch. And I'd hear them talking big talk.
Well, the way I see it, Bill, you buy tomorrow at 152. You hold it 3 weeks, and I guarantee 3,000.
Well, it's true about Warren. Took 14,000 in less than a week.
You can do the same, Bill. Came from the same horse's mouth, T.J. himself.
Yeah, but you got to have money to go into a deal.
Well, certainly.
What are you listening to, Tommy?
You hear those guys talking?
No. I don't have time to stand around. I got to serve these orders. You better get back to work.
They killed me. Took in 14,000 less than a week, 15,000, 20,000. The way they toss it around.
What's the matter? You jealous of them?
Me? With $21.95 a week? No. It's all right, I'll show them all someday.
The boss is coming.
Hosty,
Yes, Mr. Simpson.
I told you to clear these dishes off table 13, and those men at 17 have been waiting for 15 minutes. They want water.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Simpson.
And the next time you cut butter slices, cut them evenly.
Well, gee, I was in a hurry.
I'm not interested in excuses. Come on now, get moving.
You better watch your step, Tommy. He's real sore at you.
Now, who does he think he is? Huh? Who do they think they are? 15,000, 20,000.
Oh, Tommy, why don't you get wise? You got a job? Okay, you're a busboy. What do you want to kill yourself for with envy?
Because I'm as good as they are, and I know it. And just because they know some jerk TJ or something who knows this and knows that, they can make all that dough, huh? Well, I'm as good as they are any day.
Are you? Then how come they're sitting at the tables and you're filling the water
All right, now, Emma, cut it out. I just feel like taking this tray just the way it is and with all this water.
Hey, watch out!
I can't.
What's going on here?
I'm sorry, Mr. Simpson. I wasn't looking, and they slipped.
Slipped? I saw you. You deliberately threw that tray on the ground. Get your time and get out of here. You're fired, Hosty.
If I had folks, maybe I'd have gone back to them right then. But my old lady's dead a long time, and my old man, the last time I heard from him was he was sailing out of Valparaiso, Chile somewheres. I just found the nearest bar and started to tie one on. I'd show him. Simpson, those $15,000 talkers. Emma, I'd show her, too. Standing at the bar in this joint was a guy I never saw before in my life. A guy named...
Vincent. Pete Vincent. Traveling salesman. That's my suitcase. It's loaded with stuff.
He was a flashy kind of guy. Wore a Hollywood draped suit. Had 2 big diamond rings on his fingers.
How old are you?
22.
What's a kid 22 doing in a bar in the afternoon? Not working.
There's no payoff in working. Some easy dough is what I'm looking for.
Easy dough, eh?
That's right.
You ever think about watches?
Watches?
Yeah. Lots of guys lose their watch every day. And if somebody finds it for them, they're kind of grateful. Sometimes, even when a guy didn't lose a watch, sometimes he says he lost it. And then he always gives you $5 for finding it.
What are you, a con man or something?
If you ever meet a fellow who tells you he's a con man, he's not. Me? I'm a salesman. Now, look, in this suitcase here, I got like 200 watches. With a bright-looking kid like you, nice open face, easy talker, we lose these watches. Restaurants, bars, bus terminals. Guys always claim they lost watches, and then they give you a $5 bill for finding them.
And?
And nothing. The watches cost $1.25. $3.75 profit on 200 watches. That comes to $750. Cut that 2 ways, and you get yourself $375. I mean, if you're smart.
Does it work?
You don't see me wearing no rags, do you? Take a look at these rings. Diamonds. 15-carat diamonds. Well, you did pretty good with all the watches, Hosty. So, now you want something big, eh?
That's right, something real big.
You think you're big enough to handle it?
Oh, I think so, Vincent, don't you?
All right. You graduated out of the watch department. Now we'll go into the bank department.
The bank setup was this, gentlemen of the board. I got a good suit of clothes, conservative, not loud. Vincent gave me $9,000, and I opened an account. I was Thomas M. Hosty, importer. And I put it to the vice president of the bank.
We're very pleased to have your account in our bank, Mr. Hosty. Please go on.
Well, sir, I'm comparatively new in this area, having operated successfully in London, Brussels, Antwerp. Oh, a cigar, Mr. Sloan?
Thanks. I'll save it for after lunch, if you don't mind.
I expect there will be a great deal of activity in this account.
I see.
I'll always keep a minimum balance of, $9,000-10,000, but I would appreciate expedition on some of the checks I want cleared. Speed is of the essence.
Foreign drafts?
Yes, mostly.
Well, sir, a pleasure to have met you. Any time, any problem, at you, sir.
I can see that you run a first-rate bank, Mr. Sloan.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I kept the account busy the first 2-3 weeks. A lot of checks went through. Deposits, withdrawals, all phonies put through by Vincent. But with money to back 'em. I saw to it that the balance was always between $9,000-10,000. Always watch that. And then the job was ready for the taking.
Well, it's a little irregular, Mr. Husty.
Yes, I know, Sloan, I know. But this matter just came up, and it's of extreme consequence to me, to my entire organization.
Well, I'll do what I can.
The chairman of the board of the Antwerp International, the big diamond house in town, and I've given him my personal check for $9,200.
I don't quite understand, Mr. Husty.
Well, tomorrow he will be in to cash that check. And I want the teller to look at the signature. I want him to smile, you know what I mean, and I want him to honor it then and there.
Well, there's no problem. Your account covers it.
Oh, exactly, sir. I just wanted the assurance. I wanted him to be able to cash the check easily. So if you can instruct your tellers to...
Tellers?
Yes, I don't know what window he's going to cash it at, and I don't want to have to guide him.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't think there'll be any trouble. About what time would that be?
Oh, 10:15, 10:30. And thank you. Thank you so much. I didn't withdraw the money. Oh, no. The play was smarter than that. I left that balance of over $11,000 right there. And the next morning, 10:30 on the dot.
Would you cash this for me, please? I'm in a hurry, if you don't mind. Please.
The teller cleared that check, gentlemen of the board, for $9,200. And so did 5 other tellers. Because 5 gentlemen in cutaway coats with Dutch accents cashed checks for $9,200 at precisely the same moment in front of 5 different windows. So the take was $36,200.
Oh, that's quite a nice play, isn't it, Husty?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I mean, it's one of the smoothest, one of the dirtiest cons there is.
You're still a little proud of it?
No, sir. As a matter of fact, I was conned.
Oh?
Yes, sir. We got the money all right, the $36,000, but before I even got near Vincent again to get my split, he told me to leave town by bus. The buses weren't watched so closely, he said. Well, I didn't even get my ticket. 2 nice-looking plainclothesmen just walked over, tapped me politely on the shoulder, and that's how I got here. 10 years.
It would seem, Husty, that sometimes when you think you can use people, and that's apparently your philosophy, that sometimes they use you.
That's what I was going to say, sir.
Were you?
Yes, sir. In the last 5 years, I figured that out. So I served my time. While I was in prison, as you probably know, sir, I took a job in the commissary, and I think I did a decent piece of work. Now I think I deserve a chance to... Well, you know what I mean, sir.
That's all you have to say, Husty?
Yes, sir.
Husty, I said before that you use people, and you said, yes, sir, that's what I was going to say. You used the past tense. Now, I'll tell you something, Husty. It's the present tense. You try to use them still, this very minute, this very board, ever since you got into this prison. I have before me here this sheet of paper. It's the warden's report on your decent work in this prison commissary.
Yes, but that
He describes you, and these are his very words, a man who has studied you for 5 years. He describes you as vicious, corrupt, degenerate, victimizing the weakest persons. You've brutalized other inmates, nearly murdered them. Acted as inhumanly as it's possible for a human being to act.
Well, sir, I was going to say...
Then say it, Husty. Don't play with kid gloves with this board.
Yes, sir. I did what you said. I did inhuman things and being brutal and nearly killing the guy.
A fellow inmate.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'll tell it just the way it happened. With all the horrible stuff.
We will return to our file in just a moment. But first, That Sing It Again phantom is certainly proving to be an elusive guy. Despite all the clues which have been added week after week, nobody's yet identified him. And this Saturday on CBS, you'll find he's worth $56,000 in prizes and cash. That's $56,000. Wonderful prizes, cold, hard cash for the smart CBS listener who can identify the phantom this Saturday night when Sing It Again comes along on most of these same CBS stations and Dan Seymour starts putting in those phone calls. Back to the true story of Thomas Hosty, prison number 2N61-357. The man who is up for parole.
Now, have I made myself completely clear to you, Hosty? This board wants the full story of your work in the prison commissary. The racket you made of the prison commissary. Now, think a minute, for heaven's sake. What happens to you in the next 5 years is going to be decided in part by what you say here, right now.
Well, sir, you said it before. I mean, this is the truth. Your chances to con inside are different from outside. Easy rackets outside get to be hard rackets inside. Cons, no. They don't fall easy. You work with pressure and your fists, and you burn, you stab, you nearly kill when you have to. I was in cell block L along with a lot of the old-timers. In my cell was an old-timer, Joey Amram. Joey was going on 60 with 20 more years to serve, embezzlement. Everybody knew he'd never live through it. Joey would die in prison. And when I told him what I planned to do in the commissary, he sailed into me.
So you're planning to move in, huh, Tommy? Into Jensen's spot.
That's right. Who wouldn't move into Jensen's spot if he could? And I'm the only one inside here who can.
Maybe you're the only one inside rotten enough to.
All right, now don't get funny, Joey, just because you're an old man.
What are you going to do, kill me? Knock me down? At my age, that don't frighten me. Look, everybody's got to buy commissary. You got to buy food, extras, because the chow, well, it's enough to live on, but it ain't eating. The commissary, it's the one thing that makes life inside almost okay. Can of peas, maybe you like peas. Pork, sausage, maybe you like that. Things they don't serve in a chow, buy it in the commissary. And what are you going to do? You're going to make every joker inside pay up. A dime to eat a can of peas. A dime to get space at the burners in the rec hall. A dime to get a plate. A dime for a fork. That commissary is supposed to be for the prisoners. It ain't your special way to choke guys.
Look, I hear the chaplain every Sunday, so quit the croaking. Now, Jansen did it, and I'm going to do it.
Remember what happened to Jansen?
Yeah, well, it ain't going to happen to me. Nobody's going to bust my neck. What am I going to do, huh? What, to sit around here, make shoes, license plates, rot? I gotta move. I gotta be something. I'd have been somebody on the outside if I hadn't been tricked. I'll be somebody here. Yeah, I'll be in Jansen's spot in 2 weeks. You know how the commissary rec hall works, gentlemen of the board. Prisoners buy their food. They're allowed to buy a certain amount. They bring it in the rec hall and they cook it over the burners there. Well, there's a guard in charge there. At that time, Temple. I was his assistant. He was easy, Temple.
All right, Hosty. You're set. But if I don't see that 25 a week, you're dead.
I bribed him. I paid him off. And then I had it. 4 to 6 every afternoon after work when the rec halls were filled up. They'd come to me.
Give me what?
Some for 3 cans.
Me 2 cans.
2 cans.
Me can of pork.
Can of peas, can of pork. Other guys to rent the burners on that table. And then Joey come in one time, and I said, "You eating, Joey?"
Not in your rec hall. What did you go and do to that Emmerich kid?
All right, now, Joey, look, now leave me alone. It's none of your business.
Look, the kid's sick. It ain't just a matter of a little extra food. The kid's sick. He needs that stuff to build him up. He's got blood trouble. He needs liver. You know we can't pay you lousy graft.
All right, Joey. All right, now get out of my way.
What's he going to pay you? $1 a week? Does that mean so much to you? And it's the difference between maybe him being alive or not.
All right, now stop breaking my heart. I'm telling you for the last time. Now get out of my way.
Look, you're a kid. You don't know what you're doing. Emeridge is sick. He's really sick.
Okay, you made me. I'm going to give you the treatment. The whole treatment. Mac, feet? Yeah. All right, grab him. Give him the treatment.
No. Let me go, huh? Come on.
The treatment was lifting a guy, holding him over 3 burners. And that, gentleman of the board, made me top dog. At least I thought so.
You didn't think so for very long, did you, Hosty?
No, sir, because... Well, Joey went to the hospital, and it all came out. I got to the warden's office, and they found out. They threw out Temple, the guard. They kicked him out of the prison, and they got me out. There was a whole cleanup. The whole commissary rec hall was changed.
You mean a guard that prisoners couldn't buy was put in?
Yes, sir. That's what happened, and it ended the whole rotten system.
You call it rotten. You were the core of the rottenness.
Well, I didn't mean anything, sir, except I know now how rotten it was.
All right. Proceed. If you care to.
Yes, sir, I'd like to. Well, cleaning it up was only the beginning for me, because when you're hard and you stay on top, you're all right. But when you're hard and you flop, watch out. I never knew so many guys hated me in all my life. They used to smile when they gave me the money in the rec hall, but they hated me. They stored it up. They didn't forget. 3 of them got me one day in the yard about a week after it was cleaned up.
Okay, Hosty, a long time waiting. Now you're going to get punched out.
They punched me out. Bare hands, bare fists on your body, never on your face. Till you fall down. Punched me out. Kept happening. Kept getting worse. I get a note saying, watch out. The punch out was nothing. Well, that only meant one thing. They'd cut me out the next time. Well, getting cut out, that means that they take your wrist and your feet and back where the tendons are, and... Well, that's what that means. Well, I ran to the warden and I said, you got to put me in isolation. You got to. They'll get me. Well, he put me in isolation, but it didn't make any difference because they got into isolation, too, when they hated you enough, and I'd lay there all alone in my cell, and nobody with me, nobody near me, and I'd hear him talking to the guard in isolation.
Hey, you're looking pretty good, Sergeant. How's Hosty doing in isolation there all by himself? Hey, Sergeant, ain't you off tomorrow and that new guy on?
They meant it. When the new guy was on, they'd get in somehow. Maybe bringing food in or the laundry or something. And then they'd get me alone, and they'd get in the cell, and they'd cut me out. And I'd hear them coming in the morning, in the afternoon, at night, until I just blew my top, and I started yelling, get me out of here, get me out of here. Get me out of here! Get me out of here!
Take it easy, Hosty. Take it easy. Go on, Hosty. Go on with your story.
And that was worse because, well, there wasn't a hospital, and they could get into the hospital easy. Well, because I'd gone clear off my rocker, and they put me in a straitjacket. I couldn't even put my hands up over my face. And then I heard him coming, the one I was scared about the most, the one I had given the treatment to. Joey. Heard him coming, and no one around.
I've been assigned to the hospital, Hosty.
Joey, for the love
cut you out, punch you out? Nah. I just come to talk to you because maybe I'm stir-crazy, but that's how I am. I don't want to hurt you. Kid, I'm going to die in prison. But the way you're going, you ain't going to live to be 30. You ain't going to live to serve out your time, let alone get out. All right. Maybe I sound like a warden to your old man, if you got an old man. Yeah, but look. You can live. Yeah, you can. The guys are satisfied. They gave you what they wanted to. They don't want no more. And the record's decent now. You'll be out of the hospital after a while. You can go back. Live like every other guy lives in here.
Why are you telling me this? After what I did to you.
Look, I made my peace a long time ago, kid. Where I'm going in a little while, you can't fool people. At least I feel that way. So, what you did, others did to me, too. I don't want to get even. I'm trying to help you. And the way I can do that is to make you understand that you got to help yourself.
Thanks, Joey, thanks. You know something?
What?
You know, that's the first time in my life I ever said thanks to a guy and meant it.
That was true, wasn't it, Hosty? The first time you said thanks to anybody and really meant it?
Yes, sir. Well, I got out of the hospital and I saw some signs in the prison. They've been there all the time, but I saw them for the first time. Don't serve time, make time serve you. And there was another one, see the vocational advisor. You can learn a skill. Well, that was supposed to be for jerks. Okay, I was getting to be that kind of a jerk. I made time serve me. I studied.
You began to try to equip yourself, Hosty, to face the outside world. Why didn't you tell us this? Why'd I have to drag this out of you?
Pride, I guess. Stupid, phony pride. Not being over it yet. I mean, the con being the greatest thing in the world.
And now you want out. Why?
Well, gee, everybody wants out. I mean, freedom.
But why do you want out?
Well, so far it's only talk, what I feel. I want to see if I'm really any good. The only place it really matters, outside.
All right, Hosty. I think you've told us your story, finally, reluctantly. Now this parole board will consider your case. Step outside with the guard.
While Thomas Hosty waits and the parole board reviews his story, you too have a decision to make. In a moment, you can compare your decision with that of the actual parole board before which he appeared.
A true story from the files of the New York Police Department will be dramatized on CBS's Gangbusters program this Saturday night. You'll find it the thrilling reenactment of how the New York police tracked down a gang of ex-convicts who set themselves up in the robbery business. And it's called the case of Emma G. G-E-E, G. Emma as in Emma. The narrator will be John J. Sullivan, former Deputy Police Commissioner and Chief of Detectives of the New York City Police Department. So be listening when Gangbusters comes along this Saturday on most of these same CBS stations.
Now the decision of the parole board in the case of Thomas Hosty, prison number 2N61-357.
A few questions first, Hosty. What do you feel toward the girl Emma, the waitress, toward Simpson, the proprietor?
Well, I want to see him. I want to prove that I'm okay. I want to show him that I'm decent.
The important ones, Hosty, are the ones who stood up to you, aren't they? In your mind?
Yes, that's right. I got to show the ones who made me look like dirt.
They are important, Hosty, the ones who stood up to you. But some are more important. You know, the really important ones are the ones you knocked down, ones you stepped on.
I never thought of that.
You know, if all the energy and the brains, the real skill that goes into conning people went into something creative, something decent and human in this world...
You know, maybe Joey... I'm sorry I interrupted you.
What were you going to say?
Nothing. Just, I don't know, Joey's got nobody. Joey's got no family, nothing. He's going to die in here.
Yes?
Now, maybe I ought to stay close to him while I'm in, and after I get out, 5 years, I guess, if he's still alive, see him once in a while, visit him. He ain't got nothing, and he did a lot for me.
I don't think you'll have to wait 5 years before you can come back to this prison as a visitor for joy. No, this board feels that a basic change is beginning inside you, Thomas Hosty. Slow and difficult, but basic. Look up Emma Simpson if you like. But you come back, visit Joey as a free man. Parole granted. Next case.
Today, Thomas Hosty may be your neighbor, your friend. For today, he is a salesman with a textile house and doing fairly well. And he used to visit his former cellmate, Joey Amram, weekly until the time, a little over a year ago, when Amram died behind prison bars. Then Tommy Hosty, a small thing but meaningful, built a little monument over a plot of ground that might otherwise have been completely forgotten. It says Joseph Amram and his dates. That's all. The story of Thomas Hosty was brought to you in the interest of thousands of men and women in American prisons who someday may be up for parole.
You have been listening to Up for Parole with Stephen Hill as Thomas Hosty, written by Arnold Pearl and produced and directed by Mitchell Grayson. Research by Wally Gould. Music was under the direction of Harry Salter. Listen again at this same time next week when CBS will bring you the actual story of prison case number 234-768. Up for Parole. This is CBS, where you find adventure and glamour with Broadway is My Beat every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The world's greatest mysteries.
Over here, at the bottom of these steps. Watch your feet. Oh, there's blood everywhere.
Blimey, what a mess. She's been cut to pieces. It's the work of a madman, that's for sure.
I don't know who it is. She's been done over proper, I can tell you.
Now, come along, you lot. Move along now. Haven't you all got homes to go to?
Right.
On a stifling summer's night in 1881, amongst the dingy streets and dark alleys of London's East End, began a sequence of the most gruesome murders. As each victim was brutally hacked to pieces, no one knew who would next fall prey to the world's most infamous murderer, Jack the Ripper.
Hello, darling. Buy a nice girl a little drink, then?
Some other time. Must be on my way.
How about you, sir, eh? You look a handsome sort. Here, why don't we step into this little alley, eh? Bit cosier here. Now, let's have a look at you. Oh, you're not going to keep that cloak over your face all night, are you? No, just a minute. Let go of my arm. You're hurting me. Oh, my God! No! No!
It was the most horrible thing you've ever seen, sir. This makes it the third one now. But no one ever sees or hears anything. The murderer suddenly appears, does his dreadful deed, and vanishes. There's no description, no clues, nothing. I've been a policeman for 20 years, but it fair turns your stomach, I can tell you.
You're the detective in charge. My editor needs a story. So, any ideas who did it?
You can put this in your newspaper. Only a madman could have done it. A ruthless, savage madman. Someone who really enjoys slashing and cutting up the poor girls. No one's safe. He could strike again at any moment.
Rumors swept through the crowded streets and squalid dwellings. Was it a foreign seaman, a mad doctor, a butcher, even a policeman? Was nobody safe from suspicion?
But to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. As the police pathologist for this case, I must tell the court I have never seen such a horrible assault. First, The throat was slit most skillfully. Then, even before the victim was dead, the body was carved into pieces. She was ripped about in such a manner that only a person skilled in the use of a knife could have achieved.
By now, the perpetrator of these murders was both popularly and officially known as Jack the Ripper. Still, the rumors spread. Was it an eminent but failed barrister, a convicted murderer, a royal physician, and, most fantastic of all, could it have been the Duke of Clarence, Queen Victoria's eldest grandson? We shall probably never know whether there was a great cover-up of a well-known figure in Victorian society, but we can be sure that the ghost of Jack the Ripper will forever haunt the streets of London. The mysteries of the sea are many and baffling, as one Captain Morehouse of the brigantine Dei Gratia found.
Ship's log, 4th day of November, in the year of our Lord, 1872. We are today exceedingly puzzled. Indeed, some of the crew speak of a curse. For we have encountered an extraordinary sight. A brigantine with sails set, but in tatters. The ship lurching from one course to another, as if the helmsman had partaken of too much liquor. As she drew closer, we saw that there was no one at the wheel. In fact, there was no one on deck at all.
Brig ahoy! Brig ahoy! What name, bosun? Where's she from?
New York, Captain. She's the Mary Celeste. There ain't a single sign of life.
The first and second mate made a most thorough search of the ship. Below decks, everything is in perfect order. But it is exceedingly mysterious. The crew's quarters are tidy in shipshape. A child's toys are neatly stowed away. There is a meal, half eaten, on the table. There is not a single trace of the captain and crew. No clue, no sign, nothing. The Mary Celeste is a ghost ship.
Everyone was completely baffled. How had the Mary Celeste managed to sail 500 miles since it had left New York 10 days before? Arguments raged on after the inquiry. Had the crew been captured by pirates, seized by a giant squid, perished from yellow fever, marooned on an iceberg, or had the captain gone completely mad and abandoned the ship? What happened to the occupants of the Mary Celeste will never be known. The secret lies with many others buried far below the surface of the sea.
On the port bow! A monster from the deep! All hands on deck!
For as long as mariners have sailed the oceans, they have returned with stories of sea monsters and devils of the deeps. As early as 1638, sea serpents were seen off the coast of Boston, Massachusetts. But in 1817, no fewer than 11 eyewitnesses gave sworn testimony to a terrifying monster.
It was nigh on 70 feet long, dark brown and snake-like, with hideous head shaped like a huge turtle, and it made its way through the water with great speed.
Sea dogs' tales, you may well say. But when the captain and crew of the British warship Daedalus sighted a shaggy monster off the coast of Africa in 1848, a full report was made to the Admiralty. Would an experienced captain of the Royal Navy make up such a tale?
The serpent kept head and shoulders about 4 feet out of the water. It was at least 60 feet in length. It had no fins, but something like the mane of a horse washed about its back.
A clergyman fishing in northwest Scotland encountered a hideous long-necked monster 80 feet long. At Llandudno in North Wales, a solicitor and a justice of inquiry. Had the crew been captured by pirates, seized by a giant squid, perished from yellow fever, marooned on an iceberg, or had the captain gone completely mad and abandoned the ship? What happened to the occupants of the Mary Celeste will never be known. The secret lies with many others buried far below the surface of the sea.
the port bow! A monster from the deep! All hands on deck!
For as long as mariners have sailed the oceans, they have returned with stories of sea monsters and devils of the deeps. As early as 1638, sea serpents were seen off the coast of Boston, Massachusetts. But in 1817, no fewer than 11 eyewitnesses gave sworn testimony to a terrifying monster.
It was nigh on 70 feet long, dark brown and snake-like, with hideous head shaped like a huge turtle, and it made its way through the water with great speed.
Sea dogs' tales, you may well say. But when the captain and crew of the British warship Daedalus sighted a shaggy monster off the coast of Africa in 1848, a full report was made to the Admiralty. Would an experienced captain of the Royal Navy make up such a tale?
The serpent kept head and shoulders about 4 feet out of the water. It was at least 60 feet in length. It had no fins, but something like the mane of a horse washed about its back.
A clergyman fishing in northwest Scotland encountered a hideous long-necked monster 80 feet long. At Llandudno in North Wales, a solicitor and a justice of...
A single sign of life!
The first and second mate made a most thorough search of the ship. Below decks, everything is in perfect order, but it is exceedingly mysterious. The crew's quarters are tidy in shipshape. A child's toys are neatly stowed away. There is a meal, half eaten, on the table. There is not a single trace of the captain and crew. No clue, no sign, nothing. The Marie Celeste is a ghost ship.
Everyone was completely baffled. How had the Mary Celeste managed to sail 500 miles since it had left New York 10 days before? Arguments raged on after this saw a dark, undulating creature as big as a steamer crossing the bay. In different parts of the world, similar creatures have appeared to terrorize and sometimes attack witnesses. One of the most fantastic occurred off the California coast in 1962, where 5 U.S. Air Force divers were working from a floating pontoon.
Okay, boys, we'll take a break now. Nothing we can do until this damn fog lifts.
Can you smell anything, Chuck? There's something real bad around here.
Oh, it'll just be a hunk of rotting fish. Or your socks, maybe.
Oh, my God! Look out!
Oh! It's right above us! It's huge!
Only one of the 5 divers survived. The other 4 were dragged under, screaming by a huge and slimy creature. Today, these monsters still lurk below the surface, as much a mystery now as when they first appeared.
Just take another sip of water. You will be all right.
But it was incredible.
Sighted a shaggy monster off the coast of Africa in 1848. A full report was made to the Admiralty. Would an experienced captain of the Royal Navy make up such a tale?
The serpent kept head and shoulders about 4 feet out of the water. It was at least 60 feet in length. It had no fins, but something like the mane of a horse washed about its back.
A clergyman fishing in northwest Scotland encountered a hideous long-necked monster 80 feet long. At Llandudno in North Wales, a solicitor and a justice of...
A single sign of life!
The first and second mate made a most thorough search of the ship. Below decks, everything is in perfect order, but it is exceedingly mysterious. The crew's quarters are tidy in shipshape. A child's toys are neatly stowed away. There is a meal, half eaten, on the table. There is not a single trace of the captain and crew. No clue, no sign, nothing. The Marie Celeste is a ghost ship.
Everyone was completely baffled. How had the Mary Celeste managed to sail 500 miles since it had left New York 10 days before? Arguments raged on after this saw a dark, undulating creature as big as a steamer crossing the bay. In different parts of the world, similar creatures have appeared to terrorize and sometimes attack witnesses. One of the most fantastic occurred off the California coast in 1962, where 5 U.S. Air Force divers were working from a floating pontoon.
Okay, boys. We'll take a break now. Nothing we can do until this damn fog lifts.
Can you smell anything, Chuck? There's something real bad around here.
Oh, it'll just be a hunk of rotting fish. Or your socks, maybe.
Oh, my God! Look out! Oh! It's right above us! It's huge!
Only one of the 5 divers survived. The other 4 were dragged under, screaming by a huge and slimy creature. Today, these monsters still lurk below the surface, as much a mystery now as when they first appeared.
Just take another sip of water. You will be all right.
But it was incredible.
Sighted a shaggy monster off the coast of Africa in 1848. A full report was made to the Admiralty. Would an experienced captain of the Royal Navy make up such a tale?
The serpent kept head and shoulders about 4 feet out of the water. It was at least 60 feet in length. It had no fins, but...
The masts and spars eerily aglow as it sails, silent and ghost-like, then suddenly disappears without a trace. In the 17th century, an unscrupulous, greedy Dutchman, Captain Hendrik van Decken, set sail from Amsterdam to make his fortune in the East Indies. All went smoothly until, rounding the Cape of Good Hope, a fierce storm blew up, ripping his sails to shreds and battering the ship for days on end.
What can we do? Is there no way out of this terrible storm? Are we doomed to perish in these dreadful seas? I'll do anything to get out of this hell.
Captain, you call for my help. Here I am.
What's this? We are finished.
If you follow me, I can stop this storm.
I will do anything to get out of this misery. But tell me, who are you and what do you want of me?
Captain, you know I am the devil. I can save you, but first you must challenge God's will and sail your ship straight into the eye of the storm.
I will obey!
Take heed, foolish seafarer. If you challenge God's will, then you shall never rest in peace again. You and your ship shall roam the seas ceaselessly until Judgment Day.
But the captain had sold his soul for safety, and so the Flying Dutchman was doomed to sail on forever, a ghostly apparition that still sends shivers down a sailor's spine.
Your Playhouse of Favorites. How do you do? This is Robert Anthony Dean, inviting you to your Playhouse of Favorites. Our favorite story for today is The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, starring Will Geer as Ichabod Crane. Written with tongue-in-cheek by one of America's first storytellers, Washington Irving, it's a tale of native superstition, superlatively told. In a moment, Washington Irving's Legend of Sleepy Hollow. From its place on the shelf of immortal classics, we take down Washington Irving's famous tale, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, as we raise the curtain in your Playhouse of Favorites. I, Dietrich Knickerbocker, being a long-time resident of Sleepy Hollow, hard by the little village of Tarrytown on the Hudson, do vouch for and attest to this story. Known it may be to all and sundry as the legend of Sleepy Hollow, but to me and to my neighbors of that pastoral place, it is as real as the very noses on our faces. And even now in the dark of the night, we hear the hoofbeats of a shadowy horse pounding down the road through Sleepy Hollow. Now, our little valley of Sleepy Hollow is a drowsy and dreamy place, pervaded with magic and mystery, a place of haunting beauty, so to speak. And my neighbors, the good residents hereof, do not take it lightly and speak of it to strangers in hushed and reverent tones.
Sleepy Hollow, Mania? Ah, yeah, 'tis bewitched. Thrice and thrice times thrice, 'tis bewitched.
They do say a doctor, dark and evil and versed in heathen West Indie hoodoo voodoo, put the curse on Sleepy Hollow long ago.
An old Indian chief, a black magic medicine man, high prophet and wizard of his tribe, stirred his devil's brew in Sleepy Hollow long before Master Henrik Hudson came. So 'tis said.
Goblins walk in the woods of Sleepy Hollow. Ghosts laugh and groan and talk and sing. Aye, I've heard them myself, and seen them dance in the light of shooting stars, whose earthbound rest is Sleepy Hollow.
These are tales many times told to all strangers who tarry a while in our little village. As to the weirdest of them all, to that I shall presently arrive. It chanced that a newcomer sojourned to Sleepy Hollow. The new schoolmaster he was, Ichabod Crane by name. He was exceedingly tall, lean and lank, with a small flat head and glassy green eyes. And to see him striding along the profile of a hill on a windy day, with his clothes bagging and fluttering about him, one might have mistaken him for the genius of famine descending upon the earth, or some scarecrow eloped from a cornfield. Yet, despite his appearance, Ichabod Crane had a way with the ladies, both old and young, and many a long winter's night he spent before the fire with the old Dutch wives, spinning them many an anecdote and listening to their witches' tales.
'Tis a bitter night outside, Ichabod Crane. Wind and storm and thunder. The goblins sing and beat their drums. Aye, and good folk will do well to bolt their doors tonight. Another roasted apple, Ichabod.
Thank you kindly, Mistress Van Roos. I will.
More honey cake, Ichabod. I made them in particular for you.
Thank you, Mistress Van Voort. These cakes are a triumph to tickle the palate.
Oh, Ichabod Crane, you're an elegant man. So learned and worldly. You turn a neat phrase and sing a sweet song.
True, I'll not deny it. I am a man of parts.
Is it really true, as you've just related, that the earth turns a circle like a spinning wheel?
Aye, I'll vouch for it. I've researched it myself.
Then sometimes we stand upside down or topsy-turvy.
Half the time, to be precise.
Heaven help us. Then why do we not fall off the earth like apples from a tree?
Magnetism.
Magnetism? Is this some form of magic?
In a way, I have researched it quite thoroughly, but it is a profound subject on which I shall not expound tonight. Now, good dames, you can answer a question for me.
Speak, Ichabod. Ask us.
'Tis about the headless horseman of Sleepy Hollow.
Heaven help us. The headless horseman?
I've heard the folks hereabouts speak much of him. Who is he, or what was he? I am much interested.
He rides by night, up and down, hither and yonder, through Sleepy Hollow. A black figure without a head, on a black horse. In the gloom of the night, on the wings of the wind he rides, looking for the head he has lost. The ghost of a Hessian trooper, they say he is, whose head had been carried away by a cannonball.
You both believe him actually to exist?
I have seen him, Ichabod Crane. He stables his horse in a grave in the churchyard. I have seen him ride from it.
And I have heard him, Ichabod Crane, galloping by along the road you must take to go home, down across the wooden bridge.
Oh, now, this cannot be true. An old wives' tale, a likely story, I'll wager. A man must have a head to ride the horse.
Hark, Ichabod Crane. Listen.
There he goes, the headless horseman.
He crosses the wooden bridge now.
In the dark of the night, on the wings of the storm.
Bless me. Bless my soul.
Another cup of tea, Ichabod Crane.
Yes, Mistress Van Hoosen. If you've got something stronger to put in it, I'd be very thankful.
Now, that was Ichabod's first experience with a ghostly legend. Still, he liked Sleepy Hollow and resolved to stay. He was a poor man, and being human, he sought a way to improve his station. That is to say, he kept his eyes open for material benefits that might someday accrue. The chance came finally when he met a rich old Dutch farmer in the valley, Baltus Van Tassel by name.
You are a fortunate man, Baltus.
Yeah, I think so.
Never have I seen farmland so rich, so generous of the good things in life.
Yeah, they are good.
And this farmhouse of yours, solid timber and as big as a church, and that barn of yours, a granary stuffed with corn, and pigs, ducks, turkeys, hens, everywhere so fat they bulge, and everywhere in profusion.
Yeah, Ichabod, I have many.
You're a fortunate man, Baltus, a fortunate man indeed. A happy, contented, well-off man, the kind of man I'd like to be.
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
If I had all this, I'd not ask for more. And who, Baltus Van Tassel, will inherit this wealth someday? Have you someone to bequeath it to?
Yeah, Katrinka.
Katrinka? And who is Katrinka?
My daughter.
Oh. She is unmarried?
Yeah.
Oh, 'tis a pretty name, Baltus. Katrinka. Katrinka Van Tassel. Katrinka Crane.
You said something, Ichabod? Yeah?
Oh, no, Baltus, nothing at all. Except that you are a fortunate man, and your daughter a fortunate girl.
Now, our little village of Sleepy Hollow to Ichabod Crane was no longer a gloomy place trampled underfoot by such apparitions as the Headless Horseman. Instead, the sun shone, and the birds sang, and all was merry for Ichabod. So merry, in fact, that he resolved to settle there permanently. And his resolve was further strengthened when he met Katrinka Van Tassel. Katrinka was a countrified, blooming lass of fresh 18, plump as a partridge, ripe and melting and rosy-cheeked as one of her father's peaches. And Ichabod Crane began to court her, or spark her, as that romantic enterprise was known in Sleepy Hollow. And little did he know what complications would arise.
Beautiful, Katrinka. Oh, lovely, lovely, exquisite.
You really think so, Ichabod?
Enchanting. Like the music of masters filtering down through the arch of the universe.
You say such funny things, Ichabod.
Do I?
Yeah, I do not understand them, but I like them.
Tell me, Katrinka, my dear, what do you think of the man that says them?
Oh, I like him.
Just like?
Maybe a little more, Ichabod.
How much more?
Oh, you are the one, Ichabod Crane. Do you expect me to tell you? That's for you to find out.
Yes. Katrinka, listen to me. I am a schoolteacher. I do not possess material things like the good farmers of Sleepy Hollow, like your excellent father, but I have a different kind of wealth. The wealth of the intellect of the mind. And this richness is far more durable than the other. I invite you to share it with me, lovely Katrinka. I ask you to be...
Katrinka!
Hello, Katrinka. Where the devil are you?
In here, Brom.
What the devil are you hiding in here for? I've looked all over for... Oh. Who the devil are you?
I might ask you the same question.
Oh, Ichabod, this is Brom Van Brunt.
Brom Bones, they call me. The pride and terror of Sleepy Hollow. Katrinka, who the devil is this skinny worm?
Brom, this is Ichabod Crane, the new schoolmaster.
Oh, indeed. A bookish fellow, huh? All fine words and no muscle, eh?
Sometimes there is strength in words.
Ah, turkey feathers. Strength, and I have it, see? Look at my muscles when I flex them like this. Like pumpkins they are, see? You better take warning, Ichabod Crane.
Warning?
Look here, schoolmaster. It's warning, I said. I don't like anybody else, in particular a scarecrow like you, sparking my girl.
Your girl? Is this true, Katrinka?
Oh, no, Ichabod. I am beholden to no one yet.
Ah, well, Brom, what do you say to that?
I say that she's mine, that you better stay away from her. I'm Brom Bones, I am, the rough and tumble king of Sleepy Hollow. Not even the headless horseman dares to stand up against me.
Indeed.
Yes, indeed. And if you try to spark a trinket here, schoolmaster, I'll double you up into a knot and stretch you out on a shelf in your own schoolhouse. Now get out of here and make way for Brom Bones.
The curtain falls on Act One of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving, presented by your Playhouse of Favorites. This is Robert Anthony Dean. We raise the curtain on Act Two of your Playhouse of Favorites, where we present The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving, starring Will Geer as Ichabod Crane. As you remember, a bitter feud developed between muscular Brom Bones and brain-heavy Ichabod Crane for the soft white hand of the farmer's daughter, Katrinka. And since Brom could not match Ichabod when it came to soft words and ready wit, he harried the schoolmaster with boorish practical jokes to get back at him. He stopped up the chimney at the schoolhouse, smoked everybody out, not to mention many other base tricks. Above all, he swore he would run Ichabod Crane right out of Sleepy Hollow. But here is Diedrich Knickerbocker to tell you the rest of it.
Well, one fine autumn afternoon, Ichabod Crane received an invitation to attend a quilting frolic at Katrinka's house. This was an affair of state, requiring a dignified approach, and Ichabod commissioned his landlord to get him a horse.
Fine animal, Ichabod. Fine animal.
You must be going blind, Hansman Ripper. This is naught but a broken-down plow horse.
A plow horse, you say? Fie on you, Ichabod. This is as noble a horse as ever was found in Sleepy Hollow. You cut a fine figure on her.
Yes, I'll warrant I will. Look at her. She's gaunt and shagged with a head like a hammer. Her mane and her tail are rusty and shaggy with burrs. One eye has lost its pupil, and the other has a touch of the devil.
Just the only horse I have.
A fine figure I'll cut on this plug in Katrinka Van Tassel's eyes. Especially when Brom Bones comes riding up on his favorite steed, Daredevil.
This horse has plenty of spirit, as you'll find out, Ichabod.
Oh.
Plenty of spirit. Now, go ahead now, mount.
Oh,
mount.
very well. Now then, what's the name, Hans?
Gunpowder.
Gunpowder? Indeed. Oh, well. Get up, Gunpowder. It's off. We must go to the castle of Katrinka Van Tassel.
And so, Ichabod Crane, a scarecrow figure on a scarecrow horse, set out for the house of his princess like a knight-errant of old. It was toward evening when he reached there to find the house thronged with the pride and flower of the countryside. Old farmers and their dames in their Sunday best, arch maids with coquettish eyes, and brass-buttoned young men. And, of course, Brom Bones was there, huge and arrogant, full of mettle and mischief. Well, now it so happened that a group of men, including Brom and Ichabod, and among them myself, gathered in an anteroom after the banquet, as was the custom, and began to discuss the folklore of Sleepy Hollow.
Yes, and I think... I have heard that the Headless Horseman has been riding again of late, Mynheer.
You're all a pack of old men. His Headless Horseman is no more than an errand jockey.
Brom, you don't know what you're saying.
I'm Brom Bones, Baldus. And I don't give a devil for any man that ghost either. Besides, I've already met this midnight trooper.
What? You met the Headless Horseman, Brom?
Yes, schoolmaster met him and conquered him.
Did you tell us about it, Brom?
Nothing much to tell. I came upon him one night last week. He looked at me, and I looked at him. Looked real ferocious, too, he did. But he couldn't scare Brom Bones.
What happened then?
Why, what do you think, schoolmaster? I offered to race him and his horse for a bowl of punch.
What?
Yeah, and he accepted, too. Well, Mynheers, we had a pretty run of it, I can tell you.
Who won, Brom?
Well, I did, of course. Knew I would all the time. My horse, Daredevil, beat that goblin horse all hollow. Never did get that bowl of punch, though. Just as we got to the church bridge, the Hessian shouted something to me and bolted. Vanished. Flash of fire.
You said the Headless Horseman spoke, Brom?
Yeah, that's what I said.
But what did he say?
Well, now, Mynheer, it's the most remarkable thing. He kept calling a name over and over again. And in a blood-chilling fashion, too, I can tell you.
What name did he call, Brom?
Strange you should ask me that, schoolmaster. He kept calling Ichabod Crane. Ichabod Crane.
You may be sure that this chilled Ichabod Crane no little. Whether Brom was lying or not, Ichabod's way homeward led along the road usually taken by the Headless Horseman on his nightly patrol, and the shadow of the galloping ghost seemed to haunt Ichabod all during the rest of the party. But he hoped to offset this depressed feeling with some good news from Katrinka Van Tassel. Accordingly, he lingered till the last guest was gone and sought her out.
Katrinka.
Oh, why, Ichabod, you're holding my hand.
Yes, my lovely creature. And a dainty, dimpled hand it is.
Oh, you, Ichabod.
Katrinka, please don't giggle like that. I have something serious to ask you.
Yeah? What is it?
I love you, Katrinka. Will you marry me?
You, Ichabod? Marry you?
Yes, is that so strange?
Yeah, it is strange, Ichabod. Yours is the second proposal I've had tonight.
Katrinka, what do you mean?
Brom Bones asked me to marry him just a minute ago.
And?
And I accepted him. Don't look so serious, Ichabod. After all, you're old enough to be my father.
It was the very witching time of night that Ichabod Crane, heavy-hearted, crestfallen, unhitched his scarecrow steed and began his travel homeward. You can imagine his brooding on the perfidy of the fair Katrinka, the depths of his dark despair. And then, as the dark hush of midnight closed in, a vague and uneasy feeling pervaded him. All the stories of ghosts and goblins that he had heard that evening came to him. And as his horse plodded through the woody road, the road of the Headless Horseman, he began to hear sights and sounds.
Hey, but it's dark, Gunpowder. And here's a spot where they speak of goblins. Goblins wandering in the woods with eyes like fireflies. Night grows darker. Stars are gone and... What was that? Whoa, gunpowder. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Oh. Dog. A dog howling on the other side of the river. For a moment, the hair on my neck stood on end. I thought it was... Gunpowder. Gunpowder, do you hear that? Gunpowder, it must be the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. Get up, Gunpowder, get up. Faster, Gunpowder, faster, my noble animal, faster. He's closer. Ichabod Crane! Shouting my name. Ichabod! Gunpowder, try to run. Please try to run. His awful head is cradled in his arms. He's coming. Shadows with the wind. You will not let me be. Run, Gunpowder, run. Ichabod Crane! He called my name. He's drawing near. We cannot lose him. He's like death itself. Oh, no. He's raising that awful head in his hand. No, I beg of you, Christian. Do not throw the head. Do not throw.
Ichabod tried to dodge the horrible missile, but it was too late. It struck his cranium with a tremendous crash, and he tumbled into the dust. Riderless, Gunpowder headed for the comfort and security of Hans Van Ripper's stable. And as for the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow, well, who could tell where he had gone? Of course, when Ichabod Crane failed to appear for dinner, or to instruct his class at the schoolhouse the next day, the good people of Sleepy Hollow instituted a search. And finally, they reached the end of the trail.
Hans, Maldus, Brewer. Yeah. Come here. Near the side of the road. Here is Ichabod Crane's hat.
Oh, yeah. True. Very true.
And what is this next to it?
Why, 'tis a pumpkin. A round pumpkin.
A pumpkin bruised and broken as though it had been thrown against a tree.
Well. A pumpkin. What do you know of that, Mynheer? A pumpkin. Now, who would want to throw a pumpkin out here?
This is no time to laugh, Brombones. What we must find out is, where is Ichabod Crane?
I say he's been carried off by the Headless Horseman.
No, Mynheer. I have a different idea. Knowing Ichabod Crane as I do, I would say he's still running as fast as his scarecrow legs will carry him.
Ichabod Crane was never found. There were all kinds of rumors as to his whereabouts, but none was ever substantiated. As for Brombones, he married the lovely Katrinka and lived happily ever afterward, as the saying goes. And as for the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow, he still rides in the dark of the night and on the wings of the wind. And I, Diedrich Knickerbocker, have heard him off, and many a time.
And so the curtain falls on Washington Irving's Legend of Sleepy Hollow, presented by your Playhouse of Favorites. This is Robert Anthony Dean, reminding you that front row seats are reserved for you the next time our curtain rises on another classic. Presented for your favorite listening pleasure by your Playhouse of Favorites.
From Hollywood, Steve Cochran in The Unexpected.
The unexpected.
The Unexpected. Life is filled with the unexpected, romantic, tragic, and mysterious endings to our most ordinary actions. Dreams come true, or dreams are shattered by sudden twists of fate in The Unexpected. But first, a word from your announcer. And now, Steve Cochran, outstanding screen star in Easy Money, a drama of the unexpected.
I pulled the bills out of my wallet and added my pocket change. $382.37 and 2 streetcar tokens. Not too bad for an out-of-work gambler with a taste for expensive clothes and good hotels, but not too good for a bright young man who had just written a check for $5,000. A very bouncing check. It had to be covered by morning or, well, you meet such a poor class of people in jail. No, my $300 and some odd wasn't enough. I was scared and desperate. Desperate for $5,000. I flipped a coin. Tails, I left town by the next fast freight. Heads, I tried my luck at the Taj Mahal Club. I wasn't very lucky. It was a 2-headed coin. The Taj Mahal Club was some Muslim's dream of paradise, with all the pleasures of the infernal regions thrown in. The harem beauty who took my hat looked as if she'd stepped right out of the Arabian Nights. Long black hair floated over bronzed, bare shoulders. She was wearing something filmy and clinging. There was just enough of it. Yeah, she seemed to be the real East Indian article, but her voice was pure USA.
Okay, big boy. You can go in and play now. You won't lose your hat.
Meaning?
Meaning nothing. Except that it'll be here when you leave.
And you?
Me? Oh, I'm always around. When they come and when they go. I just work here.
I see.
Yeah. The only trouble is they don't tip until they go, and then it's usually too late. That isn't commercial, but money isn't everything.
It is to me, baby. Tonight.
Really? Well, under those circumstances, good luck.
Thanks. I'll need it.
You'll need more than that in the Taj Mahal. Here's your check.
She smiled and her lipstick seemed to glow in the greenish light. But I had some heavy gambling to do, so I put on a pair of mental blinders and headed for the tables. She put her fingers to her mouth and blew a kiss in my direction. I didn't know whether it was for luck or hope, but either way, it was a nice idea. It was my night. I started out with $50 on odd.
21 odd. 21 wins.
Switched over to playing red.
Red 36. Red wins again.
And even collected on 00. I couldn't lose. And at the end of half an hour, I had well over $2,000. My winnings were all resting on red, and I was about to push him over to the black section when my eyes happened to wander past a blue-lit fountain into an archway. He was standing there, a broad man in a gray suit squatting against the pillar, twirling a heavy keychain. I couldn't remember his name, not quite, nor where I'd met him. But I knew that face. I knew that it was a face of trouble. He was chatting with a heavy-lidded princess from the check stand, and even she seemed a little afraid of him. Suddenly, a familiar sound brought me out of my trance. Too late. The little iron ball went round and round and came to a neat stop.
The black 13. 13 black, ladies and gentlemen.
13 black. I reached down to collect my money and then realized I hadn't changed my bet. My dough had been on red. My winnings were wiped out. I was right back where I started from, behind the 8 ball. So I was about to take a chance on number 8 when the long red nails caught my hand and I heard that voice again.
Better try 23.
Oh, hello.
Hello. I said 23.
What have I got to lose?
Closing the play. No more bets.
Okay, 23 it is.
See? What did I tell you?
23.
Thanks.
23 on the
I'll let it ride.
Pick it up. You don't have to play every round, do you?
Anything you say.
You're doing pretty well, Richard.
Sorry, wrong name.
Oh, that RC in your hat must stand for something. Oh, no, it wouldn't be Roland.
No, it's Ralph. Ralph Carstairs.
Ralph. That's nice. I'm glad it isn't Roland.
So am I.
I'm Linda Lee. Do you mind?
Why should I? I like the name Linda. It suits you.
Thanks. Look, Ralph, why don't you get out of here while you still have some money?
Don't have enough, baby. Not yet. Not by half.
Yes, you won't get it tonight. Not in the Taj Mahal.
Is that what our chubby friend told you to inform me?
Maybe. Maybe it was my own idea.
Who is he, anyway?
Manager. I, work here, remember?
Why remind me? I'd almost forgotten.
Thanks. You know, I think I could get off early.
Yeah?
Yeah. We could take a drive.
Now, look, you delivered your message. Go on and sell your flowers and forget about it. You're a sweet girl, Linda, but I can't pay bills with that.
Okay. Whatever you say. It was just a tip.
Well, thanks for trying.
It's all right. I get paid for it.
Well, wish me luck.
What's the use? It wouldn't do you any good. Too bad, though. I really meant it about that drive. It was such a nice night for a ride in the country.
She slithered across the floor toward the gray-suited man who was still twirling his keychain. Apparently, he remembered me better than I did him. Sometime, someplace, our paths had crossed. But how? Where? I racked my brain to think of who he was. Meanwhile, my stack of chips dwindled, and in another hour I was broke. Flat and finished. Then it hit me. The man in the gray suit was Fred Langley, and I remembered him very well indeed. It was my night. If I played my cards right, I'd leave the Taj Mahal Club not with $5, but $10,000, and I wouldn't have to risk a cent. The manager's office was as modern as the rest of the joint was oriental. I sat in a chromium and leather chair and watched Langley twirl his keychains back and forth without speaking. Finally, he smiled at me, but it was only face deep.
And now, my friend, what can I do for you?
I'm broke.
That's most unfortunate. But if one will gamble...
Very broke.
Well, I suppose I could lend you $10 or so for old time's sake.
Better make it 10,000.
I don't think I quite heard you.
10,000.
Surely, my friend, you're joking.
Joking?
Yes.
You see, Mr. Langley, I know who robbed the Mount Pleasant National Bank.
You can't mean to imply that...
I wondered what happened to you after that stick-up. Well, now I know.
Carstairs, this isn't at all like you.
Maybe not, but I need money. And I can prove who robbed the Mount Pleasant National Bank. You remember Tony?
Tony?
Well, I had a long talk with Tony just before he, died.
Carstairs, this isn't fair. It's not honorable.
Oh, I'm being quite fair, Mr. Langley. You can pay me the $10,000 tonight and forget the whole matter. Or otherwise, I'll just mention it to the cops in the morning.
But Carstairs, it's impossible. I couldn't raise such a sum. 1,000 perhaps in a few days.
10,000 tonight.
You said tonight?
Mm-hmm. Taj Mahal doesn't seem to be lacking in funds. I want to win just about $10,000. What do you think of that?
I think you drive a hard bargain, my friend.
Thanks for the compliment. I walked down the ornate Murray staircase. I had made a killing. I could pay back the $5,000 and have another $5,000 for myself. And the beautiful part about it was that it was all so easy. So very easy. It was all over. I stuffed $10,000 in crisp green bills into my coat pocket, fished out my hat check, and waved an airy goodbye to the red-faced and almost apoplectic Langley. Linda wasn't at the check stand, so I tossed a $100 bill to the little Chinese girl who gave me my hat. It had been my lucky night. I had $10,000 out of easy money, just because I had a good memory for names and faces and bank robberies. Yeah, it was easy money. The easiest money I'd ever made.
You think the story is over, don't you? But wait. Fate takes a hand. Wait for the unexpected. And now, for the surprising conclusion of Easy Money, starring Steve Cochran, a Hamilton Whitney production written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt, and directed by Frank K. Danzig.
I was waiting in line at the bank when it opened next morning. My hand trembled just a little as I wrote out the deposit slip for $10,000 in cash. I had left the teller's window and was almost out the door when a beefy hand clapped me on the shoulder and a badge flashed sunlight into my face.
Better come along with me, Bud. They want to talk to you down at headquarters.
But, officer, I don't
Look,
understand.
Bud, that dough you just deposited, those bills have serial numbers. Remember?
I don't get you.
That money's part of a batch that was stolen from the Mount Pleasant National Bank a year ago. First time any of it has showed up in circulation. So I'm afraid you'll have a lot of explaining to do. To a jury.
Easy Money starred Steve Cochran. Listen soon for another of your favorite motion picture stars in a drama of The Unexpected. This program was transcribed in Hollywood.
the American Broadcasting Company presents Treasury Agent.
The United States Treasury, the largest law enforcement agency in the world, consisting of
United States Secret Service.
We protect the President of the United States at all times and protect the money of the United States from counterfeiting.
United States Revenue Intelligence.
We have jurisdiction over tax fraud and evasion.
United States Bureau of Narcotics. United States Internal Revenue, Border Patrol.
United States Alcoholics Tax Unit. Fraudulent violations of internal revenue.
These law enforcement agencies of the United States Treasury constitute the largest and mightiest law enforcement agency in the world. 64% of all criminals in federal penitentiaries apprehended in peacetime are there because the United States Treasury caught them and put them there. And now, Elmer Lincoln Irie, former chief coordinator of all the aforementioned Treasury departments for the past 10 years. Elmer Irie, who many have called the world's greatest detective, the man who personally planned the smashing of the Al Capone gang, the placing of the Treasury notes which solved the Lindbergh kidnapping, and hundreds more. So listen to what Elmer Irie has to say.
The cases which will be portrayed are based on the general modus operandi of the United States Treasury agents, operating here and all over the world. The United States Treasury has over 3,000 highly trained agents. And yet the public knows very little concerning these agents who protect your money, protect the borders of your country, protect you from fraud, narcotics, and misrepresentation. Many of the biggest and most powerful criminals in this country have been brought to justice by the patient work of our highly trained Treasury agents. Our case tonight starts in a small southwestern town. A stout, heavy-jowled man of about 60 was walking up the dingy corridor of the local hotel.
Colonel Cephas.
Hello, my dear.
I thought you were still in Washington.
It is difficult to know about me, isn't it, my dear?
You want to come in?
I never go into a woman's hotel room. There might be bad publicity. Step into the hall.
You must have left a trail from Washington down here with those peanut shucks.
Want some?
No, I'm fed up with seeing you eat peanuts.
Who is this young man, Culver, you telegraphed me about?
He's just a very sincere person. You should see him sway a camp meeting.
Sure it's not personal?
Just like you to come down here and spy.
What's this new song you wrote?
Don't tread on me. The camp meetings go wild.
Don't tread on me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That ought to start up a lot of hate. I mean, patriotism.
Look, Culver will be leading the meeting tonight. I recommended him because the sucker really believes what he preaches.
How are the dues coming in?
We've got 10,000 new members.
Forget I was here. I'll watch a new protege tonight. If I think he has possibilities, I'll wire to bring him to Washington.
Then you're going right back?
One never knows my plans. Oh, here, I've eaten all the peanuts. Take the bag of shucks and throw it away.
It's all I ever get from you now, shucks and leavings.
You'll hear from me by wire, my dear.
Come out, Culver.
What was the idea of shoving me in the closet?
If somebody had come in, it might have looked bad.
Oh, but I'm innocent.
You'll be late for the meeting, Culver. Now stir them up good tonight. Get the camp meeting into a frenzy. Maybe if you do well, I can take you back to Washington.
I sure will try it.
Tread on me. Oh, no one can tread, no one
ain't like ours. A man whose skin ain't like ours. Don't let a foreigner get nowhere. I hate the foreigners. Hate them all. Don't stand for no religion but ours. We hang together and hate them.
How's it feel to be going to Washington, Culver?
All I want, Miss Mona, is to meet Colonel Cephas.
Somebody on the train will hear. Nobody knows the colonel is backing our meetings.
He must be a real patriotic man.
He's got 14 flags in his office.
14? He rich?
Rich and powerful.
Well, where are we going to stay?
At one of his big estates up the Potomac River.
You work for him?
For a long time. I take charge of the different societies we start up and all the speakers we send out.
Oh, I'll speak. I'd rather speak than anything in the world. Why should we let foreigners take our
Not
jobs?
too loud, Culver. People are looking. Wait till we get to Washington. This will be your bedroom, Culver.
Gee, with a canary bird.
Colonel Cephas has a canary in almost every room. He says the singing makes him feel so good and pure.
Oh, this is the biggest house I ever saw. If there wasn't so many foreigners in this country, every American could have a mansion like this.
It's late. You'll want to go to bed.
You know, you look real pretty tonight, Miss Mona.
Don't say things like that. I'm 10 years older than you are.
Oh, I didn't mean to upset
The
you.
colonel is waiting in his living room. I've got to leave.
The things in this bedroom must be worth a fortune.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Mona. I wish you wouldn't hurry.
Come in, Mona.
Well, Colonel, I suppose you had a good time sitting there at your desk, listening to every word.
You look real pretty tonight, Miss Mona.
I knew you'd pick on that. Don't you feel a little ashamed to have a hidden microphone in every room in the house?
Sometimes interesting to know what your guests say after they go to their rooms. Want some peanut?
No. Nor the shucks either.
Your protege really is a fanatic, isn't he?
All our other speakers are fakes. They know we start up the groups for profit. I just thought it might be a good business to have one speaker who really believes what he preaches.
Listen. He is going to bed. Just dropped his shoe. Tell me more about your trip, Mona.
16 new groups, 14,000 new members, $5 a month dues.
What did you base the Western meetings on?
Race hatred.
Include religious hatred also. They pay their dues better. Funny he hasn't dropped his other shoe. There it goes. I should hear the water running in a few minutes.
I suppose the canary singing makes you feel good and pure, even though you are eavesdropping on a person going to bed.
Always understanding, aren't you, my dear?
Colonel, you've made yourself rich selling hate. But I've got a new idea.
Yes?
Why couldn't we organize groups on the side and instead of selling hate, sell love? That funny, eh?
The Blue America Group tried that. They sold $8 million worth of hate in 3 years.
Then they tried to organize other groups and sell love. They couldn't sell $1 worth of love.
All right. I choke.
Hate is like a loaf of bread. You can carve off slices and sell it. Hate is the easiest thing in the world to sell. You can get ignorant people to hate anything. And hate brings money.
United States Treasury Forms A are to be taken immediately for Secret Service. Blue forms to Intelligence and Narcotic Bureau.
I'm sorry, sir, but Chief Austin of the Coordinator's office is in conference with one of his Treasury agents.
Jones, what do you think of that report of the Un-American Activities Committee on Colonel Cephas?
Chief Austin, you could have knocked me over with a feather. The colonel's supposed to be a very patriotic man.
Oh, naturally. He conducts all his activities under the guise of patriotism.
But Colonel Cephas isn't really a Treasury case, Chief Austin.
Well, just the same, we're going after him on tax evasion. And, I'm assigning you.
Me? Why, say, this is an awfully big case, Chief Austin.
You're going to face him and Bet 10 to 1 this is Moss of the Un-American Committee. Chief Austin speaking.
This is Morse, Austin. Put Lincoln on that Colonel Cephas case, will you?
Why,
Put Joe Lincoln on him. That's the greatest Treasury agent who ever lived. Nobody ever got away from Lincoln yet.
I realize how you feel, Moss, but our plan...
Promise you'll put him on?
I can't talk right now.
Why not?
I can't explain.
You'll never get the Colonel unless you put Joe Lincoln
Oh,
on.
now, listen, Moss. Don't embarrass me. I'll call you back.
All right, but remember what I told you.
Well, Jones, it's a big assignment. Biggest of the year.
Well, I was just thinking. Most of my work is figures. There's so much detective work.
Get in some way as Colonel Cephas's bookkeeper.
Yes, sir.
The whole department will be back of you.
Yeah, but the colonel doesn't have a big organization. To get in as a bookkeeper.
Too big a job for you?
Sometimes, Chief, I wish you were married to my mother-in-law.
Let go of my pocketbook. Let go. Let go of me. Stop it.
Don't worry, lady. I'll take care of him. He didn't hurt you?
No, I just tried to grab my pocketbook.
Good.
I can't thank you enough.
Well, there's a restaurant right here. Let's go and have a cup of coffee and relax, huh?
Thank you. I wouldn't mind at all.
Come on, then. It's right here. Yeah, see, there's a booth over there that's empty.
I don't know as I really should be doing this.
You move in first, huh? There now. Boy meets girl.
I'm almost glad the man tried to rob me.
Yeah. Who are you?
Mona.
Mona what?
Mona Warren. Who are you?
Jones.
I never heard the name before.
No. My mother made it up.
What's your first name?
Keith.
Well, I guess we're acquainted.
Yeah. I guess the waitress is all busy right now. Hey, what do you do?
Well, I'm sort of associated with Colonel Cephas.
Oh, the Colonel Cephas?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, he's a big shot, all right.
What do you do?
I'm a bookkeeper looking for a job. You don't suppose you could get me a job with Colonel Cephas, do you?
Why, I don't know.
Well, I'm a good bookkeeper. Would you ask him for me?
Sure.
And you'll try hard?
I'll do what I can. He does most of his work from one of his estates.
Yeah. And you'd be there?
Sure.
I'd like that.
I don't think I'll wait to get something to eat.
Why not? We just came in.
Well, I'm not hungry.
Well, what are you afraid of?
Nothing.
Well, here, let me write out my telephone number and address.
All right, but please hurry.
Okay, but why so jittery? The fellow trying to hold you up make you jittery?
No, only... Well, I'm afraid to be seen with you.
Okay, I don't know what it's all about. Oh, you married?
No.
Well, that's beyond me. But if you're truly upset... Here, try and get me that job, won't you?
I promise. Now, you've got to let me go. If I can get him to hire you, I'll call you. If I can't, just forget you ever saw me. What's the matter, Colonel Cephas?
Just thinking, my dear. Some peanuts?
No.
I'm expecting a guest tonight, Mona. Put him in the brew room.
Who?
I doubt if you know him.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop sitting there like a baboon and eating those peanuts, will you?
Not the same old Mona, are you?
Cut it out, Jay, will you? You know what I gave up to come and work with you. 17 years I've given you the best of my life. I was in love with you. I've done your dirty work for years, and this is all I get.
You think the bird sings better on that new type of seed?
Oh, what's the use? That's the only thing I haven't done for you. Eat birdseed and sing. Eat peanuts and scratch myself.
You'd better answer the door, my dear.
Tweet, tweet. You.
Why, yes.
What are you doing here?
I thought you must have gotten me the job.
Why, come in.
Yes.
Would you wait here a minute? I'll go and speak to the colonel.
Why, sure.
Why didn't you tell me who was coming?
Don't you like surprises?
Why did you do this? What are you up to?
I've been thinking for a couple of days over the experience you had the other night, my dear. How you went into the restaurant with the young man who saved you from the pocketbook snatcher. How we told you he was a bookkeeper, needed a job.
But I asked you, and you said you didn't want a bookkeeper.
The more I thought of it, my dear, the more suspicious I became. So I had the young man investigated. He happens to be a United States Treasury agent.
A Treasury agent?
Evidently, we're under investigation.
But then why did you hire him?
We're going to be under investigation by a Treasury agent. I prefer to have him under my eye, so I can feed him what I want him to know.
Oh, yes, but our books, are they all right?
You'd be surprised to know what I'm prepared for. Show him to the blue room, Mona.
And I suppose you have your microphone connected to that room?
Naturally. Mona. Mona, come here.
What's the matter, Colonel? Trouble?
Last week, that bookkeeper Jones has been getting acquainted with Culver.
What of it?
He's up in Culver's room now, putting that radical up to something.
But what?
Listen.
Yeah, you're right, Jones. You're right. You shouldn't wait just to go out to the trips, Culver. Make your speeches right here in Washington.
Where?
The street corners, anywhere.
This country isn't a fit place for Americans to live anymore. We Americans are being downtrodden by foreigners, jobs taken.
That's the stuff. Don't hold back.
I wouldn't hold back if they shot me. I'll shout it from every rooftop in Washington.
That's your protege, Mona. He's a crackpot.
If he makes those speeches here in Washington, he'll get himself arrested.
And it'll be plastered all over the Washington papers he's associated with me.
Why is Jones egging him on?
It's a trick to smoke me out into the open.
We can't fire Culver. He talked too much.
Day after tomorrow, you're to start on a new trip. Culver goes with you.
What's the purpose?
Start up new groups.
The real purpose.
When the situation is right, get Culver started. But there'll be a small riot. In that riot, serious accidents can take place. And nothing can be proved.
That's a large order.
It happened once before when you became a widow, so you could be with me.
Shut up.
Build up new societies. Get members. And see that an accident happens to Culver when some camp meeting gets into a frenzy.
Never work for a man with a foreign name. A man who ain't like us. A man whose religion ain't like ours. A man whose skin ain't like ours.
Hello, I'm calling from Washington. Hello.
Oh, hello. I tell you I'm on.
Mona? Mona,
3 a.m. What's the matter?
any accidents yet?
No, but maybe tomorrow.
Come back quick.
Come back.
Yes. Bring Culver with you.
What's happened?
Plenty.
I'll take the first train in the morning.
Come right to my Westover estate. You should be here by late tomorrow evening.
I came right from the train, Colonel. What's the matter?
Sit down, Mona. Of course, you know we're in this together, my dear.
If you soften enough to put it that way, it must be bad.
Mona, I pretended to swallow Jones' story.
He is a Treasury agent, isn't he?
Yes. I thought by pretending I didn't know it, taking him on as our bookkeeper would be a good way to handle him. But
Has he gotten anything on us? Why the gun in your drawer?
don't be dramatic. It's merely for a great emergency. Look at these papers.
Huh?
Look at all these figures on them.
But these are photostats.
I didn't want to touch the real papers. Jones has them hidden in his room. He's evidently just compiling the figures. He hasn't used them as yet.
I don't understand.
Each one of these figures is the serial number of $1 or $5 bills.
What bills?
Use your head. Haven't we set it up so when the members of the society's paid dues in cash, it goes to banks under different names, so we don't pay income tax?
Oh. Then these bills are the serial numbers of the bills paid to us for dues.
If that Treasury agent can trace those bills to the different banks where they were deposited, it means the penitentiary.
Oh, no, Jay.
Oh, yes, Mona. Exactly that. We're in time. You're leaving on another trip in the morning, and I'm sending Jones along.
To get what you planned for Culver.
Precisely. I'll ring for Jones now. One more thing. Ever hear of a very famous Treasury agent by the name of Joe Lincoln?
Of course.
Well, our bookkeeper is none other than the famous little giant killer, Lincoln.
Jones is Lincoln, the famous Treasury agent?
And I paid plenty for that information.
Oh, no wonder we're on the spot.
You want me, Colonel Cephas?
Yes, come in, Jones.
I was waiting outside. It's a beautiful night out tonight.
Have some peanuts, Jones.
No, thank you.
Jones?
Hmm?
Miss Mona and Culver are starting on another trip in the morning to organize a few other patriotic groups.
I almost wish I could go along.
Well, that's strange. I was just going to suggest it.
Oh, I see.
A short trip. It'll give you a better idea how we operate.
I see.
That little canary is a jewel of happiness.
Colonel, don't you think it's about time we stopped kidding around?
What do you mean?
You know who I am.
I'd don't understand.
Well, you know I'm a Treasury agent. You knew it even when you hired me.
This is very interesting, Jones. Tell me more.
Well, when I was egging Culver on to give his fanatic speeches here in Washington, you had a microphone on the wall and you heard me.
I think I'll go to my room for a minute.
You sit where you are, Miss Mona.
I'm very shocked at what you're saying, Jones.
You shouldn't be. You had a microphone listening to what I said. Didn't it occur to you that I might use the same device?
Here comes Culver.
And when he comes in, don't try to stir up his fanaticism into physical force against me.
Come in, Culver.
That's a great song, you know, Colonel. Oh, hello, Jones. Well, say, why is everybody so serious?
Jones resents our patriotism.
Oh, he does, huh?
In fact, his real name isn't Jones. It's Treasury Agent Joe Lincoln. You didn't think I knew that one, did you, Jones?
You're mistaken, Colonel. Treasury Agent Joe Lincoln is standing right beside you.
What do you mean?
The man you call Culver is really Joe Lincoln, my boss.
Is this true, Culver?
I'm afraid it is, Colonel. And I knew the only way to really get you was to get the serial numbers of those bills paid in for dues. That's why I got in with your organization as a radical speaker. So I'd be on the spot and could list the serial numbers of the bills as your members turned them in. The Treasury Department has been tracing those bills and has traced them to 64 banks under 64 phony names.
I can't speak. I've got some smelling salts in my drawer, and... Oh, my finger!
Sorry I had to kick that drawer closed.
No, my fingers are broken.
That isn't all that'll be broken if you reach for a gun again. Miss Mona, you and the Colonel are under arrest by the United States Treasury.
Now back to Elmer Lincoln Irie, Chief Coordinator of the law enforcement agencies of the United States Treasury for over 10 years. Mr. Irie.
Colonel Cephas and the woman known as Mona were convicted in the federal court, and both are serving a long time for tax evasion. The Treasury has found that many of the societies organized to hate other groups in this country have been created for personal, selfish gain. And the originators have amassed great fortunes for themselves. About the only way to smash these hate groups is to get their leaders for tax evasion. And our Treasury agents will continue to investigate them and prosecute. But this is only one type of case our 3,000 Treasury agents are working on tonight. And on this series, you will hear some very extraordinary cases. For instance, next week...
The two gang leaders are sitting in a car talking. 5 bodyguards of one are on one side of the street. The 5 bodyguards of the other are on the opposite side.
Indications are he chiseled the government out of $16 million.
Quiet. He's hearing strange voices, just like Capone did when we closed in.
Next week, you will hear how our Treasury agents closed in on the persons we have just referred to. The United States Treasury is your representative, and 24 hours a day, it is working to protect you.
Next week, same time, same station. Treasury Agent. Elma Irie was impersonated. Leading roles were played by Santos Ortega and Everett Sloan. Music under the direction of Bernie Green. Jack McCarthy speaking. Treasury Agent is another Phillips H. Lord production.
Official Detective, dedicated to the men who guard your safety and protect your home, your police department.
Lieutenant Dan Britt, headquarters. Most witnesses to crimes are naturally excited, so their identifications of suspects are often open to question. A case in point is a crime that took place in a butcher's shop owned by a man named Otto Kraus. One afternoon, a customer came in to buy some meat but found the place empty. In a moment, she began to lose patience.
Mr. Krause? Where are you? Mr. Krause, this is Mrs. Leslie. I'd like to be waited on, please. I said I haven't got all day. I'd like to be... Now, what in the world is that? Oh, refrigerator. Oh, dear me. Just a moment. I'm coming. Mr. Krause.
Police? Call the police.
You're positively blue. You must be half frozen.
Worse than that. Telephone the police.
Police? Why?
Look on the floor of the icebox.
On the floor. Merciful heavens. Who is this man?
A customer. My shop was held up and he got shot.
Oh, dear. Is he badly hurt?
Worse than that. For 20 minutes, I've been locked up in the icebox. The dead man. Here, Mr. Krause. This coffee's nice and hot. You better drink it down. Yeah. Thank you, Sergeant. I feel better.
You're not shivering anymore.
No, Lieutenant.
Now, this dead man's wallet identifies him as Thomas Hall.
Yeah, Mr. Hall. He was a regular customer of mine.
What time was he shot?
Let me see. What time is it now?
5 p.m.
5 p.m. Mrs. Leslie, telephone you at 25 minutes. I was locked in the icebox for 20 minutes. It was about a quarter after 4, Lieutenant, when it happened.
I see. Did you make any attempt to put up a fight?
Me? No, sir. I got more sense than to argue with a hold-up man. But poor Mr. Hall, he tried to take the fella's gun away like a hero.
Now he's a dead hero.
Yeah.
What happened right after the shot?
The hold-up fella made me drag Mr. Hall into the icebox. Then, when I got inside, he slammed the door.
Can't you open the refrigerator from the inside?
Oh, sure, but he stuck a knife in the latch outside, so I couldn't turn it. It's a good thing Mrs. Leslie come in. I would have been dead myself, frozen stiff.
And how? Are you sure no money was taken from the register?
Yeah, I checked. He didn't get nothing.
Well, after the shooting, he was probably too scared to rob you. His main concern was to get away.
I hope you find him soon. He's a murderer.
You can help us, Mr. Krause. So please concentrate now. Give us a full description of the man.
All right. He was, how do I start?
How old was he?
I would say about 50 years old.
How tall?
Just as tall as me. I'm 5'9" and 3/4.
Uh-huh. What do you look like?
Well, he had on big, thick glasses with, how do you say it, the horn rims.
How was he dressed?
Oh, this I remember very good. He had on a short blue sailor's coat.
A pea jacket?
Yeah, and a sailor's blue knitted cap.
A watch cap?
Yeah, and I don't remember what kind of pants and shoes.
Sure sounds like an ex-Navy man, Lieutenant. Yeah. Mr. Krause, did this man look familiar? Had you ever seen him before?
Yeah, the way he was dressed. I seem to remember seeing a man dressed like that around this neighborhood, but I don't know who he is.
The wagon boys just pulled up outside. Oh, good. Yeah, thanks for your help, Mr. Krause.
I wish I could do more. I hope you find this killer.
Well, I'm afraid we're going to have to start the hard way. Ringing doorbells and asking questions.
Officers look terribly tired. Here, sit down on the hall bench for a few minutes.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Foster. We've been beating our feet around this neighborhood for more than 3 hours. Yes, and we've drawn nothing but a big blank.
A murder in Mr. Krause's butcher shop. I can hardly believe it.
Well, we're hoping you might be able to help us a little.
I'd like to, but I don't know how. I'm only a landlady here. I just rent rooms, that's all. 6 tenants. All seem to be honest men.
Are they all here now?
Well, I couldn't say. Mr. Ryan's in. I do know that. He lives here on the first floor. That's his door right over there.
I see. Now, Mrs. Foster, the shooting took place this afternoon at about 4:15.
Mm-hmm.
Did any of your roomers come in or go out about that time?
Well, now, let me think. Yes. Mr. Ryan came in.
What time?
Oh, about 4:30. I remember because I was just going out to get some milk. It was a very funny thing, too. Mr. Ryan was running.
Running into the house?
Yes. He almost knocked me down. He was in such a hurry. I asked him why he was running, but he didn't answer me. And I remember he had a frightened look on his face.
Well, how was he dressed?
Well, that's funny, too. He didn't have a hat or coat on. And you know it's chilly out today.
How much do you know about Ryan?
Well, not a thing, actually. But he's always very quiet and, well, kind of unpleasant.
Come on, Sergeant. We have no actual reason for suspecting Ryan, but while we're here, let's talk to him.
Okay.
Thanks for your help, Mrs. Foster.
Oh, don't mention it. I hope I haven't caused any trouble.
Who is it? We'd like to talk to you, Mr. Ryan.
What is it?
We're police officers.
What?
Close the door, Sergeant. What's your full name, please?
Earl Ryan. What's it all about?
We're investigating a shooting at Krause's butcher shop.
Yeah?
You came back here at 4:30. You were running. You weren't wearing a hat or coat. Would you tell us where you'd been?
Just out for a walk.
Why were you running?
Because I was cold. When I went out, I didn't realize how cold it was.
Do you wear glasses, Ryan? Thick ones with horn rims?
No, I never had a pair of glasses.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a truck driver. Right now, I'm out of work.
We'd like Mr. Krause to have a look at you at police headquarters. Would you be willing to come down with us?
Why not?
Will you get your hat and coat, please?
Well, sure, but... Hey, I'm not mixed up in this.
We hope not, Ryan.
I never even been inside that butcher shop.
Is this your only hat and coat?
Sure. This old brown coat and gray hat. It's all I own.
No pea jacket or watch cap in this closet, Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Ryan. Let's get out to the car. Otto Krause, the butcher, was brought to police headquarters to look at the suspect, Earl Ryan.
Take a good look at this man, Mr. Krause.
Yeah, Sergeant, I'm doing that. No, this is not the hold-up man.
You see? I told you. I'm getting out of here.
Hold it, Ryan, hold it.
You're absolutely sure, Mr. Krause?
Oh, positively. Like I told you, the killer was just as tall as me, but this fella, just look at him yourself. He's 2 inches shorter anyway.
Yeah, and I never had any trouble with cops. I'm an honest man. I'm no criminal. I haven't got a record. Look me up in your file.
I did, Ryan. You're right. No police record.
Okay, then. What are you holding me for?
We're not. Sorry we troubled you, Ryan. Sergeant Allen will see that you're driven back home.
Well, that's something.
Arrange for Mr. Krause to be driven home, too, Allen.
Okay.
And meet me down in the file room. I want to dig out known stick-up men and see if any live in Krause's neighborhood.
Just a moment, please. I'm coming. Oh, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. You're Sailor Smith, right?
Yes, please come in.
Go ahead, Allen.
Thanks. Now, what can I do for you?
We're police officers.
Yes, I knew you were. From long experience. When I was active in the safe-breaking business, I received many visits from the police.
You're not active in the safe-breaking business anymore?
No, sir, I'm afraid not. I have very serious eye trouble now. I've had to retire. You noticed I'm forced to wear these rather strong eyeglasses.
Yes. We're working on yesterday's killing at Krause's butcher shop.
I didn't think you came just for a social call. Well, I know exactly what happened. You looked into the files, found my long police record, and decided to pay me a call. Is that correct?
That's it, Smith.
And you said, Sailor Smith. He lives in Krause's neighborhood. He's a suspect. Let's go talk to him.
You've got it straight, Sailor, so let's talk. Now that you can't crack safes anymore, are you sticking up butcher shops?
No, sir. You flatter me very much.
In what way?
By suspecting me. Are you gentlemen going to accuse me of that shooting?
No, not yet.
Well, believe it or not, my friend, this is the sad part. The police haven't been attentive to me for quite a long time. It's good to know that I'm remembered.
Well, Sailor, now that we've made you so happy, perhaps you won't mind coming down to headquarters.
Oh, I'd be delighted. You want Mr. Krause to have a look at me, I suppose?
That's it. Want to get your hat and coat?
Yes, indeed. They're right here on this chair.
Look what he's getting, Lieutenant. A pea jacket and a watch cap.
I see. All right, Sailor, let's get moving.
Oh, Lieutenant Britt and Sergeant Allen. While you men were out of the office, I've been reading the police magazine here on your desk. Very interesting. Have you brought back some news for me?
We sure have, Sailor.
I'll be most anxious to hear what it is. What's the verdict?
What do you mean?
Well, sir, unless things have changed a great deal here at police headquarters, you were observing me through that one-way glass.
You guessed it.
And was Mr. Krause observing me, too?
He was.
Well, what did he say?
He made positive identification. He says you're the man who held him up and shot his customer.
Oh, dear. Mr. Krause is so wrong.
There's no doubt in his mind, Sailor. Same height, same pea jacket and watch cap, same glasses. He says you're the guy.
Well, this is like old times, but I'm sure it will be all straightened out when you catch the actual culprit.
You still deny the crime?
Of course, Lieutenant, but naturally you'll have to do your duty and hold me on suspicion.
That's right. Alan, take him downstairs and book him in.
Oh, dear.
5 p.m., Lieutenant. I think I'll go down and get some coffee. Can I bring some up to you?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Good and black.
Okay. Oh, has Sailor Smith cracked during the afternoon?
No, still denies everything. Hold it a second. Lieutenant Britt.
This is Otto Kraus, the butcher.
Yeah?
Listen, why did you let that Sailor Smith out of jail?
I didn't. He's in a cell right now.
He can't be.
Well, he is. I just talked to him.
Look, he just left my shop here. He held me up again and cleaned out my cash register. Yanni, he put me in the icebox again.
How long ago did this happen, Krause?
5 minutes ago. This time I was lucky. I didn't have time to freeze. A customer came in and let me out. Excuse me, Lieutenant, but you were crazy to let out that Sailor Smith go.
I did not let him go. This must have been another man. How was he dressed?
Just like Smith in the sailor stuff, and he had on the same thick glasses.
How tall was he?
Well, oh my goodness. Wait a minute.
Well?
I must be crazy. He was 2 inches shorter than he was yesterday. Say, I guess maybe it wasn't Sailor Smith.
Well, it certainly wasn't. Thanks for calling. I'll send a man down to check for fingerprints. Goodbye. Alan.
I heard it on my phone. Something real screwy here.
Not so very. I think somebody's masquerading as Sailor Smith. Somebody who doesn't know the sailor's been arrested. Get Smith up here from the cell room. I want to ask him a few questions.
Oh, Mr. Ryan.
What are you doing in my room, Mrs. Foster?
Giving you some clean linen.
At 5 in the afternoon? How come?
Oh, the laundry came late this week.
I don't like you snooping around in my room.
Snooping? Mr. Ryan, I'm only giving you the service you pay for. And look at you. You've been out again without your hat and coat. You want to catch your death?
Look, Mrs. Foster.
You've been running again. A man of your age running like a boy. You will kill yourself.
Look, get out of here and leave me alone, will you?
I will. Just let me straighten up a little. Socks on the floor, shoes on the chair.
Hey, put them shoes down.
Well, don't get excited. I'm just going to put them in the closet.
Put them down, I said.
Mr. Ryan.
Nobody touches those shoes but me, understand? If anybody puts them in the closet, it's me.
Well, they must be real special shoes. You have them made?
What do you mean, special?
Why, they're so heavy, and the soles and heels are so thick.
So they're thick. So forget about them shoes and beat it.
Mr. Ryan, I'm not used to having my tenants talk to me this way.
Ah, that's tough. Now, look, are you going to get out of here or not?
Please, my arm.
Go on. Blow, you.
I'm going to ask you to vacate this room.
Yeah, get out of here.
This is fast work, Lieutenant. I guess you boys found the real killer, or else you wouldn't have brought me up from my cell.
I want to talk to you, sailor.
Always a pleasure, believe me, questioned by the police. It's really like old times.
Now, listen. Do you know a man named Earl Ryan?
Earl Ryan. Now, let me think. Oh, yes, sure. Where is that old son of a gun?
When did you see Ryan last?
Oh, not for 3 or 4 months, I guess. I know. Last time was Halloween.
How much do you know about him?
Not much. We just met in a bar last fall. We got real chummy over some beers, you know, a little stiff, too. I've only seen him a couple of times. Don't even know where he lives.
What's this about seeing him on Halloween?
Oh, there was a little party some of the boys in the bar cooked up, and Ryan and I got a little high and decided to go in costume.
What kind of a costume?
Well, not exactly a costume, but we dressed like twins. See, I loaned him an extra pea jacket and a watch cap, like the ones I always wear. We fooled everybody at the party. They all thought sure Ryan and I were twin brothers.
Did you lend him an extra pair of your glasses?
No, sir, I don't have an extra pair, but Ryan got hold of a pair somewhere. Look just like these I got on. I wish I did know where Ryan lives. The son of a gun never came back to the bar again to return my jacket and cap.
Alan, dial Mrs. Foster at the rooming house.
Sure.
Now, sailor, at this Halloween party, was Ryan the same height as you?
Yes, he was. Funny, too. Always before that, he was a couple of inches shorter. He must have had a pair of those elevator shoes.
Okay, sailor. You're sprung. Sorry we troubled you.
Oh, that's okay, Lieutenant. I rather enjoyed it.
Mrs. Foster? Well, hold on, please. Lieutenant Brett wants to talk to you.
Here you are.
Thanks. Miss Foster.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Are you talking on the phone in your apartment?
No, sir. The number I gave you was the phone in the hall.
I see. Well, can you tell me if Earl Ryan's in his room now?
He certainly is. And if you ask me, he's out of his mind.
What do you mean?
Well, I've got to talk low because this phone's right next to his door. A little while ago, he grabbed me by the arm and frightened me half to death.
Why did he do that?
Because I touched a pair of his shoes while I was fixing his room.
What kind of shoes?
A funny kind, Lieutenant. The soles and heels were over 2 inches thick. Oh, dear. Here comes Mr. Ryan.
Mrs.
Mr.
Foster.
Ryan, don't. Don't!
Mrs. Foster. Come on, Alan. Hurry. At the boarding house, we couldn't find Mrs. Foster, so we forced Earl Ryan's door. Ryan!
Lieutenant, hey, look.
Good Lord.
Oh, help me, please.
Let's lift her up to the bed, Alan.
Sure.
Oh, dear. Oh.
Well, be careful. Easy, Alan.
You'll be okay now, Mrs. Foster. There.
Phone for an ambulance.
Right away.
Can you tell me what happened, Mrs. Foster?
It was Mr. Ryan. He heard what I said to you over the phone about his shoes.
What did he do to you?
Oh, he dragged me in here and beat me. Beat me and cursed me because I talked to the police.
Then what?
Then he packed a suitcase, cursing me the whole time. Then, just before he went out, he kicked me.
I remember that.
I told you he must be out of his mind.
You're lucky he didn't kill you. He's a murderer.
A murderer? Oh, dear.
Lie still. The doctor's coming. Have you any idea where Ryan might have gone?
No, but I saw him looking at something.
What was that?
Oh, that little folder there on the dresser.
This one?
Yes, that's it.
Evans will be here in a few minutes, Lieutenant. What have you got there?
It's a bus schedule for St. Louis. He's got a departure marked here, the 622.
Bus station's about 4 blocks away. We've just got time to make it.
I'll make it. You stay here and look after Mrs. Foster. All right, Ryan.
What?
Put your arms out.
Nah, I gotta make this bus.
You're not leaving.
Hey, what are you doing?
Stand still.
What are you searching me for?
This the gun you used at Krause's?
Look, I never used a gun before. That guy rushed me. I was scared.
Yes, but he's dead.
I didn't mean to shoot him. All I wanted was the money.
You went back in disguise and got that this afternoon. What's his key?
Why, it's for that locker over there.
We'll see what's in it. Come on. And don't get any brave ideas. You got your built-up shoes in this suitcase?
Yeah.
Now stand still while I open this locker. Pea jacket, watch cap, spectacles. Sailor Smith's twin brother, huh?
What do you know about him?
Plenty. Your impersonation almost worked.
I thought sure I'd hang it on that guy.
You came close. How'd you get the idea in the first place?
One night, Sailor got crocked and said he was an old safecracker with a police record. After a Halloween party, I decided I'd dress like him again and pull a stick-up.
And he had a record, so you knew he'd be suspected.
Yeah, but after I shot that guy, I was scared. I ran here to the bus station, hid this stuff in the locker, then I ran back to my room.
So Mrs. Foster told me.
Yeah, I ought to kill that old dame. I ought to let her lay in the stiff.
You'd better hope that lady doesn't die.
How could this happen to me? I never had a prison record.
You're going to get one now, Ryan. A real beauty. Come on, walk.
In our cast, Sergeant Allen was played by Lawson Zerby, Ryan by Don Douglas, Krause by Louis Nye, and Mrs. Leslie by Betty Kane. Official Detective is produced and directed by Win Wright, written by Albert G. Miller. All names of persons and places used in this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to names of actual persons living or dead is coincidental. Jack Irish speaking. This program came from New York.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast radio program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Delivery guaranteed.
The hot afternoon sun wilted his stiff collar, and the sidewalk sizzled under his feet. Dark stains of perspiration blotted his gray Palm Beach suit. But Philip Linden didn't notice the heat. Tomorrow he would be 500 miles away from the city, sitting high in the cool Sierras beside a mountain stream, alone with Kathy, away from everything and everyone. They'd be able to make a fresh start. There wouldn't be that continual bickering, those hours of torture when Kathy threatened to leave him. She couldn't leave him. He wouldn't let her. The next 2 weeks would bring her back to him. Humming softly to himself, Philip turned down a flower-bordered path to the white stucco bungalow and fitted his key into the lock.
Kathy? Kathy? Where are you, Kathy?
In the bedroom.
You packing?
Yes?
Oh, I'll come in and help you. My things won't take long. Gosh, you don't need all this stuff. We're only going to be gone 2 weeks.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, of course you do, darling.
Please, Philip, stop fawning.
Sorry.
Are you going to take this old trunk?
Yes?
But why? It's big enough to hold everything you own.
Mine, isn't it?
Well, sure, but that's not what I meant.
Please, get out of my way, Philip. I want to pack this evening gown.
Well, there's no hurry. The train doesn't leave until tonight, dear. There's plenty of time.
Hand me that jacket.
Yes, dear.
No, not that one. The one with the sequins.
I'm sorry. Here it is. Do you think you'll need these formal clothes? We're only going to a mountain cabin.
Oh, please, don't be stupid, Philip. I'm not going on your silly little vacation.
What do you mean?
I mean I'm leaving you. For good.
Well, you can't. You promised you'd give me these 2 weeks.
Don't you see it wouldn't make any difference?
But I love you, Kathy. I need you.
I've had 4 years of your kind of love, and that's enough. We never should have married in the first place.
We were happy once. We will be again.
Oh, stop kidding yourself, Philip.
No, you don't mean it. Kathy always said
A woman
that...
will say a lot of things when she's 25 and starting to wonder if she's ever going to get a husband.
But you did love me. I know you
Oh,
did.
that's ridiculous. I'll be a good boy and call the express company to pick up my trunk. I'm leaving for Reno tonight.
Reno?
Oh, please don't be difficult, Philip. You'll see that it's all for the best.
No, Kathy, no. I won't give you a divorce. I won't.
I'm leaving you whether we get a divorce or not. Now get that through your head. I'm leaving you tonight, and I'm not coming back. There's nothing you can do about it.
Please don't say things like that.
Give me my makeup box, Philip.
You can have everything, but don't leave me,
The
Kathy.
makeup box, Philip.
Well, if you'll come to the cabin for 2 weeks, things will work out. You'll see. You're just upset. I don't blame you, dear. It's been so terribly hot today.
I'm ready
that
for this suitcase. Will you lock it?
You've got to listen to reason, Kathy, darling.
Don't touch me, Philip.
What? What do you mean?
Oh, can't you understand? I don't want you near me. I don't ever want to see you again. I never want to hear your sniveling voice again as long as I live.
I won't let you leave me.
Now get away from that door. I want to phone the express company.
I won't let you out of this room.
Get out of my way, Philip. Now get out of my way.
No, I won't let you get out of this. Kathy.
I'm sorry I had to slap you. Maybe now you'll stop acting like a baby.
I'd rather see you dead.
Philip, let go of me. Philip! Philip, don't you... You're hurting me.
You shouldn't say things like that to me, Kathy.
Please.
You shouldn't
No, Philip,
say
no. I won't leave you.
You shouldn't say it.
I'll stay.
You shouldn't.
No.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't say those things to me, Kathy. You shouldn't say it. You shouldn't say those things. Kathy, are you all right? I didn't hurt you, did I? Now say something. Kathy, we've got to finish packing for our vacation. You're going with me. You just said you would. I knew you didn't really plan to leave me. Kathy? Kathy? She's dead. Kathy's dead. They've killed her.
With the prologue of Delivery Guaranteed, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. If you've done any touring throughout the West this summer, from Canada to Mexico, you've passed Signal billboards that say, "You now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline." But unfortunately, there isn't room on those billboards to tell the rest of the story, to tell you about the performance features in new Signal gasoline that make this improved mileage possible. Here's what I mean. Science actually rearranged the atoms in gasoline molecules to give Signal gasoline quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. And it's because of this, because it helps your motor perform more efficiently, that you now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. Now, that's an important point to remember. It's the same qualities in gasoline that get extra driving pleasure from your motor that also get extra mileage. That's why Signal says, look to your speedometer for the best proof of gasoline quality. It takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Philip, Kathy won't divorce you now. She can't. But she'll never come back to you. And sitting there crying won't bring her back. You didn't mean to kill her, but that won't make any difference to the police. They'll call it murder just the same. So you sit there, your head in your hands, wondering what to do. Wishing you could run away and lose yourself in the quiet green Sierras. Then it comes to you. If you had Kathy's body up in the mountains, you could drop it off a cliff. Tell them she disappeared while she was out hiking. You're standing up now, tense, the blood pounding in your temples. You're thinking now, looking at the trunk still open in the corner of the room.
The trunk. It ought to be easy. No, call the express company first. I'll have to leave tonight. Let's see. Electricians, engineers, express. Yeah, here's the number. W-I-2-1-1-1.
Good afternoon, Express Company. Hello? Hello, this is the Express Company. May I help you?
Yes, I want to send a trunk up to a cabin in the Sierras near Silver Pine. Can you get it there all right?
Oh, yes. We guarantee safe delivery anywhere. Your name and address, please.
Philip Linden, Linden, at 671 Court Terrace.
Court Terrace. We'll send a man over right away, Mr. Linden.
Well, the trunk isn't quite packed yet.
It'll be about 20 minutes before a man can get there. Will that give you enough time?
Yes. Yes, I'm sure it will.
Yes, Philip. That will give you plenty of time. You hang up the receiver, take off your coat, and go back into the bedroom. 10 minutes later, it's done. You throw some of Kathy's clothes on top, let the cover down, snap the lock shut, and write out the shipping tag clearly so there can't be any mistake.
Mr. Linden?
Yes?
We're from the express company. You got a trunk you want shipped?
That's right, in here.
Sure is a scorcher, ain't it?
What?
It's really hot. Hottest day we've had this year, I guess.
Oh, yes, I suppose it is.
This the one?
Yes, be careful with it.
Oh, sure. You know our motto, safe delivery guaranteed. You want us to go collect? Otherwise, we gotta weigh it and come back.
No, send it collect.
Okay. Where's she go?
She?
The trunk. Where do you want to send?
Oh. The address is on the shipping tag.
Okay. Now, come on, Steve. Get your end.
Boy, these old trunks are sure heavy.
Yeah. Will you open the door, Mr. Linden?
Yes, of course.
Boy, feel that heat hit you in the face?
Careful, Steve. Don't drop it. Might be something valuable inside.
Well, they're driving away now, Philip, taking Kathy with them. There's nothing more to worry about. You'll catch the 9 o'clock train to the Sierras just as you planned and arrive in time to receive the trunk and pay the collect charges tomorrow. Remember their motto, delivery guaranteed. The door. Someone's at the front door.
What?
Did something go wrong, Philip? Did you slip up somewhere? Did somebody see you through the window? Who sent for the police?
What? What is it, officer?
Well, Phil, don't you recognize me?
What? Oh, Charlie Cooper. What is this, Charlie, a joke?
Didn't Kathy tell you? I'm on the force. I was sworn in the day before yesterday.
Are you serious?
Sure. Let me show you. Here it is. My identification card. Photograph and everything. Of course, I haven't arrested anybody yet, but you'd better watch your step.
What? Oh, yes.
How do you like my uniform?
Oh, it's fine. Fine, Charlie.
Well, you don't seem very glad to see me. Aren't you going to invite me in? You're not afraid of a cop, are you?
No, of course not. Come on inside.
Well, that's more like it. You know, someday you may be glad to have a policeman for your next-door neighbor.
Why do you say that?
Well, I might come in handy. Fix up a parking ticket or something like that. Where's Kathy?
Kathy? Oh, she's out.
Oh, I thought you two were going off on your vacation tonight. That's why I stopped in to tell you goodbye.
Well, yes. We are leaving. Kathy's gone downtown to do some last-minute shopping. She's meeting me at the depot.
Oh, I'm sorry to have missed her. What time's your train leave?
9 o'clock.
Oh, fine. I'm on duty then. I'll drop over and see you all.
No, don't do that.
Why? Don't you want me?
Well, yes, of course, Charlie. Only, I don't want you to get into any trouble. And, well, if you're on duty, would your superiors approve? I mean, you're new on the job and all that?
Well, I guess you're right. The depot's not really on my beat anyway. Say goodbye to Kathy for me, huh?
Yes, I'll do that, Charlie. I'll tell her goodbye for you. And I'm glad you stopped in, Charlie. And it's nice that you got such a good job.
Oh, I'm just an ordinary cop, but I hope to work up. You know, I'm not so dumb. One of these days I'll stumble onto something big, and then they'll make me a detective. You'll see.
Yes. Well, I'm sure they will, Charlie. I'm sure you'll make a fine detective.
Well, aren't you going to answer the door?
What? Oh, yes, the door. Well, it's probably a salesman. He'll go away.
I'll get it on my way out. I got to run along anyway.
All right.
Mr. Linden in, officer? I'm from the express company.
Yeah, sure. Phil, it's for you.
Okay.
Well, so long, fella. Hope you and Kathy have a swell trip.
Goodbye, Charlie. Did you want to see me?
Yeah, Mr. Linden. That trunk of yours...
What about it?
It's not packed right. We hit a bump on Oak Street, and I think it's coming apart.
What do you mean?
Just like I say, it's coming apart. It ought to be repacked. The weight's distributed all wrong. Then it ought to be roped. I can't be sure to get there this way. Too much risk.
All right. Bring it inside. I'll take care of it later.
You don't want to go all that trouble yourself. We got expert packers. Only cost you $2 more, and they do a dandy job. Take everything out and put it back in just the way it should be. It's really worth the extra money, believe me.
I want to do it myself. I couldn't. I prefer to do my own packing.
Why, you can trust us. We're all bonded. It's safe to let us pack anything.
I understand, but I want to do this myself. Bring the trunk inside.
Okay, but if it was me on a hot day
Bring
like
the trunk inside.
Okay, you're the boss. Joe, he wants the trunk. Here, I'll help you.
All right. Oh, please be careful. I wouldn't want any.
Here it is, Mr. Linden. Where do you want it?
Any place.
This is your trunk, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
Well, you better put on a new shipping tag. I don't see the old one. I guess it came off.
All right, I will.
And you really ought to be more careful, Mr. Linden. Here, look here at the end. See there where that corner's cracked? I can get my finger right through the hole. Here, want me to show you?
No.
Huh?
Never mind.
Oh, well, you see what I mean? You can almost look inside.
Don't bother, gentlemen. I'll take care of it and call you as soon as it's ready.
Yes, Philip. You'll repack the trunk yourself. Wait until the expressmen leave. They're driving away now. And you're all alone, just you and Kathy. You bend over the trunk, hesitate for a moment, and then stand up sharply.
The key. I don't have the key.
But you can't open the trunk without a key, Philip. You can't repack it. You can't send it to Silver Pine. You've got to find the key. Kathy must have had it, yes. Look in her pocketbook. No, not on the bed. Try the dresser. Which purse did she have? Green or brown? Blue alligator? Wait a minute. She was wearing a coat. She always carried her keys in the pocket. Where did you put her coat? Philip, where did you put Kathy's coat? You packed it, didn't you? You packed the key inside the trunk. What are you going to do now? Break it open? No, you can't do that. You need the trunk, Philip. You've got to have it. But you could force the lock. Yes. There's a screwdriver in the kitchen. Hurry, Philip. You haven't much time. The express company will close soon. That's it. Slip the screwdriver under the catch. Someone's at the door. You better hide the screwdriver.
Hey, Phil, you still here?
Yes, Charlie? What do you want?
My identification card. Left it on the table. Why, I'd feel awful silly if I went to work without it the first day.
Yes, I guess you would.
Say, I thought you and Kathy were only going away for 2 weeks.
We weren't. We are. Why?
Well, isn't that an awful big trunk for such a short vacation?
Well, yes, I guess it is. But Kathy insisted on taking it. She always takes twice as much stuff as she needs. Didn't even pack it right either. The express company brought it back.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. Well, she'll have to repack it. I'll just leave it here until she comes home. Maybe that'll teach her a lesson.
Oh, wait a minute, Phil. You can't do that.
Why not?
Well, you said she wasn't coming home. She was going to meet you at the depot, remember?
Did I?
Yeah.
I guess I forgot. I don't know what's the matter with me. Maybe it's the heat.
You sure are nervous, anyway. You really need this vacation.
Yeah, you're right. Well, Charlie, it was nice of you to drop in. If you'll excuse me, I'll get my bags out. I'm going downtown right away.
Well, what about the trunk?
Oh, I don't think Kathy will need it. She always takes a lot of extra stuff. She won't even miss it. I'll just leave the trunk here. Serve her right.
Oh, you can't do that. She'd never forgive you. You know how women are. She's probably got a lot of important things in there.
Well, Charlie, I really haven't got time to bother with it. I'm not very good at packing.
Come on, I'll help you. I'm an expert packer from way back. Helen says that's why she's married me.
No, Charlie, I don't want to take your time. Don't you have to go on duty?
No, not for a couple of hours. This will only take 10 minutes. Where's your key?
I don't know. I think Kathy's got it. Yeah, that's right. She took all the luggage keys with her.
Oh. Well, I guess we'll have to let it go then.
Yeah. Thanks anyway, Charlie.
What's that?
A screwdriver.
What are you carrying that around for?
Well, I was going to pry the trunk open, but I was afraid I'd ruin the lock.
Well, let me take a crack at it.
Oh, let it go. How about a drink, Charlie? It's so warm. There's cold beer in the icebox.
Oh, sorry, Phil. I'm on duty tonight. No alcohol. It's against the rules. Now, let's see how this lock works.
Well, some grape juice. That sounds good, doesn't it? There's some in the kitchen. Come on out.
Now, you go ahead. I want to work on this lock a minute.
Well, please don't bother. I'll get the grape juice.
Boy, this is an old piece of luggage. Hey, how long have you had it?
I don't know. Quite a while. It was Kathy's before we were married. Don't worry about it, Charlie. Here, I got something to wet our whistle.
Wish I had a bigger screwdriver.
Here you are, Charlie. Not exactly champagne, but it's cold. Here, take one, Charlie.
Well, I'll be darned. Phil, we're sure a couple of saps. What? The trunk isn't even locked. See? All you have to do is push this little button and drop the hasp like this, flip these catches, and lift the lid right up.
No!
Holy mackerel, what's the matter with you, Phil?
The tray slipped. My hands were wet, see?
You ought to be more careful. You spilled grape juice all over these clothes. We got to hurry and get them out. Everything will be stained.
Don't bother, Charlie. I'll do it later, Charlie.
Don't be a sap, Phil. These clothes will be ruined. Here, give me a hand.
Charlie, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
I know. Anybody can drop a tray. Here, get this dress.
But you don't understand. It wasn't my fault.
I know.
No, but I'm trying to tell you.
Take these rugs, will you?
Rugs?
Let's see. What's all this? Sweaters? Socks? Here's a coat. You never saw so much junk. Look at all these things. Just old clothes.
Clothes?
Yeah. Well, don't just stand there. Help me get this stuff out. It's your job, you know.
Is that all there is? Clothes?
Yeah. I just struck bottom. Everything's unpacked.
Nothing but old clothes?
Well, what did you expect to find?
Yes, Philip. It wasn't exactly what you expected, was it? Kathy's gone. You put her in the trunk. You know you did, and now she's gone. Where could she be? It doesn't matter. You're safe for a while. At least Charlie doesn't know what you've done. Of course, it could all be a mistake. They may have brought the wrong trunk back. Then you wouldn't have anything to worry about. Unless they delivered your trunk to another address.
Charlie, this isn't my trunk.
Well, you said it was.
I know I was wrong. It looks the same. But those aren't Kathy's things. I can tell. That isn't what was packed in the trunk at all.
Well, why didn't you say so before? I got this stuff spread all over the floor.
I'm sorry. I wasn't sure. I'd better go right down to the express company and see them.
Nonsense. It's their mistake. Just call them on the phone and tell them to come and get this one.
Yes, that's a good idea. I hadn't thought of that. I'll call them on the phone.
Go ahead. I'll put these clothes back in.
Thanks, Charlie?
What now?
Maybe they've still got my trunk and they've mixed it up with this one. Maybe they'll deliver it to the wrong place. I ought to try and catch them.
Don't be silly. Use the phone. They'll come back to the office sooner or later. Why are you so worried about an old trunk? It can't be so valuable.
All right, I'll telephone. The number's right here. 2, 1.
Good afternoon, Express Company.
This is Philip Linden. You've got to help me.
Yes, Mr. Linden. Linden?
My trunk, I was shipping it to Silver Pine, you remember?
Yes. Haven't the men come yet?
Well, they've been here all right, but they brought the trunk back. They said it had to be repacked.
I see. Do you want us to pick it up now?
No. I mean, yes. I mean, it isn't my trunk. They sent back the wrong one.
Well, that's odd. They don't usually make mistakes. What kind of a trunk was it, Mr. Linden?
It was an old-fashioned wardroom style. It was black with brass fittings.
Just a moment. The truck's driving in now. I'll ask the boy.
All right, thanks.
Have they got your trunk down there, Phil?
I don't know. They're looking for it now. They've got to find it, Charlie. They've got to find it.
Don't get so excited, Phil. It's not a matter of life and death.
Hello, Mr. Linden?
Yes, hello.
Yes, we do have another trunk here that answers that description exactly. They picked up 2 of them out your way.
Well, that must be mine, then. They got them confused, that's all.
I'm sure it is. But
Sure.
the shipping tag on this one's been lost. We'll have to check the contents to be absolutely certain.
Don't do that. Besides, it's locked. You can't look in it.
We have master keys here from all the trunk companies. It'll take just a minute.
No trouble. Please don't trouble.
Oh, it's no trouble at all. Steve, open up that trunk, will you? The man's waiting on the phone. He'll have it open in a moment, sir. Now, for identification purposes, would you please describe some of the contents?
Did they find your trunk, Phil?
Yes, they did. Charlie, there's something I better tell you. They'll know anyway, as soon as they open the trunk. Kathy's dead, Charlie. I killed her.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Hear that? Just a sound effect. But in your imagination, didn't you picture a cat meowing? All right, now try this one on your imagination. See if you can picture in your mind the trademark of my sponsor, your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. I'll give you 2 seconds. You were right if you visualized a big circle sign with yellow letters on a black background spelling out the word Signal gasoline. And in the center, a traffic signal. Which is why we say let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Incidentally, wherever you see that signal sign, there you will also find that great new Signal Premium Motor Oil that keeps motors 6 times cleaner, reduces cylinder wear 1/3. And by no means least, conscientious Signal service by experienced dealers who are more eager to please you because they're in business for themselves. Added up, that's just today's best recipe for longer car life. So let Signal's yellow and black circle sign be your signal for the surer protection your car needs today to help it run better and last longer. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Philip, it's all over now. Charlie made his first arrest, and it was a big one, wasn't it? You knew there was no point in trying any longer. The minute they opened the trunk at the express office, there would be the first terrible moment of discovery, the hue and cry, the police alarms, and you couldn't face it. It was much easier to hang up the telephone and tell it all to Charlie calmly and quietly. So Charlie made his first arrest, and he'll probably get a promotion. Of course, he had nothing to do with it, really. It was the express company and that nice girl clerk you talked to on the telephone.
Hello? Hello? Oh, gosh, Stevie's hung up. Well, what'll I do now?
How should I know?
Well, I don't know either. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Well, think of something.
Don't get so excited, Betty.
Said he didn't want us to open the trunk. You know how people are about their private property. And then he got mad and hung up. Well, he'll probably complain to the boss.
Well, we didn't open it, did we? I found the shipping tag on the bottom. We didn't have to open it.
Yes, but what'll we do?
Send that trunk on up to Silver Pine.
But he got so excited. There must be something valuable in it.
So it's valuable. It's addressed to Silver Pine. That's where he wants it to go. We've got to send it. You know our motto. Delivery guaranteed.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's program were Elliott Lewis and Lorene Tuttle. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Robert Libet and Frank C. Burt, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal oil stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. How mild can a cigarette be?
One puff won't tell you.
One sniff won't tell you.
It takes day in, day out smoking to find out how mild a cigarette is, how well it agrees with your throat. Make the sensible cigarette test, the thorough test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and see just how mild a cigarette can be.
Here, transcribed, is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was cold out, and it had been raining. When it got a little warmer, it would probably snow. The whole city was covered with a heavy sheet of ice, and the steam heat in my office gurgled and clouded up the windows. I was feeling pretty good. I was warm. I'd had one client in the past week, and my bank account was on its way to recovery, and a good breakfast in the drugstore downstairs had made me comfortable and drowsy. I put my feet up on the desk, leaned back in my chair, and closed my eyes.
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond?
I must have been napping and didn't know it. I hadn't heard the door open, but there he stood, framed in the door, resting his weight on the jamb, and looking across the room at me with tired eyes.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes, what can I do for you?
My name is Abel Gunther. I want to hire you.
All right, Mr. Gunther. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
I don't think I can pay it. I can pay you some, but I don't think I can pay you that much.
Well, that's my fee for you or a Rockefeller. I got expenses.
I see. Well, I'll keep looking. I need help. Perhaps you could recommend someone?
You'll pardon me for saying so, but you don't look too well, Mr. Gunther.
I'm pretty sick, Mr. Diamond.
Maybe you'd better sit down and tell me what your problem is.
I can't afford the money.
That's all right. Tell me about it anyway.
I think I had better sit down.
Yes, you better. What's wrong? You got the flu or something?
No. I'm afraid it's a little more serious. Would you really like to hear my story?
I think I really would.
I'm a farmer, Mr. Diamond. My home is Haiti, near Saint-Nazaire.
Haiti?
Yes, the West Indies. I was born there, raised there. My parents died when I was 13. I have a wife. She's there now, and she's the main reason I have come here seeking help. My wife is dying, Mr. Diamond. I must get help quickly before it is too late. I have a farm.
He kept talking, telling me about his life on Haiti. He told me about his farm, a fairly good-sized farm by his description. He told me how in the past 2 years things began to go wrong on his farm, And soon all the farms
First
in the
it was
area
fires.
were also having
the
trouble.
cane fields would burn every year. Then it was the cattle. One by one, they became sick. Then my wife, and now me.
And you don't know what's wrong with either of you, huh?
Yes and no. My Christian religion fights it, but my life on Haiti has taught me deep respect for it.
Respect for what?
Voodoo, Mr. Diamond. Oh, I know just what you're thinking. But a doctor in Haiti has examined my wife and can find nothing wrong.
Well, I don't particularly believe in anything like that, Mr. Gunther. But if you do, why have you come to me?
I said I have a healthy respect for it. I don't entirely believe it, but some of the things I've seen make it difficult to disbelieve. I came to you because I suspect a possibility of something more. Immediately after my wife was taken ill, I received an offer from my farm, a very low offer from a Saint-Léger banker. I investigated, found it had been made in the interests of one Arthur Cotswold.
Arthur Cotswold?
Haiti's biggest planter.
Oh. How about the other farmers?
They received offers like mine. Being the oldest farmer, the rest looked to me for guidance. I told them to wait. Then I came here to hire someone to look into the matter.
Would you like some water?
No. No, thank you. I'm all right.
Anyone else become ill besides you and your wife?
Yes. Several others. I have $368 in my ticket home. The money is yours if you will go to Haiti and investigate.
Have you been to a doctor here in New York?
No. Mr. Diamond, here's directions how to get to my farm. My servant, little Shiva, is there. No one knows I came.
Mr. Gunther. Mr. Gunther!
Levinson Homicide.
Hello, Walt.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah. Better get up to my office. I've got a dead man for you.
Are you kidding?
That's what Gunther told me.
Voodoo?
Voodoo smoodoo. That's what the man said.
Steady, boy.
Oh, stop it, Walt. You know I don't believe it.
But you're going down to Haiti.
Well, somebody's got to tell the wife.
The local authorities can do that. Hey.
No, what's the matter?
The local authorities in Haiti. Why didn't Gunther go to them if he thought there was something phony about the setup?
You want an opinion?
If you can strain one out.
Well, Gunther probably didn't go to the Haiti authorities because he knew they'd think just what you're thinking.
Okay, so I'm crazy.
Well, Gunther died in my office. He came a long way for help, and the poor guy wanted to give me his last $368. So I'm going to Haiti. I'll send you a zombie. Walt promised to send a wire in care of the authorities in Saint-Léger as soon as he got an autopsy report on Mr. Gunther, and I headed to the airline's ticket office. By 8 o'clock that evening, I was in an airline's flagship at 12,000 feet heading for the West Indies and Haiti. The trip wasn't bad. We landed in Miami, where I grabbed a cup of coffee and then climbed aboard a clipper for Port-au-Prince. At Port-au-Prince, I took a bus to Saint-Léger, and from there a beaten-up taxi to the Gunther farm, about 10 miles into the country. As we neared the farm, I could see a crowd of people standing around in front of the house. And as I climbed out of the cab and approached them, they turned, and their hushed conversations were suddenly stilled. I didn't know what it was. No one said a word. But something was wrong. I could feel it. I walked through the crowd to the house and stopped cold as the door opened.
Who are you?
I'd never seen anything like him. He was a native, and he ducked his head as he stepped out of the door to face me. He was a good 7 feet tall, or maybe more, and must have weighed close to 300. He stood on his bare feet, his long, muscled arms hanging loosely at his sides, and looked at me with dark, shining eyes.
Me, little Chiva. Who are you?
Oh, me, very little Richard Diamond. Mr. Gunther hired me to come here.
You from New York?
Oh, yes. Mr. Gunther couldn't come back.
He died?
That's right. How did you know?
You come in?
Sure. What are all those people doing out there?
Their friend's madam. She died, too.
Little Chiva led the way into the bedroom where Mrs. Gunther lay on the bed, covered with a fresh white sheet, her eyes closed in death, her face drawn and tired. Little Chiva told me she had died the day before, about 3 in the afternoon, and a cold chill ran up my back. I remembered her husband lying on the floor of my office about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the day before.
What do you do here?
Mr. Gunther wanted me to find out why the cattle are getting sick, why the fields are burning, why he and his wife became ill.
Bad voodoo.
Well, he thought it might have something to do with a man named Cotswold.
He big man.
What are those drums?
For Madam and Mister. They voodoo. Good voodoo. Give blessing for spirit. For Madam and Mister.
Oh. You see, Little Chiva, the Mr. Gunther wanted me to help him. He paid me money to help him and died asking for help. I'm going to try and do what I can.
The Madam and Mister good people. Teach Little Chiva. They take Little Chiva when he's small boy and make good life. You good man. Little Chiva help you.
Right then, I inherited Little Chiva. And if there was going to be any trouble, the giant servant would certainly help to make up the difference. The first thing I wanted to do was contact the local authorities in Saint-Léger. And Little Chiva told me my man was one Inspector Laplanche.
A very fine person, Mr. Gunther. I'm sorry he's dead.
Well, how'd everybody know he was dead?
On Haiti, things of such nature are never a secret. The natives know.
Voodoo?
Being a stranger to Haiti, Mr. Diamond, I expect you to be a skeptic.
But you believe in voodoo?
Let us say I've been in Haiti too long not to believe.
Well, Gunther thought the whole thing might have something to do with a man named Cotswold.
I would suggest you forget Mr. Cotswold.
Then I suggest you give me a good reason to forget him.
Mr. Cotswold is a very big man on Haiti, the largest plantation owner on the West Indies, and a self-made man with a considerable temper.
Well, thanks for the advice, Inspector. But supposing I come up with something incriminating.
If Mr. Cotswold has breached the law, it would certainly be my duty to arrest him. But I am not considering the arrest. More, the necessary steps that would have to be taken to prove the guilt. Dangerous steps, Mr. Diamond. One might trip on those steps.
And break his neck.
Yes.
You like the middle of the road, huh?
It is much easier to see what is ahead.
It's possible to get run down from behind.
I do as much as I can to prevent that possibility. Example, my suggestion, you forget Mr. Cotswold.
I left the philosophical inspector and went outside where Little Chiva had been waiting. Every time I looked at Chiva, it was like a little kid spotting the Empire State for the first time. He smiled a mouthful of white teeth as he said,
The inspector. He say forget Mr. Cotswold.
That's right. What do you think, Little Chiva?
I think I do what you want.
You know what I want?
You want to go see Cotswold.
Think I'm crazy?
You're not afraid. You're not strong like Little Chiva. But Little Chiva think of all the men he know, you would fight hardest.
I don't like to fight, Little Chiva.
Little Chiva know that. We go see Cotswold.
Little Chiva led the way up a long, narrow road surrounded on both sides by high sugarcane fields. Somewhere from not too far away, I heard the drums start again. Little Chiva stopped, looked off to the north. He began moving his shoulders, slowly, keeping time to the steady rhythm of the drums. He began to sing softly.
Oh, hey, say Papa Nuki Papase. Oh, hey, say Papa Nuki Papase.
What does that mean, Little Chiva?
It means in your language, it is our Papa who passes.
Papa?
Papa Dambala, the great source.
Voodoo?
Yes. Later I must leave you. Today is Wednesday. This is the day of Papa Dambala. Oh, hey, say Papa Nuki Papase.
He continued his little chant until we reached the beginning of a long, high fence running along next to the narrow road. Chiva leaned down and swung a gate open. Then we walked up the path that led through the Cotswold property until we reached the house. There, sitting back between two huge trees, was the Cotswold mansion. I walked up to the front door alone.
Mr. Diamond,
Yes, Chiva?
watch out for Mr. Jocelyn. He guard Cotswold.
Thanks, I'll do that.
What do you want?
I want to see Cotswold.
You do, eh? What you doing here, little Cheever?
I wait for Mister.
Found himself a new governor, what? You must be that fellow Diamond.
I must be.
Well, come in. Mr. Cotswold's been expecting you.
He introduced himself as Jocelyn and led the way into a large panel study. And I met the big man himself, Arthur Cotswold. The drums stopped.
Today is Wednesday. It belongs to the great god Damballa.
So I understand.
Most days of the week are significant in voodoo. Will you have a drink, Mr. Diamond?
No, thank you.
Jocelyn, mix me a gin and tonic.
Yes, Mr. Cotswold.
Thursday and Saturday belong to Uzile Frida, the goddess of love.
I'll have to remember that.
I know why you are here, Mr. Diamond.
I'm glad you do.
For some reason, Gunther and the rest of the miserable farmers think I'm responsible for their trouble.
Of course you're not.
I simply tried to help them. With their cattle sick and their crops gone, I had my banker make them an offer.
Have any of your cattle taken sick?
None.
Pretty strange.
Haiti is a strange land.
Now, you're not going to start talking voodoo.
You're a stranger, Mr. Diamond. There are many things that you would not understand, and I would certainly not try and convert you.
Well, I appreciate your interest, but I intend to find out why Gunther and his wife died.
This point I would most certainly give you advice on. Go home, Mr. Diamond. Leave well enough alone.
After I come up with an answer.
Mr. Diamond, I am not a patient man. I have gone out of my way to give you some healthy advice. Heed it. For your sake, heed it.
No, thanks. I'll let you know what I find out.
You persist in this investigation?
I always persist. In fact, I'm the persistentist.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
The things we look for most in a cigarette are mildness and flavor. You'll find both of these things in Camels, day after day and pack after pack.
No other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor, the flavor of costly tobaccos properly aged and expertly blended.
And no other cigarette gives you this proof of mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own 30-day Camel test. Not just a puff, not just a sniff, but normal smoking for about a month. You'll enjoy every puff, and you'll know without question how mild Camels are, how well they agree with your throat.
Yes, and you'll see why. More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I left Arthur Cotswold cooling his fit with a gin and tonic, went back to Chiva, and he led me back to town. On the way, I got an idea. When we arrived in town, I sent little Chiva back to the Gunther farm. Then I went in to talk to Inspector LaPlanche. The inspector had received a wire from one Lieutenant Walt Levinson, 5th Precinct, New York Police.
Well, I had no idea the New York police were interested in this affair.
They're always interested when someone drops dead. Now, here's something pretty interesting, Inspector. Mr. Gunther died of a disease known as brucellosis, commonly known in cattle as Bang's disease. Ever heard of it?
I'm not a medical man, Mr. Diamond.
Well, it's undulant fever. Both Gunther and his wife probably caught it from their sick cattle.
What do you intend to do?
Well, I think those cattle were infected deliberately, and the cane fields burned purposely. If the cattle were infected deliberately, there must be some of the brucellosis still around, and I'm going to find it. Maybe at Mr. Cotswold's. I think you better issue a search warrant and come with me.
Mr. Diamond, the middle of the road, remember?
I think you'd better forget the middle of the road, Inspector. Unless you want me to get in touch with the authorities and have you held as a material witness in a murder case.
I will issue the warrant.
I kind of thought you would.
I will issue it, but you certainly do not think it will be enough to get you into the Cotswold house?
No, but it'll make it legal. I sent little Chiva back to collect some of his friends. They're going to help us get in that house, Inspector.
I will have no part of violence.
Oh, they won't even be with us. It would be easy to search the Cotswold place if Cotswold was out fighting a fire.
Fire?
Just a harmless fire, Inspector. But far enough away so that Cotswold will think it's his cane fields.
Oh, well, then I will certainly issue the warrant, Mr. Diamond. As long as we are going to do everything open and above board, I will certainly issue it.
Welcome back to the gutter, Inspector. The view isn't much, but you can't miss where you're going. Let's go get little Chiva.
What are all those natives doing at the Gunthers?
I don't know.
It looks like something's wrong.
We piled out of the car and pushed our way through the crowd of natives. Inside the house, we found what was wrong. Lying in the middle of the room was little Chiva. He was almost dead when I knelt beside him.
I talked to friends. They light fire for you.
Thanks, Chiva.
Now, Dambalawedo take me.
He's been stabbed.
Nearly cut him in two. They got him from behind. Never would have faced him.
You stay. You see, waitele non tete yamort.
See what?
It is a ritual. It means taking the spirit from the head of the dead. He wants you to see it.
You stay. You believe voodoo.
All right, Chiva. I'll stay. Now, who did this to you?
Nazi. In back.
He's dead. The next few hours I'll never forget. The inspector knew what was coming, and he wanted no part of it, so he waited outside. I don't know whether I can describe it, but I'll try. And even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still don't quite believe it. The natives came into the house and picked up little Chiva. They placed him on a bench, and the ceremony began. Some of them had already obtained the necessary items used for Waitiloa non Teti Yum Mort. They included several live pigeons, olive oil, 30 pieces of fat pine wood, a pair of chickens, some coarse cornmeal, and a saddle blanket, and a large white plate. Little Chiva's body was covered by the blanket, and then the pigeons were killed and cooked without seasoning. The cornmeal was roasted, then placed in the white plate. The 30 slivers of pine wood were lighted and carried by the natives like candles. Then one of the natives took the white plate with the meal in one hand and the pot with the chicken in the other and approached the fire chanting a strange dirge. I nearly ran out of the screaming Mimis. As he finished the last line of the chant, the dead body of little Chiva sat straight up with straining eyes, bowed its head, and fell back.
You look a little pale, Mr. Diamond.
Well, I can't understand why. Probably because my blood's hiding in my feet.
What do you think of voodoo now?
Well, let's forget it, shall we? I haven't got the money for a good rest home.
Yeah. We are close to the Cotswold house.
Good. Let's park it here and wait until the fire starts. The inspector and I sat in the car and waited while the moon climbed up over the clouds and the drums in the distance tangled my nerves into complete knots. After about an hour of waiting, a dull glow to the south started the expected commotion in the Cotswold household, and we climbed out of the car.
Fire, Mr. Cotswold! The cane field! Fire! Get the servants! Get every man out there to fight that fire!
It had worked. The inspector and I stayed to the shadows until the last man went running out of the house. Then we went in. We worked as fast as we could. We took the place apart. And I must say, the timid inspector had really gotten out of the middle of the road. He tore the place apart like he'd spent most of his time on a wrecking crew.
I have not found a thing.
Oh, the house is clean.
There's a barn.
Then let's go. We went out of the house and headed for the barn about 50 yards away. The drums were louder now, and the dull glow of the fire had nearly vanished. It was obvious that the inspector and I had to work fast. He took one end of the barn, and I took the other. We worked toward each other. Just about the time I was ready to give the whole thing up.
Diamond! Diamond!
Inspector, you find something?
This hypodermic for cattle.
That's not enough.
This bottle hidden under this box?
Well, it's more like it. Let's get it back to town and have it analyzed.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Diamond.
Cotswold.
It was Cotswold, and he had 3 things on his side that made the situation very uncomfortable. His bodyguard, Jocelyn, and 2 guns. They stepped through the open door and moved up to us.
I see you found my secret, Mr. Diamond.
This is the stuff you've been infecting the cattle with. And this is what killed the Gunthers.
That's correct. You see, you should have really taken my advice and returned to the States.
You'll be held for murder, Cotswold.
Who will convict me, Mr. Diamond? No evidence, no one to testify. I'm surprised at you, Inspector. I thought you had more sense.
Sometimes a man finds his pride and does the best thing.
You know, of course, I can't allow either of you to live.
No, we had a hunch. Now tell me something. Who killed little Cheever?
He was getting to be a nuisance. I had Jocelyn here attend to the matter.
What's that? Diamond.
Mr. Cotswold, look!
Well, now I want to tell you, I'd seen a lot that day, but that was just a little too much. The howl had come from the open door, and standing in it, framed against the yellow moon...
It's him! It's little Cheever! No!
But there he was, and he looked even bigger as he shuffled toward the 2 men, his arms swinging at his sides like 2 giant sledgehammers. He was going all the way. He hadn't just come back from the dead to sit up. He was taking a walk.
Get away! Get away! You're dead! Shoot him! Shoot him!
But Jocelyn was too terrified to even raise his arm. The big native reached out, grabbed him with both hands, and crushed him like an egg plant. For a minute, I was too stunned to move. Then when I saw Cotswold bring up his gun, I threw the bottle. It stopped him long enough for the big native to drop Jocelyn's limp body and charge in. Like an idiot, I had some stupid reason for wanting Cotswold alive, so I tried to head Cheever off. Ever try to stop a freight train with both hands out? He brushed me off, and I crashed into the wall just as he grabbed Cotswold.
No! No!
He picked him up, raised him high over his head, and threw him the length of the barn.
Diamond, he's coming over here.
Now, look, old boy. It's me, Diamond. Little Cheever, please,
Me not little Cheever.
What?
I should have guessed.
Should have guessed what? What is this?
This is Big Cheever.
Big Cheever?
Me little Cheever's brother. Me pay back for kill little Cheever.
Oh, good gosh.
I never thought
Me big Cheever. Come, I take you back to Gunther house. Little Cheever say you good man. I be your servant.
Well, if you don't mind, I just think I'll head back for the States and lie in a warm tub of mud for the next 6 months. Tell me something, Big Cheever.
What do you want?
You don't have a big brother, do you?
Dick Powell will return in just a minute. More doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette, according to a repeated nationwide survey. Doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country, have again been asked what cigarette they smoked. Again, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Friends, try Camels and discover for yourself the reasons behind Camel's great popularity. You'll enjoy Camel's rich flavor and cool mildness pack after pack and week after week.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Friends, nothing can boost your morale like a gift, especially if you're in a hospital bed. That's why the Camel people send gift cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans in this country and overseas. This week, Camels are on their way to Veterans Hospitals, Rutland Heights, Massachusetts, and Lyons, New Jersey. U.S. Naval Hospital, Quantico, Virginia, and to all hospitals operated by the Far East Command of the U.S. Air Force. Now until next week, enjoy camels. I always do.
Men, has your pipe got your tongue? Well, switch to Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke. PA's Choice Tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Yes, and it's crimp cut, too, for smooth, burning, and cool smoking. Get Prince Albert, rich, flavorful, and with a delightful natural fragrance. It's America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Barry Sullivan in The Unexpected.
Yeah, it was hot, all right. Even the streets were sweating. Dames were going to work in as little as they thought they could get away with. Kids were spending the whole days under the fire hydrants. And every time you tried to breathe, it burned your lungs out. Sure, I knew the heat was on, but I didn't think it meant I was going to fry. Not until I ran into the unexpected.
The unexpected. A secret future, a hidden destiny waiting for you. Where? When? Who knows? Tomorrow, today, an hour from now, perhaps in just a moment, you too will meet the unexpected. Before our story, here's a word from our announcer. And now the popular motion picture, radio, and stage star, Barry Sullivan, in Heat Wave, a drama of the unexpected.
I've been pacing up and down for hours. 3 steps one way, 3 the other. This was a great little place to cool off in. Dark, up 5 stories, and only 110 degrees hot. But for me, that was good, even in a heat wave. Because what cop would make his way up past 5 flights of cool, refrigerated furs to look in the garret for Whitey Malone, the hottest guy in town? That knock nearly jumped me out of my skin, but it was too hot to move that fast. So I pulled out my gun and opened the door, slow and easy-like. What do you want?
Hello, Whitey. How you doing?
Oh, it's you. Now, come on in. I don't know how I'm doing. It's so hot I can't think. I gotta get out of here, Spike. This heat's driving me nuts.
Oh, sure, Whitey. Take it easy. It's no cooler down in the street. There ain't been a breeze for 2 days.
How much longer have I got to sit in this attic like a rat in a hole?
Oh, that's what I come to see you about, Whitey. You gotta change your hideout. The cops are wise.
What? What are you talking about?
Let go of me, Whitey. Let go.
Spit it out.
I just come up to warn you, Whitey. Someone tipped off the cops.
Yeah? How much did they give you?
Honest, Whitey. It wasn't me.
Who else?
I didn't squeal. I wouldn't be here if I had. I didn't squeal.
You're the only one who knew about this joint.
No, not the only one, Whitey.
What? What do you mean?
Well, you told me to tell her, Whitey. I just followed your orders. You told me to tell her.
Why, you lying little...
I'm not lying, Whitey. I just come here as your friend. I swear I'm not lying to you, Whitey. I swear.
Okay. Give me the story, and it better tell straight.
I went to Inez yesterday. All I done was tell her where you are and how to get here. Just like you said to do, Whitey.
Yeah, what'd she say?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Nothing?
I thought everything was all right. I figured she'd be out to see you last night, but this morning it's all over town.
What is?
The whole deal. That you done it and where you're hiding.
Yeah?
Yeah, Mother Flanagan told me it was Inez who squealed. Everybody's talking about it. I was sticking my own neck in a noose when I come up here. You gotta believe me, Whitey. It's the truth. Honest it is.
Okay, Spike. I believe you.
Then you're gonna get out of town, Whitey?
Not just yet, Spike. I got some business to take care of.
Oh, you ain't got time for no business, Whitey.
I got time for this. It won't wait.
I know what you're thinking, Whitey, but it won't wait. It's crazy.
I don't care if they catch me, Spike. Not anymore. Life's no good unless you can trust somebody.
Oh, you can trust me, Whitey.
Maybe, and I'm going to fix it so I can trust Inez, too.
Oh, you can't do that. You won't get away with it,
You'll
Whitey.
never double-cross anyone again. Get that spike. I'm going to take care of Inez. I flipped open the barrel of my revolver, jammed the bullets into it hard, like I was pushing them into the soft white flesh of Inez's throat. 1, 2, 3. Hey, Spike, look at this one. It's shiny, like gold. It'll look good on Inez. She always did go for cheap jewelry.
Oh, listen, Whitey, you're nuts. The heat's on plenty already.
Yeah, 110. There's a thermometer on the wall. But you know what, Spike? I don't feel any hotter than when it was 105. Come on, kid, keep your nose clean.
Oh, Whitey, wait a minute. Wait, Whitey.
I opened the door and started down the stairwell. A wave of heat came up and slapped me right in the kisser. But I shoved it back toward the first storage vaults and told it to cool off. Then I clattered on down the 5 flights of stairs. Out in the street, everybody was in a hurry, getting hotter by scrambling to get out of the heat. The only people who weren't in any rush were a bunch of grubby kids with their snouts pressed up against the window of an ice cream store. They weren't paying any attention to me either, so I took a chance and joined the crowd. I wasn't exactly sure where to start looking for Inez. But if she was as scared as I thought she'd be, she was probably out somewhere drinking it off. As for me, I needed something long and cool before I burned up with hate. So I took a roundabout way to a dark little hole in the wall with a rose-colored neon sign that kept blinking on and off. Mother's place. Mother's place. Mother's place.
Okay, mister. What'll it be?
Hiya, Mother. Give me a beer, huh?
What are you doing here, Whitey? Don't you know you're hot?
Sure, everybody's hot today.
Go on, get out of here, Whitey. I don't want no trouble. The cops are on your tail, and I don't want no shooting in my joint.
I'm looking for Inez. Have you seen her?
No, I haven't seen her. She ain't been in all day. Maybe she's gone out of town or something.
If she has, I'll find her. No matter where she is, I'll find her.
Now, take it easy, Whitey. Don't do nothing to Inez. It'll go harder on you if you do.
Couldn't go much harder one way or the other, could it, Mother dear? I figured I wasn't very welcome at Mother Flanagan's home, sweet home. So I left the nice, cool beer smell behind and plunged out into the furnace called Main Street. It was getting dark, but the heat only changed color. It was just as heavy as ever. I wandered down the street toward the big, fancy apartment building where Inez lived. She might be in, she might not, but I could wait. That was one thing I'd learned up in that attic, to wait. I was rounding the corner and looking up at the windows, trying to see if there was any light in them, when I heard something I didn't like too much. I didn't want to run into no cops. They made me hot under the collar, and I wanted to stay nice and cool and ready for Inez. So I ducked back into an alley and grabbed myself a piece of lost time. In an hour or maybe 2, they'd get tired and go away, singing the blues on their sirens. I could wait. Yeah, but they didn't leave. Not in 1 hour or 2 or even 3. And the gun butt was burning blisters on my hand, and I was getting impatient.
Hey, Whitey.
Yeah, who is it? What do you want?
Put your gun away, Whitey. It's me. It's Spike, me.
Well, what is it?
Listen, you gotta get out of here. You can't go over to Inez's now. There are cops all around our apartment house.
Is Inez home?
Gee, I don't know, Whitey.
I'll find out if Inez is home. I'm tired of waiting. I'm going to pay her a visit right now. I left him standing there and started for the apartment. By the time I reached the edge of the alley, I knew I was running, so I slowed down to a walk. I shoved my hat on the back of my head and strolled casually past the cop at the front door. I flashed him a phony press card. Martin, Morning Chronicle. Anything doing? He just shook his head and mopped his forehead with a big blue handkerchief. And I took the elevator to the 4th floor. When I got there, the hall was empty. I walked slowly up to Inez's door. I started to knock, but then I stopped and listened. Inside her apartment, I could hear Inez talking on the phone. She was gabbing away just like that.
I'd sure like to drop over, but I'm kind of tired tonight. Think I'll go to bed. Hey, I gotta hang up now. Someone's at the door. Ah, I wasn't expecting nobody. Well, so long, Emma. See you tomorrow. Just a minute. Just a minute. I'm coming. What? Officer, what do you want?
Just checking up to see that you're all right, miss.
Oh, they haven't caught him yet.
No, but we will. Don't worry. You can go on to bed now. You got nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
I'd been all set to go in after her when I'd heard that cop coming up the steps. I ducked into the shadows and hoped he wouldn't see me. He must have been nearsighted. He didn't. Now he waltzed right past me again, humming to himself. That big lug was tone deaf, too. I let the minutes creep past. 10, 15, 20. The copper didn't come back. The gun was getting heavy in my hand, and I knew that Inez didn't have much longer to live. She'd locked the door, but it would have taken more than locks to keep me out. I gave her the first try. I held the gun out at arm's length. All right, Inez. Don't move from that bed. It's too late to move, you dirty, rotten, double-crossing little...
You think the story is over, don't you? But wait. Wait for...
The unexpected.
But now, here again is our announcer. And now for the surprising conclusion to Heat Wave, a drama of the unexpected.
Hello, Lieutenant. This is Officer Blaine. Yeah, we got Whitey Malone all right. Running down the hall. I know we should have stopped him before he got up there, but he slipped past us somehow. Whitey's nobody's fool, you know. What? Inez? Oh, is that her name? No, she's all right. A little scared, that's all. He pumped 6 bullets into her bed. That's enough to scare anybody. What? No, she wasn't in the bed. She was sleeping out on the fire escape. We're having a heat wave, remember?
Heat Wave, a drama of the unexpected, starred Barry Sullivan and featured Alice Drake and Ed Rand. It was produced by Alvin C. Gershenson, written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt, and directed by Frank K. Danzig. And now, this is Hal Sawyer, inviting you to listen again soon, when another of your favorite motion picture stars meets...
The unexpected.
The Unexpected is a Hamilton Whitney production, transcribed in Hollywood.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Over 2/3 of the globe on which we live is water. The oceans, the sea. From the beginning of time, that sea around us has been a source of mystery, an enormous watery world of fear of the unknown. To some, like the great American poet Walt Whitman, it was also a place of miracles. To me, he said, the sea is a continuous miracle. The fishes that swim, the rocks, the motion of the waves, the ships with men in them. What stranger miracles are there? Our mystery drama, City of the Dead, was adapted from the H.G. Wells short story, In the Abyss, especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Christopher Tabori and Earl Hammond. The year is 1896, more than 80 years ago. In a marine biological laboratory in New England, a little group of scientists and technicians are gathered before Dr. Stanley Weybridge, director of the Institute and chief of a newly developing science called oceanographic studies. He stands, pointer in hand, before an enlarged wall map of the Caribbean Sea as he concludes a briefing on the most adventurous, the most perilous project ever undertaken by the Institute.
I cannot say, gentlemen, that the plan is without danger. I wish I could. Indeed, there is every risk imaginable. But I assure you that no precaution, even the most minute, will be overlooked. Every safety device we know of will be used. Are there any questions? Yes, Sam?
Dr. Weybridge, will you tell us a little more about the place we're going to, the Cambridge Trough?
Well, it starts about here on the map, deep off the coast of Haiti.
Mm-hmm.
Here you see how it follows a southwesterly course for almost 1,000 miles to the Pacific coast of Guatemala. Yes, Star?
That big crack on the map there.
Well, that huge crack in the surface of the Earth was produced by movements within the Earth. Movements which have never really stopped, which accounts for the frequent earthquakes in that part of the world. So far as we know, the trough is the deepest point of the sea on the entire face of the globe.
Do we know how deep the trough is?
Well, we've taken soundings. In some places, over 22,000 feet. That's more than 4 miles.
And in 6 months from now, that's where Star and I will be making the dive.
Correct. The mother ship, the Captain Nemo, will be stationed right about here.
Mm-hmm.
Not far off the coast of Grand Cayman Island itself.
And the Poseidon, our little home away from home, the steel globe that will be our transportation to the bottom of nowhere,
will be detached and dropped from the stern of the Nemo from this scaffolding, here on the drawing. It's constructed of 3-inch steel, 8 feet in diameter.
With all the comforts of home, right? Special air cushions padding the inside, 2 portholes near the bottom of the craft.
So we can play peekaboo with the barracudas.
The windows of the portholes are made of a special variety of glass, 3 inches thick, to withstand the pressures you will meet at that depth.
Dr. Weybridge, we have volunteered for what I'm sure will turn out to be a huge barrel of fun. A little dangerous, maybe, but fun.
Sam, be serious for a moment. I give you my word that everything will be minutely inspected. The ballast device for submerging and getting back up again, the pressure mechanisms, the depth indicator, the oxygen supply, the Myers apparatus for purging the carbon dioxide you'll be exhaling. We've thought of everything.
Everything except that we won't be able to communicate with you on the surface in case of trouble.
Well, that is true. It's the one thing we'd like to do, but we can't.
I understand. Once we start down, we'll be free-floating, entirely on our own.
For the next 6 months, you two will go through the most intensive training possible in handling the sphere. I wish I were young enough to see for myself firsthand the things you're going to see.
Have you any idea? Like what?
No, not exactly. But there have to be things down there that no living man has ever experienced. Things that go beyond the wildest dreams of our imagination. Sam, Star, the day has come when man, through you, is about to probe some of the darkest mysteries of the universe.
Thank you, Dr. Weybridge, for permitting my wife to come aboard.
Oh, Doris is one of the best research assistants the Institute's ever had. She's more than welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Weybridge. I envy Sam and Star. I wish I were going with them.
You picked a perfect day for this Caribbean holiday, didn't you, Doctor?
Yes, clear sky, blazing sun, and a gentle swell. Water temperature's nearly 80.
An ideal day for swinging those 20 tons of iron out into the briny.
To say nothing of the 2 utterly defenseless young men inside that iron. You know, Doctor, last night Doris and I were making some quick calculations. Now, at the surface, the pressure is 14 pounds per square inch, eh?
Right.
30 feet down, it's double that, right? And at a mile, that's 5,280 feet.
The pressure becomes something like 1.5 tons per square inch.
And at 5 miles...
Yes, I know. But you've got the steel walls of the globe to protect you. And the globe is pressurized. We put that sphere through every test we could think of. The margin for error has been reduced to the absolute minimum. Well, it's 11:56, boys. 4 minutes till noon, and the descent of the Poseidon. Prepare to climb the scaffolding for boarding.
Yes, sir. Ready, sir.
One final review of the procedure. Now, the two of you will let yourselves into the open porthole. It will then be screwed into place from the outside. The sphere will be hoisted over the side, the lines cut, and the sphere dropped into the sea. You understand?
Oh, yes, we understand, sir. And once in the water, only we have control of the ballast.
Right. You will regulate ballast so as to let yourselves down gently. 35 minutes for the descent, and then an hour for observation, and 2 hours for coming up. Total, little over 3.5 hours. Your oxygen supply is good for 5 hours. For each of you.
Well, we'll watch it like hawks.
And the pressure indicators.
We'll be lying off a couple of miles to the southeast, so you don't collide with us as you service. Any questions?
One last request, sir, if there's time. I'd like to kiss my wife.
I love you, Sam.
Oh, don't worry, dear. I think everything's going to be fine. Just 100% fine. Oh, and remember, we've got a big date for a turtle steak when I get back up. At exactly 12 noon, they swung us overboard. My heart nearly burst with excitement as they let us down foot by foot to the surface of the water. And then they cut the line that attached us to the tackle above us. For a moment, we seemed to be stationary. And then with a gigantic splash, the sea closed over us, and we started our journey. Well, this is it, Star. What are you thinking?
How my mother always hoped I'd grow up to be a brilliant criminal lawyer instead of a marine biologist.
That's very funny. So did my mother. Only she wanted me to be a doctor. Look above you, Star.
I'm trying to, but that huge burst of air bubbles shooting upward is blocking the view.
Well, they're just about gone by now. How quickly the color of the sea changes. From light greenish blue, darker and darker, to that rich blue of stained glass windows.
Yes. Well, now it's almost midnight blue.
Yeah. How far down are we?
A little over 600 feet.
Good. Mark that in your log. Absolutely pitch black already. It's like velvet.
Yeah, I better turn on the electric spot.
No, not just yet. Take a look at those.
Why, it's like a whole world of tiny blinking lights. What do you suppose they are?
Not the faintest idea. They're flashing by so fast, like streaks of green lightning.
Some of them strung together like a train racing by on a very dark night.
All right, turn on the floodlights.
Oh, no. They all disappeared with the light. Oh, wait a minute. Will you take a look at that?
The famous reverse snowfall Weybridge and the divers told us about, as if millions and millions of little snowflakes were falling up as we go plunging down.
Some of them living creatures, and the others the remains of those that have died, right?
Head of the class, Mr. Norton.
Just keep your fingers crossed that we don't wind up as part of a reverse snowfall.
We kept on falling. Down, 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 faster and faster. It was like being in an elevator in one of those new skyscrapers, and the cable that holds it in place suddenly breaks, and you keep going down, waiting for the inevitable crash that will destroy it, and you. You all right, Star? You look a little uncomfortable.
It's got a little warm.
Yeah, well, I guess we underestimated the effect of the friction of the globe against the water. We'd better take off some of these heavy clothes. Careful. Don't touch the glass of the porthole. You might burn yourself. Where are we?
Over 10,000 feet, nearly 2 miles.
Hey, see how the sides of the trough, the trench walls keep going straight up and down like the sides of an underseas mountain.
Which is what it really is. The water temperature outside must be close to 0 at this depth.
Yes, I would think so.
Let's hope Weybridge was right. That the windows of the portholes will hold up against the pressure and against the contrast in temperatures inside and outside the sphere. We're past 21,000 feet.
And still dropping. Oh, there's got to be an end. You all right?
Oh, yes, great. You?
I'm pretty warm. I ain't gonna take my shirt off.
Me too. I'm bathed in perspiration.
Any change in the scenery?
Just more slabs of rock, Once in a while, a huge, gigantic sponge growing out of the rock. Then there's some coral, a few jellyfish. No, not much else at the moment.
Well, I think we've come to the last stop, Star. Whew, what you reading?
It's almost 26,000 feet. Wow, can you believe it? 5 miles.
Turn the lights on all over the place. Star, it's beautiful. It's just beautiful.
Not many fish.
Well, at this depth, what do you expect? Well, there are a few, and they're so brightly colored.
Yes, in spite of the darkness.
They must be some kind of built-in headlights that we can't see, that lets them see one another.
I'd say all of them are blind.
Maybe. Hey, hold it, Star, hold it. Look at that big one coming right at us.
The size of him. And how slow he moves. Oh, he must be the grandfather of everything down here.
He's pushing his nose right against the glass.
How can he live under this pressure?
Oh, I don't know, but the fact is he's very much alive. And that is what I find so hard to believe.
Well, what are you talking about?
Now, look, Star, either I'm dreaming and this is all some kind of crazy nightmare, or what? Take a very good look at old Grandpa out there.
What about him?
Star, that species of fish has been dead, extinct for over 100 million years.
Scientists tell us that every form of living thing had its beginnings in the sea. That the morning of the world was started in the depths of the oceans, in the dark, backward and abysm of time, as Shakespeare put it. Sam Elstead and Star Norton have been startled by the sight of a living, prehistoric fish, a species that died out long before there ever was a man on Earth. What other wonders will their strange journey to the bottom of the sea lead them to? I shall return shortly with Act 2. In 1896, the time of our story, the airplane, the automobile, radio, all were but a gleam in the brain of geniuses, nothing more. These discoveries were yet to come. The 2 young biologists of our tale have already accomplished a miracle never before attempted by man. In their specially constructed iron globe, equipped with every scientific device known at the time, they have probed 5 miles below sea level to the bottommost part of the oceans. In the interest of enlarging man's knowledge of the world about him, as well as the world beneath him, they have made their first amazing discovery.
Take a look at that fish, Star. Do you remember ever having seen anything like it before?
Well, I'm not sure. But there's something very familiar about it.
Back at college, when we were reading about things like dinosaurs and brontosaurs and all those kind of fantastic animals that lived millions of years ago.
Yes? What about them?
Yeah, well, those were the land animals. Do you remember what was in the sea?
Let me see now. There was this one fish that was the ancestor of all the amphibians, and as time went on, of other vertebrates on land.
What was the name of it? Does the name coelacanth ring any kind of a bell?
Of course, coelacanth. With the overdeveloped fins that grew strong enough to get it out of the water and onto the land.
Exactly. Now take another look at old Grandpa out there.
A coelacanth.
That's what it is.
But there isn't any such thing. Not anymore. They've become extinct. They died out with the dinosaurs.
That's exactly the point. Those prehistoric monsters died out over 100 million years ago. Only nobody ever told that to our friend out there.
What's that? A storm?
Down here? Are you out of your mind?
Then what is it? The noise seems to have stopped. Did you feel anything, Sam?
It must have been some sort of a minor tremor.
Did you see how old Grandpa skidded away into a cave when the noise began?
Star, are you finding it hard to breathe?
Not really. Well, maybe. Yeah, a little. I have this slight headache. I'll make a note of it.
Okay, well, now, why don't you take it easy for a couple of minutes? I'll take over while you rest. I sat looking through the window of the porthole, fascinated by what I saw. There were hundreds of small, large-eyed things, all of them certainly blind, crawling sluggishly like little lobsters across the track of our lights, leaving furrowed trails behind them. I made notes of everything. Suddenly, I saw the outlines of something working its way slowly, threateningly toward the Poseidon. It was upright and seemed as tall as a man. What do you suppose that is out there?
I don't know. I can only see the dim outlines.
But it's coming closer. It's not swimming. It seems to be walking. Here, focus your light onto its head.
Okay, yeah, there we are.
Shut its eyes to close out the light. What is it? An animal of some kind. I think it's not a fish.
Certainly no kind of fish we've ever seen.
It seems to be standing upright on two strong legs, balancing itself on a long, thick tail.
Look at its dark purple head, like a lizard or an iguana. And two large protruding eyes bulging out of their sockets, like a grog or a toad.
Look, Star, where the ears should be. There are two large gill covers.
I see. And threads or filaments floating out of them like the branches of a tree. What can they be?
I have no idea. Here, move the light a bit.
As long as we keep the light on it, it stands still. But when we move the light, it moves.
Its skin is so loose, it's almost as if it were wearing clothes. Look at its paws or fins.
Yeah, whatever they are.
They're shaped like hands, like the hands of a man.
Look, he's holding something in one of them.
A long shaft of bone tipped with copper.
Like a hammer of some kind. A sledgehammer. That face. It's almost human. It's grotesque, distorted maybe. But those are the features of a living man. Sam, look what it's doing now.
It's blinking its eyes open.
Shading them with its free hand against our light.
Oh, now it's opening its mouth, as if it were trying to say something. I'll turn on the listening device.
Why is he bellowing that way? What does it mean? What do you suppose he wants?
I don't know, Star, but I think we're about to find out.
Hey, it's speaking. It's asking who we are.
It's coming closer.
Do we answer?
No. Stay perfectly still. Don't move. Say nothing. Look at him now. Moving sideways to get out of the glare of our light. He's disappeared. I can't see him.
No, neither can I. He may have moved around to the back of us. He's around somewhere, hiding. What's that?
The whole globe is swaying. Star, look. Look at the glass. Peering right into the porthole. Their noses pressed against the glass, their popping eyes staring in on us. Now, there are two of them.
Another cup of coffee, Mrs. Elstead?
Thank you, Dr. Weybridge. We'll make this the last one. What time is it now?
You just asked.
Did I?
It's almost 2 o'clock. The boys have surely started up on their way back now.
Oh, I hope so. If they could only get through to us some way.
Well, all they have to do is put the clockwork mechanism in action, and up they go.
And that's foolproof.
Nothing is absolutely foolproof, my dear. But there's nothing to be concerned about. It's all so simple. The mechanism outside the globe releases a spring knife.
The knife cuts the cord that holds the ballast?
Exactly. And then they just get rid of enough ballast for them to float upward to the surface. Matter of a couple of hours, more or less.
Another hour and a half, then?
By 3:30, you should have your husband right back here on the deck of the Nemo.
What on earth are those monkeys trying to do, banging on the outside of the sphere with those sledgehammers?
Every once in a while, they stop and peer in through the portholes.
Get away from there! Stop that banging!
They're looking in on us to see what effect their hammering is having on us. Star, what's our depth?
It's still 26,000.
Pressure?
Satisfactory.
Oxygen?
Enough to stay submerged for at least another hour. If we have to, before surfacing.
And the mechanism for the release of the ballast?
Ready. Anytime you say, Sam.
All right.
I took a particular care of that one myself before we came down here.
If we get anywhere near the ballast release or the glass of the porthole windows, we're in real trouble.
I'm going to turn on the listening device. Hear what they're saying. I'm finding it a little hard to breathe.
I don't find breathing any easier than you do.
Then what is it?
Oh, I don't know. All right, turn on the device. What do you hear? What are they?
Quiet. Let me listen.
Turn it off. You hear what he said?
I heard.
They declared war on us, Star. And we haven't a single weapon to fight back with, except one. Now, it's the only thing we can do. We've got to cut our ballast lines and get out of here as fast as our ship will take us.
Yes, there's no choice.
What's happening?
What's happening?
Hey, Star.
Yeah?
Star, I think we're moving.
Oh, we certainly are.
Yeah, but not up. As much as sidewise.
Well, how could that be?
I don't know, but the sphere is beginning to spin.
I think we're being drawn through the water. Do you see anything?
No, nothing. Nothing. There's nobody out there. We've got to get out of here just as fast as we can.
Those monsters out there have probably attached a line of some kind to the sphere.
Well, if they have, once we cut the ballast lines and start shooting up to the surface, we'll rip that line right out of their ugly little hands. Nothing will hold us back.
Why do you suppose they're towing us away?
I wouldn't know. You look at them. Can you see them, Star?
There must be at least 500 of them.
Yeah, jumping around like a pack of crazy kangaroos.
And they are pulling us.
Well, let them. And let us keep our minds on getting up to the Nemo. Weybridge calculated about 2 hours for the ascent.
Could we drop more ballast than we planned and get up any sooner?
No, I wouldn't dare. If the slightest thing went wrong, we'd both get to the surface all right, but as a couple of corpses. Hey, how are you feeling?
It's not too well, Sam. That headache has tightened around my head like an iron band.
Oh, no. No, not another earthquake. Here, take this handkerchief, Star. You've got a bit of a nosebleed.
I don't feel too well at all, Sam. I think I'm going to pass out.
Well, not before we put the clockwork into action. Get rid of some of this ballast. Steady, Star, steady. While I regulate the pressure gauge and the oxygen control, you cut half the ballast. Now! Now, Star, now! What are you waiting for?
It's stuck, Sam. It's not working. The mechanism's gone dead.
Are you out of your mind? It's got to work.
Then you make it. See for yourself. Nothing's happening.
Maybe a piece of seaweed or something has temporarily jammed it.
Sam.
What?
Our friends out there.
Yeah?
Is it possible they knew our lives depended on that ballast mechanism and that they have destroyed it by knocking it out with their sledgehammers?
Hey, you may be right. But we've got to keep trying, Star. We have got to.
Between those crazy devils out there and what may be an earthquake, we're in trouble.
Very serious trouble.
In this strange world of heavy blackness, a swarm of luminous, man-sized creatures, looking almost human, have appeared outside the iron globe, Poseidon. They have lifted it off the bottom of the sea. The attempts of young Elstead and Norton to break away, to rise to the surface and the safety of the mothership, seem to be thwarted by these weird sea animals who are dragging them off to where? To Act 3, of course. I shall return shortly. The sea, we have been told, is the right-hand man of time. Every secret since the beginning of time lies hidden somewhere in the water's depths. The time in this instance is 1896. Outside the underwater globe Poseidon, a funnel of pale light pierces the darkness for a few yards, disclosing the peaceful, undulating expanses of graying white ooze, broken here and there by the tangled thickets of a growth of sea lilies, waving their hungry tentacles. Inside the metal globe, two men scramble desperately to free themselves from what seems to be the inevitable, to escape from the perils of the unknown to the safety of the known.
Star, you've got to cut the line to that ballast. Every extra minute we stay down here is another minute off our lives.
I'm doing the best I can, Sam. The cutting mechanism, it just isn't working. I'm almost sure those devils smashed the clockwork mechanism.
We have got to go on hoping that they didn't. That it's only being blocked by something.
I hope you're right.
Well, I'm turning the oxygen supply down a bit.
And the apparatus for purging what we breathe out up. Oh, no, not too much, Sam. I'm having trouble enough breathing as it is, and so are you.
Well, I'm going to crouch down low, close to the lower porthole. Going to throw my way to that side. Maybe I can get a look at what's happening below us.
It's a good idea. Do you see anything?
No, it's just some huge cracks in the sea bottom. I can just barely make them out.
Anything else?
No, our friends have some kind of cable on us. They're still very much with us.
Oh, I'd give anything to know.
Where they're taking us?
Yes.
Well, wherever it is, Star. Well, let's hope it's soon. Because the way things are going...
You don't have to say it. Sooner or later, that oxygen gauge is going to read a perfectly round zero.
Which we will never see. Then it won't matter where those monkeys have taken us, will it? Oh, any luck in the ballast lines?
No, nothing.
You know, I've heard of dead men being buried at sea. This may be the first time it's going to happen to two men who are still alive. What time is it, Star?
Nearly 4 o'clock.
Yeah. I hope my wife won't be too disappointed if she doesn't have turtle steak for dinner tonight.
Isn't there anything we can do, Dr. Weybridge?
Well, for the past hour, we've been sweeping slowly in a spiral around the spot where the Poseidon submerged.
With no sign of it. I don't think I can stand it any longer, Dr. Weybridge.
Now, you've got to get hold of yourself, Doris.
What possibly could have happened?
I couldn't say.
Maybe the windows burst in on them and mashed them to pieces.
Oh, I doubt that very much.
Maybe the clockwork's gone wrong?
Well, that's not very likely either.
But if it has, Sam and Star are down there 5 miles under our feet. In the cold and the dark, anchored in that little bubble of yours. Counting off the minutes of life that are still left
Now,
to them.
Doris, stop that. Stop it and listen to me. If anything serious has gone wrong, and I'm sure it hasn't, remember, they have enough oxygen for another good hour at least. It's too soon to start worrying. You've got to be patient.
Oh, if there were only something we could do.
Now, stop that, Doris. Stop it.
I can't help it. It's so funny. What pitiful, arrogant little creatures we humans are. Down there, miles and miles of water reaching to Lord knows where. And this beautiful blue sky stretching out over us with no end. And we, proud, insignificant little pygmies, feel we have to conquer it all. Why do we have to stick our big noses into every unknown secret of the universe? Why can't we let things alone?
Do you see anything?
Oh, you stopped moving.
The spinning stopped. So's the rocking.
Something funny is happening out there. It seems to have got lighter, as if there were a broad horizon and a pale, luminous sky.
And our friends?
They've got us suspended like a balloon, some 100 or so feet above the bottom. Seem to be thousands of them.
No. What is it?
Star. There's a whole city down there. Streets and houses and waving trees spread all over the place. There's a building much taller than the rest. It looks like a ruined abbey or a cathedral of some kind. Take a look for yourself.
You're absolutely right. It's all laid out like a big map. But none of the houses have a roof. Look, you can see inside every one of them.
Everything's so white.
Sam, where are we? Where have they taken us?
They've got us inside the walls now. They're made of waterlogged wood and twisted copper wire rope and iron spars and...
Yeah, and what?
The dead white bones and skulls of human beings all over the place, in zigzag lines and spirals and curves.
Let me take a look. Thousands of silvery little fish darting in and out of the eye sockets.
Look at those devils now. What are they up to?
Lying down flat on their bellies, prostrating themselves in front of our globe.
All except that very tall one standing in front of them.
Yes.
On top of a platform encrusted with more skulls and bones.
Oh, it's a woman.
Her scales, or whatever they are, look like a shining robe of some kind.
And she's got a crown on her head.
She just stands there above the rest of them, opening and shutting that snake mouth of hers as if she were leading the others in some kind of prayer.
I'm turning on the listening device.
Oh, beloved people of perpetual night, lend ear to what I say. It has been told that there exists another world above us, a strange heaven of lights called the sun, the moon, the stars.
It seems she's the high priestess of this place. Listen.
The ancient scrolls tell of fantastic creatures who inhabit this unknown world. Creatures who breathe air, who know of a thing called fire, whose blood is warm. We know them from the bones and from the skulls we have collected.
Do you suppose...
Shut up.
2 of these shining creatures have rained down upon us like a blessed meteor out of the mysterious blackness of our watery sky. We must show them our reverence and our love. These are the gods that were described in our ancient writings. These are the gods to whom we must do honor.
She's talking about us, Sam.
I know.
We must now release them from the star that brought them to us, so we may worship them with fullness of heart. You may proceed.
Well, what are they going to do?
You hear? They're going to release us from our star. They're going to open this thing and let us out.
No, but that's a certain death sentence.
That's the choice. Suffocation from lack of oxygen or drowning.
They're back at the windows. If they manage to crack one of them...
No, it's not likely. The glass is 3 inches thick.
Stop! Something's happening.
I can feel it.
The line they attached to us. It's loose. It's been torn out of their hands.
Oh, it's been cut by the rocks. We're going up, Star. I can't believe it. We're rising up. Up! We could feel the impact of the globe shooting up to the surface, slowed only by some of the lead ballast that was still attached to it. Star had already passed out. Then, something like a huge wheel was suddenly released in my head, spinning around and around. I fought with every ounce of strength left in my body to hold on, but in seconds, I too collapsed and lost consciousness completely. The next thing I saw was the face of my wife looking anxiously into mine.
Are you all right, darling?
I suppose so. Where's Star?
Still with the ship's doctor.
The doctor says he'll be all right. Well, you had us all worried there for a while, Sam. But we're glad you're back.
You have no idea how glad I am to be back, Dr. Weybridge.
What happened?
Let's say we had a couple of anxious moments.
The main thing is you're here.
Whatever it was, you're very lucky. The doctor says that you'll both be back to your normal selves in a couple of days.
Where did we surface, Doctor? I blacked out before I could tell.
The Poseidon shot up out of the water not more than a quarter of a mile from where we were waiting. We unscrewed the hatch and found the two of you lying crumpled up on the bottom.
They couldn't tell whether you were dead or alive. What really made us swallow hard was the fact that you had only 6 minutes of oxygen left.
6 minutes.
That's all.
What's that you're holding in your hand, Doctor?
Well, I thought after you were rested, you might be able to tell me.
Well, what is it?
Well, in going over the outside of the sphere, one of the boys found these two little things jammed into the clockwork mechanism.
May I see them, please?
Handle them carefully, Doris. They're a specimen of sea animal I've never seen in my entire professional experience.
About 5 inches long. Head's like a lizard of some kind. Strong legs, wide, flat tail.
Look at the pectoral fins, if you can call them that. They're like little human hands.
Their faces, in some peculiar way, look pretty human, too.
Did you come across any of them down there, Sam?
Well, we saw something like them, but what we saw was longer than 5 inches.
I remind you that seen through the 3-inch thick glass of your portholes, they would have been magnified.
Magnified? Of course.
Yes, at least 12 or 15 times. From where you sat, one of these fellows, if you had seen them, would have appeared to have been almost as big as a man.
As big as a man? What do you think it is, Doctor?
Well, I can't be sure. But what you brought up may well be a kind of prehistoric cross between some kind of fish, a hangover from a long-forgotten past, and what millions of years later was to evolve into a man.
If I told you we'd seen thousands of them, that they attacked us, and that their top lady tried to make gods of us, would you say that we had gone out of our minds?
No, not out of your minds, but definitely out of this world.
Some scientists have stated, without equivocation, that they see no reason why, under certain conditions, intelligent, water-breathing vertebrates could not live at the bottom of the deepest sea. Of course, you're entirely free to disagree with the scientists and say that Elstead and Norton, suffering from a lack of oxygen, may have dreamed the whole thing up. The choice is entirely yours. I shall be back shortly. In February 1976, 3 men in a craft called the Alvin actually made a journey 2 miles deep into the waters of the Caribbean off Grand Cayman Island. Their findings were little short of astonishing. What is most remarkable is that so many of the things they saw were identical to what H.G. Wells created out of his imagination over 80 years ago in the story you have just heard. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Earl Hammond, Court Benson, and Catherine Byers. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is your friendly music station, KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. Mr. Carter restates and toughens his stance on Yugoslavia. I'm Jerry Landay reporting on the CBS Radio Network. In his first news conference since the election victory, President-elect Jimmy Carter drew back from a controversial campaign declaration that he would never send American troops to the defense of independent Yugoslavia in event of a Russian invasion.
If the Soviet Union should invade Yugoslavia, that this would be an extremely serious breach of peace. It would be a threat to the entire world. As far as a peaceful world is concerned, it would make it almost impossible for us to continue under the broad, generic sense of détente. And whether or not we actually committed troops to Yugoslavia would be conjectural. My opinion is that would be unlikely, but I would have to make a decision on a final basis at that point.
In Plains, Georgia, Mr. Carter said a tax cut for those on the lower end of the income scale is a strong possibility if the economy stays soft when he takes office. But he made it clear it's still too early to talk about his cabinet appointments or his priorities.
Whether we'll move first, though, on health care or welfare reform or government reorganization or energy policy or tax reform, those sequence of major proposals will have to be evolved in the weeks to come. I do not know the sequence yet.
Reporters pressed Mr. Carter on whether the narrowness of the election denied him a mandate to enact his program. Carter declared that a number of presidents have both reigned and governed, though elected with less than a majority of the popular vote, and said he'll press his program aggressively. But Congressman John Anderson of Illinois, chairman of the House Republican Conference, offered a caution.
I think he would be well advised to take a very modest view of the extent of his mandate. As a matter of fact, I think that when you win as narrowly as he did, there's some question in my mind as to whether there's any mandate at all.
Anderson adding the business climate had greater need of confidence than a tax cut to restore momentum to the economy. Britain's Labour government has lost its overall majority in the House of Commons, but officials insisted Labour can continue to govern with the support of 4 non-Labour members and that Prime Minister Callaghan will not call for an early general election. Labour, beset by inflation and a falling pound, sustained the parliamentary losses in special elections for vacant seats in the House of Commons. Opposition Conservatives picked up 2 seats in what are considered Labourite strongholds. Japan's Deputy Prime Minister Takeo Fukuda has resigned from the cabinet. Fukuda is the principal rival to Prime Minister Takeo Miki and has been trying to oust Miki for his handling of the Lockheed bribe scandal. But Miki has steadfastly refused to quit. There's to be a general election in Japan in a month's time. The official newspaper of Egypt, Al Ahram, has called on other Arab states to consider mending their fences with the Soviet Union. The newspaper also suggested resort to possible new ways of using the oil weapon. This, says the paper, as a result of the pro-Israeli policies of President-elect Jimmy Carter.
Adjusted and corrected vote totals in Ohio show that Jimmy Carter's margin of victory over President Ford has slipped below 5,000 votes, the narrowest presidential margin there in nearly a century. I'm Jerry Landay, CBS News.
Vice President-elect Mondale now has had his first taste of what it's like to be vice president. He was featured along with President-elect Carter Thursday night in what was billed in advance as a Plains, Georgia joint news conference. The session lasted 30 minutes. No one asked Mondale a single question. I'm Mike Stanley, CBS News.
And now we bring you a thrilling crime detection story taken from the pages of the leading detective publication, True Detective Mysteries magazine. Our story begins in a little farming community of Florence, Colorado.
All the fresh! A vegetable, all the fresh! Whoa! Oh, stop you! Wow, you don't like it, wheat, eh? If you don't like it, stop! One and not only say whoa. Hello, Mike. Bring you a nice vegetable. Nice and fresh.
Yeah, sure I know. Like yesterday's, eh? You don't know what a fresh vegetable looks like. They turn rotten when you touch them. Even your horse can't stand working for you.
How come you say that? Neroni's a very kind of man. He has the best farm in the whole neighborhood. I tell you, take a look at that lettuce. A nice crisp.
I don't know why I buy anything from you. Now, give me 6 heads.
And the tomato?
You call them tomatoes? I thought they were cherries.
You like always making the fun when I...
What's the matter?
Beautiful.
What in blazes are you talking about, Neroni?
That the girl over there. She is beautiful. What's her name?
Her? Well, she's Antonietta. Works here as a waitress.
Tony's got to meet to her. She's beautiful.
No, you don't. She's a good girl, Neroni. Hey, come back here. Hey, what's the idea of running away?
I didn't run away, Mr. Riley.
Oh, I didn't mean you, Antonietta. I was talking to this guy.
Don't you worry about this guy. I just want to talk to this girl a few minutes. I go soon.
Yeah, I'll see that it is soon.
You're the boss. He's a very nosy guy, eh?
Mr. Riley, we all think he's a real gentleman.
Oh, sure. What's your name?
Antonietta. I'm new here.
Yes, I know that. I come here for 8 months. I never see a more beautiful girl than you.
Oh, stop that, mister.
Call me Tony. Antonio Neroni is my name. But you call me Tony.
All right. Tony.
And I call you Antonietta? Antonietta. That's a nice name.
Hey, Neroni, you still in the vegetable business?
Sure thing. I'm coming. I'll see you again tomorrow, Antonietta. Tomorrow, maybe. Goodbye, beautiful.
Goodbye. Goodbye, beautiful. Oh, hello, Helen. You kidding me?
Who's the new Romeo, and why doesn't he get his pants pressed?
I don't know who he is. Well, that is, Mr. Riley buys vegetables from him. His eyes. They're so...
Uh-oh.
What do you mean by that?
You aren't falling for that farmer, are you?
Oh, don't be silly. I fall for a guy like that.
I recognize a little something in that tone. Okay, beautiful. Far be it from me to come between you and your farmer boyfriend.
Come on, girls, break it up.
Yes, Mr. Riley, I'll go up front.
No, you stay here, Antonietta. I want to talk to you.
I get it. So long.
Antonietta, I have no right to speak to you this way. It's none of my business, but, Neroni, well, his reputation ain't so good in town.
Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Riley. He doesn't mean a thing to me.
Yeah? Well, I'm not so sure, see? Remember, I'm telling you this for your own good.
Sure, I understand.
He has a way with him, like a snake.
Now, Mr. Riley,
let me finish. Now, he hypnotizes you, and then... Well, now that I've told you, you can do as you please.
Thanks, Mr. Riley.
Yeah, I can tell you. Riley, he don't like me.
It isn't that, Tony. He just told me that, well, that some people said you weren't so nice, I guess.
Oh, that's all he's saying, eh? You know what for he talking like that? You know? Well, I tell him. He loves you. That's why he wants you.
Don't be foolish, Tony. I don't mean this much to Mr. Riley. He certainly doesn't mean a thing to me.
Maybe yes and maybe no. Oh, Antonietta, I want to speak to you. Well, what do you want?
What do you have, folks?
Go on, you, and I want you a call.
Hey, don't be so sassy, mister. This ain't no waiting room. We want customers here, see?
Bring me some ginger ale, please.
Right.
Tony, you have a terrible temper. It'll get you into real trouble if you don't watch out. Try to control it, please.
All right, I'll take care. Antonietta, I love you. I want you to marry with me.
What? Marry you? Why, I've only known you since yesterday. How can you expect me to answer, well, such a serious question?
Well, tell her you can answer easy. All you gotta say is a yes. I have a good farm. I make a good living for you, Antonietta.
Here you are, miss. Ginger ale.
Oh, that's the waiter. He bothered me on the first.
Tony, watch your temper, please.
Oh, sure, I watch. Tell me, Antonietta, you love me a little bit?
I don't know if I do or not, Tony. There's something about you that
That the what?
that attracts me, I guess. Your eyes. Oh, but then your temper. I know I'd never be able to get along.
Well, why not try it for a little while?
What?
Oh, I see you. You don't get what I mean. I mean, a worker for me. Be cooker for me and my partners. And then maybe you see if you love me.
No, I couldn't do that.
Cause of why?
It wouldn't be right, that's why.
That's wrong, Antonietta. You don't have to be afraid of anything. I pay you more than Mr. Riley. And you work, and that's all. I want you to know me, to love me. You don't think I'm going to do anything wrong, do you?
No. I won't work for you. Absolutely not.
Are you like our new cook, eh, Dominic?
What's the difference? The older one was just as good.
You hear what he say, Antonietta? You're no better than the older cook. He's a crazy, my partner is. The older one was not half as beautiful.
Remember what you promised, Tony.
Sure thing, I'll remember.
You got more soup?
Sure, all you want. Here.
Where is Ercole?
Working.
Listen, why don't you call him and tell him a dinner is ready?
If he don't know, why should we worry?
Oh, you're a nice partner, eh, Dominic? Go get Ercole, I say.
All right, but don't howl.
Fools. That's what they are, fools. Maybe they think I care whether they eat or not. Fools.
Why did you make him call your other partner?
You want to know why? Listen, I tell you. Because I love you. Because I want to be alone with you, that's why.
Tony, you promised.
You talk like a foolish girl, Antonia. I promise, sure, but to keep a promise, that's the difference. You know, I love you. I love you the first time I look at you. Now, I want you to marry me.
Oh, no.
You got to change your mind. I'm making you change, Antonietta.
Here comes Ercole. Now, you don't bother me no more, Tony.
What's the matter, Ercole? You need a butler to ring the dinner bell?
No, I want to finish your work and let us fetch. Too many wheels there.
Next time, you get no dinner if you come late.
What do you mean? What do you think you are, huh? We're no worker for you, Tony. We are a partner, see?
Yeah, Ercole is right, Tony. This farm is as much ours as yours. We not have to stand before you make this place a love nest. Or...
Oh, so that's it, huh? You don't want I should love Antonietta, eh? Maybe you fellas love her.
Don't be crazy.
Yeah, you're nuts, Tony. We love her.
What's the matter with her? Eh? What's the matter?
Nothing the matter with her, only...
Only what?
Only the whole of town says she must be crazy if she see anything in you. That's all.
So, the whole of town are not minding his business, eh?
You're big of fool, Tony. You ask Dominic, he tell you, no? Now you're getting sore.
Tony, I'm going to leave in the morning. I can't stay here. You heard what they said.
I tell you, you don't leave. I fix everything. Just you give me a little time to think. I'll be back as soon as I got a think.
Tony, you can never take her on the chin, eh?
He never could.
I don't know what to do. I can't stay here. And...
Sure, I know. You can't stay here and you can't run away. Well, that's what they always say about Tony. He hypnotizes you like a snake, and then he strike.
Then he strikes?
Dominic, he's all right, Antonietta. If you want a peace, leave. Leave now. There's no tell what Tony will do when he gets it back. I can see him on the field now. He gets him mad by the minute. Burns himself up.
Sure, yeah. And if he know we tell you to leave him, he stop it to nothing.
Sure.
I know Tony. He even a kill.
Dominic, he's all right, Antonietta. He's all right.
What do you say? Tell me what you talking. Antonietta, what they tell you?
Oh, nothing. But I have something to tell you, Tony.
What? Ah, listen, I know it is you marrying me, eh?
No, I'm leaving you tonight, now. I can't stand this any longer.
Ah, now I see. I understand. My partners, they talk to you, they give you ideas, eh? You know what Neroni do. You know what I do.
I don't want any letters, I told you. But there's one thing I do want, Neroni. I want to know where Antonietta is.
She ran away.
Well, he said she ran away, but I don't believe him.
I don't either. Where's Dominic?
Dominic and Antonietta ran away.
So did Ercole. Nobody's seen him for days. Neroni's partners and Antonietta are gone. Nobody knows where they are.
Maybe he killed them. Neroni killed Dominic and Ercole and Antonietta. She would have married him, so he killed her.
Where did he hide them? Let's find out where he
Let's
put
tell
them.
the police. He's dangerous, that man.
Police? No, we never talked to the police.
Where's
Now, you people know what I'm talking about. Why don't you answer? What do you know about Neroni? What happened to his partners or that girl who's working for him? Well, it's no use, Chief. They won't tell us a thing. They know we're police. I guess you're right, Gabe. Come on. I've got an idea. Sit down, Fabrizio. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Chief.
I don't suppose you know what this is all about, Fabrizio. So I'll give you the whole story in a jiffy. We need your help in a tough case. We think you're the only man that can handle this job because it involves your people. You understand them and they believe in you. We can't get a peep out of them.
I'll do anything I can to help, Chief.
Well, it sure looks like we're going to need help. Plenty of it.
What's it all about?
Well, I'll tell you. You know that farmer named Neroni?
I don't know him, but I've heard about him.
Well, he had two partners named Dominic and Ercole, who shared his home. That is, if you can call that joint a home. Yeah, it's an awful-looking dive. Now, a few weeks ago, this Neroni guy goes gaga over a waitress named Antonietta. He met her in Mike Riley's coffee pot while delivering vegetables.
What kind of a girl is she?
Was, you mean. We can't find her. We can't find Neroni's partners.
I understand. Where does she live?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Neroni induced that girl to live up at his place and cook for him and his pals. I understand he paid her more than she earned waiting on tables. Well, anyhow, as I said before, the three of them disappeared. We looked everywhere for some little clue, but found nothing. And we arrested Neroni. That's right. Now, we're holding this guy, but we can't hold him for long without any evidence. He's trying to find a lawyer now who'll get him out for writ of habeas corpus.
The looks on your faces, I assume that you suspect...
There's no use of us mincing words, Fabrizio. We suspect the worst. Murder. And we grilled him for hours, but all he says is they run away. My guess is he'll never crack.
I have an idea, Chief.
I thought you would, Fabrizio. What is it?
You say he's in jail?
Yep.
All right. Let's do this. We'll send for...
Get in there, you mug.
Hey, don't push, Copper.
How long do you keep me here?
I don't know, sweetheart. Here. I brought you a roommate if you're lonesome.
Now, listen, come back and let me get out of this place. I tell you, you can't keep me in a jail for nothing. Hey, pipe down, you punk.
You calling me?
Now, look here, you crumb. I'm sharing this bunk with you, see? Go in that corner and shut up. I'll wrap this stool around your neck, understand?
You're not kind of talking to me like that. I mean no room.
I wouldn't care if you were to set your liberty. Get down there and shut up.
What's your name? Mine's Tony Neroni.
I ain't asking you who you are, and I don't care what your name is.
They're the police, sir. They arrest you?
No, I arrested myself because I wanted to look at your pan. That's what happened. Hey, turn around. I can't stand that mug of yours.
You're a tough guy, eh?
Wrong again. I'm here for picking daisies.
You steal?
Hey, what's it to you? I ain't asking you what your line is, am I?
Then Donna got no right to arrest me.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't do nothing.
Hey, listen, pasty face. I don't care what you did or didn't do, see? Keep on squawking. You didn't do nothing, I'll push you through them bars.
Why you get arrested?
Me? Well, all I did was cut a sailor's throat for $12. They put me here for being so cheap.
You killed him?
What do you think?
But that's a murder, to kill somebody.
You're a pretty wise guy to open it all out by yourself.
That's all right. They arrest you if you murder somebody.
So. Hey, what are you here for? For telling kids there ain't no Santa Claus?
No, they got no right for arresting me. I don't do nothing.
Yeah, that's a hot one. You didn't do nothing. What'd they charge you with?
What?
They must have arrested you for something. What you here for, your health?
Police say that maybe I killed somebody.
Oh, maybe you killed. Well, did you?
No.
You mean to say they put you in this jug for nothing?
I no kill.
Well, then I can't help you.
You can't help.
What do you mean you can't?
Listen, you punk. If you're here for doing a man-sized job, I could teach you the ropes. Tricks of the trades order. If you're here for nothing, I don't want to have nothing to do with you.
I don't do nothing.
Okay, so you didn't. Now shut up and leave me alone. I want to think.
Let's pause here on KRLD.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Then what?
I used every trick I knew, Chief, but he wouldn't fall.
It looks like my plan didn't work.
No, we must work fast or he'll be out of jail. Neroni has already retained a lawyer. Can't stall much longer.
Well, won't be for anything else, Chief?
No, you can leave if you want to. If I need you again, I'll call you.
So long.
Right. Furnace speaking. Hello, Richards. What's up? What? Yeah. We sure are working on that Neroni case. Who? Giuseppe. He's who? Oh, brother, eh? That's nice. Yeah, sort of makes it a nice quartet, four of them. When did this happen? Yeah, I see. I get it. Okay. Right. So long. What's the matter, Chief?
What happened?
Oh, another guy disappeared, and the gossipers charged that to Neroni, too. Well, how could they? He's been in jail the last week. I know, but this man disappeared before we arrested Neroni. Before? Who is he? A fellow named Giuseppe. He's Dominic's brother.
Brother? Good heavens, Chief. You don't mean to tell me that Neroni killed all of them?
Well, it doesn't seem possible. I don't know what else could have happened to them. Richards reports that Giuseppe told his wife he was going to see his brother Dominic. He never returned.
4 people missing.
Missing or murdered? Only we can't prove it. We've gone over his house with a fine-tooth comb. Can't find a single clue. Not even a drop of blood.
I've got another idea, Chief. It's a long shot, but I think we ought to try it.
I'll try anything. What is it?
Neroni knows that we're holding him here as a suspect of the murder of 3 people. As far as he's concerned, we know nothing of this 4th man.
That's right.
Now, Neroni doesn't know me, but he's heard of me. I've done a lot of favors for his people in town.
Yeah, they know of you, all right, and they like you.
All right. Now, my plan is this. I'll see this Neroni and tell him I can save him.
We'll follow you, Fabrizio.
Well, there's nothing Neroni would rather do than leave this country. He'll believe me when I tell him that I can get him a passport because I've done that for some of his friends.
I still don't understand. How are you going to find the bodies we're looking for by promising him a passport?
I'm going to make him tell us.
All right, there he is.
All right, thanks. Well, what are you waiting for? I told you I wanted to speak to this man in private.
All right. You don't have to be so sassy.
Those jailers are sure fresh. You're Tony Neroni, aren't you?
Yeah.
Gee, I had some tough time getting in here to see you.
Who you are?
Fabrizio is my name. You must have heard of me.
No.
Well, that doesn't matter. I've come here to help you.
I'm no sander for you.
Yes, I know, but some of your friends sent me here.
Because of why?
I told you to help you. Now, listen. I don't want any of those nosy Americans to hear me. Come over here.
What you want?
I've been sent here to see that you get a passport to go back to your native land.
Yeah?
Yes, and if you're interested, I'll tell you how you can show these fool Americans that we're smarter than they are.
Sure, we're lots of smart.
Not so loud. You're here because the police suspect you of killing 3 people.
Not to me. They run away. I know kill.
Shut up. There's only one way for you to prove that you didn't kill those 3 people.
How?
Tell the police the truth.
You mean the truth?
Yes. Tell them how Giuseppe killed them and hid the bodies.
Giuseppe?
Not so loud. Now, the police don't know that he ran away yet. What you've got to do is to tell them how Giuseppe killed Antonetta and the others. How he threatened you and then ran away.
Suppose they don't believe.
Don't be foolish. Why shouldn't they believe you? You saw Giuseppe kill them, didn't you?
Tell me, how can I prove that Giuseppe killed Antonietta and my partner?
All you've got to do is tell them what you saw, that's all. They'll try to arrest Giuseppe, discover he's run away, and that's that. And they'll have to let you go then.
Okay, I get that. That's all of what I got to do?
Yeah. When the police ask you why you didn't tell them this before, tell them the truth.
The truth?
Sure. Tell them that you were afraid, that Giuseppe threatened to kill you if he ever found out that you told on him.
Okay, I see.
I'm leaving now, Neroni. You do what you want to, but my advice is to tell them the truth, like I said.
Sure, I tell them.
Now, remember, don't lie to the police. By the way, you know where he hid the bodies, don't you? Then tell the police. Tell them the truth. That's the best way. And goodbye, Neroni. And don't forget the truth, the whole truth.
How'd you make out?
Well, we'll wait and see. Unless I'm wrong, our fine friend will bite on the bait I've given him.
You mean to say he fell for that yarn?
Sure.
Oh, Chief, Neroni wants to see you right away. Says he's got something important to tell you.
He has, eh? Okay, I'll be right down. Gale?
Yes, sir?
Get Sloan to bring the bloodhounds to Neroni's farm.
Yes, sir.
Get the car ready. We're going to take Mr. Neroni for a little ride so he can tell us the truth. All right, Neroni. Come on. Tell us how it happened.
Tell him the truth, Neroni.
Let's like this. I was sitting in the house with Antonietta and Dominic and Ethel. We all talk.
Oh, Dominic, you so
See,
funny.
Antonietta, Dominic, he say you a good cook.
Sure, she make a good wife.
No can be good wife, Dominic.
What?
All the wives are bad.
Oh, Ethel, that's
You hear that? You hear that, Antonietta? Ethel, he say. Giuseppe, what for you come?
Shut up. I come because I want to come. Ask my brother. He know.
Hey, what's the matter, Giuseppe? Why are you looking that way?
You don't know it, Dominic? You don't know what for I come?
I don't know.
You lie.
Your brother, he's a fool. Sit down, you say. Have some wine. We talk, eh?
I don't want to know wine. I don't want to know talk. I come to teach my brother a lesson.
What's the matter, Giuseppe? What have I done? Giuseppe, put down that gun.
I'm going to kill you.
That's just how it happened. I get the frightened and quick and run away.
After he shot his brother, you ran out.
Yeah.
You didn't see him shoot Antonetta or Ercole?
Oh, no.
Then what happened?
I run into the woods there. Later, long time, I see Giuseppe come out and dig a great big hole. Then he go in the house and they carry out a body in the tub. 3 bodies, one by one, and the bury.
That's why we couldn't find any blood around. He carried them in a tub. And then?
Then he run away.
Which way did he run?
Tell him the truth, Neroni.
That way.
That's where the bodies are buried?
That's right. Over there, by barn.
Okay, men. Dig over there with the barn.
Right, Chief.
Do you know why Giuseppe killed his brother?
No.
Looks like you frightened your horse, Neroni. Even he doesn't like you. You know why Giuseppe killed the others?
I no can see.
You loved Antonietta, didn't you?
Sure, gonna marry.
Were your partners jealous?
Tell him the truth, Neroni.
Jealous? No.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah, find anything?
Over here.
Right.
Hey, look. Look at that.
Merciful heaven. 3 of them. 3 innocent people.
Shot through the head, every one of them. Look, there's the tub. And one of the bloodhounds couldn't help us.
Awful. Terrible. Gale?
Yes, sir.
Phone the coroner. Have him send up the wagon.
Okay, Chief.
I okay, a free man now?
You what?
I a free man. I tell you how it happened. I can go away now.
You go away? Sure. Sure you'll go away.
What's the matter? You laugh. You're telling me you're my friend.
I just want to ask you one more question. I want you to tell the truth now. The real truth, understand?
I don't get what do you mean. You say I tell.
Yes, I know. You told her the story, and you think you fooled us, didn't you?
We're stupid Americans, aren't we? Well, maybe you're right. We're stupid enough, though, to want to know what you did with Giuseppe's body.
You double-crossed me.
That's not half as bad as murder, Neroni.
You lied to me. You lied. You double-crossed me. I kill you. I kill you. I choke you.
That'll keep him quiet for a while.
Yeah, almost broke your gun on his head, Chief.
Too bad I didn't kill him. Save the country a lot of money if I did. You all right, Fabrizio?
Yes, fine, thanks.
How are you, wise guy?
Oh, he double-crossed. I'm gonna kill him. He double-crossed.
What did you do with Giuseppe?
He run away. Giuseppe run.
Let's take him back, Chief. We'll find that other body, and we have to dig up this whole farm.
Right. Boys, carry this guy to the car.
Okay.
Did you see this dispatch here, Chief?
Antonio Neroni, serving a life sentence for the murder of 4 people whose bodies were buried on his farm, was found dead in prison last night. Was beaten to death by a fellow prisoner when he attempted to attack a party of visitors.
Yeah, nice guy, huh?
Yeah, nice and ferocious.
Yeah, you remember how he looked, though, when we blasted his phony alibi by finding Giuseppe's body?
A real look of horror.
Yeah, matched the house he lived in. A real horror house, if ever there was one.
You have just heard a thrilling story taken from the pages of True Detective Mysteries magazine, a McFadden publication.
From Hollywood, Lorene Tuttle in The Unexpected.
The unexpected.
The Unexpected. Life is filled with the unexpected, romantic, tragic, and mysterious endings to our most ordinary actions. Dreams come true, or dreams are shattered by sudden twists of fate in The Unexpected. But first, a word from your announcer. And now, Lorene Tuttle, outstanding radio and screen star in Free Passage, a drama of the unexpected.
Now I had to get out of Marseille. The French police were no less efficient than the Austrian or the Swiss. They had spotted me, I was sure of that. And early in the evening I had been followed. I lost whoever was following me along the waterfront, but he would find me again. And there was nothing I could do, nowhere I could go, no escape at all. Unless I could get to America. And I made up my mind. I was going to America. I didn't care how. I was willing to lie, to cheat, to steal, even to kill. But I had to get out of France. I looked up at the gray steamers against the pier. Surely one of them had room for an extra passenger. But which one? Then I saw him. He was 6 feet tall, with a reddish scar across his hard brown face. He was standing on a warped gangplank, watching the lights of Marseille, like a little boy outside a candy store. Hello, Yankee.
Lady, you ought to watch who you're calling names.
But you are an American, aren't you not?
Nope. I'm a Texan.
Texan?
Don't let it bother you, honey. For your purposes, I'm an American.
Well, then how about a walk into town? Maybe a drink?
Well, I'd like to oblige, but you'll have to make it some other time.
Tomorrow night?
About a year from tomorrow night.
Oh?
Don't take it personal, mademoiselle. I'd sure like to see you some evening, but we're pulling out at dawn.
I see.
And that's the way things are. So you'd better find yourself another sailor. I gotta watch the ship.
You have a strong sense of duty.
Nope. I got a strong sense of ownership.
Ownership?
Yeah, I own this freighter, and I wouldn't want anything to happen to her.
It is your boat?
That's right.
What you call her?
Margaret B.
Oh, how funny. My name is Margot. Who is Margaret B? Your wife?
Nope. I'm not married.
Oh,
Now, if you'll pardon me, I'm going aboard.
of course.
Good night, Margot. Sure sorry it couldn't last, but then I guess it never began, did it?
No. Good night, Captain. I watched him go up the gangplank, and then I followed, making sure that no one saw me. It was very dark and very quiet. I lifted the canvas from a lifeboat, crawled underneath it, and went quickly to sleep. I dreamed that night of America, and rich food, and expensive clothes, and of a tall, brown-faced man who called himself what was it? A Texan. And when I awoke, my dream was standing over me, looking down at my face with a very surprised expression in his wide blue eyes.
Well, I'll be a ring-tailed monkey. What in thunder do you think you're doing?
Going to America?
Oh, no, not on this ship you're not.
Why?
Because... Now, listen here, young lady. You're a stowaway. You got to get out of here.
But I cannot swim, and we are already at sea.
We'll just have to take you all back to Marseille.
Oh, no. No, you cannot do that.
Sorry, Margot, but I ain't got no room for passengers, especially none-paying passengers.
But I will pay you.
That don't matter. You haven't got a passport, have you?
No.
Can't imagine what you were thinking of trying to hide aboard my ship. No passport, nothing.
I had to do it, Texan. I must get to New York.
Why?
Because I'm all alone. And there I have friends who will take care of me. Oh, you must help. I will do anything, but you must help.
I'm awfully sorry, Margot.
You can tell your crew I have the necessary papers, and when we reach harbor, I can sneak off the boat, and no one will be the wiser.
You're asking me to break the law.
I know. And I have so little to give in return. But what I have is yours. All yours.
Well, we're putting it in Lisbon in a day or two. I'll think it over until then.
Oh, darling, how marvelous. You are taking me to America.
Now, see here, I didn't say I'd take you all the way.
Oh, but you will, I know you will. And I am so happy and so grateful. The captain was still very doubtful, but by the time we reached Lisbon, I'd convinced him to give me free passage to New York. And although his boat was small and evil-smelling, I had a wonderful, glorious voyage. I was happy every single moment because I knew the Margaret B was carrying me to a new life in America. One morning, nearly 2 weeks later, I was sitting cross-legged on the deck, playing gin rummy with a member of the crew. I had just knocked with 4 when the Texan clambered up the companionway, his big shoulders seeming to fill the narrow passage, and motioned to me to follow him below. Tim, where are we going? Oh, it is so dark, so forbidding.
Just watch your step, Margot, and don't ask no questions. In about an hour, we're going to be sighting New York Harbor.
Oh, Tim, how wonderful, how marvelous. I can hardly wait to get my first glimpse of it.
Your first glimpse is going to be from inside a packing case. Unless, of course, you'd like to be caught by the customs and immigration officials and sent back to France.
Oh, no, I cannot go back.
Well, that's all right, Margot. I'm not asking questions. Here we are. See that big crate over in the corner?
Yes, but...
It's marked olive oil, but it ain't got no olive oil in it. Instead, there's going to be some sugar, all nailed up.
Me?
That's right. I've cut some holes in the back of the case. You'll get a little air. It may not smell too good, but I reckon it'll keep you alive. Now, go on, crawl inside, and we'll commence operations.
Very well. Whatever you say. Oh, and Tim.
Yeah?
I don't know how to thank you, except this way.
You're welcome, Margot. You're real welcome. All right, now, get down in there.
Yes, Tim.
And when the customs inspector comes aboard, don't move and don't make any noise. You hear me, Margot?
I hear you, Tim.
You can't see why there should be all this red tape about your wanting to go to New York. They let Yankees into Texas without no trouble.
Must have been 2 or 3 centuries later when I heard footsteps on the companionway, and a large, jovial voice filled the dark hold.
Well, Captain, we'll just take a quick check on your cargo, and you'll be able to unload before nightfall.
Well, that's right nice of you, sir.
Now, let's see. Bill of lading, SS Margaret B. Linen, 500 bolts. Champagne, 600 cases. Glassware...
I could hear them going through the cargo, checking it case by case, shoving boxes aside, counting, recording, always getting closer to the corner where I was hidden.
Well, that seems to be all of it, Captain, except for the shipment of olive oil here in the corner.
I froze tightly against the sides of the box, holding my breath, listening to my own heartbeats, until I thought that surely they were loud enough to be heard all over the boat.
I guess there's no need to look at these boxes if they really are olive oil.
Well, that's what they are, sir.
No reason to lie about it. No possible reason. Not under the circumstances.
I could not believe it. Yes, the inspector had not even bothered to look at the case where I was hiding. And in just a few moments I heard the rumble of heavy machinery.
All right, Joe.
I felt myself being swung up into the air. The box was twisting and turning as it sped through space, but I didn't care. I was already dizzy with happiness. And then the crate came down softly, like a heavy winter snowflake as it settles against the ground. And I said to myself, "You have won, Margot. At last you are free. They will never find you now. You are in America, with a new life to live."
You think the story is over, don't you? But wait. Fate takes a hand. Wait for the unexpected. Now for the surprising conclusion of Free Passage, starring Miss Laureen Tuttle, a Hamilton Whitney production written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt and directed by Frank K. Danzig.
I do not know how long I waited in the packing case. Perhaps it was several hours. And then I began to get worried. How was I to get out of the box? Where was the captain? Why had he not come to help me? Then at last I decided I had help myself. I could wait no longer. I took my shoe off and pounded against the wooden boards to attract attention. It worked. In a few moments I heard someone hammering at the side of the packing case. When the box had been pried open, it was a matter of seconds before my eyes became accustomed to the light. Then I saw him. A man staring at me.
But what are you... I say, how did you get in there?
Where am I? What am I doing on another ship? What's happening?
It appears, young lady, that you're going to France.
France?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Don't know what you were doing in that case of olive oil, but the customs officials rejected the whole lot. Some duty mix-up ordered it all sent back. And since my ship was heading for Marseille, I took it aboard. Yes, indeed, my girl. You're headed for France.
Free Passage starred Miss Laureen Tuttle. Listen soon for another of your favorite motion picture stars in a drama of the unexpected. this program was transcribed in Hollywood. Lurene Tuttle in
The Unexpected.
It was like a bad dream. A monstrous, terrifying dream. I was caught in a fantastic nightmare. I knew that I had to escape or go mad. I had met the unexpected.
The Unexpected. A secret future. A hidden destiny waiting for you. Where? When? Who knows? Tomorrow? Today? An hour from now? Perhaps in just a moment, you too will meet
The Unexpected.
Before our story, here's a word from your announcer. And now, radio's most famous actress, Lurene Tuttle, in Nightmare, a drama of the unexpected.
It all began so simply, with just a knock on the door. I'm coming. Wait a minute, I'm coming. I stared out into the hall, and for a moment I didn't see anything or anyone. Then I heard a voice. A strange, high-pitched, tinny voice, and I glanced down.
Good morning, lady. I've got dolls for sale. Would you like to buy a doll?
He was little, not over 3.5 feet tall, and at first I thought I was looking at a child. Then I realized that he was an old man, an indescribably ugly old man. An evil grin spread over his dwarf-like face, and he held out 2 beautiful dolls.
Buy a doll, lady. See, I have 2 kinds. This one cries. And this one laughs.
Oh, she's so funny. So very funny.
Will you buy a doll, lady?
All right.
Which one?
What doesn't make any difference?
The one that cries.
No, I take the laughter. I need laughter.
Take the one that cries, lady. Take the one that cries.
Why?
Let her shed your tears, but do your own laughing.
Well, if I can't have the funny doll, I won't buy either one.
All right, lady. The laughing one.
How much does it cost?
There is no set fee for laughter or tears. Pay what you want. It will be enough. Perhaps too much.
I gave the dwarf a $5 bill. He shoved it into his pocket, turned, and hobbled away down the stairs. I remember wondering why he didn't stop at any of the other apartments on the floor. Then I shrugged and closed the door. She was a beautiful doll with long golden hair. Her mouth lifted into the most infectious smile I'd ever seen, and her laughter was instantly contagious. Whenever I turned her in my hands, I found myself laughing right along with her. Oh. Suddenly I felt very foolish. What was wrong with me? I was playing with dolls, acting like a ridiculous child. I'd only bought the thing because I felt sorry for the dwarf. I didn't really want it. Then I tossed the doll on the sofa and forgot all about it. Forgot about it completely until later when Richard came by to take me out to dinner. And the subject, for some reason, came up again.
Tell me, Jenny, what is this thing?
Oh, it's just the doll I bought this morning from a horrible little man who came to the apartment. Bend it over at last. See? Isn't it funny?
Not particularly.
I guess it just seems funny to me. Well, come on, Dick. We've got to hurry if we're going to get to the theater on time.
If an understudy can't do anything else, at least she can be prompt.
Ginny, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Are you sure you want to keep on with your acting?
Keep on with it. I really haven't done any yet. It doesn't look like I will. Marcia Claremont's as healthy as a horse.
No, you'll get a chance someday, Jenny, if you wait long enough. But I wish you wouldn't wait.
What do you mean, Dick?
Well, I'm doing all right now. Playing Romeo to Claremont's Juliet is a swell break. And I haven't told you before, but I have had some feelers from Hollywood. Nothing definite, of course.
Oh,
but...
Dick, how wonderful.
So I'm pretty well set for the next few years, and I'd like to share my luck with you.
I'm sorry, Dick. I can't help laughing.
Don't you understand what I'm trying to say?
Of course I do, Dick. The doll makes me laugh. I can't help it.
I'd hope this would sound serious to you, Jenny. It's serious to me.
Well, stop the doll laughing, Dick, then I can talk. Please stop the doll, Dick. I want to answer you. Just stop the doll.
You're the only one who's laughing, Jenny, and you're laughing at me.
No, I'm not, Dick. No, I'm not. It's the doll. Can't you hear it?
Goodbye, Jenny. I'm sorry I bothered you, but at least I'm worth a good laugh.
Stopped. As soon as Dick walked out of the room, the laughter stopped. I hurried to the sofa, picked up the doll, and turned it over very slowly. I had heard it. I was sure I'd heard it. And Dick must have heard it, too. Somehow I knew he hadn't. I held it close to my face for a moment, and then suddenly, without thinking, I threw it to the floor. The doll broke into a dozen pieces, but as it shattered, it laughed. Piece by piece, it laughed. I swept the broken bits of wax into the dustpan and dumped them in the incinerator, smiling as I watched them go up in smoke. I was glad to be rid of the hideous object. I never wanted to hear its mocking laughter again. Never. But I did. The doll was gone, yet its laughter remained and followed me. In the subway, eating lunch at the automat, in the dressing room at the theater. And even while I tossed with endless insomnia on my bed at night, I would hear that horrible, contagious laughter. And I would have to laugh, too. I would laugh and laugh and laugh. Finally, when I could stand it no longer, I went to see Dr. Wembley, the psychiatrist, who gave me cold professional comfort at $50 an hour.
Oh, it's nothing serious, Miss Randolph. A mild hallucination. Many people have similar reactions to strain or overwork. I'll give you something so that you can rest more easily. And in a few days, you'll forget all about the last.
He was right. Dr. Wembley was right. I did sleep that night, and by the end of the week, the doll had become a nightmare that never really happened. So I wasn't afraid to answer the telephone. Hello?
Hello, Jenny. This is Dick. Come right down to the theater. Claremont's sick.
What?
No rehearsal. You'll just have time to make up and get on stage.
Oh, no.
Did you hear me, Jenny? You're playing Julia tonight. Jenny.
Oh, I can't. Yes, Dick, I heard you. I'll be there.
Rides the lazy pacing clouds and sails upon the bosom of the air.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name, or if thou wilt not be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet.
Shall I hear more, or shall I speak at this?
'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. Thou art thyself, though not a Montague.
Jenny, what's wrong? Jenny.
What's Montague? It is no hand, nor foot, nor arm, nor face, nor any other part belonging to
I take thee at thy word. Call me but love, and I'll be new baptized. Jenny, control yourself.
I can't help it.
Jenny.
I just can't help it. It's the doll. It's that horrible doll. I ran out of the theater. The laughter echoed in my ears, driving into my brain until I knew that there would be nothing else left in my life. Nothing but endless days and nights of laughter. The bridge was high above the river. The murky water lapped at the supports with mirthful chuckles. I don't remember jumping. But the next thing I felt was the wind rushing past my face, and the icy water closed over me. Then I awoke. I was in my own familiar bed between clean, cold sheets. My window was open, and the water I'd felt had been the splatter of raindrops against my face. I realized that it was a dream. The whole thing. The dwarf, the doll, the laughter. Nothing but a terrible nightmare. And now I was awake and the nightmare was over. Oh, it was over forever.
You think the story is over, don't you? But wait. Wait for...
The Unexpected.
Now, here again is your announcer. Here again is Lorene Tuttle in the surprising conclusion of Nightmare, a drama of the unexpected.
I'm awake now and smiling and happy. Nightmare's ended. None of it was real. The dwarf and his laughing doll were just my imagination. Things like that don't happen. I still have Dick, and someday perhaps he will ask me to marry him. And someday perhaps I will play Juliet. My whole life is still in front of me. Wonderful, marvelous life. Oh, I'm coming. Just a minute, I'm coming.
Oh. Would you like to buy a doll? See, I have two kinds. This one cries, and this one laughs.
Nightmare, a drama of the unexpected, starred Lorene Tuttle and featured Dawes Butler and Stanley Waxman. It was produced by Alvin C. Gershenson, written by Robert Lippin and Frank Burt, and directed by Frank K. Danzig. And now, this is Hal Sawyer, inviting you to listen again soon, when another of your favorite motion picture stars meets...
The Unexpected.
The Unexpected is a Hamilton Whitney production, transcribed in Hollywood.
The Tom Mix Ralston Straight Shooters are on the air from coast to coast. So let's get going! Up, Tony. Up, boy. Up! The Mystery of the Black Cat. Tom Mix has been called to a large eastern city by his old friend, Professor Harvey, to investigate the strange disappearance of radium from various hospitals. Well, soon after Tom arrived, over $1 million worth of radium was stolen from what was believed to be a burglar-proof room of a big hospital. While Tom and Inspector Jameson stood outside the heavy steel door to this room, 20 stories above the ground, and whose only window was barred, the thief managed somehow to get in, steal the radium, and leave a black cat in its place. And now it's some time later, and Tom has been summoned to Professor Harvey's home, only to learn that the professor himself has been spirited away from his own house. Well, Tom, Inspector Jameson, and the others are searching the grounds of the Harvey estate for clues when suddenly a car comes roaring out of the driveway straight at them. It's the inspector's car, and behind the wheel they see the huge form of a black cat. In a moment, we'll learn what happens. But first, here's your pal, the old Wrangler.
Howdy, straight shooters, howdy. If you know any Chilly Willies or Icy Irenes in your neighborhood, kids that are feared to poke their noses out of doors when the weather gets cold, then just you tell 'em about good old Ralston wheat cereal. Will you? Say, once a Chilly Willie starts eating Ralston regular for breakfast, his shivers are over. 'Cause Ralston is a hot cereal. The kind that warms you up away down inside and helps keep you warm. Why, with a steaming dish of Ralston under your belt, you don't have to be a stay-at-home or a sit by the fire. You can enjoy cold weather. You see, Ralston is made of whole wheat, and it's cram full of nourishment and cowboy energy. The kind of energy that makes you want to go places and do things. And Ralston puts the B1 in breakfast. Does it taste delicious? I don't have to tell you, it does. Now, rope your friends tomorrow and give them the lowdown on this bang-up Western cereal. Tell them to breeze through cold weather with Ralston, the hot whole wheat cereal that comes in the red and white checkerboard package.
And now it's close to midnight. Tom and the others are standing in the driveway leading to Professor Harvey's house when suddenly they see the inspector's car start toward them. They barely get out of the way in time. The Wrangler says,
Who's driving that car? A cat, Tom. A big black cat.
Mrs. Harvey, she's faded, Tom.
Yeah, take her into the house, Pegas.
Right.
Inspector.
Yes, Mix?
You'd better go in and call headquarters. Tell them to be on the lookout for your car and warn them to close all roads leading into and out of the city.
I'm on my way.
Right.
I'll have them rush another car out here to pick us up. As soon as I get Mrs. Harvey safe inside the house, I'll be back, Tom.
Okay, Pegas. Now, Wrangler, let's see if we can get that model of the clipper ship in off the pond.
How you going to do that?
Well, the wind's blowing it toward the opposite shore. Let's go around on that side. Come on.
I've seen so mighty funny things, Tom. This here's the darndest mystery I ever did see. Now, that there model ship a-floating out there. There's something mighty queer about that, Tom.
I know what you mean. Something fantastic about it.
That's it. Why, when you turned that flashlight on it, it looked just like a real ship.
Yeah. Look, there it is.
Yeah.
Hey, something's happened to it. Looks exactly like the wreck of a small ship. Well, I'll wait out and get it.
Let me do it, Tom. My boots is higher than yours. The water's kind of shallow.
All right, go ahead.
Here. I got it.
Good.
Yeah. Look at there, Tom. The mast on this little ship had been broken off.
So I see. And there's a hole in the side.
What's it mean, Tom?
That can mean only one thing, Wrangler. Professor Harvey gave me this ship's model and told me to guard it with my life. That means it must be important, for some reason. Now, what is that reason? There must have been something hidden in it that the cat wanted. Now, wait a second. Here comes Pegas and the inspector. Pegas, Mrs. Harvey all right?
Yeah. I left her with one of the maids, Tom.
Good.
Our cat friend won't get far, Mix. I've been in touch with headquarters. He certainly made a mistake in stealing my car. My boys will pick him up before he gets 10 miles from here. Right now, there's a statewide alarm out for him. If we don't have him cornered before another hour...
Cars, state police patrols, Parkway police. The cat, wanted in connection with the recent robberies of radium in New York City, is attempting an escape in an official car. A description of the car is as follows. 12-cylinder sedan. 22 all toll bridge keepers, gatekeepers, and ferry landing superintendents. Watch for a black 12-cylinder sedan with the license number Y413. License number Y413. Car being driven by a man known as the Cat, wanted in connection with the robberies of radium.
Stop those presses! Stop them, you hear? You've got to rip out the front page. Here's the screamer to go in. The black cat escapes. Hurry up now. We can't waste a minute. We've got to get an extra on the street.
They'll never catch me, the fools. Never.
Don't be too sure of that.
Professor Harvey, your confidence in your friends, especially that cowboy, Tom Mix, is amazing.
My confidence in Tom Mix is not misplaced. As you'll find out, you won't get far, Cat, believe me.
I've gotten as far as I need to go. I've got the radium, and I've got that priceless little secret you hid away so cleverly in that model of the clipper ship. I need no more, Professor, until I reach the island. Then I'll make use of you again.
If you expect me to...
I never expect it. I'm sure of it. Who was it who told me where to find the little piece of paper concealed in the model ship?
Well, I did, yes, I admit it. But you forced me to it.
Yes, I forced you to do it. And when I need you again, I'll force you to do my bidding as easily as I did before. No, I've made out very well, Professor. Very well indeed. The police are after me, I believe, but I shall escape them without any difficulty. Let us see what progress they're making. Turn on the shortwave radio.
Turn it on yourself.
Very well.
And it's believed the cat is heading north on Eastern State Parkway. Parkway Police and State Police patrols be on the lookout.
Ah, the fools. I knew they'd think I was heading north, when actually I'm heading south for the city.
You'll never get away with this.
We'll see about that, Professor. Say, must be approaching a crossing. Yes, there it is ahead.
Look, the red lights are on. The gates are down. You'd better stop.
The cat stops for nothing. We'll beat the train without any trouble at all.
But the gates are down.
Then we'll go right through.
Don't. You fool. We'll never make it. We'll never make it.
Your hand over your eyes. Here we go. We made it.
Thank heavens for that.
Now you know why I always win, Professor. I take chances no one else would dare take.
Wait, what's that?
Sounds like the police. Yes, it is. Hold on, Professor. It looks as if we're in for a chase. A chase that you're going to find highly exciting.
Slow down, you idiot. Slow down. You're in the heart of the downtown traffic district. We'll all be killed.
How can I slow down with all those police cars on my tail? Ah, that was another mistake.
You fool! You'll kill us both.
Not far to go now. That's the foundation building right down the street.
The foundation? So that's where you're heading?
No, I'm heading for the tower building next door.
They'll trap you there without any trouble at all in that building.
You think so, do you? Well, we'll see. You're in for a surprise, Professor. The greatest surprise of your life. All right, out of the car into the building. And obey me without questions if you value your life.
Well, Mix, it looks as if we got here just in time.
Well, thank goodness that squad car picked us up as soon as it did.
Sure was lucky that police car was near Professor Harvey's home when you called.
Looks like the cat's going into the tower building, Holmes.
Yeah, and I reckon we'd better go in after it. Inspector, if I were you, I'd throw a cordon of police around this entire block. Station your men on the rooftops, the corridors of the building, and in the yard and back. All over, in fact. We mustn't let the cat get away.
You're right. Murphy, you heard that. Get on it right away.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mix, let's go on in.
Right.
Well, I sure don't see how you're going to corral a hombre like that in a building the size of this one.
Won't be as hard as it looks, Wrangler. Look there, over the elevator door. There's a light shining on the 21st floor. He must have taken the elevator to that floor. Well, we'll take the stairs. Come on.
Oh, the stairs may be quicker, but that there elevator sure'd be much easier.
Shuckins. This ain't no climb at all, Wrangler.
Well, here we are. Now to find which office he went into.
That's going to take some time. Must be about 50
Hold
officers.
it. Listen. Hear them?
Sunderation, that's a cat meowing. Coming from that office right over there. Come on, Tom. Let's get right in there.
Now take it easy, Wrangler. This may be a trap. Stand on the side. I'll kick the door open, and that way if the cat shoots, he'll miss us.
Good idea, Tom.
All right, here goes.
Saddles, soap, and stirrup leather. Look at that big black cat in there.
Yes, and Mix, the window, look.
Yeah, it's a cat standing in the window. You, don't move. Stand where you are, I'll fire.
Don't be a fool, Mix. You can catch me only if you follow me. And you cannot follow me.
Tom, Sunderation, did you see that? He jumped. He jumped out of that window 21 stories into space.
Fool. Refused to let himself be caught. Well, come on, Mix. We'll find his body in the yard below, I'm afraid.
Right with you, Inspector. Wrangler, Pegasus. Yeah? See if you can find the professor. He must be tied up somewhere in that office. The Inspector and I'll be back in a moment. Right. Well, here's the yard. His body ought to be right about here. Flash your light around, Inspector.
Right.
That you, Inspector?
Yes, Murphy. We trapped the cat in a room on the 21st floor, but he jumped out the window. Did you hear him when he came down, or... Oh. Great Scott, Mix. Look there on the ground.
Yeah, footprints. The footprints of a man.
Mix, it's impossible. When he hit the ground after falling 21 stories, he must have been killed. No man could get up and walk away. What does this mean?
I don't know, Inspector. I don't know.
Straight shooters, can you explain it? Do you know how a man can jump 21 stories into space, land on his feet, and walk away? That is the mystery that confronts Tom Mix right now. And say, have you figured out how the cat managed to get into a room no one could get into? There are plenty of thrills, surprises, and mystery tomorrow, so be sure to listen in.
Say, you won't catch any of us straight shooters eating a cold breakfast on a cold morning. No, sir. Thunderation, when we start trading punches with Jack Frost, we want a red and white checkerboard package of good old Ralston on our side, 'cause we know that with a hot dish of Ralston under our belts, we can knock Mr. Frost flatter than a pancake. You see, Ralston not only gives you warmth, but it gives you cowboy energy to fight cold weather. And just between you and me, the reason Ralston gives you so all-fired much cowboy energy is because it's rich in vitamin B1, the pizzazz vitamin. Why not ask your ma to serve you Ralston so you can laugh at cold weather? Well, sir, I'll be a bag-eared baboon with baby blue eyes. Look it, it's roundup time. So let's get going!
Up, Tony. Up, boy. Up!
This is the old Wrangler speaking for delicious Ralston and reminding you to listen to Tom Mix tomorrow at 5:45. Good night.
Enjoy delicious Rye Crisp as bread at every meal. Rye Crisp is an exciting new kind of bread. Delicious whole grain bread baked into thin, crisp wafers, tempting and golden brown. Rye Crisp is a grand, wholesome every meal bread, but it's much more than that. For example, Rye Crisp makes marvelous appetizers. Each wafer is scored so it breaks easily into 2 handy squares. Spread these crisp squares with cheese or anchovy paste or deviled ham, or serve them with sizzling cocktail sausages. They'll make a big hit, believe me, because the enticing rye flavor of Rye Crisp goes great with any food or beverage. Order Rye Crisp, spelled R-Y-K-R-I-S-P, from your grocer tomorrow. It comes in the handy red and white checkerboard package.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Illyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. Well, it's getting to be that time of year. I suppose you're planning a real old-fashioned Christmas. Most folks around Illyria are. Old-fashioned. I keep wondering what my grandmother would say if she knew that most Christmas dinners have been in freezers for months now. That the modern housewife is not so much concerned with cooking them as she is with thawing them out.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again transcribed another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. Oh, there's no doubt about it. The pre-Christmas fever has hit Illyria. The Merchants Association's meeting tonight to plan what kind of decorations they'll have along Main Street. Of course, that doesn't concern me near as much as Will's annual Christmas party in the children's wing of the county hospital. The Gazette tosses a real party for those youngsters, with all sorts of entertainment from the community that Will lines up, and the finest food you can imagine, all home-cooked right here in Illyria. Everybody sings carols, and those kids have a wonderful time. No need saying, I guess, that the highlight of the evening is Santa's arrival with toys and fruit for every child. Of course, Will masterminds the whole thing, works the hardest and all that. But that Santa Claus always steals the show. He's jolly and fat and... Hey, that reminds me. I'll have to have that red suit let out.
If you don't bend to it, Will, it'll blow you clean off the street.
Oh, hi, Arlo. Yeah, you're right. The fellow needs ground grippers just to keep from walking backwards.
This wind goes right through me. I keep meaning to go south in the winter, and I get busy and forget all about it.
Well, if you just quit bucking this wind and give in to it, it'll blow you south in no time.
Looks like we're the only two fools out in this.
Yeah, and I'm going to correct half of that right now. Say, can I count on your hardware trucks to pick up the toys again this year?
Oh, sure you can, Will. Just give me a little warning.
Fine. Well, see you later.
Tonight, huh?
What do you mean?
The Merchants Association meeting to vote on the Christmas decorations.
Oh, yeah, sure.
In the Pioneer Room at the hotel, 8 o'clock sharp.
I remember, Arlo. Goodbye.
I'm not going through another one of these winters. By George, next year I am going south.
Open that door. I've chased papers all over the office all day.
Next time I'll use the keyhole.
I just finished picking up after Arlo Post blew in here.
Here, I'll help you.
Now I know what they mean when they refer to an ill wind. This one sure makes me sick.
Yeah, you're in pretty good form, Maggie. You want to write this week's editorial?
Well, if I may make so bold, it wouldn't hurt if someone wrote it. The last day or so, I've been wondering if you still worked here.
Now, Maggie. You know it's this way every year. Planning this party, lining up what everyone's to do, takes a lot of time.
Take your coat off. You'll get cold when you go out in the wind again.
I don't know. It seems sort of windy in here, too, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I'm sorry, Will, but when the wind blows, so do I.
I don't blame you. Well, we better anchor those loose papers before someone else with no imagination uses the door instead of the keyhole.
There. That ought to do it. No, I didn't think of that before.
Well, I got to get up to Hazel Burroughs and talk about the program for the party.
What's there to talk about? It's the same program every year.
Yeah, I know, but Hazel feels better if we talk about it each time.
What night are you having it this year?
I'm not sure of that either. Going out to the hospital tomorrow and talk to Miss Moran about that.
Well, if you're going to Hazel's now and out to the hospital tomorrow, when are you going to write your editorial?
Tonight, I guess.
Tonight's the Merchants Association meeting. That's what Arlo stopped by to remind you. He said they were going to vote on the Christmas decorations for Main Street.
Yeah, sure they are. They vote every year, and every year they put up the same decorations.
If you say, look what the wind blew in, I'll scream.
Hi, Laverne.
Well, you sure cut down on conversation openers when you say that, Laverne.
That's all I've heard at the shop all day. We've had wind around here before. It seems to me we could all be a little more original. Oh, here, Will. I was coming this way, so I brought my ad over.
Oh, thanks very much. Still plugging those Italian haircuts, are you?
Of course. They're very chic, you know.
They're very something.
I love yours, Laverne. I wish I could make up my mind to have one.
Oh, you'd be stunning with one, Maggie. Why, with the lovely texture of your hair and the body to it, it'd be perfect for you.
I'm thinking about it. I really am.
Well, if you are, you'd better make an appointment soon. That's what my ad's about. Why, some of my operators are already booked up through Christmas Eve.
Now, Laverne, what gets into you women? First, you let your hair grow about 50 pounds worth and pile it up on top of your head so you look 8 feet tall, and then you turn around and chop it down to nothing but a few wisps here and there.
That, Will, is called fashion. Change is exhilarating. It's challenging and stimulating.
And it makes money for beauty operators, huh?
So they buy ads from newspaper men, so everyone's happy.
Except the newspaper men who have to look at the women with their heads practically shaved.
Well, you're just set in your ways. That surprises me a little about you, because you're always advocating changes in the Gazette, always urging improvements.
Now you're getting there. Always urging improvements, yes. But all changes aren't improvements. And I do mean women's hairstyles.
Maggie, you'd better help me work on this guy.
Oh, I was just thinking. If Will feels as strongly as he says he does about these haircuts...
That's my girl, Maggie.
Then you can put me down for the first open appointment.
Come in, Will, before you catch your death.
Thanks, Hazel.
Oh, the chill goes right through you, doesn't it? Take off your things. I've got a fire going in the parlor and some coffee on the table.
Sounds good, Hazel. Well, now then Oh, by golly, it's windier than I thought. Look at your hair.
What about my hair?
Well, it's all blown crazy. It sticks all around. Look in the mirror.
I don't have to look in the mirror. If you must know, I paid $3.50 to get my hair blown this way at Laverne Beheimer's New Look Beauty Shoppe.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hazel.
Well, I'm beginning to be myself. Now, come on in and warm yourself and put some coffee in your mouth so you won't say anything else about my hairdo.
What does Harry think of it?
Hasn't said a word. Can't tell whether he's struck dumb or just isn't speaking to me. Sit down, Will.
Thanks.
Now, help yourself if you take cream or sugar.
Black's fine, Hazel.
Well, I've been giving the Christmas program a lot of thought, Will. Oh, you've arranged for the toy pickup, I suppose.
Yeah. I saw Arlo post this afternoon. Now, as soon as we decide on the day, why, he said we could use his trucks.
Well, the reason I asked, Emery Locke was over last night, wondered if you still planned on the volunteer firemen repairing the toys and painting them up like new and all.
I'll have to give Emery a call. Yeah, sure, we're planning on them, just like we always do.
Well, I know Doc to be the Santa Claus again because I get the honor of letting out the seams in that red suit of his again this year.
Maybe Doc's trying to use too many pillows.
What pillows? All that soft padding belongs to the good doctor himself. If it's pillows, it's its own flesh and blood. It's a good thing he doesn't make no show about coming down the chimney.
I guess it is at that.
Well, now about the program. I thought I'd play the piano, of course. Jingle bells to start off with, and Santa Claus is coming to town, and Roscoe the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That way we'd save
Rudolph.
the carols. What's that?
It's Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Oh.
I don't think it's very important.
Let's see now. Where were we? Oh, Jingle Bells, and Santa Claus is coming to town, and what's his name, the Red-Nosed you-know-what?
All those are your piano solos, huh?
Uh-huh. And after that, I'll recite 'Twas the Night Before Christmas.
And after that, John and Sam and Emery will appear in their bathrobes with their heads tied up in towels and sing We Three Kings of Orient are.
That's right. And let's put a pin right there, Will.
Right where?
In John's bathrobe. Or else give him a new one. I noticed last year, somewhere between Moor and Mountain and Field and Fountain, John had a hole in the back of his.
I'll give him an early Christmas present.
Good. Then, I guess the rest of the program is just about the same as last year's. Unless you have some suggestions.
No. I thought last year's was just fine, Hazel. All thanks to you.
Oh, you know I just love doing it, Will. Not having any of my own, I'd just like to be near youngsters at Christmas. And those sweet little souls at the hospital, well, it just makes me happy to be with them, that's all.
I know it does, Hazel.
It's just like those green trees all lighted up along Main Street, Will. It all makes Christmas for me.
I know just how you feel. Well, morning, Maggie.
Hello, Will.
Oh, hi, Doc. Didn't see you over there. Come by to pass the time of day, did you?
This is a professional call.
You sick, Maggie?
Not me.
I came by to examine your head, Will.
My head?
Now, Doc, he may have a good excuse.
He better have.
Me? Excuse for what?
For why you weren't at the Merchants Association meeting last night.
All that. Well, I could say I forgot all about it. But to tell you the truth...
That's what we want to hear.
Okay. It was so blame cold and windy, and the house just felt so nice and warm when I got home to dinner, I just plain decided to stay at home, and I did.
I wish you'd lied and said you forgot about it.
That wouldn't have solved much, Maggie. Well, Mr. Rogers, I sure hope you enjoyed your comforts last evening.
Oh, I did some work, too. Wrote my editorial, Maggie.
Keen.
Well, what is this? What happened last night that was my fault?
Tell me this first, Will. What kind of Christmas trees are you partial to?
Well, you mean pine or fir or spruce?
I mean, do you like green trees or white trees or blue trees or what?
Oh, I'm a green tree man myself, all the way.
Then it's most likely that if you had bothered to attend the meeting last night, you'd have voted with the green tree crowd.
The straight ticket.
Well, bully huzzah on a tiger for you, because you're the man who just cost Elyria its green Christmas trees this year.
You mean they're not going to have green trees on Main Street like they always do?
They are not. By one single, solitary, irresponsible vote, the green tree crowd lost out to Laverne Beheimer and the lunatic fringe.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. All along Main Street. Pastel-colored Christmas trees.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to our story in just a moment, but first, whether you've given blood before or intend to and never have, consider these facts. Today, we can stockpile precious blood plasma against future emergencies. With the fighting ended, the priceless chance is ours to store up blood supplies against emergencies of war and peace that give no advance warning. Call your local Red Cross or hospital blood bank for an appointment to keep America prepared. And now we continue with the second act of Rogers of the Gazette.
Now try to control yourself, Arlo, and just tell me quietly how it happened.
Well, I don't like to relive the scene much, but I guess you got a right to know. May I say first that 39 of the 40 members of the Merchants Association saw fit to attend the meeting.
I'm the worst kind of a bum. I've already admitted it. But believe me, I never had any idea there was a resistance movement on against green trees, or I'd have been there.
Well, I don't think any of us suspected it. Laverne and some of those ladies ready-to-wear girls apparently have been working underground, silent as termites for some time.
Well, did they come right out and say they were for pastel Christmas trees?
No, they were much too clever for that. They let the green tree boys make the motion that we use the same old decorations. Then when it came to a vote, the 15 of them rose as one and voted it down. Now, you see, well, if you'd have been there, we'd have had one more green tree vote, and that'd have meant a tie. And as president, I'd have broke the tie.
And you're a green tree man.
Till the day I die.
Well, there's no two ways about it. I'm the meanest man in town.
A lot of folks think so, Will. A lot more of them are going to. Long about the time Laverne, the girls start putting up blue, pink, and yellow trees.
How'd you settle on the colors?
Who settled? It isn't as if it was put to a vote. Not a clean-cut vote, anyway. You see, we was all still on the ropes from the defeat for the old decorations when someone got up and nominated Laverne as head of the new decorations committee.
Oh, I see. And she appointed her own committee, I suppose.
That's been the custom, and the next thing we knew, they'd put their heads together over in the corner. And just before we adjourned, she announced the committee report. I think I'd have struck her, save for the fact that she's a woman.
They didn't make any slip-ups. I mean, the vote's legal, and nothing can be done to change it.
Nothing can be done. And come to think of it, you're the one that ought to be struck.
Well, I'm open for it, I guess.
Oh, I'm joshing, more or less. Not that I wouldn't like to flail away at you if it'd do any good, but I'll tell you, Will, there was a lot of strong talk against you last night. Oh, providing you weren't sick or something.
No, I wasn't sick last night. But I feel pretty sick today every time I think of those pastel trees along Main Street.
Well, how about me? I feel like a traitor to my own cause. Being the only paint store in town, I'm the one that has to sell them that pastel paint.
No, he still isn't here, Sam, but I'll tell him you called. Well, I don't know exactly when he'll get back to you. He's had quite a few calls. I know. I know all about it. All right, Sam, I'll tell him. Oh, poor Will.
Hi, Maggie.
Hi.
Any calls while I was at Arlo's?
14 by actual count.
My colleagues of the Merchants Association.
Just the green tree contingent.
Any threats on my life?
Just one, from Sam. He said he wouldn't trust himself to shave you for a while and intimated you'd better get your haircuts from Laverne Beheimer.
Well, I guess I had that coming.
Darn it. I wish I could do something to help you.
That's nice of you, Maggie. But unless you have any way of turning back the clocks of yesterday so I could go to that meeting last night, there isn't much way you can help me.
Well, everyone's acting like they'd never made a mistake in their lives. They're all so self-righteous because they went out to a meeting on a cold night and you didn't.
I can't really blame them, Maggie. I'm darn sure I'd have felt pretty self-righteous myself if I'd have gone out last night.
Hello, Maggie.
Hi, Hazel.
Will?
I don't know what to say to you.
Now, don't be choosy, Hazel. Just say anything. Everybody else has.
Well, I don't mind telling you. I had to hear it from a lot of people before I'd believe it.
A lot of people are talking about it, are they?
Oh, my. It's all over town. Folks huddled in little groups, talking of nothing else in the wide world but pastel Christmas trees. Why, even Harry knows about it. And he's always the last person in town to know anything. You know that.
Well, talking isn't going to do any good. Don't they know that?
Apparently not. Of course, I say there's no sense mushing around and spilt milk. The thing is, what can we do about it? Besides, spit right in Laverne Beeheimer's eye.
A fair sampling of public opinion might indicate that it's my eye you should aim for.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I've heard talk of stringing you up to the highest, pinkest branch of the tallest Christmas tree. But I say Laverne ought to have better sense, and I'm on my way to her shoppy to give her a good talking to. Get her to calm down this hair.
Well, I hope you do some good, Hazel. I wish I could think of something to do.
To tell you the truth, Will, you'd better come up with some good, bright idea, because some folks are mumbling around about not supporting the Gazette's Christmas party for those children, all on account of your neglect last night.
Now, that's the end, the very end of all the spiteful
No, easy does it, Maggie. But they're not thinking straight on that, Hazel. Well, they'd get back at me, all right, but surely they wouldn't want to disappoint those kids at the hospital.
I can't believe they would, Will. I'd swear they wouldn't. But then, as recent as yesterday, I'd have swore I'd never see Easter egg-colored Christmas trees gracing Main Street.
You come down to the children's wing with me?
No. I'll find Miss Moran in her office and talk to her there. I kind of doubt if I could make it down to see the kids today.
Well, they always ask about you, especially this time of year.
Yeah, well, we'll tell them hello for me. Tell them I'll see them later on. I don't think I can face the kids just yet, Doc.
Well, what'll I do? I mean, a lot of them will probably have their letters to Santa Claus all written. In the past, I've always told them I'd mail the letters for them.
Yeah, you can take their letters, Doc. Those kids are going to have a Christmas party if I have to play Rudolph the Blue-Nosed Reindeer myself.
All right. I'll stop back for you, son.
Hello, Miss Moran.
Why, Mr. Rogers, how nice to see you. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
The children have been asking for you. Want to go down and see them now or after we've finished our little talk?
Oh, well, I'm in sort of a hurry today, Miss Moran. I'll get out to see them real soon.
I hope so. You'll never know what you do for them, Mr. Rogers. They look forward to that Christmas party the whole year long.
Yeah, well, so do I, as a matter of fact. You got a full list of them, I suppose.
Here we are. Their names and ages. And I've noted a few small little things they may not ask for, but I know will please them.
That's good. Now, do you think early Christmas Eve is as good a time as any for the party?
I think that's perfect. Now, if there's anything I can do, I hope you'll let me know.
Oh, I will, thanks. And if you get any ideas, you just give me a call.
I could use a hand with decorations, just anything. I'd like it if the place didn't look so much like a hospital, at least on Christmas Eve.
Oh, don't worry about the decorations, Miss Moran. There's every chance there's going to be an excess of Christmas decorations in Elyria this year.
Wonderful. We'll welcome anything.
You ready, Will? Hi, Miss Moran.
Hello, Dr. Clemens. Or should I say Santa Claus?
Yeah, go ahead. Call me Santa Claus. Because the way things are going, you might not recognize me as Santa Claus come the party.
Oh, why is that?
Oh, hasn't Will told you? In keeping with the modern conception of Christmas, I stand to show up here in an orchid spacesuit sporting one of them Italian haircuts.
Oh, Doc, lay off, will you?
Where's Maggie?
Oh, hi, Laverne. Oh, she's off somewhere, the post office or somewhere like that.
Oh, I'm sorry to miss her. Most of the men are turning this over to the women in their places of business. How do you suppose you'd want Maggie to take care of it for you?
Take care of what?
Well, here, I'll show you. There we are. Now, here are the plans for street decorations, just roughly designated, of course. But as you see, this is Main Street along here.
Mm-hmm.
And as it works out, there'll be a tree in front of each place of business.
I see.
Now, we're going to paint the trees tomorrow night. What shade would you like?
I get a choice?
Well, as nearly as possible, so long as all the colors blend. We're trying to be fair and give each proprietor his choice.
Oh, well, that's fine. I'll take green.
Chartreuse?
No, just plain old green tree green.
Now, Will, that's old hat. We decided at the meeting.
Well, yeah, that's my choice. That's it.
Oh, you men, I get this everywhere I stop. Now, you do have a choice. In the greens, there's chartreuse and lime. Then you may have ice blue or robin egg blue, burnt orange, which is stunning.
It's all stunning.
Butter yellow, cerise, and shocking pink.
These are Christmas trees you're talking about.
Don't be facetious.
What color's that?
On you, it's sort of an ash gray.
Now, you going to have ornaments on these trees, or is that old hat, too?
Oh, the ornaments, Will. Now, they are really spectacular. Charcoal gray and stove black.
Oh, Laverne, for heaven's sake.
It's usually at this point in the discussion that the men in the business turn it over to a woman to make the choice. Now, if Maggie were here,
She'd punch you right in the nose.
I'm not going to take much more of this abuse, Will. After all, I represent the party in power at the moment. That vote the other night was duly taken, you know.
I know it was. And in case I forget it, a lot of people are quick to remind me. Laverne, now, does it mean anything to you at all that about 95% of Illyria wants regulation Christmas trees with regulation Christmas ornaments on them?
You should have thought of that the other night and showed up at the meeting.
You're right. I should have. But I'm going to make up for it somehow. Laverne, you just can't do this to Christmas.
You just try and stop me.
I tell you, Arlo, I don't mind taking my own medicine, but I sure hate to have the whole town have to swallow it, too.
I guess you sampled a little public opinion, Will.
Talk to everybody who'll speak to me. And nobody, except Laverne and what Doc calls the lunatic fringe, want these preposterous Christmas decorations.
Well, Christmas should be more she-she.
What?
Well, that's what Laverne said when she was in here this morning.
Sounds like a bad song title. I'm dreaming of a she-she Christmas. Well, now, that's one thing. She can't change the old traditional Christmas music much. Or isn't she going to have those loudspeakers rigged up on Main Street?
Well, yeah, she's already arranged for that. Les over at the music store was in a while back. He told me she was coming back later to pick out the rest of the music.
The rest of it?
Well, she's only settled on one song so far. Something called Santa Baby.
Oh, look, Arlo. Something's got to be done about this.
Well, I'm thinking of doing something.
Like what?
I keep meaning to go south in the winter. It looks like this is the year.
Thought you were serious.
I am. I'm thinking about it real serious. And I'm not alone either. Several of us checked with the railroad, found that we can make good connections in the city with the southbound limited.
You mean you're going to run out?
Well, some of us look on it more like we were being run out, Will. No one likes to leave their homes at Christmas time, not to mention closing down businesses and losing revenue. But there's a limit to what some of us will take. And a pastel Christmas tree with stove black ornaments is mighty near the limit.
Well, I can't blame you. And I don't suppose I can stop you any more than I can stop Laverne.
Well, what color tree are you going to have perched in front of the Gazette office?
You never settle that. And of the choice of colors she gave me, it was... Say, tell me this, Arlo. Now, you're a paint man. Where did she come up with that bunch of colors?
Well, they're perfectly good colors, all right. They're not too Christmassy. But there's nothing wrong with most of those colors put in their proper place.
Well, maybe not, but... Their proper place. Say, Arlo, has Laverne bought that paint yet?
No, said she meant to do that later today. Wants to talk to me about spray guns, she said, and how to mix the colors proper and all that sort of thing. And... Will, you got an idea?
I've got a first-class idea.
Lovely, Will. Just lovely.
Oh, I don't know, Laverne. It looks more she-she to me than anything else.
All right, it's she-she.
Well, now this blue one's finished. Where else do you need me?
Oh, let's see now. Doc's done one in peach. Maggie and Hazel Burroughs are working on a pale pink one. Oh, here. I guess you can help Arlo and Sam.
Yeah, what color paint are they using?
Butter yellow.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, you never cease to amaze me, Will. When I described these colors to you yesterday, you said some terrible things.
Yeah, but that's when you were talking about using this paint on Christmas trees.
Well, Maybe it does look better on the walls of these hospital rooms.
I think so.
I still think you were pretty sneaky to buy Arlo's stock of pastel paints so I couldn't use them on the trees.
I was a positive cad about it.
Oh, how wonderful this room looks.
You like it, Miss Moran?
I love it. Every room I look at is the most beautiful color I ever saw.
Well, this room isn't too bad, Will. Of course, that peach job I just applied across the hall is really the class of the children's wing.
Well, I've said all along that as a doctor, you'd make a good painter.
Ho, that's rich.
I don't know how we'll ever thank you. When I asked for help on decorating the children's rooms, I really meant Christmas decorations, you know. But now they'll enjoy these soft pastel walls the year round.
Yes, and Main Street will have its traditional green trees for the Christmas season. You won't mind so much, will you, Laverne?
Not after putting this paint to such good use, Doc. I guess we can thank Will for both decorating jobs.
No, you're the one to thank, Laverne. Why, I might never have thought of painting the children's wing if you hadn't planned your wild color scheme for Main Street. You practically drove me to it.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Parley Bear as Doc Clemens and Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Our story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Howard McNair, Elaine Williams, and Virginia Gregg. The special music for Rogers of the Gazette was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
CBS, 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 radio's gonna follow you. For radio that's best. Praise that CBS radio.
Tomorrow night, Ray Milland stars on Meet Mr. McNutley on most of these same stations. Professor Ray's explosive encounter with a pretty French exchange student calls for ooh-la-las aplenty tomorrow night. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Thursday nights, Marlena Dietrich stars in Time for Love on the CBS Radio Network.
You there, you who are trapped, take courage. Many avenues of rescue await you. Or you might even be rescued, set free to breathe and live again by something that doesn't even exist. Stand by for adventure. The well-furnished living room in which we find ourselves mirrors the personality of its usual occupant, Dr. Juan Avillo, South American scientist and philosopher. It's a room fitted with discriminating taste, filled with curios and mementos of the doctor's varied travels. Gathered together with Dr. Avillo are his three close friends: Major Gordon, retired Army officer; Richard Moore, foreign correspondent who shares in the adventures of which he writes; and Captain Quigley, skipper of merchant ships that have sailed the world. Having just finished an excellent dinner, the company's in a quiet, satisfied mood. There's a long stillness in the room as the men gaze into the crackling fire. Dr. Avillo, their host, breaks the silence.
Come, gentlemen. We are lost in reflection.
Aren't we to be permitted our needed hours of meditation, Doctor?
Of course, Moore, of course. I merely thought it strange that such a group of stimulating storytellers should choose this moment to hide its thoughts.
It's sure cook, Doctor. She's real good. Roast beef's gone to my head.
Yes, Doctor. You shouldn't allow such dinners if you want stories.
Not altogether, Moore. This reflection Dr. Avillo spoke of slowed me down long enough to remember an incident that happened early in the Chinese War.
Then, quite accidentally, Major Gordon, I have helped you remember a story.
Yes, Doctor. A story of what you might call a secret weapon.
I'm set, Major. Reflect when ready.
Well, gentlemen, as you all know, a byproduct of war is a wealth of hero stories. Deeds of heroes become national legends, destined for the most part to immortality in a history book. During the war in China, I acted as an observer with the Chinese army. In all sectors where I traveled, stories of these heroes were told me. For the most part, they were very much alike, with details of courage, daring, and sacrifice. There was one story, however, that impressed me very deeply, and I've never forgotten it. It's the story of a patrol trapped behind the enemy lines. Li Chang, they told me, was their leader. They spoke his name with pride. Chang had led his men out that afternoon, and the next day he had led them back, their mission done. The assignment had been to destroy a vital railroad bridge over which the enemy was moving heavy shipments of supplies to the front. The bridge had been dynamited, and another defeat had been thrown in the faces of the insurgent generals. Li Chang and his raider patrols were much feared by the enemy, and the blowing of the bridge was the signal for a determined effort by the Japanese to intercept the patrol and kill Chang and his soldiers. As the patrol stumbled into an open valley, gunfire suddenly echoed from the nearby forest. They had been discovered. Chang and the patrol began a hurried flight over the floor of the valley, but a flash of fire from the hills beyond showed the enemy was also in front of them. Quickly they assumed defensive positions. Lying behind boulders and all natural fortifications they could find, the trapped men returned the fire of the enemy. The advantage was with the Japs. From their positions in the hills, they could determine the strength of the patrol, while their number remained hidden. The men lay together in the ending day for what seemed an eternity, each soldier waiting for the inevitable attack. It is known that in moments like these, when men realize that death is not far away, their lives pass in quick review before them. Li Chang was not immune from this escape into the past. As the men lay next to him, drawing strength and hope from his words, he told them of his childhood. As Joan of Arc would tell of the vision that came to her, so did Chang tell of his life as a boy on his father's farm. It was not far from the very same ground where they lay huddled together this night that each dawn and twilight he used to watch from the windows of his small bedroom shadows marching through the mist over the crest of a hill out into the fields, disappearing at the horizon. Well, each morning he would walk carefully up the side of the hill. But when he reached the top, the bright sunlight showed him no traces of marching feet, but merely an old burial mound worn by storm and time, almost buried beneath the grass. He spoke of these shadows to his father once, but he only laughed at him and said, "Foolish boy, your mind plays tricks for its amusement. There are no shadows marching in the mist." Chang accepted his father's disbelief with the respect of a son, and never again spoke of what he saw. The insurgents' attack began suddenly, and the stillness of the valley was shattered into 1,000 sounds by the staccato drilling of machine guns and rifles. The enemy poured down out of the plain, and a deluge of men swept toward the patrol, both in frontal and rear assaults. The guns of Chang and his soldiers hurled streams of fire at the fascists. Hands began to blister from the intense heat of the gun barrels, but still the enemy came. The greenness of the fields were blotted out by their grotesquely sprawled heaps of dead. The enemy crawled closer and closer to the tight circle of the trapped patrol. Then, without warning, as if an invisible tide were drawing them away, the insurgents began retreating. Their figures grew smaller and smaller in the gun sights of Chang's men, until they finally scurried back into the safety of the hill. But the firing didn't stop. It broke out again on the hill. It appeared, strangely enough, that the enemy was fighting another battle up there on the heights. Chang focused his field glasses on the scene of action, and an oath of bewilderment broke from his lips. "They've gone mad, those swine," he told his men. "They're firing at the air." He looked again through the glasses. The men waited tensely for his next words. "There are soldiers coming up the other side of the hill," he said in a strained voice. There was silence for a moment, and then several volleys of rifle fire sounded sharply. "It must be our men," the patrol shouted. "They've broken through to rescue us." Chang held up his hand for silence when the firing stopped as abruptly as it had begun. "It was not our men," he said. "They fired their own soldiers coming up the other side of the hill." As the flush of their initial victory cooled and night fell completely over the land, the patrol began to wonder at the strange event on the hill. They turned to their leader for an explanation. Chang himself was puzzled. The Japanese are not unschooled in tactics, he reasoned. Why had they withdrawn their attacking force when they were almost upon them? Was it possible that there had been some Chinese soldiers on the other side of the hill who had diverted the attention of the insurgents? Or was it all merely a stupid blunder on the part of the Jap leaders? Chang didn't know. But the providence that had given them life for another night and the chance to fight again for the Chinese earth was blessed, and they grew silent, each man deep in memory of home and peace. The night brought no fighting. Chang knew the enemy was busy making preparations for the morning, and he knew in his heart, though his face showed no signs of it, that it would be the last attack. A miracle had been all that had saved them that evening, and he fell again to wondering what had happened. But no. He had been over all the possibilities before, and none were logical. And yet, his soldiers were alive. The problem grew almost maddening in its proportions. There was sleep but for few, each man wishing to crowd the rest of a lifetime into a single night. As the sky broke slowly with light, the patrol became alert, and the enemy awaited. And they came. The air was split by their fire, and the earth shook as shot after shot showered on the patrol. Through the dim light, Chang could see the enemy creeping forward. They would soon be upon them. Some of the men began to cry, not with fear, but with the bitterness of knowing they would soon be lost forever to the cause of freedom for which they fought. Li Chang cursed each bullet he sent into the enemy. Suddenly, the dull roar of thunder sounded from invisible cannon, and great flashes of light seemed to literally tear the sky apart at the top of the hill. The shooting stopped, and a deathly silence filled the valley as all men turned toward the hill. There, outlined against the flashing sky, they saw a long line of men advancing over the hill. The thunder boomed again, and panic spread among the enemy. The rout was on. Throwing down their arms, the Japanese began a headlong flight, but Chang's men roared out of their barricade of dirt and stones and gave pursuit and death to the insurgents. The thunder and the lightning stopped abruptly, but the wild shouts of the patrol, routing the enemy, continued to be heard. Their victory won, Chang gathered his men together, and the sober reflection that had come upon them the previous night set in again. A strange intervention had again given them life. It was truly a miracle. Coincidence could not be the answer. Then quickly they remembered the men on the hill whom they'd seen coming into the valley. They must have been of their army, and the thunder and lightning must have been their artillery. Of course, that was it. They rushed into the valley to greet their comrades, but they were not to be found. There was no trace of artillery. There was no trace of the Chinese soldiers. Only the bodies of the dead Japanese. The patrol turned to Li Chang. They had never seen him look so strange. He looked like a man whose spirit was in another world. Slowly he began walking over the plain toward the hill. They followed him silently. They did not understand what had happened, but they knew that he was leading them to the answer. As they reached the foot of the hill, they paused for a moment, and Chang signaled that he would go up alone. They watched him climb to the crest and stand motionless against the sky. They knew he had found out what they were searching for. Hurriedly they stumbled up through the mist to see. And when they joined him and looked down the other side of a hill which sloped gently to the valley below, the mist had disappeared. And there in the sunlight of the new morning, they saw a small group of burial mounds almost hidden beneath the grass. And they were mounds worn by storm and time. Li Chang stood upon the hill for a long, silent moment. As he looked upon the fields, a dream of the past appeared in his eyes, but he brushed it aside as if it were a tear. This was the answer. It was the simplest thing in the world. Abruptly he turned away to march with his soldiers. Perhaps to return here again some dawn, some twilight, to search for shadows that once marched in his childhood.
That story itself causes reflection, Major.
Yes, it rather shows that wars are made of more than steel and logistics.
The human element, that's what it is, the human element. You can't lock it out of anything. It's a solid foundation.
Sounds like Quigley has a story brewing.
Oh, no, not at all. Just reflecting, that's all. Just reflecting. Good night, Doctor.
The door closes. The four friends part to meet again and talk again and invite you to stand by for adventure.
Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Lorene Tuttle and Carlton Young, with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: greed, despair, envy, hate, jealousy, pride, and anger. And here is Warren William.
These are the stories about strange wills and the secret lives of the even stranger people who made them. Time, places, and names have all been changed so that no reflection can fall on any person or persons, living or dead. Only the sin remains. Remains like a shrouded ghost of the dead departed, offering neither understanding nor solution. You'll presently see what I mean, but first, here is a brief message from your announcer.
Now here is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in 7 Flights to Glory.
Everybody in town knew Lucy Witherspoon. She not only was a leader in the charmed 400 circle, but had more than doubled her deceased husband's fortune during the 10 years that she had taken over the actual management of his sprawling industrial empire. But even Lucy was not immune to the call of the Black Angel of Death. All her doctors, all of her power, could not keep Lucy Witherspoon in the land of the living. And when she finally realized that death was but a matter of days, she called me to her country estate to help put her affairs in order.
Now see here, John Francis O'Connell. I want no high-sounding platitudes or advice on how I am to distribute my estate. After all, I own it, not you. That's the trouble with you lawyers. You think you know everything. Well, you don't.
Lucy Witherspoon, the years haven't softened you a bit, have they? You're still as tart as a glass of, well, crabapple jelly. I'm not trying to...
Don't try to fool me. I know what you're up to. You want me to leave my entire estate to my son Robert, now don't you? Don't tell me you don't.
Of course I do, Lucy. That's no secret. He's your only child and a fine young man.
Fine young man, fiddlesticks. How many times have I tried to get him interested in my business? Now, you know. Don't try and say that you don't.
Yes, Lucy, I know. Time without end. And you've never succeeded. And do you know why?
Yes, I know why, John. Because Robert Witherspoon would rather waste his time painting pictures. He wants to be an artist. My son, an artist. And you know, too, John, that I've always been opposed to such nonsense. For 5 generations, the Witherspoons have been industrialists. And now I have a paintbrush dauber to carry on in the Witherspoon tradition.
Yes,
now,
but...
you listen to me. I'll have no more words. This is the way I want it to be. And this is the way it shall be. My entire estate to Robert Witherspoon, if he will assume full management and responsibility of my business for a period of 15 years. You understand?
Yes, Lucy?
I have an alternative that he can accept if he should prefer. Should my son decide not to accept the responsibilities of honest work, and should he persist in painting a pretty girl or some silly mountain rather than building an industrial empire. Well, then I will give him the sum of $5,000 and a ticket to Paris. Yes, that's it. $5,000 and a ticket to Paris.
Hello, Bob. Come in.
Hello, darling. How have you been?
Well, I was a little worried. I thought you'd never get here.
I'm sorry. I've been at my attorney's apartment on important business.
Oh, and how is our good friend John O'Connell?
Not so happy. You see, Kay, since Mother's death, I've given 3 months of careful thinking to the 2 provisions in her will, and, well, I've decided against taking over the management of Mother's business affairs.
Decided... Oh, but Bob...
Let me finish, please, darling. Kay, dear, I want to be an artist more than anything in life. I have a different sense of worldly values than Mother. I want to create. I simply have to. And so, well, I'm here tonight to beg you to come to Paris with me, struggle with me, and if necessary, starve with me.
Oh, Bob, really, you're joking.
I was never more serious in my life. Kay, I'm taking the $5,000 Mother left me and the ticket to Paris. I'm renouncing everything else. Now, won't you come with me? Life will be so wonderful, Kay, something I've always dreamed of. A studio on the left bank, an artist colony with flower stands and bookstalls sprawling along the Seine, and then the Louvre, the famous churches. Okay, there's only one Paris in the whole world.
Bob, I think you've lost your power of reason. You would give up a fortune of millions, honor and position, to live the life of a vagrant artist. And you expect me to give up my social position? My family, my friends, to starve with you?
Well...
I shan't do it. If you're the fool I never believed you to be, go right ahead. But if you do go, remember this. I'll break our engagement, definitely.
I see, Catherine. That old tradition, like father, like son.
That's exactly how I feel, Robert. Like father, like son. There are no 2 ways about it. Either you assume the responsibilities your mother left behind... Or...
I'm sorry, Kay. I'm very sorry, because I love you very much. But if it's either or, then I take Paris.
It's no use, Bob. She won't be here to see you off.
Well, John, I sort of thought that she could at least have come down to the boat to say goodbye.
Oh, don't you understand, Bob? Catherine is bitter. You've cast off something that just isn't understandable to her. You've tipped over the apple cart of tradition.
Yes, I know. I guess even she couldn't understand how I feel about being on my own. Tossing over a fortune isn't done every day, is it?
No, it certainly isn't, Bob. But you've tossed over more than a fortune. You see... You've ended her dream of the merger of 2 great fortunes and families.
Listen, John. You've been my mother's friend for many years, and mine, too. Now, tell me the truth. How do you feel about it? Am I the fool Catherine says I am?
Yes, Bob. In my opinion, you are.
I'm sorry.
Oh, wait, Bob. I'm not through. But if you are a fool, you're a glorious one that I envy with all my heart.
Thanks, John. You've got me all filled up. I didn't...
Go to it. Work like the very devil. And unless I miss my guess completely, within just a few years, you'll have a certain young lady awfully sorry that she didn't go on this glorious adventure with you.
All ashore, what's going ashore? All ashore, what's going ashore?
Well, goodbye, Bob. And remember, I know and understand. And when you need me...
I won't forget, John. And thank you.
The next 3 years brought noteworthy events. The first was the fashionable church wedding of Catherine Whiting to the multimillionaire architect and man about town, Harrison Blake. The second incident was likewise of tremendous importance. All the papers carried the story. Robert Witherspoon, American artist residing in Paris, had won the Parisian Academy Award and had captured first prize with his picture called Chansonnette. And 3 months later, I received a long letter from Bob. He asked me to extend his congratulations to Catherine. He also told me that he had just married a young French girl, the model of his prize-winning picture. Her name was Germaine Andre. 2 marriages and no compromise. One had followed tradition and had married wealth and security. The other had cast off wealth and security and had married his model. Well, things were really getting interesting. Almost a year later, I received a cablegram from Bob asking if I would fly over and attend his first exhibition in Paris. You bet I would. I made arrangements to leave the following week. When my plane arrived, Bob was waiting to greet me.
John, it's great to see you.
And I'm most happy to be here, too, Bob. It's almost like a family reunion. But, where's Germaine?
Let's get in one of these so-called cabs, John, and I'll tell you about it on the way home. Taxi! Rue Campesi, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, monsieur. Oui.
Now then, John, I'll tell you about Germaine. You see, when I married her greatest happiness came from the creation of something beautiful. She had no money. Her only income was from the few francs a day that she earned posing for the artists in the colony. To me, she represented an ideal. That man must live to create first and think of himself last. Well, as soon as I started making money, all that seemed to change.
What do you mean?
Well, Germaine tired of living a bohemian life. She wanted clothes, wealth, security, position. In fact, outside of Catherine's belief in tradition, there wasn't any difference.
No, I think that's quite understandable, Bob. And I still believe that there's a middle road for both of you and Germaine to follow. We'll talk about that later. Oh, by the way, as long as you brought up the subject of Catherine, I've got some interesting news about her.
I suppose she gave birth to an heir for her dynasty.
No, not that. Quite the contrary. She flew to Reno last week to file suit for divorce.
Part 2 of 7 Flights to Glory will follow in just a moment. And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
As I climbed up the 7 flights of stairs to Bob's studio, I wondered if this was the price of genius.
Only one more flight, John. Don't give up.
I shan't give up, but must you artists always pick out places like this?
Just wait until you see it. Here we are. Presenting the inner sanctum of art, my studio. Well, how do you like it?
Well, It's magnificent. What a wonderful view of Paris. Why, I could almost paint here myself.
I knew you'd like it, John. Look out over Paris. Chimney tops, flower boxes, slate roofs, dormer windows. And, you see, look way over there to the left.
Eiffel Tower.
And where all of those trees line the street is the Champs-Élysées, and that patch of green is the Bois de Boulogne.
It takes my breath away. What's left of it.
It's been my inspiration all through the years. John, how I love Paris. The happiest days of my life have been spent right here. I slept, painted, and ate right in this room until...
Why did you ever leave this seventh heaven?
I didn't want to, but Germaine thought that we should live in a more pretentious place and just keep this as a studio.
I understand. Tradition rears its ugly head.
Yeah, that's right. Wealth, security, tradition. Oh, well, enough of this. Let's drive over to the galleries. Germaine is over there supervising the hanging of the pictures, and the exhibit opens tomorrow, you know, and, well, keep your fingers crossed. Germaine, this is my very good friend, Monsieur O'Connell. John Francis O'Connell.
I'm happy to know you, Monsieur O'Connell. You will pardon my appearance, oui? I've been very busy with the pictures. But now, voila, it is fini. Robert will make a lot of money from this exhibit. N'est-ce pas, chérie?
Well, I hadn't thought of the money part, Germaine.
This pumpkin, Monsieur O'Connell. He never thinks of money, only the art.
Oh, it's so difficult.
That's what comes of being a real artist, perhaps, Germaine.
Real artists, oui. You find them by the dozen in the Latin Quarter, and all of them starving to death. I tell Robert that he should cultivate rich people and paint their portraits. Then he makes much money for his baby. I want very, very much to take him to America after this exhibit is over. There are many rich millionaires there. Many would pay him much money.
But, Germaine, dear, that isn't what I want to be. I want to be an artist, not a leech. I've told you before, and I say it again. I'm going to stay right here in Paris and do the sort of thing I like, just as we did from the beginning. Don't you understand?
Je ne comprends, Robert. I do not understand. We have starved long enough. We sell the pictures and go to America, no?
No, dear, we stay in Paris.
Pablo, if we stay in Paris, you shall stay alone.
Germaine, you can't...
Hey, excuse me, both of you, for intervening. But let's wait until the exhibit is over, and then I'm sure you can both compromise.
I'm sorry, John. Terribly sorry.
You will excuse me, monsieur. I have malade, headache. Perhaps that is why I'm so disagreeable. Bonsoir, monsieur. Monsieur O'Connell. Oh, it's wonderful, très magnifique. The exhibit is grand success. Already we have made 2 million francs and more pictures to be still sold. Now you shall see. I shall take Robert to America. He shall be a rich fellow.
I'm very, very unhappy indeed, Germaine. His exhibit has really made him quite famous. All of the critics agree that Robert has a most brilliant future. Where is Bob?
At his studio. Oh, Monsieur O'Connell, he has been such a bad boy. He's sulky, like, what you say, stubborn mules. He wants to stay here in Paris and work and work. He never wants to have fun.
It's not my province to interfere in your domestic problems, Germaine. And I don't intend to do so. I only hope that you both make the right decision. Bob is an artist, a real artist. I'd hate to have anything happen to that.
Have no fear, monsieur. He can still be an artist in America, but he will have to learn that he must paint first to sell, and then for the sake of art.
That night, Bob took me to his favorite rendezvous, a little Parisian nightclub in the Latin Quarter, which bore the dubious name of L'amour éternel. Eternal love, eh? I wondered about it as I went in the door. Oh, this is where you artists gather. I never would have suspected that you were so frivolous, young man.
I used to have a lot of fun here once, John, when I was an aspiring artist. Now it's sort of turned to ashes in my mouth. The great illusion has ended.
Oh, don't take it so hard, Bob. Tremaine has really done a lot for you. Once she was your inspiration. She modeled for your greatest picture, remember?
Yes, I remember. Little Germaine. A crust of bread she asked for in those days. A crust of bread and a franc.
And now it's angel food and a pocket full of diamonds. Oh, well, lots of girls would do the same thing.
Listen, John. The last time I saw Paris, I remember that last night I called on Kay. I was whistling, and as I walked up to her home, boy, was I in the clouds. Well, I suppose she's got her divorce by now. It's too bad.
What's done's done, Bob. Wasn't it Omar Khayyam who said, the moving finger writes and having writ moves on? Nor all your piety and wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it.
Very apropos. Nor all my tears wash out a word of it. Well, drink up, John. Champagne, the golden wine of forgetfulness. Here, let me fill your glass. Here's a toast. To Paris, the beautiful, the magnificent.
And to your happiness, Bob.
Yes, my happiness. It's sort of all bound up in that song. Yeah. No matter how they change her, I'll remember her that way.
I left the next day for London to conclude my business affairs before returning to America. Quite frankly, I was worried over Bob's marital happiness. I felt sure that if Germaine succeeded in bringing him to America, his great genius, his grand illusion, would shatter to bits. But what could I do? What could I possibly do to help him? A week later, the problem was solved without my help. Bob called me at my hotel.
It'll never have to be the last time I saw Paris, John. I'm staying on right here in my studio.
Well, you must have done some fast talking to Germaine.
You bet I did. It was easy.
That easy?
Sure. She took the 2 million francs from the art sale and gave me a divorce. She's sailing for America tomorrow. She said if I wouldn't paint portraits of the millionaires, that wouldn't stop her from meeting them.
I'll be through with my work here in about 10 days, and then I'll fly back to see you before I go home. Chin up, Bob.
I've got to start all over from scratch. All I need is another model. You better bring one back with you.
Okay, Bob. I'll look around. All Bob needed was another model and a new inspiration. Well, I'd see what I could do. But it couldn't be a smash-through center. No, it had to be an end run. The situation called for some rotteny deception. 2 weeks later, I was back in Paris. I went immediately to the studio. Bob wasn't there, nor was he at his apartment. I searched the whole quarter for him and finally found him at a sidewalk cafe. He looked wretched.
I'll get over it. I'll get over it. It's just that I...
Well, I know how you feel, Bob. Anyone would.
I can't understand human nature. It's got me puzzled, John. Idealists today, money grabbers tomorrow. Boom goes their ideal. It's got me confused, utterly confused.
Well, let's not worry about it for the present, Bob. Tell you what we'll do. Come over to my apartment at the hotel for a day or two. Forget your studio. Forget art. Just for a little while. Then come back to it with a new approach.
Yeah, I wonder if I'll ever come back to it. It's like bitter wormwood tea. It won't be hard to forget, believe me.
Bob slept at my hotel the better part of the next 2 days. I came back to my apartment just as he was getting up.
John, I feel as though I've been sleeping for 20 years.
Well, you practically have. This is Thursday, and you went to bed on Tuesday afternoon. Feel better?
Like a new man. Let's go out and have some breakfast.
You mean lunch. It's almost 2 o'clock.
Okay, lunch then.
And after that, we'll ride over to your studio. I want to take one last look at the view before I leave.
You're leaving? Oh, no, please don't go just when I...
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I have to return to the States at once. I have some important legal work.
Oh, of course. It's selfish of me to ask.
But don't worry. I think you'll get along all right. There's nothing been done that can't be undone. This is the last time I'm going to walk up 7 flights for a long time to come.
7 flights to glory. A little bit tarnished just now, but I still love it.
As soon as you've found a new model, you'll start over?
Yes, but no more entanglements. From now on, it's art. Pure, unadulterated art. The next time I hear a girl say money, I'll ring.
Here we are. Permit me to open the door.
Yeah. John, where did you find that model? What a figure. Golden hair, wonderful proportions. Hey, you, turn around. I want to see the face that comes with that perfect back. Catherine. Kay. Oh, Kay.
Bob. Oh, Bob, darling.
What on earth are you doing here? How in the...
I moved to Paris, Bob. I took a job as a model. Mr. O'Connell offered it to me.
You want a model? I can't...
It's true, Bob, it's true. I want to be your model. And I'm going to live right here in the Latin Quarter, if you'll let me. Oh, I was so wrong. So wrong.
Don't cry, darling. I was wrong, too. But come on, take off that robe and put on your dress, and we'll find a place for you to live.
I found one already.
You have a place to live? Oh, I don't believe it. Where is it?
It's here, Bob. Right here in the studio.
Here with all this paint and smells and canvases lying around?
Uh-huh. See, I thought we could both live here very nicely.
Both live here? Both of us?
Yes, darling, both of us. This morning I stopped off and got us a marriage license. I thought maybe we'd still have time.
Time to start our glorious adventure? Oh, yes, darling, we have. A lifetime from this day on.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell us more about the probate cause of 7 Flights to Glory. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. And here again is Warren William.
Needless to say, Robert Witherspoon became one of the great contemporary artists of our generation. His pictures hang in every famous gallery on both continents. Catherine and Robert still live in their studio 7 flights up, and nothing in the world would make them leave. Is money, power, tradition so important in our lives? Well, ask Catherine and Robert about it. I'm sure that they wouldn't change their view of the Eiffel Tower for the gold of Midas. I wouldn't. Would you? Next week, I'm going to tell you the story of a strange will that defies the imagination. An old professor discovered how to pierce the secret of the past, and for his medium between the present and the shrouded secrets of antiquity, he used the mind of a beautiful, charming young lady. What he saw, as she lived again in the world of 1 billion years ago, well, you'll get the shock of your lives. We call this strange story The Girl from Shadowland. This is Warren William inviting you to be with us again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and produced and directed by Robert Webster Light. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood.
From Hollywood, Lorene Tuttle in The Unexpected.
The unexpected.
The unexpected. Life is filled with the unexpected. Romantic, tragic, and mysterious endings to our most ordinary actions. Dreams come true, or dreams are shattered by sudden twists of fate in The Unexpected. But first, a word from your announcer. And now, Lorene Tuttle, outstanding radio and screen star in Legacy, a drama of the unexpected.
How would you feel if it happened to you? Oh, sure, you can sit there now and say that I was crazy, that I didn't have a chance. But put yourself in my place. Go ahead, try it for a little while. You're a blonde, not too bad looking, with good legs and enough of a figure to make an 1895 dress look like $50. You're working at dreamland, going round and round like a horse on a carousel, getting nice fat blisters on top of the nice fat blisters that used to be your feet. You provide smiles, conversation, occasional brush-offs, and amusement for a new guy every 5 minutes. And it only costs him 10 cents. That's it. Just 10 cents. Then one Roomba, the long, lanky character you're dancing with, lifts a 7-pound boot off your instep, leans down, and purrs in your ear.
Baby, how'd you like to make $10 million?
How much?
$10 million.
Only 10. There was a guy last week who offered me 20.
But I mean it.
So did he. Last week.
Okay, baby. So you like being poor. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute.
Sorry, Miss Canfield. Dancing with you costs money. Remember?
How'd you find out my name?
Somebody mentioned it.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's why I danced with you.
'Cause of my name?
Among other things.
My partners usually ask for encores.
I only bought one ticket.
You weren't very optimistic.
No. I thought that's all it would take.
You were wrong.
So I was wrong. I've been turned down before. I'll get over it.
Okay, Buster, so long. You got a different line anyway. You're a big-hearted millionaire in disguise who has a weak spot for taxi dancers.
Not exactly. I'm a chauffeur for a small-hearted millionaire who never heard of taxi dancers.
Oh, he's missed a lot.
Yeah, quite a bit. I'd like to have him meet one sometime.
Me?
You.
Maybe we should dance again.
No more tickets.
Oh, I've got an extra one. I keep it for emergencies.
Isn't that against the rules?
I break lots of rules, Buster.
You're a bad girl.
Do we dance?
We can try.
All right, Buster, what's the score?
A touchdown. If you'll carry the ball.
Do you call the signals?
Right.
Well?
Let's go out on the terrace. I want to give you the rules.
I figured he was just another wolf with a slightly new approach. But at least I could stop dancing for a few minutes. Besides, he was tall and interesting looking in a sunburned sort of way. Well, what would you have done? I did just that and smiled as I took his arm and walked out to the terrace.
Is your name really Irene Canfield?
Why not?
Any relation to J. Frederick Canfield?
The millionaire?
Mm-hmm.
No relation.
How'd you like to be his niece?
How would he like it?
I wouldn't know the difference.
Well, what have I got to lose?
$10 million if it doesn't work? And your good name?
Oh, I wouldn't want to lose the $10 million. What's the pitch?
Old man Canfield's dying.
I read it in the papers.
And there's nobody to collect when he passes on.
Nobody?
Except a niece, Marietta Canfield. But she's disappeared. Nobody's heard of her since the war began. She was caught in Europe, and then no letters, no telegrams, no nothing.
Well, maybe she'll turn up.
It's a chance we take.
What did she look like?
Well, the old man hasn't seen her for over 15 years. The war could have changed her. Anyway, you'll do.
Well, why'd you pick me?
Hunch. Same name, same looks. Just a hunch.
What's in it for you?
I figure you'll be a generous heiress.
How generous?
Very.
Oh, but it couldn't work, Buster.
The name's Rex.
It couldn't work.
Probably not.
There isn't a chance.
Too much risk.
They'd find me out.
Before you started. Well?
When do we begin? Well, after all, a girl has to take some chances if she's going to get ahead in the world. You know what I mean. The next morning, Rex and I had a long huddle and then called our signals for the first play. I drew my savings out of the toe of a snagged nylon and blew the whole thing on a couple of broad-shouldered, slim-waisted, simple, and very expensive gowns. Meanwhile, Rex got hold of a friend in New York who wired the joyful news of my impending arrival to the Canfield menage. Then, properly equipped, I strolled casually through the back door of the local airport, carrying a suitcase covered with Paris labels, and was met at the front door by Rex. In a matter of minutes, we were on our way in a long black limousine.
All set, baby?
I guess so.
That's going to be a cinch.
Maybe.
Sure. Telegram did it.
What'd the old man say?
Not a word. He's too sick to talk.
And the others?
There aren't any others. None of the servants knew, dear Marietta.
Oh, gee, honey, I'm scared.
Be scared, baby. They'll all think it's grief. Well, here we are. Welcome home, Miss Marietta Canfield.
How do you do, Miss Canfield?
How do you do?
I'm Mr. Canfield's butler.
Of course.
May I show you to your room?
Thank you.
Unless you'd prefer to see your uncle first.
Well, is he... should I...
After all, that's why you're here, isn't it?
Well, I'm afraid I'd better...
Very well. Follow me, please. I'll take you right to Mr. Canfield.
I felt a little scream forming down in the pit of my stomach. It was too risky. The old man was still alive. He'd picked me for a phony at first glance. My mind rushed out of that vaulted hallway into the sleek limousine and back to my nice, noisy, peaceful dance hall. I wanted to run away. But my feet walked up the curving marble staircase and followed Hubert's frock-coated back into a tiny, undersized room. There, in an oversized bed, lay my new uncle, J. Frederick Canfield.
Miss Marietta is here, Mr. Canfield. I knew you'd want to see her immediately.
Hello, Uncle Fred. The skeleton-like figure on the bed moved one long nailed claw with great effort. He was trying to say something, but he couldn't quite make the grade. So he just turned his head in my direction, slowly, as if he had to get out and push. He smiled at me, his eyebrows coming together and his gray lips turning up at the corners. And then I saw that it wasn't a smile at all. It was an evil grin. I'll leave now, Uncle Fred. I don't want to tire you, but we'll have a long talk about old times just as soon as you're better, huh? Good night, Uncle Fred. Have a good sleep. And he did. He had a very good sleep, because the next morning the butler rapped on my door, opened it, and walked in wearing a face that looked as if it had been tied in black ribbons.
Sorry to awaken you, Miss Canfield, but I have some very bad news. Very unpleasant.
Yeah?
Your uncle died last night.
For the next couple of days, I was plenty scared. But when no relatives turned up for the funeral, it looked like Rex and I had really pulled it off. Of course, we couldn't be sure until after Mr. Smithson had read the will. But we weren't worried.
And to each of my faithful servants who are in my employ at the time of my death, I bequeath $10,000. The remainder of my estate to be delivered to my niece, Marietta Canfield, at her request. Pardon me for digressing, Miss Canfield, but that should amount to something in the neighborhood of $9 million. Did you hear what I said, Miss Canfield?
Yeah, I heard you, Mr. Smithson. You said I was going to inherit something in the neighborhood of $9 million.
You think the story is over, don't you? But wait. Fate takes a hand. Wait for the unexpected. And now for the surprising conclusion of Legacy, starring Miss Lorene Tuttle, a Hamilton Whitney production written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt and directed by Frank K. Danzig.
As Mr. Smithson continued reading the will, Rex moved behind my chair, and I felt his fingers grip my shoulder, hard. I smiled up at him. A $9 million smile.
Now, there's just one thing, Miss Canfield, before I go on.
Yeah?
You didn't get here until after your uncle's death, did you?
No, the night before. He was very much alive. He smiled at me and nodded.
Are you sure?
Well, of course. Mr. Canfield's butler was there. He'll back me up.
Oh. Well, then I'm obliged to read an amendment which your uncle fixed to this testament. Let me see. Oh, here. In view of the fact that my niece, Marietta, has seen fit to disobey my wishes at every opportunity, it is my desire that I never see her again. And in the event that she disobeys this final command and appears before me at any time during my life, the bequest to her is canceled. The money is to be paid to the municipal hospital. Signed and witnessed, J. Frederick Canfield.
So, I'm back at Dreamland. As bad as ever. Maybe worse. But I don't suppose I'd have known what to do with $9 million anyway. Would you?
Legacy starred Miss Lorene Tuttle. Listen soon for another of your favorite motion picture stars in a drama of the unexpected. This program was transcribed in Hollywood. From Hollywood, Jackie Cooper in The Unexpected.
The Unexpected.
The Unexpected. Life is filled with the unexpected. romantic, tragic, and mysterious endings to our most ordinary actions. Dreams come true, or dreams are shattered by sudden twists of fate in The Unexpected. But first, a word from your announcer. And now, Jackie Cooper, famous motion picture and stage star in Museum, a drama of the unexpected.
That's what it was, a museum, old and decayed. Row after row of paintings, long, narrow hallways of statues and tapestries, and rooms filled with worn-out, worm-eaten furniture. It wasn't a place to live in. It was just a collection of antiques. And the people there had grown cold and impersonal and heartless, like everything else in the house. They were antiques, too. That's why I hated the place. Hated every moment I had to stay there. And hated myself for staying.
Stephen. Come here, Stephen.
Yes, Miss Thompson.
I want you to polish the armor in the upstairs hallway. It's become very dull, and I noticed a speck of rust this morning.
I'll take care of it.
I don't see why I have to remind you of these matters. Why can't you show a little initiative?
I'm sorry.
When you finish with the armor, then clean the china in the showcase under the stairway. Hasn't been washed in months.
Yes, ma'am.
Stephen, just a minute.
Yes?
Aren't you happy here in my home? If you aren't, you can get out. It doesn't make any difference that I've looked after you since you were a child, treated you as if you were my own son. You needn't feel any obligation toward me. You can leave this place any time you choose.
Where would I go?
I really have no idea. Now go upstairs and get me a book or a magazine. I want something to read. Well, do as I tell you, Stephen. I don't like to be kept waiting.
Yes, Miss Thompson. I'll be right back.
Oh, look out, you blundering fool.
What's the matter?
Oh, you stupid boy. Can't you watch where you're going? You nearly knocked over that Ming vase. Don't you know it's priceless? Why, if anything happened to that, I don't know what I'd do.
I'm sorry.
Someday you'll be sorry too late, Stephen. Just remember that.
And that's the way it was, day after day. I suppose Miss Thompson was nice to me in her way, but she kept me in that awful house until I thought I couldn't stand it for another hour. 100 times I started to run away. There was no place to go. She knew that, and I'd given up hoping that I'd ever leave Glenwood. Till that morning when Mr. Clinton, her personal secretary, walked up behind me and twittered in my ear.
Stephen, how would you like to leave this house?
What do you mean, Mr. Clinton?
Well, I've been thinking about you. There isn't much of a life here at Glenwood for a young man. You ought to be with people your own age, having a little fun, maybe going to school somewhere.
Great chance I've got.
Now, don't be bitter, Stephen. Miss Thompson agrees with me. Her doctor has advised a change of climate, so she's going to close up the place and move north for the fall.
You mean it, Mr. Clinton?
Of course I mean it. So, if things work out, in a few weeks, you'll be in college.
College? That's wonderful. I just can't believe it. It's too good to be true. Gee, thanks for telling me, Mr. Clinton. Thanks a lot. Oh, the vase.
Oh, that was very careless of you, Stephen. Very careless. But I don't know what Miss Thompson will say. It was one of her favorite pieces.
Well, you're not going to tell her, are you, Mr. Clinton? She'd never forgive me. She'd never let me go to college if she found out. You won't tell her, will you?
My dear boy, I have a responsibility to Miss Thompson.
Well, I'm the one who broke it. It's up to me to say something, if there's anything to be said.
Don't you know, Stephen, that the man who conceals knowledge of a crime is just as guilty as the man who commits the crime?
Oh, it wasn't any crime. It was just an accident.
Well, we'll let Miss Thompson decide about that.
Don't argue with me, Stephen. Mr. Clinton has told me exactly what happened.
I didn't mean to knock it over, Miss Thompson. I was just excited about going to college.
Well, you can curb your pleasure now.
You mean you aren't going away?
Oh, yes. Yes, I am.
You're not taking me with you?
I should hardly think so, Stephen. You're not going anywhere until you learn to conduct yourself like a gentleman.
But no, that's not fair. Not a bit fair. It was just an old flower pot.
You're quite right. It was a very old flower pot. And it was worth a great deal more than money. But I don't expect you to understand that, Stephen. Not yet.
Oh, I understand all right. I understand that all this junk around here means more to you than people, or their feelings and desires, even their lives.
That will do, Stephen.
You just don't want to hear the truth, but it is the truth, and you know it. The only thing in the world that matters to you is this house and the vases and paintings and furniture.
Stephen!
This isn't a house. It's a museum, and you aren't a person, Miss Thompson. No, not really. You're just a statue without feelings like everything else in this place.
Thank you, Stephen. Now I know how you feel about me and about my things.
Yes, you know.
When your parents died, Stephen, I thought I could rear you. Instill a love of beauty and fine art and craftsmanship. It's obvious I haven't succeeded. But I won't give up quite so easily. I think there's still hope for you, Stephen. And so, while Mr. Clinton and I are up north, I'm going to permit you to remain at Glenwood.
I'm going to stay here.
You don't have to. You're always free to leave, Stephen.
Yeah.
Of course, if you should decide to remain, perhaps then you'll learn a true appreciation of fine art. One must live with art in order to understand it.
I'll stay, Miss Thompson. Oh, yes, I'll stay.
I thought you would. Well, I'll tell the caretaker he won't be needed. You'll be able to look after everything, won't you, Stephen?
Yes, I'll look after everything. So I stayed on at Glenwood, all through the end of that long, hot summer, alone, with only the smell of old furniture and painted canvas for company. As the days went by, I realized I could never break free from Glenwood. I was really trapped now, caught forever, in a maze of dust and old brocade and stained glass. There wasn't any way out. I was sure of that. Until one afternoon, when I saw a chance to get out. I was working in the garden when I first noticed it. A faint, pungent odor. Smoke. Yeah, something was burning. Inside the house, a fire had broken out. I ran through the front door into the main drawing room and stopped suddenly as I saw what had happened. A little pile of oil rags I'd been using to clean some of the portraits had caught on fire. I don't know how it started exactly. Maybe the sun had been magnified by the curved glass in one of the showcases until it burned through the inflammable cloth. Anyway, by the time I got there, little tongues of flames were licking up an old French tapestry, eating it hungrily in small, dainty bites. I stood there for a moment, watching the tapestry disappear. Then I woke up. There was still time to save the house, so I hurried into the kitchen for a bucket of water and raced back to the living room. Oh, it was still just a harmless little blaze. One pailful would have put it out. I raised the bucket and held it back, ready to throw the water against the wall. Then I hesitated. Why should I save the house? All these antiques and priceless paintings. What did they mean to me? Nothing but misery and unhappiness. Let them burn. I didn't care. Let them burn. I set the bucket on the floor and watched the fire, fascinated as it grew like a boa constrictor, getting bigger as it devoured more and more of the wall. As I started to back out of the room, I had a sharp pang of conscience. Miss Thompson didn't carry insurance. She always said there wasn't enough money in the world to cover the value of the priceless objects the house contained. She'd lose everything she owned in the fire. Well, that wasn't my worry. I didn't owe her anything. I never had. One of the ceiling beams came crashing down beside me, and I knew I had to get out of there and get out fast. So I ran down the hall, the heat following on my heels. Out the open door and across the garden. Now I felt cool, calm, and unexcited. Behind me, the dying house chuckled and laughed as the fire embraced it in unrelenting arms. And with a final scream, the roof crashed and settled to its doom. The museum was gone, burned up. I was free at last. I'd never have to look at that house again. I had escaped it forever.
You think the story is over, don't you? But wait. Fate takes a hand. Wait for the unexpected. And now for the surprising conclusion of Museum, a Hamilton Whitney production starring Jackie Cooper, written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt, and directed by Frank K. Danzig.
It was the next day before I could get a call through to Mr. Clinton. And when I finally did talk to him, he didn't give me a chance to mention the fire. He had something much more important on his mind.
I'm so glad you called me, Stephen. I've been trying to reach you for several hours. Miss Thompson...
What about Miss Thompson?
You must be brave, Stephen. Miss Thompson passed on last night. It was very sudden, a heart attack.
You mean she's dead?
Yes, that's why I've been trying to call you. And I don't suppose I should mention this yet, but you're a very wealthy man, Stephen.
But
I know about the will. Miss Thompson left you the house and everything in it. Yes, Stephen, you certainly are fortunate. I wish I had your luck.
Museum starred Jackie Cooper. Listen again soon for another of your favorite motion picture stars in a drama of The Unexpected. This program was transcribed in Hollywood. From Hollywood, Lurene Tuttle in The Unexpected.
The Unexpected.
The Unexpected. Life is filled with the unexpected, romantic, tragic, and mysterious endings to our most ordinary actions. Dreams come true, or dreams are shattered by sudden twists of fate. In The Unexpected. But first, a word from your announcer. And now, Lorene Tuttle, outstanding radio and screen star in Understudy, a drama of the unexpected.
All right, Stephen, you've won. You've convinced them all that I'm insane. They wouldn't have believed you if it weren't true, would they, Stephen? And I'll tell you a secret. I think they're right. I think I am mad. Because if I weren't, I'd never be able to take this penknife and slash your precious oil paintings, would I? Now you know what insanity means. It means I can destroy everything. Everything that my hand touches. Your books. Your lamps. Your antique mirrors. And the day will come when I can destroy life itself. Aren't you happy, Stephen, now that I'm really insane? Really mad?
And the great Marion Danton has finished another performance. How many curtain calls will she take tonight? 6, 7, 8... 8 curtain calls for a cheap, phony job of acting that a second-rate amateur would be ashamed of. But because she's Marion Danton, they'll clap until their hands are raw. And just because I'm an understudy, they'll never know how that part could be played. But I won't get the chance. No, I'll stand here in the wings night after night, waiting for the opportunity that will never come. Never. Unless... Yes. Unless something should happen to the great star. Unless Marion Danton should become ill. Or better yet, have an accident.
Wonderful performance. Joyce! Oh, Joyce, could you come into my dressing room, please?
Of course, Miss Danton.
Oh, and close the door, darling, or the place will be simply swarming with autograph hounds. Thank you. I'm simply exhausted. You have no idea what a performance like that takes out of one.
No, I really haven't.
That's why I asked you to come in. My maid's been called out of town, and I wonder if you'd be good enough to help me into my street things. Now, I know you don't have to do it, but being my understudy, I didn't think you'd mind.
Mm-hmm.
After all, you haven't done any acting to earn your salary, and it doesn't seem likely you will, does it, darling?
I really have no idea.
Now, don't tell me you're one of those understudies who secretly prays that something might happen to the star. Oh, you aren't like that, are you, Joyce?
No, Miss Danton, I'm not like that.
Well, I'm so glad to hear it. Oh, darling, just unzip me and give me those stockings over on the chair, and then I'll want that blue and white in the closet. You know where it is.
So I'm a dresser now, handing Miss Danton her street clothes, helping her into her coat, and smiling sweetly as she leaves the theater.
Good night, darling, and thanks for being such a willing understudy.
You're welcome, Miss Danton. Good night.
Hey, you, look out! What? You get hit with a piece of scenery? Watch where you're going.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You ought to know better than to walk around a stage when we're setting up scenery.
I guess I should. I was thinking about something else.
Hey, don't I know you?
Well, I don't know, do you?
Well, sure.
You're Joyce Michaels. I was a stagehand up at Lake Leonard that summer you were in the company.
Oh, yes, I remember.
My name's Ned Carpenter.
Well, hello, Ned. Nice to see you again.
Are you with this show?
Well, in a way. I'm understudying Danton.
Oh, I see. I just started to work as a replacement. I'm handling the stuff up there in the flies. Too bad the job won't last.
Well, what do you mean?
Oh, haven't you heard? Miss Danton's going back to Hollywood to do a picture. Show closes next Saturday. Why, didn't you know that?
No, I hadn't heard.
So the great Danton is giving up the theater again. How nice for her. Of course, the show will close in mid-season. The whole company will be out of work. And I'll have lost my one real chance to prove that I'm an actress. That doesn't matter to anyone but me. And there's nothing I can do about it, is there? How could I force fate? How could I keep Danton from going on for just one night? Just one little night. How?
Ned,
Yeah?
you said you were working in the scenery up there over the stage.
Yeah, that's right.
Are you up there while the play's going on?
Sure.
Must be funny to be able to look down and watch a show. Can you see the actors?
Yeah, the tops of their heads, anyway. Of course, you don't get much of an idea of what the play's about.
No, I suppose you don't.
Anyway, I'm too busy to pay much attention. I'm all alone up in the flies.
I see. Say, why don't I let you take me home?
Well, why don't you?
Well, since you insist, Ned, I think I'll give in. Can I give you another drink?
Why not?
That's what I say. Why not?
Hey, you've changed your dress. You weren't wearing that thing before.
Oh, well, I like to be comfortable.
Yeah, and I like you to be comfortable. Yeah, I'm sorry I haven't been on the show before. We could have spent a lot of time together.
Yeah.
But I suppose you'll still be in town.
No, Ned. Not when the play closes.
Oh?
No, I'm broke. I'll have to give it up and go home.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, I don't care so much for myself, but all the rest of the cast and the crew, they'll be out of work, too.
Yeah. Well, that's show business.
Yeah, but this time it isn't fair, Ned, because the show could continue. I know every line of Danton's part, and I could play it so much better than she ever could. Well, the play could run on without her.
Oh, I believe you, Joyce. You don't have to convince me.
Oh, if I just got the chance to play it once, they wouldn't have to close the show. And everybody would know how good I was.
No, but you can't play it unless something happens to Danton.
Well, how about you?
Me? You mean...
Sure. You're up over her head. Suppose something fell just as she was making her first entrance. You wouldn't have to hit her or anything, just maybe frighten her a little bit and get her so nervous she couldn't go on. And then...
Yeah. Yeah, I see.
Oh, darling, do you? Do you really? They couldn't blame you. It would be an accident. I'd play the part and we could go on being together. You'll do it tomorrow night, won't you, Ned? Just as she makes her entrance down that flight of stairs. A sandbag or anything can fall, and then I'll play the part. Oh, Ned, what a performance I'll be.
Well, if it didn't work, I'd be out of a job next week anyway.
Oh, you're wonderful, darling. You're wonderful. You know something.
What?
I'm really glad you're such an agreeable guy. I'm going to try to follow your example.
8:30, curtain time. The audience sits back, shuffling programs, waiting for another Marion Danton performance. But Miss Danton will be indisposed, unable to appear, replaced by an unknown. But by the time the show ends, they'll be applauding, giving curtain calls to a new star, to Joyce Michaels. 8:32. Danton sits in her dressing room. She rubs an extra dab of grease paint into the circles under her eyes, gives a silent jerk to her costume, and walks toward the wings. 8:35. Danton's walking up the backstage steps and across the platform to her entrance. Now she stands there waiting for her cue. She can't see Ned, far above her in the flies. Can't know the danger that lurks over her head. Ned looks down, just able to make out the white cap she's wearing. And then he raises his hand and something whips past Danton's face, falling, crashing downward. She's hurt. Not badly, but she can't go on. Now they're remembering me. Mr. Beaton, the stage manager, is walking toward my dressing room. In just a moment, he'll knock on the door, and my lucky break will step in and tell me to get ready for my first night on Broadway. Come in.
Miss Michaels, Miss Danton's been in an accident.
Oh?
You'll have to get into costume right away. We'll hold the show for you. Oh, and Joyce, you will be able to play the part, won't you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Beaton. I'll be able to play the part. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I can play the part very well.
Yes, of course. Good luck.
This is it. My big night has come at last. Thanks to Ned.
You think the story is over, don't you? But wait. Fate takes a hand. Wait for the unexpected. And now for the surprising conclusion of Understudy, a Hamilton Whitney production starring Miss Lurene Tuttle, written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt, and directed by Frank K. Danzig.
That's my cue. Now I smile, open the door, and step on stage for my first entrance.
Miss Michaels, are you all right? Miss Michaels. Oh, good heavens. How could that stupid stagehand have been so clumsy? Ring down the curtain, someone. Oh, this is simply too much. First Danton gets hurt in an automobile accident, and now Miss Michaels has been hit by a sandbag. Oh, well, the poor girl probably wouldn't have been very good in the part anyway. She's only an understudy.
Understudy starred Miss Lurene Tuttle. Listen soon for another of your favorite motion picture stars in a drama of the unexpected. This program was transcribed in Hollywood. From Hollywood, Lurene Tuttle in The Unexpected.
The unexpected.
The Unexpected. Life is filled with the unexpected, romantic, tragic, and mysterious endings to our most ordinary actions. Dreams come true, or dreams are shattered by sudden twists of fate in The Unexpected. But first, a word from your announcer. And now, Lorene Tuttle, outstanding radio and screen star in The Mink Coat, a drama of the unexpected.
You have no right to say that, Mr. Flint. I don't care what kind of a person you think I am. You shouldn't say so.
Oh, but Lorna, please.
Well, how would you like it if your boss called you into his office and said, Miss Rogers, you're a thief? I ask you, how would you like it?
But, my dear Lorna, you are a thief. The records are right here.
Records. I don't care anything about your old records. All I want is my mink coat.
Your mink coat?
Certainly. What do you think I'm talking about? Going around accusing people unjustly when it's really all your own fault anyway.
Now, see here, Lorna. What's this all about? Why don't you just explain exactly what happened?
Well, it was about a year ago. I just started to work for Flint and Company. That's you. And I must say things in this office weren't a bit what I expected.
Well,
now, in the movies, the boss would have... Oh, never mind. Well, anyway, I was walking back from lunch and I saw it in the window. The most wonderful mink coat. I could imagine wearing it. Maybe you don't know what a mink coat does for a woman's ego, but you feel all warm and expensive.
Yeah.
And I wanted to feel all warm and expensive. So I went into the shop, and guess what I found out?
What?
$4,875 plus tax. Well, now, where can a girl like me get $4,875 plus tax? But I wanted that coat. I wanted it so badly. I just had to have it. And then I remembered, in the movies, what does the boss always give the girl who works in his office? Right, a mink coat. So I let you take me home that evening, and, well, you remember what happened. It's the next apartment, Mr. Flint. Oh, would you like to come upstairs for a nightcap?
I don't drink.
You don't drink?
Ulcers.
But, Mr. Flint, the boss is always supposed to come upstairs for a nightcap.
Always?
Certainly. Now, my apartment's on the 3rd floor. I'll go in first, and then you come up in a few minutes.
But why?
Because that's the way it's always done. Really, Mr. Flint, I don't think you're even trying.
Oh. I'm sorry, Lorna. I'll try.
Well, that's more like it. I'll see you upstairs, Mr. Flint. Why, Mr. Flint, how nice to see you. Again.
Lorna, isn't it a little too late?
Silly boy, it's never too late. Come in.
What's that peculiar smell, Lorna? Is the place on fire?
Of course not. It's the perfume candles.
Oh.
And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll just slip into something more comfortable.
But Lorna, I can only stay a moment.
Well, then we better not waste time, had we?
I beg your
Now,
pardon?
you just sit over here by me. I'll turn down the lights and get some soft music on the radio. And then...
Lorna.
Yes?
What do you mean, then?
Oh, let's not fight this, Mr. Flint. Alan, it's too big for us.
Lorna.
We were meant to pass like ships in the night and then die in the harbor.
I'm afraid you're a bit ahead of me.
It's fate, Alan. Just pure, simple fate. Well, say something.
Good night, Laura. I really must go. Good night.
Is that all you can say? Just good night?
I'm afraid so.
Mr. Flint, the trouble with you is you don't see enough movies. Well, the next day you didn't act like anything had happened, and I was just beginning to wonder if you were going to buy the coat. But all my girlfriends got mink coats when they went out with their bosses, and I couldn't see why you should be the exception. But you were. A week later, I just had to give in and admit that you weren't going to buy me a mink.
Lorna, what has all this to do with the shortage of funds in the firm's account?
You mean you don't understand what I've been trying to tell you?
No, not very clearly.
But it's so simple. I wanted a mink coat. I used to dream about it at night when I was asleep. And I knew if I didn't get it, I'd be frustrated. People who don't get what they want are frustrated, Mr. Flint. They have nightmares and awful things happen.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, go ahead, please.
Well, the company was making lots of money, and you said yourself the government wouldn't let you keep it, so I decided to take a little each week. Not very much.
Oh.
I went down and had them put the mink coat away for me and told them in about a year I'd be able to pay for it. They didn't believe me at first, but each week I brought in $100. I would have told you about it, Mr. Flint, but, well, the subject never came up.
Lorna, you were stealing that money.
That's a terrible thing to say, Mr. Flint. If you don't stop talking like that, I'll quit.
You'll quit. Lorna, how much have you...
Mr. Flint.
How much, Lorna?
$5,000. Well, just a bit more.
$5,000?
There wasn't any problem about it, Mr. Flint. Not until today. I just marked 100 a week down to miscellaneous and wrote myself a check. But then you brought in that auditor. Why'd you do that, Mr. Flint? Don't you trust me? You know there's never been any mistake in my bookkeeping. I think bringing in an auditor indicates a certain lack of faith, don't you?
Lorna, exactly what happened with that auditor?
Well, I showed him all my books and answered all his questions, and everything tallied perfectly. There wasn't a single mistake. Now, aren't you proud of me? Not a single mistake. And then, after he was all done, Mr. Jenkins, that was the auditor's name, turned to me and said...
Well, Miss Rogers, everything seems to be in A, number one order.
Certainly.
I guess you haven't been taking any of the company funds, huh?
Certainly not. What kind of a person do you think I am?
Now, Miss Rogers, I'm just having my little joke.
Well, I don't think it's very funny.
Now, there's just one more item. I noticed in Sirius, this column marked M. That's for miscellaneous, of course.
Yes, miscellaneous. And mink.
And mink. What?
Well, that's the money I used to pay for my mink coat. You see, I have a separate file here, my mink file. It has all the canceled checks and receipts, and it's in order.
Really, Miss Rogers, I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
Oh, well, I went out with Mr. Flint, and then when he...
Oh, yes. You shouldn't tell me about that. I mean, if Mr. Flint... sometimes employers feel grateful.
They do?
Now, Miss Rogers, let's not discuss this. It has nothing to do with the audit.
Oh, of course not.
And you're a very fortunate girl. I mean, well, it is nice, Mr. Flint, to buy you a fur coat.
Oh, he didn't buy it. I did.
Certainly.
Of course, I do think he should have taken the initiative.
You mean Mr. Flint didn't buy it? He doesn't know about your fur coat?
No, I don't think so. He never said anything if he does.
But this is really quite serious, Miss Rogers.
Yeah, I know. A mink is a very serious matter in a young girl's life.
Yes, of course. Well, I think I'd better talk to Mr. Flint. Excuse me, Miss Rogers.
Oh, you going to tell him about the coat?
I'm afraid I must.
Oh, well, I wish you wouldn't. I was going to wear it to work tomorrow as a surprise and show him how much I appreciate it.
I think he'd better be prepared for the shock.
Well, whatever you say. But don't make him feel too guilty about not having bought one for me. I'm willing to pretend that he did. So, that's all what happened, Mr. Flint, and I don't see why you're so excited.
But Lorna, you must understand that you had no right.
What difference does that make now? The coat's all paid for. I won't need any more money for it.
But, Lorna...
Let's just forget the whole thing. We've both been wrong, Mr. Flint. And I'll forgive you if you'll forgive me.
Forget. Lorna, I should have put you in jail.
What for?
For borrowing company funds.
Well, it's not against the law to borrow money, is it?
You didn't borrow it.
I told you what would happen if you called me names, and I meant it.
Very well, Lorna. You may keep the coat.
Well, of course. It's all paid for.
But you'll have to give back every cent of that money. Every penny. I'll take it out of your salary. If you have to work here 10 years to make it up.
I think it's very petty of
That
you.
will do, Lorna. Now, you may leave now. Oh, one more thing. You'll be given a different job. One that doesn't require so much responsibility.
You don't trust me, Mr. Flint. Just say so.
You must realize, Lorna, I'm being very lenient.
I suppose. Well... Oh, Mr. Flint, could I leave early this afternoon? I want to pick up the coat. Just imagine my own mink coat. I'll be able to wear it tonight. Gee, I guess I'm really a very lucky girl.
Yes, I would think so.
But I always say if you want a thing, you've got to go after it yourself. You can't wait for favors. Don't you agree, Mr. Flint?
Oh, yes, Lorna, I agree.
I thought you would.
You think the story is over, don't you? But wait. Fate takes a hand. Wait for the unexpected. And now for the surprising conclusion of The Mink Coat, starring Miss Lorene Tuttle, a Hamilton Whitney production written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt, and directed by Frank K. Danzig.
Hello? Hello? Is that you, Mr. Flint? Oh, this is Lorna. I knew you'd be worried about me when I didn't come to work today, but I can't. I'm in the hospital. I don't know what's wrong with me. They're trying to find out. But don't worry about the accounts. I'll get caught up just as soon as I'm feeling better. Oh, the doctor's coming in now. I gotta hang up. Goodbye, Mr. Flint.
Good morning, Miss Rogers. Feeling better?
I guess so.
Well, we've found the cause of your trouble.
What is it, Doctor?
You're allergic to mink, Miss Rogers. Have to get rid of that coat. Never be able to wear it again. You're allergic to mink.
The Mink Coat starred Lorene Tuttle. Listen soon for another of your favorite motion picture stars in a drama of the unexpected. This program was transcribed in Hollywood. From Hollywood, Steve Cochran in The Unexpected.
The unexpected.
The Unexpected. Life is filled with the unexpected, romantic, tragic, and mysterious endings to our most ordinary actions. Dreams come true, or dreams are shattered by sudden twists of fate in The Unexpected. But first, a word from your announcer. And now, Steve Cochran, outstanding screen star in Easy Money, a drama of the unexpected.
I pulled the bills out of my wallet and added my pocket change. $382.37 and 2 streetcar tokens. Not too bad for an out-of-work gambler with a taste for expensive clothes and good hotels, but not too good for a bright young man who had just written a check for $5,000. A very bouncing check. It had to be covered by morning or, well, you meet such a poor class of people in jail. No, my $300 and some odd wasn't enough. I was scared and desperate. Desperate for $5,000. I flipped a coin. Tails, I left town by the next fast freight. Heads, I tried my luck at the Taj Mahal Club. I wasn't very lucky. It was a 2-headed coin. The Taj Mahal Club was some Muslim's dream of paradise, with all the pleasures of the infernal regions thrown in. The harem beauty who took my hat looked as if she'd stepped right out of the Arabian Nights. Long black hair floated over bronzed, bare shoulders. She was wearing something filmy and clinging. There was just enough of it. Yeah, she seemed to be the real East Indian article, but her voice was pure USA.
Okay, big boy. You can go in and play now. You won't lose your hat.
Meaning?
Meaning nothing. Except that it'll be here when you leave.
And you?
Me? Oh, I'm always around. When they come and when they go. I just work here.
I see.
Yeah. The only trouble is they don't tip until they go, and then it's usually too late. That isn't commercial, but money isn't everything.
It is to me, baby. Tonight.
Really? Well, under those circumstances, good luck.
Thanks. I'll need it.
You'll need more than that in the Taj Mahal. Here's your check.
She smiled and her lipstick seemed to glow in the greenish light. But I had some heavy gambling to do, so I put on a pair of mental blinders and headed for the tables. She put her fingers to her mouth and blew a kiss in my direction. I didn't know whether it was for luck or hope, but either way, it was a nice idea. It was my night. I started out with $50 on odd.
21 odd. 21 wins.
Switched over to playing red.
Red 36. Red wins again.
And even collected on 00. I couldn't lose. And at the end of half an hour, I had well over $2,000. My winnings were all resting on red, and I was about to push him over to the black section when my eyes happened to wander past a blue-lit fountain into an archway. He was standing there. A broad man in a gray suit squatting against the pillar, twirling a heavy keychain. I couldn't remember his name, not quite, or where I'd met him. But I knew that face. I knew that it was a face of trouble. He was chatting with a heavy-lidded princess from the check stand, and even she seemed a little afraid of him. Suddenly, a familiar sound brought me out of my trance. Too late. The little iron ball went round and round and came to a neat stop.
The black 13. 13 black, ladies and gentlemen.
13 black. I reached down to collect my money and then realized I hadn't changed my bet. My dough had been on red. My winnings were wiped out. I was right back where I started from, behind the 8 ball. So I was about to take a chance on number 8 when the long red nails caught my hand and I heard that voice again.
Better try 23.
Oh, hello.
Hello. I said 23.
What have I got to lose?
Closing the play. No more bets.
Okay. 23 it is.
See? What did I tell you?
23.
Thanks.
23 on the red.
I'll let it ride.
Pick it up. You don't have to play every round, do you?
Anything you say.
You're doing pretty well, Richard.
Sorry, wrong name.
Oh, that RC in your hat must stand for something. Oh, no, it wouldn't be Roland.
No, it's Ralph. Ralph Carstairs.
Ralph. That's nice. I'm glad it isn't Roland.
So am I.
I'm Linda Lee. Do you mind?
Why should I? I like the name Linda. It suits you.
Thanks. Look, Ralph, why don't you get out of here while you still have some money?
I don't have enough, baby. Not yet. Not by half.
Yes, you won't get it tonight. Not in the Taj Mahal.
Is that what our chubby friend told you to inform me?
Maybe. Maybe it was my own idea.
Who is he, anyway?
Manager. I, work here, remember?
Why remind me? I'd almost forgotten.
Thanks. You know, I think I could get off early.
Yeah?
Yeah. We could take a drive.
Now, look, you delivered your message. Go on and sell your flowers and forget about it. You're a sweet girl, Linda, but I can't pay bills with that.
Okay. Whatever you say. It was just a tip.
Yeah, thanks for trying.
It's all right. I get paid for it.
Well, wish me luck.
What's the use? It wouldn't do you any good. Too bad, though. I really meant it about that drive. It was such a nice night for a ride in the country.
She slithered across the floor toward the gray-suited man who was still twirling his keychain. Apparently, he remembered me better than I did him. Sometime, someplace, Our paths had crossed. But how? Where? I racked my brain to think of who he was. Meanwhile, my stack of chips dwindled, and in another hour I was broke. Flat and finished. Then it hit me. The man in the gray suit was Fred Langley, and I remembered him very well indeed. It was my night. If I played my cards right, I'd leave the Taj Mahal Club not with $5, but $10,000, and I wouldn't have to risk a cent. The manager's office was as modern as the rest of the joint was oriental. I sat in a chromium leather chair and watched Langley twirl his keychains back and forth without speaking. Finally, he smiled at me, but it was only face deep.
And now, my friend, what can I do for you?
I'm broke.
That's most unfortunate. But if one will gamble...
Very broke.
Well, I suppose I could lend you $10 or so for old time's sake.
Better make it 10,000.
I don't think I quite heard you.
10,000.
Surely, my friend, you're joking.
Joking?
Yes.
You see, Mr. Langley, I know who robbed the Mount Pleasant National Bank.
You can't mean to imply that...
I wondered what happened to you after that stick-up. Well, now I know.
Costes, this isn't at all like you.
Maybe not, but I need money. And I can prove who robbed the Mount Pleasant National Bank. You remember Tony?
Tony?
Well, I had a long talk with Tony just before he, died.
Costes, this isn't fair. It's not honorable.
Oh, I'm being quite fair, Mr. Langley. You can pay me the $10,000 tonight and forget the whole matter. Or otherwise, I'll just mention it to the cops in the morning.
But, Costes, it's impossible. I couldn't raise such a sum. 1,000 perhaps in a few days.
10,000. Tonight.
You said tonight?
Mm-hmm. Taj Mahal doesn't seem to be lacking in funds. I want to win just about $10,000. What do you think of that?
I think you drive a hard bargain, my friend.
Thanks for the compliment. I walked down the ornate Murray staircase. I had made a killing. I could pay back the $5,000 and have another $5,000 for myself. And the beautiful part about it was that it was all so easy. So very easy. It was all over. I stuffed $10,000 in crisp green bills into my coat pocket, fished out my hat check, and waved an airy goodbye to the red-faced and almost apoplectic Langley. Linda wasn't at the check stand, so I tossed a $100 bill to the little Chinese girl who gave me my hat. It had been my lucky night. I had $10,000 out of easy money, just because I had a good memory for names and faces and bank robberies. Yeah, it was easy money. The easiest money I'd ever made.
You think the story is over, don't you? But wait. Fate takes a hand. Wait for the unexpected. And now, for the surprising conclusion of Easy Money, starring Steve Cochran, a Hamilton Whitney production written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt, and directed by Frank K. Danzig.
I was waiting in line at the bank when it opened next morning. My hand trembled just a little as I wrote out the deposit slip for $10,000 in cash. I had left the teller's window and was almost out the door when a beefy hand clapped me on the shoulder and a badge flashed sunlight into my face.
Better come along with me, Bud. They want to talk to you down at headquarters.
But, officer, I don't
Look, Bud,
understand.
that dough you just deposited, those bills have serial numbers. Remember?
I don't get you.
That money's part of a batch that was stolen from the Mount Pleasant National Bank a year ago. First time any of it has showed up in circulation. So I'm afraid you'll have a lot of explaining to do. To a jury.
Easy Money starred Steve Cochran. Listen soon for another of your favorite motion picture stars in a drama of The Unexpected. This program was transcribed in Hollywood. Virginia Gregg in The Unexpected.
I'm alone tonight. Alone in the wind and storm. I'm afraid that I'm going to meet the unexpected.
The unexpected. A secret future, a hidden destiny waiting for you. Where? When? Who knows? Tomorrow, today, an hour from now, perhaps in just a moment, you too will meet the unexpected. Before our story, here's a word from our announcer. And now, one of America's outstanding radio actresses, Virginia Gregg, in Heard But Not Seen, a drama of the unexpected.
Robert, what are you doing?
Just closing the windows, Aunt Mary. It's going to rain.
Yes. I've felt a storm coming on all day. Come over here, Robert.
Yes, ma'am.
Where I can touch you. You've got your good flannel suit on. It's gray, isn't it?
Yes, Aunt Mary, it's gray.
You're going out again tonight. You're going to leave me alone here in the house.
Don't be silly, Aunt Mary. I'll only be away a couple of hours.
All day long, I sit here waiting for the few moments when you'll come and talk to me. You don't know what it means to be old and helpless and blind.
Oh, shut up, you stupid bird.
Please cover the parrot, Robert.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Look, Aunt Mary, I don't have to go into Willow Springs tonight. I'll stay home with you.
No. Go ahead. I'd rather be alone with Polly than feel that I was keeping you from having a good time.
Very well. Good night, Aunt Mary.
Good night. Robert.
Yes, ma'am?
I think perhaps we should move into town.
Why?
Well, it's very lonesome out here. No neighbors. I don't like living so close to the asylum.
Good night, Aunt Mary.
Goodbye. Oh, Robert, by the way... He's gone. Left me here with only a parrot for company. Poor Polly. I don't know what I'd do if anything should ever happen to you. Now, where's my cane? Oh, yes. In just a minute, Polly, I'll uncover you. There. Now you'll be able to see me, and we'll listen to the radio together. Won't that be fun, Polly? knob on the left. Yes. This is the one.
Here is a bulletin just received. Residents of the Willow Springs area are warned to be on the alert for a homicidal maniac who has escaped from the state institution for the criminally insane.
Escaped?
He's the notorious question mark killer, James Mark. Dark, heavy-set, about 6 feet tall.
Oh, no.
When last seen, he was wearing blue denim shirt and trousers. This man is the confessed slayer of 10 victims,
Polly.
each of which he strangled with a piece of cloth and cut a small question mark into their foreheads.
Strangled.
Mark is a homicidal maniac and extremely dangerous.
Murderer loose in the woods. Why, he might come here. He might see the light. I'd better turn it off. Yes, that's it. The switch is by the door. Well, that's done. What if Robert did turn out the lights? Then I've turned them on again. The murderer could see the house. He'd be sure to see it. But I don't know. I don't know if the lights are off or on. I can't tell. Oh, what am I doing now, flashing the light? He's certain to see that. Why isn't Robert here? Why isn't somebody here? The girl, that's it. I'll telephone the girl. She'd come and stay with me.
Number, please.
Operator, get me 69J. Operator, what's wrong with this phone? Operator. It's no use. The telephone's dead. Now there's nothing I can do but just sit here and wait. Can't telephone. I can't go for help. Just wait for Robert to... Be quiet, Polly. Don't make a sound. He doesn't know we're here. He'll go away. He's got to go away.
Anybody in there?
Quiet, Polly.
Hey, anybody inside? Come on, open up. I know there's somebody there. I saw the lights flash. Don't try to hide from me. Open up.
Who are you?
I'm a guard from the asylum. We're hunting for an escaped killer. Let me in.
Oh, that's different. Just a minute.
Thank you. You live here all alone?
No, my nephew stays with me.
Where's he?
Why, he had to go into town.
It isn't safe for you to be here all alone tonight. There's a maniac in these woods.
Yes, I know.
Say, you're acting awfully funny. What are you so afraid of?
Nothing. No one.
Why, I believe you're afraid of me.
Why would I be afraid of you?
That beats me. Unless you think I'm that loony killer. Well, I'll be. You don't really think that, do you now?
I don't know.
Look,
I'm
lady.
not sure.
That guy Mark is tall and dark. I'm only 5'6", and I've got red hair, can't you see?
No, I can't. I'm blind.
You're... Gee, lady, I'm awfully sorry. I didn't know.
You're really a guard?
I'm really a guard.
Oh, thank heaven. I was so frightened.
Well, I've got to be running along. Just had to be sure he wasn't hiding here. Good night. Take care of yourself.
Officer, please stay. I'm afraid to be alone. I'm afraid.
I'd like to help you out, lady, but I can't. You'll be all right here. Nothing to worry about.
But please, if you just...
lady.
Good night. Good night. He's right, isn't he, Polly? We're safe. We're perfectly safe. Why, they probably already caught the fella by now. I've got to get hold of myself. I can't go on like this. The wind must have come up, rattling the door. That's all it is. Just the wind. No, somebody is there. Can't be the wind. Somebody's shaking the door. Oh, it's Robert. It's got to be Robert. He forgot his key. It's Bobby. It's my Bobby. Please, Please make it be Bobby. Bobby wouldn't break in, Polly. Who are you? What do you want? What is it? What do you want? Go away. Please, go away. I'm blind. Can't you tell I'm blind? I promise. I won't tell that you was here. I promise. You've torn down the curtain. Why are you doing that? You don't want to kill me. I'm just a harmless, blind old woman. What are you doing in that drawer? I haven't any money. What was that? A paper knife? No. No, I'll get away. I'll run. I've got to get away. Where's my cane? You won't catch me. You're not going to kill me. The door. Where's the door? Let go of me. Let go of me. I don't want to die. I don't want... Your coat. It's not denim. Radio said blue denim. Your coat's flannel. I can feel it.
Yes. Yes, Aunt Mary. A gray flannel suit.
Robert. It's Robert. What are you doing? Why are you trying to frighten me? Why did you break in? Why did you tear up the curtain?
Because I'm going to kill you.
No!
The question mark killer will claim another victim. No one will suspect your heartbroken nephew.
Let go!
No.
Let go! Help! Don't touch me! Oh, Bobby!
It won't
Bobby,
take
please
long,
don't
Aunt Mary.
kill me. Please.
No.
Oh, please don't. Please, Bobby. Bobby.
Bobby!
You...
You think the story is over, don't you? But wait. Wait for...
The unexpected.
But now, here again is our announcer. And now, Virginia Gregg, in the surprising conclusion of Heard But Not Seen, a drama of the unexpected.
Hello, Warden. This is the guard. I'm at the Shelton place. Well, of course they got the phone line fixed. I'm talking, ain't I? Oh, it was Mark, all right. He strangled her with a piece of curtain and then used a paper knife on her forehead. Poor old blind woman. Strangled her parrot, too. No, she wasn't alone. Now, if she had been, I'd blame myself for not staying with her. But her nephew must have got back before it happened. Yeah, they found his body in the bedroom, murdered, just like his aunt. Yeah, poor boy, I guess he was trying to save her, and that's probably why he got it. They say Robert was a nice young fellow. Always took mighty good care of his aunt.
Heard But Not Seen, a drama of the unexpected, starred Virginia Gregg and featured Pat McGeehan, Inga Yolos, and Parker Cornell. The Unexpected is produced by Alvin C. Gershenson, written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt, and directed by Frank K. Danzig. And now, this is Hal Sawyer, inviting you to listen again soon, when another of your favorite motion picture stars meets... The Unexpected. The Unexpected is a Hamilton Whitney production, transcribed in Hollywood.
Mutual presents Under Arrest. Into your cells. Criminals behind bars. Under Arrest. The story of Police Captain Jim Scott's fight against crime.
Hello? Susan Webb speaking.
Miss Webb, this is Janice Sherwood.
Oh, yes, Miss Sherwood.
I feel a little foolish, but I'd like to ask you a favor.
Do what I can.
It's something I don't want to talk to the police about. They've been so kind, and they've really done everything.
Has something new happened? I mean, has there been another ghost?
It's the same one, I think. Oh, I know it sounds as though I'm imagining things, but if you heard the same things I hear, and if you saw the same things I see, well, what I mean is, would you spend the night at my house tonight, Miss Webb?
I think you've got a very good idea there. In fact, I'd love to. Busy, Captain Scott?
Just a little, but come on in. How are you and the Times Herald coming with your haunted house?
Well, so far, I've been able to build it into one of those 3-day wonders. Is that bad?
I wish you luck, but I think the only thing that's haunted is your girlfriend's skull. I don't blame you. Makes a good story. Maybe you can sell it to the movies. What are you featuring on your typewriter today?
Nothing, except the ghost walked again last night. Shall I read it to you?
Sure, shoot.
How do you like my headline? Spook of Sherwood Mansion defies housing shortage.
Nice twist.
Thanks. Invisible intruder beats rent gougers again.
I like your angle.
Janet Sherwood, whose parents, Mr. and Mrs. Douglas E. Sherwood, are vacationing in Europe, reports second visitation from unseen spirit at Old Sherwood Mansion on Madison Avenue. Disorder in library suggests literary leanings in supernatural snooper, but the police find nothing missing.
Mighty decent of you to mention us policemen, Miss Webb. Mighty decent.
You think Janet Sherwood is just a crackpot, don't you?
I think she's a highly imaginative young lady who shouldn't live in that big barn of a house all by herself. She ought to take a room in a hotel till her father and mother get back.
You may be right, but I've got news for you.
What's that?
I'm spending the night with her tonight.
Well, I hope you have fun, but I'm afraid it'll be pretty dull.
You don't believe her story at all.
I think Miss Sherwood reads too many ghost stories. Maybe she even walks in her sleep. I sent a couple of men over there, and they couldn't find anything.
But how about the library? Didn't they see the way the books were all pulled out?
Well, maybe she pulled them out herself and forgot all about it. All I know is there's no evidence of robbery. Nothing's been beat up or murdered, so what are we supposed to do? Sit up all night and hold Miss Sherwood's hand?
That's what I'm going to do tonight.
You'll do anything for a story, won't you?
It's one way of making a living.
All right. I'll tell the patrolman on the beat to keep an eye on the place.
Well, shall we put the lights out and pretend to go to sleep?
I guess we'd better. Gee, I'm glad you're here, Miss Webb.
Why don't you call me Susan, Janet?
Okay. You know, I just can't believe I imagined all these things.
Well, let's see what happens. I'll switch off the light.
Listen, there's two. There it is again.
Oh, I think I know what that is. It's just a plain, ordinary alley cat.
I guess you're right. Oh, I wish they'd stop.
Why? It can sound so terribly human. But I'm sure it's just cats. Oh, they're quieting down now, thank goodness. Let's us be quiet, too, and see if our ghost shows up.
You don't believe my story, do you?
Of course I believe your story. I believe there's a sensible explanation.
I don't believe in ghosts either. It's just that I'm sure I heard things. And all those books were pulled down in the library, and the police couldn't find anything.
Well, if we hear anything tonight, maybe we can find out what it's all about. Oh, goodness, I'm sleepy. It'd be a fine thing if we both dozed off.
I'm sleepy, too.
Well, I'll keep pinching myself.
Susan. Yes. Did you hear anything?
I'm not sure.
Listen. There. I'm sure I heard something that time.
What does it sound like?
I don't know. It was like someone moving around down in the library.
I guess the only thing to do is to go down and look.
Should we call the police?
Oh, we haven't much to go on. We might look pretty foolish.
I guess you're right.
Come on. We'll sneak down in the dark, very quietly.
There! What was that?
I don't know. Look! Someone's using a flashlight.
Yes, but they just turned it off. Listen to that! Oh, what should we do?
Listen. Whoever this is gone. Where's the light switch?
Right here. Susan. Look.
Oh, good heavens.
I wonder if he's dead. That's the doorbell.
I'll get it.
Who can it be?
It's probably the policeman on the beat. He heard the shots. Well, what do you make of it, Jim?
Well, what I make of it is I should have taken your haunted house more seriously.
You did all you could do. I don't blame you for thinking Janet Sherwood was a crackpot. I did myself until it was too late.
Well, we found out how the killer and his victim slipped by the patrolman.
How?
The service entrance is pretty dark, and it goes all the way through the next block.
How did they get into the house?
We found a skeleton key on the corpse that opened the basement door. But here's the funny thing. We also found that one of the basement windows had been jimmied, and we definitely know it hadn't been jimmied when we checked up before the murder.
What do you make of that?
Looks like the victim knew his way around and went in alone.
Well, then the victim was the ghost.
Yeah. The other guy must have followed him and didn't have a key and had to use the window.
Any ideas on motive?
No. But it looks like our ghost was sort of spooky at that. Look at this.
What is it?
Report from the medical examiner.
Examination of deceased head reveals evidence of extensive plastic surgery?
Yeah. Had his face lifted.
What about his fingerprints?
Nothing on the records.
Well, that's funny. You'd think if he'd had his face lifted, he'd be hiding from somebody. And if he's hiding, he must have a police record.
Police isn't the only thing you hide from.
Well, what was he after? What was he looking for? There never was anything missing.
Yeah. I think I'll have another talk with Janet Sherwood. You don't want to come along, do you?
What do you think?
Miss Sherwood, are you absolutely certain there's nothing missing?
Well, I can't be absolutely sure. I've checked everything I can think of.
Well, what about the library? That's where it happened. Does your father have a hidden wall safe back of the bookshelves or anything like that?
Father has a wall safe, but it's upstairs.
What about the books? Are any of them especially valuable?
He has some first editions, but I've checked all those.
Are there any books missing? Any kind of books?
It's hard to be sure. That there are so many books, I wouldn't know whether one of them's missing or not.
Yeah, like missing one neon sign on Broadway.
Wait a minute. There's one book I never thought of. I just this minute remembered it.
What's the book?
You remember it, Susan. I brought it home from the office last night. You were kidding me about it.
You mean that book about the haunted house?
Yes. I've been too nervous to read it ever since I started hearing these noises. I left it at the office, and then last night I brought it home.
Why did you decide to bring it home?
Well, all the people at the office read the newspaper stories about my haunted house, and when they saw a book about a haunted house on my desk, they accused me of making up the story.
Is it missing?
I don't know. But I'm sure I left it right on top of the desk in the library. Let's look.
Huh?
It's not there.
Maybe you put it somewhere else.
No, I'm positive. That's where it was when you saw it. Do you remember?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's right.
What was the name of the book?
It was L'Invité Invisible.
Huh?
It was translated from the French. The Unseen Guest by Émile Bonnard.
Oh, yeah. Is it your own book?
Yes, I just bought it a few days ago.
Before you heard the noises in the house or after?
Just before.
How did you happen to buy a book like that?
Well, I always liked ghost stories, and until this happened.
Where did you buy it?
I saw it in the window of a little second-hand bookshop.
What shop?
In a little place on 15th Street.
Had you ever been in there before?
No. That's why he asked me for my name and address. He said he'd put me on his mailing list.
Was that his idea or yours?
Well, it was his.
You say it was a little place. Do you mean it was really small?
Well, the shop was small, but it was packed with books.
Just one man run it?
Yes. He was a curious little man.
I'd like to meet him. Maybe you'll introduce me to him.
Why, sure. Anytime.
How about right now? Mr. Lerner, do you remember selling a book to this young lady? It was about 3 days ago.
I probably did.
I'd like to do better than that. Can't you answer yes or no?
But so many customers come into my shop.
Look, the book I bought was called The Unseen Guest by Émile Bonnard.
Yes, I do remember selling a copy of that book.
Do you remember selling it to me?
Well, to tell you the truth,
You want to remember? You asked her for her name and address.
Ah, I remember her now, of course.
You wanted a name and address for your mailing list.
That is right.
What do you send out to your mailing list, Mr. Lerner?
Oh, little booklets, announcements of different books we get.
May I see one of these booklets you send out?
Well, you see, they have not come from the printers yet.
What's the name of the printer?
But I have not decided which printer I will use.
In other words, you haven't even ordered the booklets.
Not yet, no.
How about the mailing list? Can I see that?
It is not complete yet.
How about letting me see it as far as it goes?
It is just a few scribbled notes here and there.
I see.
May I ask Mr. Lerner a question?
Sure, Susan, go ahead.
Mr. Lerner, do you happen to have another copy of the book you sold Miss Sherwood?
I'm afraid not. It is quite an old book, and I don't get a copy of it very often.
What's that on that shelf up there?
Where?
There. Looks like the same title.
Well, let me see. Oh, so it is. I did not realize I had another copy.
Hand it down to me, will you, Mr. Lerner?
Yes. I can just about reach it.
Just for the fun of it, let me see if you can reach it with your left arm.
My left arm? But I'm not left-handed. Why should I use my left arm?
Let's say I'm kind of curious about a bulge I see under your left arm.
A bulge?
Yes. There. That wouldn't be a gun, would it?
You are very observing, Captain. That is a gun.
I suppose you have a permit.
Oh, yes. There have been several holdups in this neighborhood, and I applied for a gun permit.
Can I see it?
Well, certainly. Right here in this drawer. There, Captain.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Lerner. I'm glad you have this permit.
Of course. Otherwise, I would not have the gun.
Have a look at your gun, Mr. Lerner.
Very well. There. Why are you so interested in my gun?
I just wanted to see what kind of a bullet it shoots. Doesn't shoot the kind I'm interested in.
May I ask what kind you are interested in?
The kind you shoot ghosts with.
Huh?
You don't happen to have another gun, do you?
Oh, no. Only this one.
Okay. Put it away. Now, let's see that book.
I did not realize I had this copy.
Wait a minute. Where's your wrapping paper?
Wrapping paper?
Here it is, Jim.
Yeah. Here. Put the book on this.
You wish to buy it?
No. I'll just borrow it. I have a friend who'd like to read it. He's an expert. An expert on thumbprints. Well, I seem to have drawn another blank.
How do you mean, Jim?
That book. There was an outside chance I'd find Janet Sherwood's fingerprints on it. That would have meant it was the same one missing from her home. And that wouldn't look so good for our friend Lerner. But we didn't find her prints.
Why do you suppose he didn't want to admit he had another copy?
Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he forgot he had it.
Are you sure it isn't the book we're looking for?
How can you be sure? Could have wiped it clean, but... Then why would he put it back on the shelves and then deny he had it? My hunch is it's not the book. But I've also got another hunch.
What's the hunch?
I don't think the book itself is very valuable.
How do you mean?
I mean, there it was sitting right in Lerner's window. Anybody who wanted it could pick it up for the price of a second-hand book. But as soon as Miss Sherwood buys it, the devil breaks loose and we end up with a murder.
Well, I see what you mean, but it doesn't ring any bell with me. I don't see the angle.
The only angle I see is that somebody slipped something into that book. A slip of paper or something. And they must have done it between the time Lerner took it out of the window and the time he wrapped it up and handed it to her.
Now I'm beginning to catch up. But who else was in the store?
Janet Sherwood says nobody.
Ah, that makes Mr. Lerner look slightly behind the eight ball.
Yeah. Doesn't get us anywhere because it's only a theory. You could probably work out 6 other theories just as good. But for now, I'll stick to this one.
I suppose you're right, Jim.
In that case, Mr. Lerner slipped something into the book because he wanted to get rid of it temporarily. And he took down Janet's name and address so he could get it back again. But somebody else wanted it too. And when they met in the library, Lerner bumped him off.
But you examined Lerner's gun.
He could have had another one.
How did the other man know Janet had the book?
He didn't have to know she had it. All he had to do was to keep following Lerner, and Lerner led him right to the Sherwood Library.
Then why was it the murdered man had the skeleton key?
Lerner could have planted it on him just to get rid of it.
How about fingerprints?
It was wiped clean. That's why I think it was planted. Otherwise, it would have had the victim's prints on it.
Well, it makes a picture, but as you say, it's all theory. Nothing to get your teeth into.
Yeah. But the beauty of it is, if it's right, it'll pay off and pay off fast. If it's wrong, I'm just a dumb cop.
But if it pays off, why do you think it'll pay off fast?
Because you're going to help me.
Me? How?
You're going to write a big exclusive feature story for your newspaper.
Tell me more.
You're going to scoop the whole field on that little talk we had with Mr. Lerner. Only you're not going to mention his name or address. All you're going to say is a certain little man who runs a certain little bookshop, sold a certain book, and a certain character whose face was loaded with plastic surgery got bumped off. And here, look these two. Look at these.
What are they?
Pictures of the victim before he had his face lifted.
Where'd you get them?
We had an artist working with our medical examiner, reconstructing the face to show what it might have looked like before it was changed.
That's a smart idea.
Okay, go to it. And by the way,
What?
be sure you put your name at the top of this story.
Oh, I always do, don't I?
Yeah, but you might forget. I wouldn't want that to happen on this one. This will probably be the most important byline you'll ever write.
What makes you think so?
I have an idea somebody's going to ask you for the name and address of the little bookshop. And if they do, you give it to them. But don't let him get out of your sight.
Yes?
You are Miss Susan Webb.
Yes, I'm Miss Webb.
I must apologize for calling at your apartment in the evening, but I did not think it wise to interrupt you at your office.
What's it about?
Actually, it's a personal matter. I would like to ask a favor. May I come in for just a moment?
Yes. Come in.
Thank you so much. You are Miss Susan Webb of the Times Herald, are you not?
Yes, that's where I work.
Oh, this is a lovely apartment.
Yes, it's very nice.
So high up, too.
It's cool in the summer.
Quite a view from the windows.
On a clear day, it's a wonderful view.
It's a long way down to the street. Does it ever make you nervous to look down to the street?
Oh, no. I'm used to it.
Good for you. Well, this favor I would like to...
How did you know where I live?
Oh, very simple. I had only to refer to the telephone book.
Oh, I see.
Fortunately, you live alone. Otherwise, your telephone might have been in your husband's name. You do live alone, don't you?
Oh, yes. All alone.
Well, I read your piece in the newspaper about the little bookshop. It was very interesting.
Thank you.
You see, I'm very interested in bookshops. I know quite a few of them because I'm always collecting books, and I never know where I will find something I'm looking for.
Sort of a hobby?
Yes. I thought perhaps if you would give me the name and address of this shop you mentioned, I might find it an excellent place to look around.
I'll be glad to give it to you. It's run by Mr. Maxime Lerner at 103 East 15th Street.
Ah, I'll write that down. Mr. Maxime Lerner.
Yes, 103 East 15th Street.
103 East 15th Street.
That's right.
Thank you very much. You don't happen to know Mr. Lerner's home address?
Yes, he lives over the shop. The shop is part of his house.
Splendid. I'm leaving town in the morning, and I might telephone him tonight about some books I'm trying to locate.
I have his telephone number.
That would be very kind.
Would you like to phone him now? You can use my phone.
Oh, I wouldn't think of troubling you. I'll just take down the number.
It's Chestnut 4607.
Chestnut 4607.
Yes.
You've been most helpful, Miss Webb.
Not at all, Mr.
Franklin, Paul Franklin.
I'm very glad I could help you, Mr. Franklin.
I'm most grateful.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Webb.
Who is there? Who is there?
Oh, I'll take your gun. You won't need it. Now, go in and we'll close the door.
What is this?
You will go into a back room, and then you will switch off the lights in the store. And don't try to be clever. Now, Mr. Lerner, I would like to have the formula.
What formula?
The new atom formula, which you are hoping to sell for a great deal of money.
I do not know what you are talking about.
Come now, Mr. Lerner. Seems that you and I are in the same business.
I still do not know what you mean.
Just to show you I know what I'm talking about, I'll tell you about my business. Then I'll tell you about yours. My business is very simple. I am a thief. I steal all kinds of secrets. Secrets about new materials of war. Secrets about new defenses and new weapons. Then, when I have stolen these secrets, I sell them to whoever will pay me the most money. Does that sound anything like the business you are in, Mr. Lerner?
I am in the business of selling books.
I will refresh your recollection. A short time ago, there was a new and secret atom formula developed, and my partner and I tried to steal it, but someone got there ahead of us. Then my partner picked up the trail of this person who got there ahead of us, and I believe he would have succeeded in getting the formula, only this person murdered him in the library of someone named Sherwood. Does that sound familiar to you?
Why don't you tell that to the police? They would like to know who the murdered man was.
He was a famous international spy, but he became too famous. That's why he had his face lifted.
What does all this have to do with me?
He was my partner, but I didn't know what happened to him. Now I know.
Now you know what?
Thanks to the article I read in the paper, I know that you killed him. Huh? Because I think you are in the same business that I am.
It is not true.
You probably saw him watching you from outside your shop, and just then a young lady came in, so you slipped the formula inside the book you sold her and took her name and address. Then my partner followed you, and when you recovered the formula, he tried to get it, and you killed him.
That is a lot of nonsense.
In that case, let's talk sense. I think you are in the business of stealing and selling secrets the same as I am. All right. Suppose we say you stole the atom secret, and suppose we say I will buy it from you.
You will buy it? I thought you said you tried to steal it.
That is correct, but since I couldn't steal it, I will have to buy it. It's a very good proposition for you, Mr. Lerner. The police are already suspicious of you. It would be very difficult for you to make contacts. But here I am, with plenty of money, ready to do business. And there's another point.
What is that?
If you decide you don't want to do business with me, I may decide to kill you.
Kill me? Why?
Because I've been too frank with you. Because now you know who I am, and I don't like that.
I see. How much will you pay?
$100,000.
In cash?
In cold American dollars. And I think since you haven't much choice, I'm being very fair.
Show me the money.
Show me the formula.
It is here, in this book.
Your favorite hiding place. Let me see it.
It is the real thing.
Yes. This is it.
Now the money.
I hate to part with money, Mr. Lerner.
You hate to part with money?
Yes, money is so valuable, and bullets are so cheap.
Bullets?
Yes, bullets. You seem to be waiting for someone, Miss Webb.
What if I am?
I think you followed me in your car. In that case, we will use your car instead of mine, and you can be the chauffeur. Step on it. This gun has several more bullets in it. I knew you would follow me, Miss Webb.
Did you?
That's why I came directly to the little shop. And since you were so afraid you might lose my trail, you didn't stop to telephone Captain Scott.
Oh, no? Just so happens I phoned him while you were in the bookshop.
I think that is a lie. You were afraid to look for a public telephone for fear I might come out of the shop and get away.
What makes you so sure?
Common sense. Keep straight over 15th Street and then down the drive to the tunnel.
Where are we headed for?
For the airport. Drive carefully, Miss Webb. Almost there, Miss Webb, but you were about to have an accident.
An accident?
Open the door on your side. You're about to fall out at 70 miles an hour.
Get your hands off that wheel. I'll drive it closer to the nearest telephone pole.
I think I'm a little stronger than you are. You get your hands up.
I won't.
It's either that or get a bullet.
I'll take the bullet. Let go of me.
Miss Webb, there's something ahead.
A roadblock.
Turn the car around.
70 miles an hour.
Slow it up and turn around. Wait. Don't turn. There's someone behind us. Try to go through the roadblock.
Oh, yeah?
He's out like a light. Must have conked himself on the windshield.
Oh, I thought we'd both go through it when I slammed on those brakes.
You all right?
Yeah. I had a chance to get set for it. Where did that roadblock come from?
When I saw you head for the tunnel, I figured on the airport, so I got the guard at the toll station to phone ahead.
How did you pick up my trail? I never got a chance to phone you. You told me not to take my eyes off you.
That's right.
Captain Scott?
Yes, officer.
We just called the detail we left at the bookshop. Lerner was still alive, gave the whole story before he died. Told them this character we just picked up has a stone atom formula. Here it is.
Atom formula. So my hunch was right. Wow.
Wow and double wow. But you haven't answered my question.
What's that?
How did you pick up my trail? I couldn't take my eyes off him long enough to phone you.
So what? All I had to do was just not take my eyes off you.
Under arrest.
All prisoners present and accounted for.
You have just heard Under Arrest, presented by Mutual, a new series featuring Joe DeSantis as Police Captain Jim Scott. Under Arrest is directed by Martin Mockner and written by Thornton Leonard. Original music is composed and played by Milton Kay. Susan Webb was played by Margaret Draper, Janet by Patricia Courtley, Lerner by Guy Rep, Paul by Alan Hewitt. All names of persons used in Under Arrest are fictitious. Any resemblance to names of actual persons, living or dead, is coincidental. And now, may I have a moment to tip you off to radio's most entertaining prize-giving program, in which the prizes are large sums of good old United States currency. I'm referring to Three for the Money, which is presented by Mutual over many of these stations every Saturday night. Here you have the music by Mark Warno, Mary Small, Russ Emery, a swell dancing party 1 hour long. And while you enjoy this grand entertainment, comes your chance to play a simple telephone game. The Three for the Money game everyone's talking about. It's easy to play, it's easy to win. And the cash prizes can run as high as $50,000. For your chance to win big money, our advice is stay by your telephone Saturday night and stay tuned to a Mutual station for good luck, for good listening, for Three for the Money. Ralph Paul speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System.
Arthur Godfrey, who usually comes around with his talent scouts about this time on Monday, is off on a summer holiday, but he'll be back next week at this time over most of these same CBS stations.
Jimmy, they say that married people aren't really in love until they've had a fight.
Well, how about that time outside Derby Hall?
Well, that wasn't a fight. You just lost your temper.
I lost my temper.
Yes.
You lost your temper.
I did not lose my temper. You were just acting like a schoolboy, that's all.
Hey,
I wouldn't
Jan,
stand for some of the
honey,
crazy...
I guess we're in love, all right.
Yep, that's Jan and Jimmy, the secretly married young couple on our campus. A frightening reminder of what can happen to you if you fall in love.
I love you truly.
No, not that stuff. Young love.
No. Truly dear.
Welcome to the new college story, Young Love, starring Janet Waldo and Jimmy Lydon, with John Heaston, the Judd Conlon choristers, and Lud Gluskin at his orchestra.
I love you truly, 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 so truly, dear.
Jimmy, have you got the flashbulb?
Sure, honey. I've got a flashbulb in each hip pocket.
Well, don't sit down. Now, let's see. I guess this is Professor Wright's office.
Huh? I didn't know they had classes way back here. I thought this was the furnace room.
Well, that's exactly why I'm covering this for journalism assignment. Jimmy, we're going to meet one of the big celebrities on campus, and nobody knows about her.
Come in.
Professor Wright?
Are you the young lady who just telephoned me?
Yes. Could we see her now?
I think so. If the little beauty isn't asleep.
Oh.
Now brace yourselves, students, because you're really going to get a thrill when you meet Maudine.
That's her name? Maudine?
Maudine Ormsby. 973 pounds of pure loveliness.
That's a lot of loveliness.
You just follow me. And let's keep our voices down, shall we? Like all well-bred girls, Maudine gets a little nervous around strangers.
Oh, we'll be quiet, Professor Wright.
Now, one moment, eh? Yoo-hoo. Maudine, may I bring some visitors to see you?
What did she say?
It's all right. She blinked at me. You may come in.
Gosh.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Oh, wait till you see her with her blanket off. Say hello to the people, Maudine. Say hello.
Oh, I've got to get a picture of her just like that.
You want me in the picture, too? Looking fatherly?
Oh, that'd be very nice.
Don't you dare snap it yet. You wait till I scoot around here so you can get both Maudine's and my best sides.
I'll hold my flashbulb back here, by her porterhouse.
Please, Maudine is a lady.
Well, here we go. Hold still, please.
Smile, Maudine. Did the nasty flashbulb hurt her eyes?
Well, we didn't dazzle her porterhouse any. My flashbulb didn't go off.
Well, I think the picture will come out. Professor Wright, tell us something about Maudine's background.
Well, now, we in animal husbandry are mighty proud of Maudine. She's a purebred Jersey, and she's won 15 blue ribbons.
15?
And she's all cow, from her eyelashes to her pot roast. And she's intelligent, too. Smart as a whip.
Smart, huh? Maudine, tell us, what do you think of the world situation? Well, it's about as intelligent a comment as I've heard for a long time.
Jimmy, wait up.
Oh, hi, Larry.
Where the heck have you been?
Helping Jen with a journalism assignment.
A fine politician you are. The biggest election of the year, and you aren't doing your part to get votes.
Get votes?
For the campus beauty queen. You got to get out and campaign for our candidate.
Okay, I'll campaign. I'll work like blazes. I'll get our candidate elected. Who is she?
Mitzi Bellingham.
Mitzi Bellingham for beauty queen? Well, she's got a face like a bowl of puffed rice.
Well, she's got nice ankles. Hey, and if you want personality, Mitzi Bellingham has real electricity.
Well, maybe she's AC and I'm DC. Look, why don't you run somebody really beautiful like my girl, Janet?
Einstein, beauty has nothing to do with electing the beauty queen. It's all politics. Mitzi Bellingham was chosen in a smoke-filled room.
Yeah, it must have been so smoky you couldn't see what you were looking at.
Oh, you know, Jimmy, everything in campus politics is done by the machine. Last year, the Phi Pi's got the beauty queen because the Gamma Kappas voted with the Phi Pi's. This year, it's the Phi Pi's turn to vote for the Gamma Kappas.
And Mitzi Bellingham is a Gamma Kappa.
No, she's an Omicron Iota. But the Omicrons have a side deal with the Gamma Kappas. And as the Gamma Kappas go, so goes Midwestern.
Well, where do I go? It's all Greek to me.
Jimmy, you are appointed chief ward healer for the sophomore men.
Okay, I'll go out and heal a few wards. Is that all, boss?
Now remember, the machine's not only running Mitzi Bellingham, we're also running Sally Ames, Jeannie Cook, Sylvia Schwartz, and Janet Shaw.
Huh? You put up Janet for beauty queen?
Just names, kid. Decoys to split up the independent vote. The rest of the students on the campus divide their votes among 5 candidates. But the machine, disciplined, organized, whipped into line, votes solid for 1 candidate. Mitzi Bellingham is in the bag.
That's exactly where she belongs.
Get out there, boy. Get out the vote for Mitzi.
You mean I got a campaign against my own wife?
What did you say?
Well, I said, not on your life.
I distinctly heard you say, my own wife.
Well, Larry, you know how it is. You dream about these things at night. I've got a very vivid imagination.
Yeah. I didn't think for 1 minute. No, I never thought for 1 minute that beautiful girl was married.
Why, of course not.
To you?
Yeah.
Now, go out there and fight, kid. And remember our campaign slogan, the candidate with a purpose.
Hey, exactly what is the purpose of our candidate?
To get elected.
Mitch, this is Dirty Pool.
How can I help your problem, Einstein? I'm just a poor, downtrodden professor of journalism.
Well, can't we do something? This election isn't democratic. I'm just a tool of machine politics.
Who's the boss tweed of this setup?
Larry. I ask you, Mitch, how can a guy who's married to a girl, only nobody knows he's married to the girl, go out and campaign for another girl against the girl that nobody knows he's married to?
Would you mind going over that again with footnotes?
Mitch, what am I going to do?
Why don't you fight him, Jimmy? Buck the machine.
Oh, you can't. The campus political machine hasn't lost an election since Dewey's victory.
Dewey's victory?
At Manila Bay.
Hey, what would happen if you went out and beat the drums for your wife? If Jan isn't more beautiful than Mitzi Bellingham, I'm Mighty Joe Young.
Oh, Mitch, we're whistling in the dark. Fate has put the finger on Mitzi.
Oh, it's a crime. I'd vote for your wife. She's not only beautiful, she's smart. Look at this assignment she just turned in. She took a dull subject like a prize-winning cow and made it into a fascinating article. Look, pictures and everything.
I helped her with it.
What part did you do, Einstein?
The last half. Of the cow. I held the flashbulb back there that didn't go off.
Kid, you're a born reporter.
Hey, Mitch, is Jimmy Lewis in there?
Who's that?
Boss Tweed. Come on in, Larry.
Oh, disaster has struck. Mitzi Bellingham has just flunked biology.
So what?
No gal who flunks a subject is eligible for beauty queen. We got the machine all geared up to sweep our candidate to victory, and now we haven't got a candidate.
Well, let's run Jan.
Einstein, she's already been nominated for the opposition. That would be like running a senator from Alabama and then having him suddenly turn around and vote Republican. Look, in 20 minutes we're starting the Torchlight Parade. Before we had a candidate with a purpose. Now we got a purpose with no candidate.
Maybe I can be of assistance. Now, what does a girl have to have in order to be beauty queen?
Well, she's got to be a girl.
That's reasonable.
She should be beautiful.
Now, if she'd won some prizes for her beauty, that would help, wouldn't it?
Oh, that'd be great. You know somebody like that, Mitch?
Boss, I'd like to nominate for your political machine a real beauty, Maudine Ormsby.
Huh?
Maudine Ormsby? I don't think I know her.
No, she moves in a very select circle.
Have I ever had a date with her?
Jimmy, do you think Larry ever had a date with Maudine?
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure Maudine would go out with Larry.
She's pretty choosy, huh? Oh, I think I remember her. Didn't I dance with her once at the junior prom?
If you ever danced with Maudine Ormsby, you'd remember it.
Ormsby. Where's she from?
Oh, I don't know exactly.
Oh, I remember. She's a Jersey girl.
She come from a nice family?
Well bred.
Say, you don't happen to have a picture of her, do you?
Well, the only picture I have doesn't do her justice.
Yeah, it's a little dark in back.
Doesn't show all her good points.
Well, Mitch, if you think so much of her, the machine will sweep her to victory and crown her beauty queen. Hey, one other thing. Is she okay in her studies?
She's never flunked a subject.
Take my word for it, Larry. Maudine Ormsby is strictly grade A.
Honey, don't you understand? This is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
It's not a camel, it's a cow, and the straw won't break her back. She'll probably eat it.
Oh, no, that's not what I mean. The political machine is dead. Believe me, if it elects a cow, the campus beauty queen.
Oh, it's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
Well, of course it's silly.
The students at Midwestern have got too much sense. They wouldn't vote for a cow.
Look, honey, the students here don't vote because of sense. They vote the way the political machine tells them. Besides, nobody knows she's a cow. Except you and me and Mitch and Maudine and her immediate family.
Well, I'm going to tell everybody.
No, you're not.
I am.
You're not.
We're fighting.
You're darn right we're fighting.
Oh, it's my fault, too. I introduced you to her.
To who?
To Maudine Ormsby. Oh, Jimmy, it's so humiliating.
What's humiliating?
Well, I'm in this beauty contest, too. It'd be bad enough to be beaten by Mitzi Bellingham, who's almost a cow. Now you fixed it so I'll be beaten by a real cow.
We'll be back with Jan and Jimmy in just a moment. That man is coming back again. Yes, Arthur Godfrey is returning from his summer vacation, and he'll be helping some promising young performers up the ladder of success when Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts return to the air next Monday night over most of these same CBS network stations. Along with Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts, you can hear such great shows as My Friend Irma, Inner Sanctum, the Lux Radio Theater, and The Bob Hawke Show. All on Monday nights, and all on CBS. Now back to Jimmy and Janet and the second act of Young Love.
Hey, gang, who do we want for Beauty Queen?
Maudine for Beauty Queen. Vote for Maudine Ormsby. Don't be cowed by other candidates.
Maudine for Beauty Queen.
Full of the milk of human kindness. Children cry for her.
Maudine for Beauty Queen.
This is the candidate for you and no bull.
Hey, Jim, some of the gang want to get a look at Maudine Ormsby.
Well, you don't think Maudine Ormsby is the kind of a girl who'll go out campaigning for herself.
She sure is a dark horse.
No, but you're getting warm.
Fellow students, I give you one of Maudine Ormsby's closest friends, Jimmy Lewis, who will tell you why she is our candidate for Beauty Queen. Jimmy?
I am for Maudine Ormsby because she has beauty in such large quantities.
Is she a blonde or a brunette?
Which do you prefer?
Blonde. Brunette.
Well, she's a little of each. Maudine pleases everybody.
Well, how are her politics?
Oh, she's strictly middle of the road.
Sounds like a fence sitter.
The fence hasn't been built that Maudine Ormsby would sit on. I tell you, fellow students, people look at Maudine Ormsby and they just want to eat her up. In this election, we have a lot at stake.
Excuse me, please. May I ask one question? Just who is Maudine Ormsby?
Throw that bum out of
here! Mitchell?
Yes, Dean Ferguson?
As faculty advisor to student affairs, you're certainly doing a grand job.
Well, thank you, Dean.
Take this student election. I watched their torchlight parade last night from my office window. Well done. Reminded me of a rally we once had for James A. Garfield.
Well, he wouldn't have had a chance in this election.
What? Oh, you mean for Beauty Queen? James Garfield wouldn't have made a very good showing with that beard.
That's very funny, Dean Ferguson.
You think so? Mitchell, have you noticed a change in me lately?
A change?
I've been trying very hard of late to unbend. To be more, as they say in the song, a jolly good fellow.
Oh, you're that all right, Dean Ferguson.
It all started, Mitchell, a week or so ago, when I got my new bifocals.
Bifocals?
As you know, in addition to my administrative duties, I still teach one class in medieval history.
Oh, yes, of course.
Heretofore, my entire classroom has just been a blur. But with these new glasses, Mitchell, I've seen things in the first two rows I didn't know existed.
Why, Dean, you mean...
I certainly do. How shall I put it? It's like football. Although I'm too old to play, I still enjoy observing the game.
Yes.
You know most of the student body, Mitchell. That's worth knowing. Tell me, which of the little darlings is Maudine Ormsby? I'll just bet she's that little blonde in my medieval history class who sits at the end of the second row with her legs crossed.
I doubt if Maudine Ormsby is in your medieval history class, Dean, and I'm sure she's never crossed her leg.
Well, no matter. She must be a beautiful child. And, Mitchell, I'll tell you what I have in mind. What would happen if I escorted the beauty queen to the dance on Saturday night?
Well, now, Dean Ferguson,
what would happen if I brought the beauty queen into the ballroom on my arm?
But
What would happen if we led the grand march together? And then I whirled her around the floor for the first sweetheart waltz?
It could be quite a whirl.
Well, glad you agree, Mitchell. I'm definitely going to do it.
Oh.
You ought to make the student body realize I'm more of a human being.
Right now, I'm trying to figure a way to make the beauty queen more of a human being. Larry, Jimmy, Council of War.
What's the matter, Mitch?
Gee, you look terrible. Did you get some of that bad corned beef at the cafeteria?
Oh, please don't mention the word beef.
Was something wrong with Maudine?
Don't tell me she flunked out. Oh, the machine can't have another candidate fall flat on her face.
Maudine has just fallen flat on all fours.
But the machine has never done such a selling job. I tell you, Maudine Ormsby is rolling across the campus like a bulldozer.
Please don't say bulldozer.
Why not?
Oh, somehow it's not appropriate. Now, look, do you think Maudine has a chance to be elected?
A chance? She can't lose.
Once the machine gets rolling behind a candidate, she's in.
I tell you, you've got to shift the machine into reverse.
That's a funny thing about political machines. They've got lots of speeds forward, but they don't back up.
Oh, fine political boss you are. All you can do is elect people. You don't even know how to get a candidate unelected.
Well, what can I do? Half the kids have voted already. Their ballots are already in.
Guys, I can't tell you how important this is. As faculty advisor, I'm responsible for these things. The whole thing was my idea in the first place. And if a certain dean of men finds out who Maudine Ormsby really is...
He'll send you to the slaughterhouse.
Huh?
Please, Einstein, get your mind out of Armour and Company.
I know. I got it. We'll stuff the ballot boxes.
Professor Mitchell, I'm a pretty shady character, but I'm not that crooked.
Oh, brother.
Mitch, what's wrong? Is Maudine Ormsby a turkey? Is she going to lay an egg?
Larry, if Maudine Ormsby lays an egg, that'll really make history.
Dean Ferguson is taking the beauty queen to the dance?
That's what he says.
Oh, well, I'm glad I don't have a chance to win. Can you imagine waltzing around with old Walrus Puss?
Can you imagine old Walrus Puss waltzing around with Maudine Ormsby? Can you imagine old Walrus Puss waltzing around with Maudine Ormsby?
I think they'll make a very attractive couple.
Kids, the dean isn't going to think it's funny. This guy has a sense of humor that is strictly from medieval history. Dean Ferguson hasn't cracked a smile since the Norman Conquest.
I don't think Maudine's going to be so happy with the dean.
Oh, she might be pleased. He looks a little like Bull Durham.
Very funny. Now, look. Let's start a machine of our own. Jimmy, if we really get out and work, maybe we can get Janet elected instead of Maudine.
No, I won't play second fiddle to a cow.
Jan, look, if the dean thinks I pulled this thing as a joke on him, I could get kicked off the faculty.
Oh, Mitch, we won't let that happen.
No, we'll do everything we can to make it Queen Jan instead of Queen Maudine. Students, listen to me. When you go in there to vote, cast your ballot for Janet Shaw.
Turncoat, yesterday you were for Maudine Ormsby.
But she's a cow.
Ah, sour grapes.
Fellow students, if I'm elected beauty queen, I'll do everything in my power to be beauty queen.
How about Maudine Ormsby?
She's a cow!
Oh, lady, that ain't a nice way to talk about a rival candidate.
Hey, Larry, what's the latest return?
Janet's making a good showing, but Maudine Ormsby's leading by an eyelash.
Any new returns?
It's neck and neck.
Whose neck is out farthest?
Frankly, Mitch, I think yours is.
Hey, here's the latest report. Finals for the junior class. Maudine Ormsby, 371 votes. Janet Shaw, 369 votes. And 1 vote for William Jennings Bryan. We have a joker in the junior class.
Hey, here's the final tally. Out of 1,917...
Forget the numbers. Who won?
Our candidate and the new beauty queen of Midwestern, Maudine Ormsby.
The machine has done it again!
Isn't this a lovely dance? Just think they brought the band all the way from Chillicothe.
Mitchell, I'm so nervous.
Nervous? You're nervous.
No, tell me, what do I do when the beauty queen makes her grand entrance?
Well, I guess you'd give her the flowers.
Flowers? Oh, yes, these orchids. Do you think she'll want to wear them in her hair, or shall I pin them to her dress?
I'm not sure she's got any hair.
What?
And she may not be wearing a dress.
Mitchell, what kind of a dance is this?
Mitch, the beauty queen is here. Shall I have Jimmy lead her in? He's out there holding her by the halter.
Holding her by the halter?
Now is as good a time as any. Go to it, kids. Dean Ferguson, you are about to meet your blind date.
I'm excited as a puppy.
Students and faculty members of Midwestern, I give you our newly elected campus beauty queen, Maudine Ormsby.
Mitchell, this is the little cutie I'm supposed to waltz around the dance floor?
Dean, if you don't feel up to it...
Up to it? This is the funniest thing I've heard of since the tale of the wife of Bath in Chaucer. This is droll, Mitchell, quite droll. You mean to say the student body actually elected a cow?
It was engineered by the political machine.
Well, it shows what the voters can get if they just vote the way they're told to. Great political moral here, Mitchell.
Glad you see it that way, Dean.
It's really legitimate. She's enrolled in the animal husbandry department.
And she's never flunked the subject.
And she's a girl.
I'm not kicking. From the Dean to Queen Maudine, I offer you this garland of orchids.
Well, that's the only beauty queen in Midwestern history who ever ate her corsage.
Miss Ormsby, would you care to dance? Well, if you don't feel quite up to it, I just as soon sit this one out.
No, wait! Stop everything! Stop!
Why, Professor Wright, you seem disturbed.
May I ask what Maudine is doing here? Away from a nice warm stall in animal husbandry?
She had to be here.
Maudine Ormsby has been duly elected the beauty queen of Midwestern University. She's my date, Professor Wright. My dancing partner.
Well, you better make it just once around the floor, Dean. It's almost milking time.
We'll return to Young Love in just a moment. Remember, next Monday, Arthur Godfrey and his talent scouts will be back from summer vacation, along with Lux Radio Theater, My Friend Irma, and Bob Hawke. Along with Inner Sanctum, these great radio shows promise you perfect Monday night listening through the fall, winter, and spring. Arthur Godfrey's talent scouts, Lux Radio Theater, My Friend Irma, Bob Hawke, and Inner Sanctum will be heard on most of these same CBS network stations. After this program, stay tuned for Joan Davis, starring in Leave It to Joan, which follows Young Love on most of these same CBS stations. Now, back to the campus of Midwestern University.
Gee, Jan, it's wonderful being alone with you, even if it's only for 10 minutes.
I love it down here by Mirror Lake. Just you and me and the lake and the crickets.
And no cows.
Jimmy, you don't think Maudine is prettier than I am, do you?
Well, she's beefier.
Listen.
Yeah, the Sigma Chi's are serenading their dates home.
It's romantic.
Listen to them. They're singing about their sweethearts. I don't have to mess around with any old sweetheart.
What?
I got a wife.
You're sure you're happy, Mr. Lewis?
Happy? Why, it's impossible for anybody in the world to be as happy as I am right now. Mrs. Lewis, you've heard about contented cows, haven't you?
Sure.
Well, listen to my contentment.
You've been listening to Young Love, starring Jimmy Lydon and Janet Waldo, with John Heaston, Gil Stratton Jr., Hans Conried, Herb Butterfield, Peter Leeds, the Judd Conlon Choristers, and your announcer, Roy Rowan. Music was composed by Elliot Daniel and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Young Love is written and directed by Lawrence and Lee. We're leaving the air tonight, and you'll be hearing Arthur Godfrey and his talent scouts back from summer vacation in this half hour next week. Your enthusiastic letters and cards have told us that you've enjoyed our summer series, so Young Love will be returning to the air soon. Watch your newspapers and keep listening to your favorite CBS station. Until then, so long from Jan and Jimmy, the campus of Midwestern University, and Young Love. An emergency announcement from the U.S. Forest Service. Woods and forests are tinder dry, and the danger of fires is critical. Please exercise extreme care when smoking or building forest fires of any kind. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is your radio novel. Hello and a cordial welcome to another radio novel. Our story, The Scar, is about a young pilot who walked out alive from a plane crash, but with his mind chained to that ugly, burnt patch on the ground. This is the radio novel, The Scar. Now to our radio novel, The Scar. Jay Breslin had always wanted to fly, even when he was a youngster. But as far as actually learning to fly, Jay never had the money nor the extra time off from helping to earn a living, until the war came along. The Army trained him as a pilot, and he paid Uncle Sam back by flying a P-47 fighter for a double tour of duty in the ETO. He never had any trouble, came out and got his terminal leave without a scratch on him. He wanted to stay in flying, so he hooked up with Trans-American Airways, and they gave him training in 4-engine operation. And then he had his trouble, double trouble. That's why his friend Jim was with him on this check flight. Jim was chief pilot. And Jay was aware of what that meant.
Procedure turns are fine. Now just time you 3 minutes a little closer, that's all.
Sure.
All right, start your landing approach.
You don't want any more?
Well, I'm satisfied with your air work.
Yeah.
It's all yours. Well, we haven't had any snow for 2 weeks. Maybe the window's letting up.
Still plenty of snow on the ground.
Yeah. Gotta wear your sunglasses more often.
I don't like them.
You'll get used to them.
Maybe someday. Brandon Tower, this is 11504, over.
Brandon.
Holding at Bryce, 1500. Landing instructions, over.
Wind southwest 15, runway 3, cleared to land, over. 11504, you read me? Over.
What's the matter, Jay?
What?
You better acknowledge.
Oh, yeah. 11504, over and out.
You just cleared the outer marker.
Yeah.
It's all yours. I'm just riding along.
Runway 3.
Approach check, Jay.
Yeah.
Glide's a little steep, Jay.
I guess it is.
That's better. And maybe a little more flaps.
The wind's only 15.
All right, you're flying it. You're to the right of the runway, Jay.
Yeah, I know.
Better correct it.
The wind will carry us across.
Well, not that much. You gotta fly the big ships by mathematics.
All right, sure.
Ah, that looks good.
Ship field's heavy.
You're stretching your glide too much.
Yeah, I guess I am.
Should be a 500, Jay.
I can't.
Too steep in the glide. Now watch your instruments.
Sure, yeah, Jim.
Steady.
I
Get her in low. Low at the back. You'll overshoot.
I might undershoot,
Drop
Jim.
her in.
Too low now.
You're not kidding. I'll drop her in.
But
I'll check it. All right. Take over, Jay. I'll taxi up to the hangar.
Sure. I'm sorry, Jim.
So am I, kid.
You washing me out?
I don't know.
I'd have been all right if it had been on another runway.
You have to land on runway 3, Jay.
Yeah. I'm through?
I don't know. I want to think it over. Come on, let's go in the office.
Sure. Thanks for the check. All the other instructors were getting afraid to fly with me.
Ah, forget it.
I'll get what pay I have coming to me and leave.
I didn't tell you to leave.
It's the best thing I can do.
I said I wanted to think about it.
I don't have to. If I can't check out with you...
You got to get over it, kid.
Sure.
The crack-up wasn't your fault in the first place.
But I got out alive.
Those things happen. Now, you can't be blamed for mechanical failure.
Was it mechanical?
I told you
that could be wrong.
Things happen like that in training, but you...
Jim, I know what you're trying to do, but I don't think it's any use.
Will you let me think it over?
All right.
Come on. You see, it's entirely a matter of...
Well, I wondered how much company gas you guys were going to waste.
Bobo.
Howdy, Jimmy. Jay.
When did you get in? I thought you were on the Atlantic Hawk.
A couple minutes ago, company's transferred me to a West Coast run.
I'm glad to see you. You going to be around long?
Oh, dare so.
Well, that's fine.
What are you still doing around here, Jay? Old Jim making you an instructor?
I know.
Boy, it's been a long time since the three of us were together. How about this evening?
Why not?
I'll set up a party over at the airport inn, just like old times. Huh?
Sounds wonderful.
Clear with you, Jay?
Sure.
You know, I no more got back stateside when they hand me a transfer. Bobo, old boy. That's what Bernie always says. Bobo, we need you on the coast, buddy. We can't do without you. Trans-American will fold up and go bankrupt unless you hustle out to the coast and fly the Frisco run.
Yeah, we know all about it.
Hey, speaking of knowing, what happened out there at the end of the 3 runway?
What do you mean?
Oh, come on, Pappy. I saw it when I come in. That black burnt-out patch in the snow. Stands out like a sore thumb.
Oh, that.
Well, that. Somebody crack up?
Why, yeah.
That's what I figured. When did it happen?
A couple of weeks ago.
Somebody on a shot, huh?
That's right.
Flamer?
Yeah.
Everybody get out?
Well, there were 2. Trainee got out, but the Czech pilot was pinned in the cabin.
Yeah, too bad.
Those things happen.
Anybody I know?
No, one of the new instructors. Now, what about this party?
Yeah, just like old times, huh? Remember over in London?
Yeah, it ought to be a lot better than the ones we had over there.
It will be. Hey, I almost forgot.
Forgot what?
I got a surprise for you. Jay, you ought to be interested in this.
Yeah?
I'll bring a friend along tonight, a special friend.
Good.
It's, No, I'm not going to tell you. You got to come and find out. I'm talking to you, Jay.
What?
You be over at the airport inn tonight, buddy. I got somebody you ought to meet.
Well, who?
Never mind who, you be there.
All right.
Well, we'll all be there.
I better go make up my log, Jim.
Don't forget tonight, Jay, boy.
No.
Jay,
Yeah?
let me think it over before we make any decision. All right with you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Jay walked away, sensing they're looking after him. Jim had covered up well, but it was really no use trying to hide anything. Jay got his car out of the parking lot and drove away from the airport, taking the south road so he wouldn't drive by the black patch of burnt ground at the end of runway 3. You are listening to the radio novel, The Scar. And now back to our radio novel, The Scar. Jay drove out into the country, nowhere in particular, just kept driving and thinking. Bobo. It always happened. Bobo always turned up at the wrong time, asking the wrong questions. And Bobo always got everything good. Jay had no idea of how long he drove, except that it was dark, and he had circled back to the airport. He didn't want to go to the airport inn for Bobo's party, yet he knew he had to. He found the table where the bunch were sitting and went over. And then he wanted to turn around and run. The sight of the girl at the table made him feel as if the wind had suddenly been knocked out of him.
About time you got here, Jay boy. For a while we was afraid you were off having a hot time all by yourself. Where you been?
Sit down, Jay.
He can't even talk. Guess he likes my surprise, eh, Jim?
Hello, Jay.
Rusty here's riding through with me to the coast.
I see.
But that ain't the big surprise, Jay boy.
No?
Between here and the coast, Rusty and me gonna light long enough to get married.
What's that?
He talks too much, Jim.
When did all this happen?
I made up our minds for us when I met her in Miami. So what do you think of that?
Well, I think it's very fine.
It's his idea, Jim. I haven't checked out on it myself.
Oh, that's the way it is.
She'll come around to it.
You only got 7 hours between here and the coast.
That's time enough for old Bobo. He'll convince little old Rusty.
You going to sit down, Jay?
Yeah, Jay boy, we'll get another chair.
Thanks, but I gotta run along.
Where to?
I got a date in town.
You didn't have one this afternoon?
I'd forgotten about it.
I wish you'd stay.
Thanks, Rusty, but...
Well, maybe he's got some ideas cooking his own, hey, Jay boy?
Yeah, that's it.
Will you be around tomorrow?
Sure.
Go ahead. If you've got your own little party set up, we wouldn't keep a guy from that, would we, Jim?
Well, no, of course not.
Yeah, I better go. Be seeing you.
Yeah, give her one for me, Jay boy.
Jay, just a minute.
Yeah?
Mind if I walk outside with you?
No, why not?
I want to talk to you.
Sure, Jim.
Come on. No, don't get in your car.
What?
I want you to walk over across the airport with me.
All right.
It's a lonely place at night.
Airfield, yeah.
Kind of surprised me about Bobo and Rusty.
I always figured she went for you, Jim.
She just went for all 3 of us, which just happened to include me.
Maybe so.
I sent a wire today after you left.
Wire?
Yeah, I thought it over about you, as I said I would.
I'm washed out.
Not yet. You'll get one more chance.
Thanks, Jim, but I don't think it's any use.
I think it is. You'll check out.
After this afternoon?
I think so.
If anybody else were chief pilot, I'd been gone weeks ago.
Well, what's a friend for, anyway?
Well, there's a limit.
I know what I'm doing.
What's this wire got to do with it?
Well, I don't think my judgment is accurate in your case, Jay. So I wired for a special check pilot for you.
What do you mean?
He'll be here tomorrow night. You can run your check with him around 9 or 10.
Does it have to be a night check?
Yeah, Jay.
What's so special about him?
Ever heard of Captain Wynn?
Is he the check pilot?
Yep. Ever met him?
No, but I heard enough about him.
Well, he's coming. You'll run a check with him tomorrow night.
Yeah. Where are we going?
Oh, over there, Jay.
What for?
I want you to get a close look at something.
No.
But don't stop now.
Well, what are you trying to do, Jim?
I'll just show you a burn spot on the ground. There's nothing more than a burnt spot on the ground.
No.
I figure if you...
I've seen it too many times already.
It's all in your mind, kid.
Let go of my arm.
You're too good a pilot to let one crack up get
I'm going
you.
back.
You gotta face it and realize
Get out of the
it.
way.
Now, wait, Jay.
Let me by.
I know it'll help you if
You don't
just...
know a thing.
Yes, I do.
Get out of the way.
No, you're gonna...
Will you let me by?
No. Now, wait a minute. Jay! Kid!
He knew he shouldn't have hit Jim. Jim was his best friend. But he wasn't going to go over to the end of runway 3 with him or anyone else. As Jay got into his car and drove wildly out of the airport, he made a decision. He had to leave now. He had to forget about flying, had to get away from the black patch in the snow. It was still early when he got back to his room and started to pack his things. It was when he had almost finished that he felt someone standing in the doorway.
They told me at the airport where you lived.
Why'd you leave the party? Thought it was a big celebration.
It's Bobo's party.
Yours, too.
That's Bobo's idea.
Yeah.
Bobo always had his ideas. He had them when we four went around together in London. They don't mean anything.
That was a long time ago.
Not too long. Packing?
Yeah.
Where you going?
What'd you come here for, Rusty?
I came to see you.
What for?
I never needed a reason before.
I'm sorry.
Forget it. You know, I could always tell with you, Jim and Bobo,
Tell what?
when something's wrong.
I see.
Jay, it's me, Rusty. What's the matter with you?
I'm sorry, baby. I'll tell you, I'm out of flying.
Why?
I'm washed up, have been for 2 weeks.
What happened?
I was practicing night approaches with an instructor, and I undershot. The plane dragged the embankment at the end of runway 3, nosed over and burned. I got out, but the instructor didn't.
Jay.
Jim was watching, and he claims we lost an engine, and that made her nose down. But I know it was bad piloting. There's a burned spot at the end of runway 3 to show where.
I saw it when I came in today.
Everybody's seen it. Ugly black spot against a white background. You can't miss it. Every time I see it, something... I don't know. All I ever wanted to do was fly. Guys I flew with in the war, it was all mechanical to them, strictly business, a job. Except for Jim and Bobo. We felt different. Fly liaison, fighters, broken down crates, anything just to get up in the air. Yeah. Just to feel that little second when the ground drops away and you shoot up into the sky like an arrow. You get up and the air smells exciting and you can look out across the horizon farther than anybody else can look. And you want to go over the horizon, on and on. Yeah. On and on, never stop.
You'll go on, Jay.
Yeah.
Jim said you'd check out tomorrow night.
Jim thinks he has confidence in me. He thinks he believes in me. But when it got close, he took over the ship like the other instructors.
It'll be different tomorrow night.
I won't be there.
Jim's bringing Captain Wynn over just for your checkup.
It won't be any different with him. Maybe worse, what with his war record. Jim must have pulled a lot of strings to get Wynn.
I haven't heard about him since we came back. What's he been doing?
I don't know. Probably president of some airline. I never even met the guy.
Try it again tomorrow night, Jay.
It's no use.
Do it for Jim.
No.
I'll be there, too.
Bobo?
I'm staying here, Jay.
Are you?
For a long time. Jim said Captain Wynn should get to the field about 7. Good night, Jay.
All right, baby.
Yes, that's the way it was. Always had been since the first day he'd met the auburn-haired girl who just naturally answered to the nickname of Rusty, who deserved a better lot than a pilot who had washed out because he didn't have the courage to face a brown spot on the ground. You are listening to the radio novel, The Scar. And now, back to our radio novel, The Scar. Jay was well on his way in his car, heading for the main highway out of town, when he heard the zoom of a plane taking off, and he found himself silently cursing the pilot for the clumsy takeoff, telling what he should have done. And suddenly Jay laughed. He knew he'd have to give it one more try. He made it back to the airport in record time. They were waiting for him, and even in the dim light from the planes, in the distance, he could see Rusty's stiff shoulders relax.
Here he comes, Jim. I told you he would.
I didn't need to be told, Rusty.
No.
All ready, Jay?
Yeah.
Captain Wynn's waiting for you in the ship. You'll make it this time, kid.
Thanks. Pal, be seeing you.
Just around the field a couple of times, Jay. The weather's starting to close in.
We'll wait for you, Jay.
Captain Wynn?
Well, hello.
I'm Jay Breslin. I guess we're ready to go.
Any time you say.
I'll get clearance.
It's a wonderful night.
Yeah. Tower, this is 16355, over.
16355.
Clearance to taxi, takeoff runway. Local, over.
16355, clearance to runway 3 and takeoff. Local flight, over and out.
Roger.
Yeah?
Anything you want to tell me before we take off?
No, nothing. I'm just along for the ride.
Yes, sir.
Jay ran down his takeoff check as they taxied out to runway 3, and the captain leaned back in the co-pilot's seat, relaxed, really relaxed. He looked like he was going just for the ride, but this didn't fool Jay. When they got to the end of the runway, he cut off the landing lights so he couldn't see the black spot in the snow, but he knew it was there. Then he swung the ship around quickly and gunned both engines, and they rolled down the runway and up into the night. Then it was as if Jay were somehow divided into two persons. One watching the other pilot the plane, but powerless to do more than just observe.
Nothing more to do than land the ship, no more. I got her down on the approach leg, checked flaps and gear, looked over the instrument panel as I heard the outer marker. The sky was dark, but the snow on the ground was gray-white, and I could see the lights of the field up ahead. Captain Wynn was in the co-pilot seat, leaning back and completely relaxed. Maybe they hadn't told him about me. Inner marker had to put the ship down now. Not overshoot, not undershoot. Make it just right. The captain was still leaning back comfortably. The green markers at the end of the runway were coming up fast. And I had to turn on the landing lights to see. I saw the black scar. There it was, black under the landing lights on a blanket of dazzling white. Careful, don't undershoot. Never mind the black patch. Get her down. Not too low, not too low. Runway not lined up. Get up, get up. Sorry, Captain.
Sorry? What for?
Guess I'll have to go around again.
Sure. Why not?
Captain?
Yeah?
You want to take over?
No. Why should I?
Well, I don't know. Sorry, I'd have to make it rough for you.
Oh, you can't have rough air.
No, I guess not. Well, I'll have to get on the approach leg again.
Go right ahead. She's all yours.
I looked at the captain to see if he meant it, but he was busy looking out into the night. When I just missed stalling her out over the runway, he'd made no move to take over the controls. He was as cool as if he was sitting on somebody's front porch, and he hadn't tried to take over. Back on the approach leg, I checked my altitude, dropped the props into low pitch, and held 1,500 as we passed over the outer marker. There was snow in the air. Visibility was getting low. I cut in the landing lights and kept looking through the glass ahead, looking for the green markers at the end of the runway. 800, 600, 500. The lights were there and the black scar behind them. But I couldn't let it get me this time. There might not be a chance again. Let her down easy, easy. Don't overshoot. Keep her down. The black spot, hot fire burning. Don't fly over the patch. That's where it happened before. Too low. Get up. Pull up and to the right and don't fly over it. Headed for the hangar. Pull up, pull up. You better take over, Captain.
Me? Why?
You got a lot of guts to go through that and not ask to take over before.
Why should I take over? You're doing fine. Thanks for thinking about me. I'd like to, but you go ahead.
Well, I was off to one side. We came pretty close to the hangar.
Oh, did we?
It was on your side. Snow's coming in thick, so if you want to take...
all I came along was for the ride, not for any favors. Please understand that, Jay. I'm perfectly happy just to sit on the right side and know I'm flying again. Go ahead. It's all yours.
You mean it?
Of course I mean it.
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
You're crazy if you think anybody else is going to fly this ship but you. Well, thanks for offering, but I get my kicks just from riding along.
You think I can? Yeah, you do.
Why not?
Twice you could have taken over. You just sat there.
Well, you want some help? I'll get the flaps and gear down for you.
No. Thanks, Captain. You just sit there. I can land it okay. Yeah, I can. Well, that's that.
Hate to come down.
And how you feel? Coming out?
I think I'll just sit here for a minute or two. I'll be along, Jay.
Sure. Thanks, Captain.
Thank you, Jay. It was a pleasure.
Sure. A pleasure. Jim.
Third time's the charm, kid.
I made it. I'm all right now.
I figured it would work. That's why I brought Captain Wynn in for the check.
Worked all right. He's got nerves like ice. Didn't once reach to take over. Even when we almost took the roof off the hangar, he just sat there and casually looked out the window. That's what did it. I figured if he had that much confidence in me, I ought to have a little in myself. It was a good trick, Jim. Thanks.
Forget it. I know you'd come through.
Jay.
Hello, baby. You see me buzz the hangar?
I saw you.
Come on, snow's getting heavy. Let's go get some food.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
See that ship coming in? Watch where the landing lights hit.
Yeah. It's almost gone now. Snow's covering it up. Not black anymore. There's Bobo. Let's duck him. I'm hungry. Coming, Jim?
Oh, in a minute. Hey, Bobo, come over here. Where's Jay, boy? I want to ball him out for those passes. Hey, give me a hand, will you?
Sure. Doing what?
I got to help Captain Wynn out of the ship. Well, I guess I'll have to tell Jay someday.
Tell him?
About confidence. You don't fear what you can't see. A bullet clipped a nerve in Captain Wynn's head just at the close of the war. He's blind.
And so ends the radio novel, The Scar. This is your radio novel. Hello and a cordial welcome to another radio novel. Our story, Uncle Silas, is about a man who had been a loved and respected member of a small community for many years, until a much younger man arrived to upset the town and their favorite citizen and his lovely young niece with accusations of murder. This is the radio novel, Uncle Silas. And now to our radio novel, Uncle Silas. Eddie Ward had always been thought of as that bright young Ward boy, and it seemed as he grew older that he was going to prove the truth of that statement. Eddie was now studying for his bar examinations, and he thought taking a job with an insurance company would be good training for a future lawyer. The company sent Eddie out to investigate claims and all of the usual routine, and he was doing very well. So when the job took him to Somerville, he went, feeling no sense of the unusual, no feeling of apprehension. United Casualty wanted some facts to substantiate their claim in an auto accident, and Eddie was to get the facts. Somerville was a typical small New England town, and Eddie arrived around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was biting cold, and there were very few people on the main street. Eddie walked into a combination bar and diner to get some information. There weren't many people in there either, but the one man who made himself heard was leaning against the counter a bit unsteadily. A pleasant enough-looking man, if one could see beyond the silly alcoholic grin.
Boy, I sure called the score on that one.
Excuse me.
Oh, there.
I was wondering if you could help me.
Sure. Sure, I got enough to buy you one. Sit down, sit down.
No, I didn't mean that. I want to find Silas Thorne.
Who?
Silas Thorne.
Oh, you mean Uncle Silas. No, he's a grand old fellow. Just grand.
Does he live around here?
No. He lives out in the valley. He has a farm out there.
Can you tell me how I can get out to his place?
You're out there now?
Sure, why not?
Well, it won't do you no good because he ain't there. There's a beautiful farm he has. Rich bottom land. I used to be a farmer myself. You know that?
He isn't at the farm. Where is he?
Who?
Silas Thorne.
Oh, good old Uncle Silas. Yeah, he's always helping somebody. It's Uncle Silas. You know, one night I remember he stayed all night with me, helping take care of a sick colt. Colt died, though. Died just like old Lady Atkinson. Same night, same ways. Same night, same way.
Well, thanks for the information.
I don't mention it. Glad to help. Hey, you ain't going, are you?
I have to find your Uncle Silas.
That's a real fella, Uncle Silas. Hey, what do you want to see him first?
Just some business. Now, if you'll tell me where I can find him.
Excuse me.
Hello.
Hello, Jane. How's the kid?
I heard you mention Uncle Silas.
Silas Thorne.
Yes.
Well, maybe you can tell me where I can find him.
Well, yes. He's down at his store. I'm going down that way myself. I'll be glad to show you if you want.
Thanks, I'd appreciate it.
It's not far.
Well, goodbye, old pal.
Goodbye, old pal. Goodbye.
My car is just outside. I'll drive you.
Oh, we can walk.
Are you afraid to ride a block with a stranger?
No, of course not. Uncle Silas?
What? Oh, hello, Janie.
Uncle Silas, this man wants to see you about something.
Howdy.
Hello.
He didn't know where to find you, and I had to come over to ask you if there was anything you wanted for supper. Anything special?
Oh, supper I ain't even thought of yet. I just want to leave it to you, as usual.
All right. I'll pick you up around 5 then.
All right.
Bye.
Goodbye. Bye, Jenny.
Nice girl.
Yes. Have a seat, Mr. What'd you say your name was?
Ward. Eddie Ward.
Well, sit down, Eddie. Get comfortable. Wait. Get off, Cat. Get off that chair. Scat, Euclid, scat. Have a cookie.
No, thanks.
Mighty fine cookies. I got a special on them this week. Dime a dozen.
Mr. Thorne, I'm from the United Casualty Company.
Who's that?
United Casualty.
What do they sell? Peanuts?
Didn't you get any of our letters about the accident you had?
What accident's that?
The automobile accident 3 months ago.
Oh, yes. Now I recall it. Took me a minute there to place the name. Car, insurance, accident, yes.
Then you did get our letters?
Oh, yes.
Why didn't you answer them?
Why, I didn't see no reason to. Wasn't nothing much interesting in them.
Mm-hmm. Well, the people whose car you hit have a policy with our company.
Hold on. Who says that I hit somebody's car?
It's what the report showed, hit and run. Now, that's a criminal offense in this state, you know.
I don't know any such thing. But there was a hearing held, and this was all settled a long time ago.
You call a thing settled when my clients, a man, his wife, and their little daughter, are all in the hospital and have been ever since the accident?
My gracious. Say, that's terrible, ain't it?
Well, I'm glad you see it that way.
Hurt bad, huh?
They'll recover, but they've suffered a lot. Now, my suggestion to you is to make a settlement and never let the thing get to court, because according to the evidence, they've got you cold.
Why, I don't see as how they do.
Oh, come now, Mr. Thorne, let's be honest.
Listen, I've never been anything else in my whole life. Honesty is the only way to be.
Well, that's fine. Then you will admit your liability.
I won't admit no such thing.
The report shows
I don't give a good whistle what your report shows. I'm telling you, it wasn't nobody's fault. So nobody ought to pay nobody.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Thorne.
That's how I feel, young fella.
It can mean jail for you, Mr. Thorne.
Jail?
That's right.
Now, ain't that a nice thing to do? Come into a fellow's store and threaten him?
You don't give me any choice. And we have you cold. We're sure to get a criminal conviction.
Sure you want to have a cookie?
No, thanks.
Mighty good. And they're fresh, too.
Well, I guess that's that. I hate to put a man like you in jail.
I always do my own worrying.
I'll see you later.
Just a minute, you.
What?
Stranger here, ain't you?
Yes, Well, that is, I...
Thought so. Well, I'm here to tell you Somerville don't like strangers coming in and threatening people. We take care of them if they do.
Now, look here.
Especially if it's a citizen like Uncle Silas.
Now, don't try to...
Eddie's legs collapsed under him, and he fell to the cold sidewalk of Somerville. The tall, lean man stood over him, a frown wrinkling his brow. Then he put something back in his pocket and picked Eddie up like a sack of meal. Staggering under his weight, the man walked across the street and into the small building lettered with the words, Somerville Courthouse, on the front. You are listening to the radio novel, Uncle Silas. Now back to our radio novel, Uncle Silas. When things start happening, they happen fast. Eddie Ward had been in Somerville exactly 1 hour and had been beaten over the head with a sap and thrown into a small room with iron-barred windows. When Eddie came to, his head one throbbing ache, it took him a few minutes to orient himself. He was in jail, all right, and then he started to put up a fuss, demanding to know why and for what reason. The tall, lean man who had hit him finally came to the door, looked through the barred window, and announced himself as the town marshal.
All right. Come on out.
You're liable for a suit for false arrest. You know that?
Don't know nothing of the sort. You talk like a lawyer.
And that's what I need right now.
Yeah. If you take my advice, you'll stay out of trouble.
I haven't been in trouble.
All right. Just get out of here.
Oh, go back to the farm, will you?
What's that you say?
Never mind.
Now go on, get out of here, and don't say nothing against Uncle Silas.
All right.
When Eddie left the local jug, he went to the tourist home just outside of town to spend the night. The next morning, Eddie went to work in the village records. Between the local weekly paper and the town clerk, he found out a lot. Silas Thorne not only owned the store and a 500-acre bottomland farm, but also operated a farm that once belonged to Carrie Atkinson. However, there was no record of ownership change in title on the Atkinson farm. It still belonged to Carrie Atkinson. Suddenly, the name Atkinson struck a familiar note. The second farm, the one that Silas Thorne owned, he had bought from the bank in the county seat of Phillipsburg. A phone call to the bank brought out an interesting fact. The bank had foreclosed on one Merton Frawley. And also in Eddie's records of the accident, Merton Frawley was the first person to the scene of the accident which Silas was involved. All roads led to Mert, and Eddie knew where to find him.
I'll never forget that night.
What night?
The night of the sick coat. That's when I got my first good drink. You know, I wasn't so good at that either.
What was wrong with it?
Wasn't good for nothing but medicine. Old raw liquor. Ugh. I was there working over the coat, and Silas was helping me. He was fixing to pour some down the coat, and Silas, he says it's a shame to waste good liquor on a coat. And when they fool up, huh?
So, Silas suggested you drink it, huh?
Good old Silas. Just says I wouldn't worry. You know what he did?
What?
Well, he went so far as to rent my farmland. Just says I could go in the hardware business. He paid cash, too.
Ooh, that made it easy then, didn't it?
Well, everything would have been all right, except for a few things.
Like what?
Well, hard times, that's what I mean. Couldn't blame Silas for not being able to keep on renting the land during hard times. Can't blame a fella for something he could help, could you?
No.
Yes, sir. If it hadn't been for good old Uncle Silas, I don't know what I'd do.
You don't know how true that is.
Well, I'm saying it, and I ought to know.
Yeah. Well, I have to be going on.
No drink?
Later, maybe. I got to see a guy.
Well, don't have any accidents. I don't feel like seeing any accidents.
Don't worry. I'll be careful.
Oh, hello.
Your uncle around?
He just went down the street.
You know when he's coming back?
He won't be long.
Mind if I wait?
Of course not. Why do you hate Uncle Silas?
I don't hate him.
Well, dislike him, I mean.
Love me, love my uncle, huh?
I didn't say that.
Look, Jane, I don't dislike your uncle. I don't hate him. I'm just here to do a job.
All right.
Incidentally, who owns the farm where you two lived?
Why, I do, I suppose.
What do you mean, you suppose? Don't you know?
Well, I let Uncle Silas take care of all the farm business.
Don't you ever ask him what he does with the money?
Well, no, why should I?
No reason, I suppose, but I think you should check up on your facts.
What facts?
Well, according to the records, a Carrie Atkinson owns your farm there.
Oh, is that what you mean? Well, that was my mother. You see, for some legal reason, she used her maiden name on the title to the farm.
Carrie Atkinson?
Mm-hmm, that's my middle name, Jane Atkinson Thorne.
Carrie Atkinson.
In my mother's will, it stipulated that Uncle Silas would be my legal guardian, but that the farm would remain in trust for me until I wanted the title transferred. I guess Uncle Silas just never bothered to do it.
I see.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
You have such a funny look on your face.
I was just thinking.
Do you always look that way when you think?
Preoccupied? Yeah.
What is it? Is something wrong?
Jane, I want to tell you the facts as I see them, and I'll let you put them together.
Go on.
It's about your mother and the farm. I'm used to dealing in such things, so they don't seem as incredible or horrible to me.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you still here, young fella?
Still here.
He was just going to tell me something about Mother and the farm. Go on, Eddie.
No, I can wait.
About the farm and your mother, eh?
What was it, Eddie?
You know, I've been thinking over that accident.
Yeah.
I always was a fair fella. Fair in anything.
I'm glad to hear that.
So I tell you what. You just tell that company of yours that we can have a hearing any time they want on damages and such.
All right, I will.
You see, what did I tell you?
But I'll go you one better, Mr. Thorne.
Uh-huh. That's you young fellas. Always want to go one better than the next fella.
I'll hold the hearing right here in town. As a matter of fact, I'll take a panel of 3 arbitrators, if it's all right with you, and we'll let those 3 decide just what justice is in this case. That way we'll save court costs, legal fees, and all the rest.
You mean hold it right here?
Right here in your store.
All right.
Tonight.
You got all the facts you need?
I got enough.
All right, then it's all settled. Now, if you 2 young ones will take care of yourselves, I got to go across to the barber shop. Going to get a haircut for the big hearing tonight.
You see, I told you he was fair.
Yeah, he fell for it.
Fell for what?
He's clever, but he fell for it.
Oh, now I suppose you're going to trick him.
No tricks, just facts.
Look, I don't understand all this.
Don't worry about it. You will.
I'm just so confused. Sometimes I wish you hadn't come to Somerville.
Do you?
Just seems like you're trying to make trouble.
Do you really wish I hadn't come?
Well,
All right, young fella, come on.
Oh, it's you again.
Come on.
what's he done now?
Never you mind. This ain't your business.
We were just standing here talking.
All I've done, Jane, is rooted out a few facts that some people don't want rooted out.
What?
No more talk. Now, come on.
Where to this time?
Never mind. Just move.
Walt, what did he do?
Plenty. Move.
All right, all right.
And this time you ain't going anywhere, and you ain't coming back.
Walt, the town marshal, and his once again prisoner, Eddie Ward, drove out into the winter countryside. Then Walt stopped the car and ordered Eddie into the back seat, where he was tied up, blindfolded, and gagged. You are listening to the radio novel Uncle Silas. Now back to our radio novel, Uncle Silas. Before he was gagged, Eddie warned the marshal of the seriousness of what he was doing and the consequences he would suffer. But as before, Walt said nothing, gave no reaction. After he was tied up, they drove some more, then finally pulled to a stop. His legs were untied, and the marshal told him to walk while he guided him. They went through a door, and his legs were tied up again. Eddie felt a dirty wooden floor under his feet, heard the dirt and the scraping of his shoes. The marshal went out and locked the door behind him.
Is somebody in here? Who is it? How'd you get here? Just a minute. Just hold still. His knots are tight. Here, I'll unloosen the thing in your mouth first. There.
Thanks.
What happened?
That's too much to tell now. Listen, where are we?
Oh, in Uncle Silas's store.
What is this, the back room?
It's the storeroom. The store was closed, but I came back to get some seasoning.
What time is it?
Why, it's a little after 7. Why?
Now, you do just as I say, will you?
All right.
I want you to bring Mert Frawley. I want you to bring him to this hearing tonight.
Mert?
That's right.
But I don't...
I have no time to tell you now. Just bring him, and comparatively sober if you can.
Well, what about you?
I'll be here. Now, you go on out. Get your seasoning and go before anybody else shows up. I'll see you at the hearing tonight.
It's all so mysterious.
Will you believe me and believe that I know what I'm doing?
Yes.
All right. I'll see you later. And don't forget to bring Mert.
You sure that young fellow ain't going to show up?
Sure, I'm sure. I got him tucked away.
Did you do what I told you to?
Well, no. You see, I couldn't.
Come on in, Mert. It's all right. We're going to have a hearing.
Who?
Oh, hello, Uncle Silas. Walt?
What'd you bring him for, Janie?
Yeah, what'd you bring him for?
Hold it, Silas. Well, I guess we're all assembled, aren't we?
Hey, it's a robber. I'll get him.
Easy, Walt. Tain't no robber at all. Put your gun away.
That's a good idea.
What was you standing back there in the dark for, young fella?
Maybe no reason at all.
Well, now that you're here, let's get this fool hearing business over with. Where are them 3 judges? Them 3 arbitrators you wanted?
These 3 will do.
What 3?
Jane, Mert, and Walt.
Me?
Oh. Well, now that seems fair enough. Go ahead, state your case.
Well, sometimes, you're too close to something, too close to a thing to see it in its true light. But I was a stranger. I wasn't warmed over with love and friendship, so I couldn't see the pieces.
What pieces?
The pieces of the puzzle. They all fit into place if you stop and analyze it.
Well, Jane here is a good one with puzzles, young fella.
She wasn't too good with this one. But you can't blame her for that. Now, let's start at the beginning and make it real short. You, Mr. Thorne, you and your brother both loved the same woman, Jane's mother, Carrie Atkinson.
Yes.
But from the facts, I think you each loved her in a different way. Anyway, your brother Will got the girl and the farm. Then he went off to war and got himself killed, and that was fine, wasn't it?
How can you say that?
Let him go on, Janie. Let him talk.
So after Will didn't come back, you thought you had a chance again, didn't you, Silas? And you just waited and waited, thinking that sometime, some way, an opportunity might come along, and it did.
Hey, what's this all about?
So one night during a bad winter, Carrie Atkinson, your brother's widow, actually, Carrie Atkinson Thorne, took sick with pneumonia and was in bad condition. That night, she took a turn for the worse, and you rushed out into the night trying to find a doctor, leaving Jane here alone with her dying mother. Is that right?
Why, I guess 'tis.
But no matter how hard you looked, you couldn't find her one, and because she didn't get medical attention, Jane's mother here died. Great stroke of luck, wasn't it? But you had your troubles, too.
Everybody's got troubles, I figure.
And one of them was Mert here.
Me?
Mr. Frawley, who do you go to for money when you need a drink?
Hey, what's this all about?
Uncle Silas here. Who suggested you have your first drink?
First drink? A long time ago. Long time ago.
Remember when it was?
Sure.
When was it?
Well, there was the night of the sick cold.
Who was there with you?
Well, Uncle Silas was. He was there all night. Left early in the morning.
You sure what night that was?
Of course I'm sure. It was the night old Lady Atkinson died. Mrs. Thorne, I mean. Sure, that was the night.
What?
Sure.
Sure, I'm sure. Hey, what's this all about? Huh?
You get the picture. You wanted the farm, didn't you, Uncle Silas? You wanted it enough to let your own brother's wife die of pneumonia while you were supposed to be out looking for the doctor. Instead, you had to have a place to wait while she died, so you conveniently found Mert's barn and waited there all night. Then went back to the house with a nice heroic story of spending the night looking for a doctor. That way you thought you'd get the farm, and you did in a way. But the hitch was Mert here, and you had to fix it so Mert wouldn't remember your being in the barn with him. So you coaxed him into a drink, and after that he kept drinking, and then you got the idea of a farm and the hardware business. You knew Mert wasn't enough of a businessman to run a hardware store, but you let him into it. You made it easy by renting his farm. Then you put on the pressure, and he lost both. And you picked up the pieces for him and the store. Very nice.
What's this all about, huh?
You had to keep him drinking. And the surest way to do that was to ruin him. And you got another bottomland farm in the deal. And there's the case. A greedy, swindling old man, a murderer, and you all love him. But the way he's done it, the best he can get legally is perhaps a charge of hit-and-run driving. What a laugh. Well, I've said it. Presented it. That's all I can do. I don't know what you plan to have Walt do with me, Mr. Thorne. But if you'll please unlock these handcuffs...
No, you don't. You don't get away, you're my prisoner.
Walt, no.
What'd you push my arm for?
You were going to shoot him.
Sure I was.
Unlock the cuffs, Walt.
Huh?
Unlock the cuffs. Take them off him.
All right, if you say so.
Thanks.
You'll make a good lawyer, young fella.
Yeah. Well, that's the verdict. None of you believe me.
Ain't nobody stopping you from going.
No. No. You?
Aren't you going to get in? It's cold.
Yeah.
I've been waiting here in your car for an hour.
I went back to the tourist home to pick up my shaving stuff.
I believe you. I guess I've had little doubts all my life, but they didn't mean anything because they were all apart, all in little pieces. I guess I wouldn't even admit those doubts to myself.
Yeah. What are you going to do now?
I can't stay here. Will you give me a ride to the city?
Sure.
I'll come back sometime, but I can't stay now.
You want to stop by your place now and pick up some clothes or something?
No, I don't want to go back there.
All right. You all right?
Yes.
You look pale.
What'll happen, Uncle Silas?
Oh, he'll get his.
But you said the law couldn't touch him.
No, we'll work on the hit-and-run case, get the local hearing satisfied, and prosecute him for that.
No one else will believe what you said about Uncle Silas. I'm sure they all love him too much.
Now, you loved him, and you believed me. And little by little, the story will get out. It'll get out because we opened the crack. People will want to know why you left. Mert will repeat the story. Walt will let little things slip. Then the whole town will start to speculate and stop and think. I give Silas Thorne a year more in Somerville at the most.
Then?
Then Somerville will be too hot for him. But he won't leave. Because where can he run? He's too old to leave and start again. And that's how he'll pay.
I see.
And Silas knew it, too. He's smart enough to know that's how it'll end. And he's caught. Can't leave, can't stay.
I see what you mean. Like an empire crumbling. And all his friends turn against him. Lifelong friends.
It won't be nice.
No. I almost feel sorry for him.
So do I, Janie.
So ends the radio novel, Uncle Silas.
Barry Sullivan in
The Unexpected.
I'd planned that vacation for months. Yes, I'd planned it all. 2 weeks. 2 weeks in the high Sierras alone with Kathy. A second honeymoon. And everything would have worked out just the way I'd planned if I hadn't met the unexpected.
The unexpected. A secret future, a hidden destiny waiting for you. Where? When? Who knows? Tomorrow, today, an hour from now, perhaps in just a moment, you too will meet
The Unexpected.
Before our story, here's a word from our announcer. And now, one of America's favorite motion picture stars, Barry Sullivan, in Handle with Care, a drama of the unexpected.
The hot afternoon sun wilted my collar, and the sidewalk sizzled under my feet, but I didn't notice the heat. Not me, no, sir. I was too happy. And why not? Tomorrow I'd be 500 miles away from the city on my vacation. 2 weeks alone with Kathy, away from everything and everyone. Yes, sir, we'd be able to make a fresh start. I remembered our first honeymoon, when I was all that Kathy needed. But now, somehow, she'd changed. She said she wanted to get a divorce. But the next 2 weeks would bring her back to me. Kathy! Kathy! Hey, where are you, Kathy?
In the bedroom, packing.
I'll come in and help you. My things won't take long. Gosh, Kathy, you don't need all this stuff. We're only going to be gone 2 weeks. Say, are you taking this old trunk, too?
Yes.
Why, in heaven's name? It's big enough to hold everything you own.
Please get out of my way, Philip. I want to pack this evening gown.
What do you want formal clothes for in a mountain cabin?
Don't be stupid, Philip. I'm not going on your silly little vacation.
What? What do you mean?
I mean I'm leaving you. For good.
Oh, you can't. You promised that you'd give me these 2 weeks.
Stop kidding yourself, Philip. If you want the truth, I never have loved you. Not from the very beginning.
Kathy, you can't mean that. You always
now,
said that...
Now, Philip, be a good boy and call the express company to pick up my trunk. I'm leaving for Reno tonight.
Reno?
Don't be difficult, Philip.
No, Kathy. No, I won't give you a divorce. I won't.
I'm leaving you. Get that through your thick head.
You've got to listen to reason. Kathy, my darling,
Don't touch me, Philip.
But, Kathy, really,
Can't you understand? I don't want you near me.
I won't let you out of this room.
Get out of my way.
No. Kathy.
I'm sorry I had to slap you. Maybe now you'll stop acting like a baby and give me a divorce.
I'd rather see you dead.
Philip, let go of me. Philip, you're hurting me. I can't breathe. No, Philip. I won't leave you, Philip.
Stay up. Let go.
Kathy, you all right? Kathy, get up. We've got to finish packing for our vacation. You're going with me. Kathy! Kathy! She's dead. Kathy's dead. I don't know how long I stood there staring at her. At first, I just didn't believe she was dead. I told myself she's fainted, that she'd be all right. But I knew she wouldn't. And then for the first time it hit me. I'd killed her. I started to run out of the house. I didn't know where I was going, but I had to get away. I couldn't let them find me. They'd know I'd done it. But sooner or later they would find me. I couldn't run far enough and... Unless, yes, of course, unless they didn't know she'd been killed. So I walked back into the bedroom. There was the trunk, Kathy's trunk, open in one corner of the room. Why not put her body in it, send it up to the cabin? Then I could say she disappeared while she was out hiking. And even if they found her, no one would be able to tell how she died. It seemed so simple. I called the express company, and they said a man would be right over to pick it up, the trunk. Then I wrote out a shipping tag. Linden Cabin, Silver Pine, California.
I'm from Express Company. You got trunk you want shipped?
That's right. In here.
Okay. Where's she go?
She...
The trunk. Where you want to send?
Oh. The address is on the shipping tag.
But it sure is heavy. Hey, what you got in there?
Why, just some clothes and things.
Well, whatever it is, we get it there safe and sound. Handle with care. That's our motto.
He walked on down the path, bent double under the heavy weight of the trunk. I leaned against the wall, almost sick with relief. I was safe. No one would ever find out now. I went to the door and looked out. It was as though someone had kicked me in the stomach. What had gone wrong? Where had I slipped up? Who had sent for the police?
Why, hello.
What is it, officer?
Linden, don't you recognize me?
Oh, it's Charlie Cooper.
Why, sure. Didn't Kathy tell you? I'm on the force. I was sworn in the day before yesterday. Haven't even arrested anybody yet. Hey, how do you like the uniform, huh?
Fine, Charlie.
Well, that's more like it. You know, someday you may be glad to have a policeman for your next-door neighbor.
Why do you say that?
Well, I might come in handy. Where's Kathy?
Kathy? Why, she's out.
Oh, I thought you two were going off on your vacation tonight. That's why I stopped in, to tell you goodbye.
Yes, we are leaving. Kathy's gone downtown to do some last-minute shopping. She's meeting me at the depot.
Gee, I'm sorry to have missed her.
Yeah, well, I'll tell her goodbye for you. I'm glad you stopped in, Charlie. It's nice that you got such a good job.
Well, aren't you going to answer the door?
Huh? Oh, yes, the door. Wait a minute, I'll be right back.
Mr. Linden, this trunk of yours.
What about it?
It's not packed right. We hit bump down on Oak Street. I think he's come open.
What do you mean?
Just like I say, he's come apart.
All right. I'll take care of it. Just leave it here.
Okay. Want me to pick it up later?
Yes, later.
Oh, you better put on new shipping tag. Old one must come off. Can't find it.
Yes, I will. Thanks a lot. Don't worry, I will.
Hey, what's the matter, Phil?
Oh, Kathy's trunk. She didn't pack it right. It started to come open.
I thought you and Kathy were only going away for 2 weeks.
We were. We are. Why?
Isn't that an awful big trunk for such a short vacation?
Well, yes, I guess it is. But you know Kathy, she always takes twice as much stuff as she needs.
Oh, that's all right. I can help you repack it. I'm an expert packer from way back.
But I don't have the key. I think Kathy's got it. Yeah, that's right. She took all the luggage keys with her.
Well, maybe I can pry it open.
No, don't do that. It would ruin the trunk. Charlie, how about a drink? It's so warm. I need one.
Well, you go ahead. I want to see if I can jimmy this lock.
But, Charlie,
Hey, what's the matter with this? This trunk's wide open.
Open?
But look, all you have to do is push this little button and drop the hasp like this. Flip these catches, and the lid will lift right up.
Charlie,
Here she goes.
All right, Charlie, now you know.
Know what? Here, take these rugs off the top.
Rugs?
Now, what's all this? Sweaters, socks, here's a coat. I never saw so much junk. Look at all these old clothes.
Clothes? Is that all there is?
Yep, just struck bottom.
Nothing but old clothes?
Well, what did you expect to find?
Oh, Charlie, this isn't my trunk.
Well, you said it was.
Yeah, I know. I was wrong. It looks the same, but those aren't Kathy's things. I'd better go right down to the express company and see them. Maybe they've still got my trunk and they've mixed it up with this one. Maybe they'll deliver it to the wrong place. I ought to try and catch them.
Oh, don't be silly. Use the phone.
Yeah, that's right. I'll use the telephone.
Good afternoon, Express Company.
Hello, this is Philip Linden. My trunk, I was shipping it to Silver Pine. You remember?
Oh, yes.
Well, the man brought it back, said it had to be repacked, but they sent back the wrong one.
Oh, well, just a moment. The truck's coming in, and I'll check with the driver.
Have they got your trunk down there, Phil?
I don't know. They're looking for it now.
Hello, Mr. Linden?
Yes, hello.
Yes, we do have another trunk here like the one you sent.
It must be mine, then.
I'm sure it is. But the shipping tag on this one's been lost. We'll have to check the contents to be absolutely safe.
Oh, no, don't do that. Don't bother, please.
Oh, it's no trouble at all. Joe, open up that trunk, will you? The guy's waiting on the phone. You'll have it open in a moment, sir. Now, for identification purposes, would you please describe some of the contents? You see, it's our...
Hey, did they find your trunk, Phil?
Yes. Yes, they found it. Charlie, there's something I'd better tell you. They'll know anyway as soon as they open that trunk. Kathy's dead, Charlie. I killed her.
You think the story is over, don't you? But wait. Wait for...
The unexpected.
But now, here again is our announcer. And now, the surprising conclusion to Handle with Care, a drama of the unexpected.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Linden. This is the Express Company. Hello? Hello? Must have hung up. Gee, I wonder if I should call him back and tell him that we found the tag on his trunk. Oh, well, we'll just send it on up to Silver Pine like it says. Guess he won't mind that we didn't have to open it. Oh, and Joe, it's marked fragile. Better be careful with it. Wonder what anyone would ship in an old trunk like that has to be handled with care.
Handle with Care, a drama of the unexpected, starred Barry Sullivan and featured Virginia Gregg and John Faustini. It was produced by Alvin C. Gershenson, written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt, and directed by Frank K. Danzig. And now, this is Hal Sawyer, inviting you to listen again soon, when another of your favorite motion picture stars meet...
The unexpected.
The Unexpected is a Hamilton Whitney production, transcribed in Hollywood.
Wild Bill Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin', tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. As restless pioneers moved west, far beyond civilized frontiers, the lawless element would soon have taken control had it not been for a few strong, fearless men like Wild Bill Hickok. As Hickok and his deputy Jingles rode one night toward Horizon City, Mrs. Crawford and her son Johnny were hard at work in the office of the Banner, Horizon City's only newspaper. With them was Hiram Gibson, candidate for mayor of the town.
Time for your editorials all set up, Mom.
All right, Johnny.
Now, as soon as we get a proof made of this, I want Mr. Gibson to see what I've written.
Let me make the proofs, Mom. I know how.
Well, I hope you know the chance you're taking, Mrs. Crawford.
Well, it's the duty of a newspaper to tell folks the truth, Mr. Gibson. It's sure time somebody told them.
Here's the proofs, Mom.
Thanks, Johnny. Now, Mr. Gibson, here's what folks will read in the banner tomorrow morning, right on the front page.
Read it to him. It's a swell editorial.
Horizon City is about to hold another election for mayor. We have the choice of 2 candidates. One is Hiram Gibson, who is sworn to give us clean government and a decent place to raise our families. The other is our present mayor, Jack Brody. Gambler, gunman, a man devoid of every decent instinct. The facts are all here. Read them and then decide.
Those are strong words, Miss Crawford.
I meant them to be.
Well, you know Jack Brody isn't going to sit idly by while you print things like that.
Mr. Gibson, my husband started this paper as an instrument for clean government in the West. The last promise I made to him before he died was that I'd carry on the fight.
Well, let's just hope the people have the chance to vote the way they like.
Well, I've taken care of that. I've sent for a United States Marshal to see that the elections run legal-like.
Wild Bill Hickok, Mr. Gibson. That's who's coming.
He'll have trouble with Brody and his gang. Well, I must be going. Now, please be careful, Miss Crawford.
Good night, Mr. Gibson.
Good night, Mr. Gibson. I'll take care of Mom.
I'll see you both in the morning. Good night.
Lock the door, Johnny. Then we've got work to do.
We're going to print the paper tonight?
Yes. Ready to pass out first thing in the morning. Help me get the press ready.
Sure. Shall we print the election ballots tonight, too?
No, they can wait till tomorrow. My stars. Now, who could that be at the back door?
Mom, maybe you hadn't let anybody in. Oh, Mom, who is it?
Back inside, lady. We don't hurt nobody unless we have to.
Yeah, me and Madden's got some talking to do.
What do you want? You have no right to come here this time of night.
Jack Brody thinks different. He's kind of careful what goes into your fool newspaper. He's going to win that election no matter what.
I'll print what I like.
Hey, Madden, take a look. She's fixing to print plenty.
Yeah. So that's what you're up to. Well, Brody don't want it. Tear up that typewriter.
You stop that, you hear? I won't let you.
Johnny, no.
Hey, the brat's got plenty of spunk, ain't he?
Don't mind him. Just shut up and get busy.
Well, Bill Hickok's coming. He'll see. He'll take care of both of you.
That suits us fine. Brody's got a reception all ready for Hickok.
Oh, wait, please. What are you doing?
Just watch it. When we get through, you won't be printing nothing for a long, long time.
Horizon City's still wide awake, Bill, from the looks of the horses around that gambling house. No, me.
You don't seem very happy about it, Jingles.
Well, gee whiz, Bill, I got a toothache.
Getting worse, is it?
Oh, my bicuspid's beating out the handle course, and my jaw's swole up like a cow eating Jimson weed.
We'll on up at dinner as soon as we have a talk with Mrs. Crawford. There's the banner office right ahead.
Lights are still on inside. Do you think things are as bad here as she wrote you?
All she's asking for is a clean election. That's our job. Whoa, Buckshot. Whoa.
Well, sometimes that ain't easy. Now, whoa, Joker, whoa. Now, stand there.
Well, let's go inside and get her story.
Well, Bill, listen. Trouble already.
In the banner office. Let's get in there.
Hey, open up. Let us in.
Put your shoulder to the door, Jingles. Together now.
It's Wild Bill.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, come on, let's get out of here.
Through they go. They're getting out the back way.
Right after him, Jingles. Come on.
Got jelly in their bones, ain't they? Well, we'll give them a send-off.
You know, when your old pal Panhandle Jim gets excited, he just can't sit still. Oh, not me, partners. I gotta do something. And what I like to do best is eat Kellogg's Corn Pops. Gobble 'em up as fast as I can grab 'em up. Sure is a good thing these Corn Pops are a two-way cereal. Yes, sir, you can eat Kellogg's Corn Pops two ways. One way is right out of the box like I'm eating 'em now. They're a real tasty snack with the sweetening already on 'em. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of the bowl with milk. But remember, don't go pouring a lot of sugar on 'em. They're already sweetened for you. Tasty, puffed-up hearts of corn all ready to go. And they're good for you, too. Why, partners, they're a real two-gun, two-way cereal with B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, you better scoot on down to the store and get a load of 'em. You'll need plenty because the whole family's going to be getting into 'em. Now listen to this little saying. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. And Pops love Pops. In a little while, we'll say it together. Right now, I'm busting to get back to the show. How about you? Let's go.
Now, let's return to Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles. Arriving at the office of the Banner, Horizon City's little newspaper, they find big trouble as two assailants scramble out the back way into the dark.
What's our fire, Jingles?
Oh, they'll scatter them varmints much as I can see.
They had horses waiting. They're gone, Jingles.
Curled their tails, didn't they? All they fight's women and children, I guess.
Let's get back inside. We'll find out what this is all about.
Gentlemen, I don't know what we'd have done if you hadn't come when you did.
Glad we got here when we did, ma'am.
Bill, look what they did to this place. It's something a real dainty mule couldn't stand.
They were smashing it up, so me and Mom couldn't print the newspaper.
Jingles and I'll help straighten up, Mrs. Crawford. Meantime, you can explain things. Would you recognize those two fellows again?
Yes, for what good it'd do. They're a couple of Jack Brody's men.
Brody? Who's he?
Well, maybe I should have said Mayor Brody. He's running again, and this is his idea of how to win an election.
Hiram Gibson's running against him. He'd make a good mayor, Mom says.
But Brody has other plans, that it?
Yeah, and one of them's to take over Horizon City for him and his gang.
You mean there ain't enough decent folks in this town to run a coyote like that down the road?
No, Brody's a hard man, Mr. Jingles. No one will testify against him. He's warned him away from the polls, and nobody dare stand up against him.
Except you and Johnny.
That's right, Wild Bill. We're not scared of Brody, are we, Mom?
Well, gives us courage having Mr. Hickok here.
No, my tooth. Say, Mrs. Crawford.
Yes, Jingles?
Does a tooth puller live in this town?
Jingles has a toothache, Mrs. Crawford.
Well, now that's a shame. We got only one dentist in this whole valley. Makes the rounds. He won't be back here till day after tomorrow, the day of the election.
Oh, gee whiz, I got to get rid of this tooth somehow. It's throbbing me something terrible.
Why don't you do what I do, Jingles?
What?
Tie a string to it, and the other end to the doorknob.
Oh?
Then I just slam the door.
Oh, now, let's not be hasty about this. You know, that might bring complications. You know, I might get lockjaw or hoof-and-mouth disease.
Well, I have some camphor here someplace. That should ease the pain.
Well, I'd sure be much obliged to you, ma'am.
I still think a string would be better.
Now, cut that out, Johnny, and mind your own business.
Where do we find this man Brody, Mrs. Crawford?
Over at the gambling house. Now, open your mouth wide, Jingles, and hold still.
Yes, ma'am. Aw.
All right, when you're ready, Jingles, we'll go over and get acquainted with His Honor, the Mayor. Watch it now, Jingles.
Hey, how about that mean-looking feller standing at the card table with the black shirt?
Yeah, he sure fits Brody's description, all right. He's watching us.
Yeah, so's everybody else. And that galoot with him's one of those mozos that smashed the print shop where I ain't breathing. Brody's got a nerve bulldozing the whole town with gunslingers like that.
It's easy to be brave with gunmen around you. Here he comes.
Well, you never know what'll blow in.
I take it you're Jack Brody.
That's right, Hickok. Or is it Wild Bill Hickok?
Yes, it's Wild Bill Hickok.
Where'd you get a name like that?
The Black Mountain Gang could have answered that for you.
Never mind, Jingles.
So the marshal's got himself a little helper. What's he do, shine your badge?
You.
Brody, I think you know why we're here.
Whatever it is, you made a mistake, Hickok. There's no need for a U.S. Marshal in Horizon City.
Yeah, we don't want no meddlers around here.
He knows what I mean, Bat.
We'll stick around. Just long enough to see there's a fair election, with everybody casting his vote the way he sees it.
Suit yourself. But don't worry, I'll be reelected.
You're mighty sure of yourself, ain't you, Brody?
Sure. But I'm warning you, Hickok. When the election's over, I'll provide you with an honor escort out of town. Special service for saddle tramps.
Saddle tramps? Why, you slack-jawed maverick. All
Jingles.
Well, Bill, having a toothache is one thing, but being called a saddle tramp is something else.
He knows better. And we know what you are, Brody.
Just a lot of talk. That old Mrs. Crawford's a windbag. Nobody knows anything or can prove it.
Then supposing your man here explains why he smashed up Mrs. Crawford's print shop.
Why? Billy's got a knife.
He won't use it.
The rest of you keep out of this if you don't want a gun blister.
Nobody's mixing in.
Brody,
Brody, do something.
I warned you about that strong-arm stuff, Bat. I've got other ways to win an election.
Take him over to the jail, Jingles. It's a little rundown from lack of use, but it'll hold him.
It's a pleasure, Bill. Come on, you.
Just one more thing, Brody. The banner's still going to press tonight the way Mrs. Crawford wrote it.
That's a shame, Hickok. I'd hate to have to send you out of town feet first.
It's mighty nice of you to have us over for supper tonight, Mrs. Crawford.
That's just what I was going to say.
Oh, I'm proud to have y'all. Some more watermelon preserves, Mr. Gibson?
Well, thank you, I will. But Mr. Hickok's right. After all the work you did last night, getting your paper out and printing the ballots today.
I passed out copies of the paper to everybody, Mr. Hickok. Nobody stopped me either.
That took courage, too, Johnny. I think now the decent folks will know how to vote tomorrow.
And knowing you're here, Mr. Hickok, they won't be afraid how they vote.
Well, there's just one thing that bothers me. Brody's been awfully quiet today in spite of the way things are going.
Yeah, I noticed that, too. Jack Brody's not the kind to give up this easy.
Mrs. Crawford, I don't mind saying that this is without a doubt the best fried chicken I ever... Ow!
Your tooth bothering you again, Jingles?
Oh, it sure is.
Want me to get a piece of string now, Jingles?
Never you mind now, Johnny. I can still chomp on the good side. Pass the turnip greens, please.
Well, perhaps we're all too apprehensive about Brody's intent. Certainly he can't stand up against... What's that?
Law me, sounds like a commotion outside.
It sure does. You don't suppose there's trouble, do you?
Fire! Fire! Hear that, Mother? There's a fire somewhere.
Johnny, study that glare down the street.
It's in your newspaper shop, Miss Crawford.
Oh, all the ballots for tomorrow's election are there. They'll be burned.
And the whole place with it. Get out the water buckets.
You run, spread the word, Johnny. The rest of us will get to the fire and do what we can.
Well, that last bucket about did it, Bill. Couple of more through the window for good luck.
Well, it stands to reason Brody and his crowd wouldn't leave the gambling house long enough to help.
We don't need them now. Get the door open, Jingles.
The lamp's on the wall if the fire didn't get it.
The lamp's all right. Just a second.
Good.
Jumping June bugs. This place sure has been taking a beating here of late. Hey, here's a stack of ballots. Don't look like they've been harmed any.
Glory be. At least half the ballots are here. Guess that's all that's left of them. The rest burned for sure.
There's still enough to hold the election. At least that isn't lost.
Miss Crawford, is anything left?
Yeah, there's plenty of ballots, Mr. Gibson. I must have moved this stack over here this afternoon and get it out of the way.
Well, it's pretty clear what Brody was up to now.
It sure is. He figured to burn all the ballots so there wouldn't be no election at all.
Careful what you say, Jingles. We have no proof that he started the fire.
Well, Brody's scheme's sure to backfire now. And I sure won't mind counting those ballots tomorrow night after the election. Gibson's bound to win.
Now, Mrs. Crawford, you finished counting the ballots?
I have, Mr. Brody, with Hickok's help. I'll announce the results if you'll keep quiet and give me a chance.
We're listening, Miss Crawford. Go ahead.
Votes cast for Hiram Gibson, 210. For Jack Brody, 239. Jack Brody wins.
Well, now that is a surprise. Seems I win again, in spite of Wild Bill Hickok and his overgrown deputy.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Gibson. There's nothing we can do now.
I know, Miss Crawford, but I can't understand it.
Well, neither can I. But there are the ballots, all marked, and anybody who wants to can count them.
Well, if that's the will of the majority, I have nothing to say. Congratulations, Mr. Brody.
I'm deeply touched.
He don't need none of your talk, Gibson. Looks like the party's on you, Brody.
You'll get it. But first, I've got some official business. To run Hickok and Jingles out of town.
Now you're talking. They're both down at the marshal's office. What are we waiting for? Come on. Let's go get them.
Partners,
partners, when it comes to cleaning out lawless towns, it's tough to do better than Wild Bill and Jingles. And when it comes to rustling up a rootin' tootin' cereal, you can't do better than tasty Kellogg's Corn Pops, the kind that's already sweetened for you. They taste good, and they're good for you, too, because they got plenty of vitamins and minerals in them, just like it says on the Corn Pops box. Help make you big and strong. You can eat all you want, and the reason you'll just keep on eating them is because those Kellogg's Corn Pops are golden hearts of corn, puffed up big and crunchy. And they're already sweetened for you. Out of the box or out of a bowl with milk. But don't use any sugar, because the sweetening's already there, and plenty of it. And that silver-like bag inside the box is really something. It's pure aluminum. Keeps Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your mom can use it to store things in the refrigerator or for wrapping sandwiches. But best of all, and already sweetened for you, are Kellogg's Corn Pops. You know who loves Pops. Let's say it together. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. And Pops love Pops. You said it. Now let's get back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Now back to Horizon City, where Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles stand awaiting Jack Brody's angry mob.
Hey, Bill, they're coming this way, and, well, you know what that means.
Let 'em come, Jingles. I'm not through yet. Besides, you still haven't been to the dentist.
Well, I can stand an aching tooth a lot better than I can a hole in the head.
There's the two of them. Now we'll send them packing.
Toss them out, men. Make sure they don't come back.
You've come far enough, Brody.
You heard what he said. None of you long-eared sidewinders are running us out of town. Now stand back or my trigger finger's going to get some exercise.
Maybe we'll start with that bucket of lard who calls himself a deputy.
Why,
I told you what had happened, Hickok, the minute I won the election.
I remember, Brody, but I'm not sure you have won an election.
Why, Mr. Hickok, what are you talking about?
You saw the votes counted, Marshal. How can anybody challenge it now?
That's just what I'm about to explain, Mr. Gibson.
He's got nothing to say. Grab him and come on.
That froze him, Bill.
Now listen to me, all of you. Somebody deliberately set fire to Mrs. Crawford's newspaper shop last night. We got the fire out before all the ballots were burned, just like they wanted us to.
Well, what are you trying to tell us, Mr. Hickok?
I'm saying I don't think the other half of the ballots were burned at all.
You mean, Bill, that you think they were stolen and then somebody set that fire to make it look like those other ballots had burned up?
Exactly.
You saying we took them?
Shut up.
Now I know Brody's men took the ballots, marked them last night in Brody's favor.
But the townspeople did vote, Mr. Hickok.
Sure they did. But after the election, the real, honest ballots were switched with the phonies. A crooked mayor'd have ways of working that.
Don't believe him. If Hickok isn't lying, why doesn't he prove it?
All right, Mr. Brody. I'll admit what I said isn't true. If you'll go to your office and open up your safe right now.
His safe? What for?
To show us the real ballots. The ones that elected Hiram Gibson for mayor. Stashed away there till he had a chance to get rid of them.
And look at Brody squirming like a half sidewinder waiting for sundown.
By the way, Brody, you should have told your boys to wash their hands before they marked the phony ballots. That dirty print's all over them. It gave you away.
That doesn't prove a thing. Now for the last time.
I go along with Hickok. Let's have a look in the safe right now.
You ain't looking at nothing.
He's drunk.
When a guilty man goes for his gun, that's all the proof you need.
Now you're talking. Here them varmints down. I got Brody.
Not yet, you haven't.
Ow, hit me on my sore jaw, will you? I'm about to stop you clean to China.
Jingles, that's enough.
Oh, now, Bill, you seen him hit me.
Let him up.
Oh.
Brody's men aren't behind him anymore, now that the right people have taken over.
Well, it sure was nice of Mr. Brody to open up his safe for us, wasn't it? With a little coaxing, that is.
Well, the ballots were all here, Mr. Hickok, just like you said they'd be.
Well, they're all counted just as soon as Johnny finishes adding up the results.
I'm all through, Mr. Hickok. Here are the figures.
Thanks, Johnny. Take them, Mrs. Crawford. Want to tell the folks waiting outside?
It'll be a pleasure. Folks, I've got news for you. Horizon City has a new mayor, Mr. Hiram Gibson.
Wait a minute now. Don't shout for me, folks. Mr. Hickok did this. We've got him to thank.
You've got a good mayor now.
Jingles, I almost forgot to tell you.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Crawford?
The dentist just got back in town about an hour ago.
Oh, yeah, the dentist.
Now I can look after that tooth that's been hurting you.
And it's about time. You know, it's my bicuspid right back here, and, well, what do you know?
He's all set for you, so you better hurry.
No need to now. Bill, you know when Jack Brody hit me out there?
Yes, Jingles?
He knocked that tooth plumb out of my head. It's gone. You know, I got to remember to thank him the next time I go by the jailhouse.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, we'll be back next week with more adventure and excitement.
We sure will, and how about it? You Wranglers going to be with us?
Oh, we sure hope so. Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Irene Tedrow, Jess Kirkpatrick, Fred Shields, Johnny McGovern, Lou Krugman, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Take your hand away from your knife, Mon Thing. This thing in my hand spits lead, savvy?
What does this mean? Why did they move the panther's cage against the door?
My crew just wanted to make us cozy here in my cabin. The cage against the door, ready to be opened, in case the panther wants to join us.
No, no!
You don't like that idea, do you?
No.
Because that panther hates your insides, and if I let him in here, he'll tear you to pieces.
Let me out!
Not until you put your signature to this paper.
What do you mean?
You sign your name to this written confession, or you dirty, stinking bum, you're going to die.
We bring you another in the series of true sea stories based on the life of Captain Gunnar Carlyle, world-famed deep-sea diver and soldier of fortune. Another page from Out of the Deep. Well, friends, the first cruise of the Blue Falcon, Captain Gunnar Carlyle's newly acquired salvage ship, was not only thrilling, but successful, and netted the jubilant captain a tidy sum. He received a generous check from Lloyd's for pulling the Melville Castle off a beach on the southwest coast of Mexico, and 10% of a large fortune in gold from a sunken tanker off Guatemala. But let's go on with this true life story and see what happened when the Blue Falcon reached Santa Monica, California, which was to be her home port. Several hours after she anchored in the bay, the three musketeers, Captain Carlyle, Charlie Bartlett, and Sharkey Peters, were in the captain's cabin. And believe me, adventure was cooking.
Here, fellas, you can see the spot in this map.
Mm-hmm.
Navarino Bay, see? Southwest of Messina, Greece, right
Oh,
here.
love Duck. The fleet went down with a mere matter of $50 million in their innards. Mr. Bartlett, you got an asterisk?
If I had, I'd use it myself. And you can kiss the book on that. Hey, Skipper, you say salvagers have brought up some of the gold?
Yeah, about $250,000 of it.
Oh, that's a mere bag of shells compared to 50 million. Oh, I can't say it.
Of course, their salvagers still taking cracks at it, but...
But so what? Why can't we?
That's right.
That's what you were about to say, wasn't it?
Right. Now, we'll go on with this after settling the matter of paying the crew their wages and bonus. And, of course, straightening matters with you two as well. Sharky, take a look out on deck. See how many of the crew are there, huh?
Righto. It ain't quite 4 o'clock.
8 bills coming up in a few minutes.
Mm-hmm. How about it?
Well, 6 of the 8 men are waiting. The cook, Low Wing, Andrews, Larson, Erickson, Gifford, and Snowy White.
Okay. I'll ask you to pass out the envelopes, Charlie, and then I'll talk to them. Are you satisfied with them? Do you want to keep them on if we go to the Mediterranean?
They're all good men, Gunnar. I'm satisfied if you are.
Sold. All right, fellas, here's an envelope with a check for each of you. Salary plus percentage of the net on the last 2 jobs. Now, look, if you think this is not enough, we're friends, understand? I want you to speak up.
Oh, we're not worried, Skipper. We're just worried about these things of kids. Now, Gunnar, by me patron saint, this is too much. No, I won't take it.
Yes, you will, Charlie, because I want you to. And because, well, we 3 are mateys, aren't we?
But this is too generous a shield.
I'm not writing any more checks, fellow. That goes. How about you, Sharky?
Blimey, Captain, you're the most generous man in the old blinking world, but, well, I'll take it, so help me, because you want me to.
Swell. Now, if you think this treasure hunt is a good investment, you two can each put in a couple of $1,000 for a percentage on a pure gamble if we go.
That's the deal, Gunnar.
I'll be with you from AD's to breakfast, Captain.
Well, we'll all have supper together and talk some more about it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on, boy. Charlie, take the envelopes, huh?
Yep. All right, men. I see you're all on time, and that's only natural, I'd say, considering the fact that you might be able to use what's in these envelopes. There's Eric Sorensen, Bill Gifford, Slim Erickson, Low Wing, Hal Andrews, Snowy White, Jim Badger, and Ray Green. Open them up, boys, and then the captain wants to say something to you.
All right, man. You have your wages from the day we left Hoboken to our arrival here this morning at Santa Monica. I want to thank you for a fine job and splendid conduct straight through. Now the question, are you satisfied with your bonus checks? Okay. Now another question. I'm thinking of going on a treasure hunt. Of course, you know that's the dream of every salvage master, to bring up gold from sunken treasure ships. By this time tomorrow, I'll have made up my mind. If you want to go along, I'll give you 3 days' leave at full pay. We'll leave at dawn on the 4th day. What's your answer, man?
A little over a week later, the gallant Blue Falcon was cutting through the blue waters of the Pacific at 16 knots, heading south to the Panama Canal, through which they had made the east-west trip so short a time before, south past the Gulf of Tehuantepec. She sailed past the scenes of her recent triumphs, on to further adventures.
Well, Captain, when we left this coast a couple of weeks ago, we didn't expect to be passing here again so soon, did we?
You know, that's what I like about our work, Charlie. We never know what's ahead of us. That's the way it'll always be. An assignment or an idea, we pick up and go.
Righto, Captain. That's so it. Hey, will you look at them porpoises diving and swimming in front of our bow, leading us on and spelling good luck for us. Blimey, what a joyful sight.
A stop at Panama City, then through the canal across the Caribbean. A stop scheduled for San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Ah, there she lies, matey. A right romantic spot, if you ask me. I say, Captain, we got a lot of ocean to cover after we leave San Juan. Couldn't we stop over for a few hours? Not speaking for myself, of course, but the crew'd fancy it.
Well, shall we tell him, Charlie?
Oh, we might as well. Mr. Peters is a good man, what with all.
We're going to tie up here overnight, Sharky.
Oh, Captain Carlyle, I could kiss your boots. Now, I have but one problem. If I can only find something to conga with.
Then followed the trip through the Straits of Gibraltar, into the Mediterranean, nearing the goal, past Tunis and the island of Sicily. As they cruised near the spot where a great sea battle occurred 121 years ago, the three musketeers were again together in the chart room.
Hey, hadn't we better break out the diving gear and get things ready, Captain?
They're a little previous, Sharky.
Oh.
We have to go on up to the Aegean Sea, make a short trip inland to Athenia, get clearance to work in Greek waters.
Oh, me heart's busted.
Patience, matey.
Oh, well, Greece, it'll be something to see. Oh, I wonder who runs the restaurants there. That's a joke, mateys.
Once in Athens, Captain Carlyle went to the Department of Greece and applied for clearance papers. He was forced to make a most difficult decision. There was a cablegram from Lloyd's of London, with whom he kept in touch constantly, offering him an exceptionally large fee to help pull the liner Empress of China off the beach at Calcutta, India, where she'd gone ashore with 1,100 passengers.
I'm thinking of the crew, Charlie. They'll be disappointed.
Oh, but you have got your clearance papers. We can come back after the job's done.
Yeah, I know. And the main point is, I'm a fair-haired lad with Lloyd's now. I can't afford to jeopardize that standing.
Oh.
Well, I'll explain matters, and we'll go through the Suez and down to Calcutta.
Three salvage companies worked together, and in due time, the Empress of China was afloat. Her passengers were back aboard to continue their voyage, and Captain Carlyle received his fee as master salvager. But as we shall see, he was not yet through with India. Of course, the captain couldn't know that one of the strangest adventures of his career was now before him. He hoped to return to Greece immediately. However, well, here's what happened when he and Charlie Bartlett entered the office of a British official named Henry Quick.
Oh, Carlyle, I'm frightfully sorry, but I have bad news for you.
Yeah, now what?
Gentlemen, it will be impossible for you to go back through the Suez Canal.
Impossible. I don't understand.
What's the reason, Mr. Cripps?
I just had official word this morning. No clearance papers can be issued to ships going through the canal. There's a cholera epidemic raging in the area.
Cholera?
This is a fine kettle of fish going on.
Yeah, it's hard to take. See, Mr. Cripps, Mr. Bartlett and Mr. Peters and I invested our own money on that venture I told you about.
I'm sorry, old man, really I am. But of course you must have been paid handsomely by Lloyd's for that Empress of China job.
Yes, of course. We can go back home with a good profit, but naturally it's a disappointment.
Well, now that I've given you the shock, as it were, I have something that might compensate for it, assuming you'll go back to your home port, of course.
That's all that's left for us to do.
But I am able to make you an offer that will, I feel, be a sort of balm, Captain.
Yeah? Well, let's have it.
Well, I'll try to cut the thing to mere facts and then see if you're interested. I have a good friend in Hamburg. Name is Fred Minster. He's a business agent for the Hagenbach Circus. He recently cabled me quite a large sum of money to make a deal for him.
Uh-huh.
Now, you know, of course, that black panthers are rare and exceedingly hard to tame.
Oh, yes.
Panthers, is it? Yes. He wants one for the circus. I told him of one that's been in captivity for a considerable number of years, over in Madras. Captain, if you will buy this Black Panther with the money I give you, $5,000, cage it, put it aboard your Blue Falcon, deliver it to a Hansa Line ship in San Francisco, he'll pay you $3,000 for your trouble.
Well, that's not bad. But how do I know I can buy it?
Oh, I've made the deal for you. The man's name is Mohan Singh. He's a merchant in Madras.
Did he train the panther?
Well, no. As I understand it, his wife trained him. Now, Captain, to make it more attractive, Minster is willing to pay you $2,000 in addition to the $3,000 if you deliver the panther to the Hansa line in San Francisco on or before June 1st.
Well, Mr. Cripps, the more you talk, the more interesting this gets.
Quiet.
June 1st. Let's see, the 6, 7... Going all right. I think we can do it.
Can't get shot for trying, Charlie.
I'll tell you how you can expedite matters. Do either of you speak any Hindu dialect?
No, I can't say that. Say, Captain, Eric Sorensen, he spent years in this country. He knows quite a lot of Hindu stuff.
Why, George, that's right. And there's a man we can trust, too.
I'll vouch for that.
Splendid. Then here's my suggestion. I'll arrange for quick transportation for him across country to Madras. It's on the southeast coast, you know.
Yeah.
You'll have to work fast. He'll be there long before you can make it in the Blue Falcon.
Okay. This is odd work for a deep-sea diver, but I'll go for the deal.
Eric Sorensen readily agreed to act as agent for Captain Carlyle, and an hour later he was on his way overland to Madras, the third largest city in India. Late the same afternoon, the merchant Mohan Singh had received a message from Henry Cripps. He hurried to his home about 2 miles from the main part of the city. His wife Cosma was outside in the yard, having just returned her pet black panther Ramar to his cage. Her husband called to her.
Come, Cosma. I wish you to sit with me. I want to talk to you.
I do not wish to sit down.
And why?
Because I know what you are going to say. You have heard from the Englishman in Calcutta again.
You are indeed right.
My answer is the same. I will not allow you to sell Ramar.
So, you dare to defy me once again.
Yes. Ramar, quiet.
Quiet, you.
Quiet now. Quiet.
Oh, listen to me, my wife. Do you know what this means to me? I will be rich. I can expand my business.
And what would it mean to me? Nothing. And I would lose the only friend I had.
But I will buy you new dresses. All the silks and satins you desire. A string of pearls to place around your beautiful neck.
It is again a lie. Ramar belongs to me. When my father sold me to you to take as a wife, you promised him that I could always keep Ramar. That you would never take him away from me. Did you not?
Your father is dead, and so is any such foolish promise.
You will not take him from me. I swear this.
You fool woman. Perhaps this wish will change your mind. Huh? Will you change your mind?
You cannot make me.
We shall see. Maybe this whip will change your mind. You belong to me. You will do as I say. Stupid, foolish woman. Now have you had enough?
If you sell Ramar, I will kill you.
When the Blue Falcon tied up at a dock in Madras, the captain expected to find Eric Sorensen waiting there. But he was not in sight. Worried and sensing trouble, he asked Charlie Bartlett to go ashore and to the American consulate to seek information. A half hour later, the captain was pacing up and down the deck when the cook Low Wing hurries to him, calling.
Captain Carlyle! Captain Carlyle!
What is it, Low Wing?
Oh, Mr. Bartlett, he come.
Where? I don't see him.
Oh, coming through cloud of the natives near gangplank.
Oh, yeah. And Sorensen's not with him.
No, not with him. What do you think he happened to Mr. Sorensen, Captain?
No idea, Low. Maybe Mr. Bartlett can tell us.
Oh, yeah. He come, chop.
Well, any news of him, Charlie?
Going all right.
I've got bad news.
What's happened?
Sorensen's in the hospital.
Oh, no.
What's the rest of it? How is he?
They found him about 2 miles out of town. He'd been slugged over the head and robbed.
I was afraid. Was he badly hurt?
I telephoned the hospital. Said we'd be over right away. It's a concussion, Captain, and it blinded him.
Blind.
Oh, Mr. Sorensen.
Let's go to him, Charlie.
Who is it?
It's Carlisle, Eric, and Charlie Bartlett's with me.
I'm glad you're here.
Take it easy, Eric. We promised the doctor.
Yeah, sure.
Can't tell you how sorry I am, old fellow.
Me neither, Eric. It's a tough break. But the doc says there's no fracture, and...
Yeah, but I'm blind.
Easy now.
Captain, you won't leave me here when you...
Not by any means. You're going home to California with us. I'll see that you get the best specialist in the country. You can bank on that.
Please, don't let my wife and kids know yet.
Whatever you say.
Look, Eric, can you tell us what you remember about what happened? Without getting excited. The police haven't got a clue to work on.
Well, I had the directions that Cripps gave me. Mohan Singh's place was only a couple of miles out of town, so I decided to walk. I had the money in my money belt under my clothes.
You didn't see anyone following you?
No. They humped me as I passed an alley. I didn't realize it was so late that it was getting dark. All I remember was that arm around my neck. The hand had a big ruby ring on the little finger. I noticed that while I struggled. And then they slugged me and, well, I came to the next morning here in the hospital. Of course, the money belt was gone. You banked on me, Captain, and I didn't come through. I'm sorry.
Don't think of that for a minute, Eric. In the first place, the money was insured. We're only thinking of you, fellow. And believe me, you'll be taken care of. Well, I think you've talked enough now.
Yes, we'd better go.
Will you come back this evening?
Sure we will.
Thanks. Goodbye, Captain. Mr. Bartlett.
Let's sit down, Charlie, and think this thing out.
I think there's only one thing to do first. And that's to make a call on this Mohan Singh.
Yeah, you and Sharky and I will go out there pretty soon. I can't get poor Sorensen out of my mind.
Neither can I. Oh, blast it all. Why did we have to get into this thing?
Come in.
Hey, Captain. There's a native wants to see you.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, lovely. She's a comely trick. She speaks good English, too. I'll bet her cook if she knows something about poor old Eric.
Send her in.
Right.
Maybe this is it.
Yeah, maybe.
Right this way, miss. Here we are.
Mr. Peters, keep at your post by the gangway, huh?
Oh, I see.
I'm Captain Carlisle, and this is my mate, Mr. Bartlett.
I must speak quickly. There's not much time. I am Kasna Singh, wife of Mohan Singh.
Oh, I see.
The Black Panther belongs to me. My husband is bringing him to you in a steel cage. He's on his way now. Mohan is a beast. Look, I show you my bag. See?
Good heavens.
Look at those welts on her back.
He did that?
Yes. Then when the man came to put Ramar in the cage, I fought with Mohan. He was going to kill me with his knife. I tried to let Ramar out at him, but I was too late. I had to run from Mohan. Then I went to the home of a friend, and I heard this story about one of your men who was to buy Ramar, how he was beaten and blinded. Sahib, Captain, I am sure that it was my husband and his men who beat and robbed him.
Well,
there's the story, Captain. He's going to try to get you to pay for the Panther twice.
Sounds like it.
Will you please tell me something? If Ramar goes to the circus people, Will they be kind to him?
Yes, I'm sure they will. It's a fine organization.
And it's to their own good to treat animals well.
Thank you, Sahib. Now I ask favor of you. Will you let me hide on ship? So Mohan won't see me.
All right. Look, you can go into the next cabin, and I think you'd better hurry.
I'll go now.
Well, Skipper?
Charlie, we'll have to get the derrick rigged up right away. Wait a minute. Singh will have some of his men with him when he comes aboard. Now, after the cage is on deck, I'll tell Singh to come into my cabin. Then you, Sharky, and the crew, the rest of them will get busy. Tell Singh's men they'll have to wait on the wharf. In the meantime,
A half hour later, Mohan Singh and his men arrived with the Black Panther in the steel cage on an oxen-drawn cart. Charlie Bartlett directed the operations, and the cage was soon aboard. Having roller wheels at its base, it was easily moved about. Finally, to a spot near Captain Carlyle's cabin. And then the bearded brute of a man with a suave manner entered the captain's cabin. Charlie saw that the door was left open, swung all the way back, and waited outside. Captain Carlyle sat on his desk, his feet on a four-legged stool below. He motioned Mohan Singh to a chair.
Thank you, Captain. And now to business, eh?
That's a fine animal. Beautiful animal. I imagine the Hagenbeck people will be glad to get him.
Oh, but yes.
He a pet of yours?
Well, no. He has been a pet of my wife's for a few years, but she tired of him, and she was willing for me to sell him. But to business, Captain.
Wait a minute. I don't quite understand. I invited you to my cabin to pour you a glass of wine, Mr. Singh. The business was concluded by my man Sorensen.
What do you mean?
Well, he arrived here 2 days ahead of my ship. Surely he paid you for the Panther.
What are you saying? I do not know of a Mr. Sorensen. Are you trying to trick me?
As a matter of fact, yes.
I am here to collect $5,000 in American money.
But you're not going to get it.
I will show you.
Take your hand off that knife. This thing in my hand spits lead, savvy?
I will go out and...
Stay right where you are. All right, Charlie, move the cage in now.
What does this mean?
My men just made us cozy together here in the cabin, the cage against the door, ready to be opened in case the Panther wants to join us.
No.
You don't like that idea, do you?
No.
Because Ramar hates your insides. And if I let him in here, he'll tear you to pieces in 2 minutes.
Let me out of here!
Not until you put your signature to a piece of paper that I have here.
Oh, what do you mean?
You'll sign your name to this written confession, and you'll take off that ruby ring and place it on my desk, or, you dirty, stinking thug, you're gonna die.
No. What is that paper? What does it say?
It's a confession that you and your men slugged my agent, Sorensen, robbed him of his money belt containing $5,000, and left him in the street to die. Now sign it, you louse.
No, it is not true.
All right. You see, I have this stool to protect myself.
No.
But I know he won't bother me because I'm not afraid.
No.
There's something that you probably don't know, Sing. When a person is in mortal fear, certain glands give out with a bad odor that only animals can smell, and it makes them killer. You see, he's caught that odor, and it means you're guilty. Don't make a move toward me. If you don't sign that paper, you'll die one way or the other, my gun or the Panther. That'd be more terrible, wouldn't it? My hand's on the cage door.
No, do not. I confess.
Then throw your knife on the floor under my desk and sign that paper.
I will sign.
Throw the knife.
Yes. I will sign. There. Now let me out of here. Take me to the police.
That's just where you're going, stupid. Take it away, Charlie.
Get on it.
All right. Stand where you are, Sing. Charlie, here's the key to my locker. Get me a pair of handcuffs.
Right, Skipper.
Well, Sing, they'll put you where you won't have to worry about Panthers for a long time.
Hans, you here.
So you would try to kill me, would you? Now you are going to prison. I shall watch them take you while I say goodbye to Rama. Captain Carlyle, stand back.
What the?
Now, Rama. There he is.
Madam Singh, call him off. Yes, in the name of heaven.
Rama! Go to your cage. is gone. Go. Go.
Charlie, send one of the crew for the police. It's too late for a doctor.
Yes, indeed it is. Andrews.
Aye, sir.
Go ashore and bring the police.
Right away, sir.
Charlie, look, Madam Singh.
She's lying on the deck. She's fainted. Come on.
Yeah.
Madam Singh. Madam Singh.
Madam Singh, are you all right?
I had to kill him, Saeed. I took a life. So I will have to die too. Turn me over to the police. And please, be kind to Ramar.
Well, that was a tragic story, but a true one in Captain Gunnar Carlyle's life. The Blue Falcon returned home across the Pacific, first to San Francisco, where the Panther was delivered one day before June 1st. Then to Santa Monica, the home port, where Eric Sorensen was hospitalized and attended by a famous surgeon. His eyesight was restored, and he soon rejoined the crew of the Blue Falcon. You have heard another in the series Out of the Deep, based on the true life adventures of Captain Gunnar Carlyle. These stories are dramatized for radio by Ted Maxwell, who also portrays the role of Captain Carlyle. Other featured players were Charles Seals, Charlie Lung, Peggy Weber, and Russ Thorson. Music was composed and played by Joseph Enos. Production and direction by Homer Canfield. Your narrator, Don Stanley. Be with us next week for another adventure in Out of the Deep. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
We are reproducing excerpts from a recent broadcast on national advertising and intelligent buying, which was made by Woman's Home Companion through the Radio Household Institute. The program went out over station WEAF and 30 associated radio stations at 11:15 a.m. It reached an audience of women, which has been estimated at approximately 2.5 million regular listeners to the Radio Household Institute. This is the Radio Household Institute broadcasting its regular morning program from New York. Good morning, Mrs. Milton. Hello there, Mr. Brenton. What's the program for today?
This morning we have something extremely important to say to our listeners. I'm going to tell you all about a complete and trustworthy guide to wise buying. I'm going to tell you how to safeguard the health and the welfare of your families through the proper care in making all of your purchases, no matter what they are. And you're going to be interested in this for two very good reasons. One is the fact that it's an interesting subject in itself. The other is the fact that this story of wise buying is the subject of a special prize contest, which is being conducted by Woman's Home Companion. Every one of you has a chance of winning one of these monthly prizes, because every one of you has had an experience at one time or another with substitution buying. You've gone into a store and asked for a certain product by the brand name, and then had the clerk try his best to argue you into taking a substitute. Not the product you wanted, but something else, just as good.
Gosh, I know what you mean. Why, just yesterday I went into a drugstore to buy a tube of shaving cream, and the clerk talked for 5 minutes trying to get me to buy another kind that I'd never even heard of before.
That's it exactly. Everybody's been through it.
Well, look, Mrs. Milton, here comes Miss Burns. I didn't know she was coming up here this morning.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Miss Burns.
Miss Burns, you got here just in time. I'm telling our listeners about the prize contest which Woman's Home Companion is holding.
Oh, yes. You promised yesterday you'd explain that to me.
Yes. Remember that experience you told me about when you went to the grocery store and asked for a certain product? And the clerk insisted on selling you a substitute?
Yes. It was a couple of days ago. I was buying groceries when...
Ah, good morning, Miss Burns. I see you have a good long list with you today.
Oh, yes. I'm doing the weekend shopping for the whole family. Now, let me see. Give me a package of soapy flakes.
Soapy flakes? Yes, ma'am. Wouldn't want to try some of these FOMO flakes for a change, would you? They're very good. They're being sold at a special price today.
No, never heard of them. I'll stick to soapy flakes, please. Now, I want some ginger ale, the kind I always get, some packaged bacon.
Okay.
And a dozen oranges, and a couple of those melons over there.
Melons?
And a pound of butter.
1 pound.
You can send the things over for me, can't you?
Yes, ma'am. I'll send them right over. Got in a new kind of bacon yesterday you might like to try. Very nice.
No, thank you. Just give me the same kind. Now, let's see. And a half a pound of that packaged cheese over there. And a can of that coffee.
I'd like to try this new cheese, Miss Burns. My wife says it's better than the other, and it's 5 cents cheaper a pound.
No, just give me what I ask for, please. I'm in a hurry.
Yes, ma'am. I just like to pass on good tips to my customers, that's all.
Well, I prefer to stick to advertised brands that I know are thoroughly reliable. Now, give me half dozen cakes of Batho soap, please. And, well, I guess that'll be all right now.
Batho? Now, I'm sorry, Miss Burns, but I just sold the last cake. The man promised to deliver this morning, but he hasn't been around yet. Here's some soap that's selling like hotcakes, though. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with it. Clean all soap. Look, nice big cakes. Shall I put in half a dozen for you?
Oh, haven't you a single cake of Batho left?
Not a one. I'm sorry. Just sold the last 2 cakes to Mrs. Jenkins. Take the clean all, Miss Burns. You won't regret it. It's fine soap.
But I've never seen it advertised in any of the magazines.
That's just it, Miss Burns. Clean all doesn't spend any money on advertising. That's why they can afford to give you a bigger cake of soap for less money. They haven't got any of that expensive overhead.
But I've always used Batho, and I know it's good. It's advertised in all the leading magazines, and it's always the same good quality.
Well, just try a few cakes of clean all this once, Miss Burns, and see how you like it. I'm sure you'll be satisfied.
When will you get in some more Batho?
Oh, maybe not for a couple of days. The salesman doesn't always get here when he expects to. You better take clean all and play safe.
Oh, all right. Give me some. A couple of cakes.
Fine and dandy. Now, I'll have these things right over to the house for you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good day, Miss Burns. Hope you enjoy using clean all soap.
All right, Miss Burns. Now let's have the sequel. The cause and effect, you might say, of accepting a substitute.
Well, the next morning when the family was getting up, I heard Father talking to Mother.
For the love of Pete, where did this soap come from?
What soap, dear?
Oh, this blue stuff in the bathroom. Where did it come from? Who bought it? Good night, it takes the skin right off your face.
Why, I don't know, dear. I think Viola did all the shopping yesterday. Maybe she's trying a new kind of soap.
Well, she needn't try it on me. Takes the skin right off you. One of these newfangled experiments of hers, I suppose.
Viola? Oh, Vi, dear.
Yes, Mother? What's the trouble?
Where did you get the new soap? The father's complaining about it.
Why, I got it at the grocery store. The clerk told me it was very good.
Well, what's the matter with the kind we've been using for 10 years, I'd like to know? Why do we have to change soaps now? Just answer me that, Viola. If that clerk told you this stuff was any good, he ought to be choked.
Your father always gets so excited about things. I think, dear, that you'd better buy our regular soap the next time. Batho. I noticed myself that this new soap makes my hands feel rather rough.
Oh, good gracious. All this fuss about a cake of soap. I certainly will get Batho the next time, and every time.
Here, Bobby, where are you going?
Well, I'm going down to breakfast.
But you haven't even washed your face.
Oh, I don't like that blue soap. I'm going away to get our regular soap.
Well, I don't blame you.
Well, the last straw. Yes, Mother. We'll use Batho after this. Don't worry.
Well, that certainly illustrates pretty plainly what happens when you accept a substitute for a well-known, advertised, reliable product. Every one of you must have been through an experience similar to Miss Burns at one time or another, and this is a very real problem for consumers who want to get their money's worth. Scrupulous and sincere manufacturers advertise their products in fine magazines, such as Woman's Home Companion. They tell you, the buying public, about the highest standards of merchandise, value, and quality. And Woman's Home Companion stands firmly behind every advertisement which appears in its pages. Just as here at the Institute, we endorse every article which we tell you about and vouch for its quality.
That advertising starts a chain of service for the buyer, doesn't it? It helps the manufacturer to sell more of his product.
Yes, and that in turn helps him to improve his manufacturing methods. Then he can pass those improvements right along to the buyer. He can give you higher quality and lower prices and better service.
That's right. And when you see a product advertised in Woman's Home Companion, you know it is a thoroughly reliable product. You are protected against inferior merchandise. When you accept a substitute, you're doing more than appears on the surface. You may actually be endangering the health and welfare of your family. You are running a real risk. Woman's Home Companion protects its readers from the dangers of blind buying as a part of its service to you homemakers. Probably many of you have looked upon the companion as a friend for a long time, a friend whom you can absolutely trust. In every issue of the companion, you find the best fiction, the finest special departments, the most interesting articles, and advertisements that are authentic, reliable, and altogether trustworthy.
It's really a great comfort to know that you can absolutely depend on any article which is advertised in a magazine like Woman's Home Companion. It gives you a feeling of security. Doesn't it, Mrs. Milton?
Yes, it does. You know you're protected by a fine magazine. We mothers certainly owe our families the protection of absolutely guaranteed products in food, drink, clothes, medicines, and all the other necessities of life. Substitution is dangerous, and we can't afford to take a chance on it.
Well, I've certainly learned my lesson. I'll never buy anything again that I haven't seen advertised in the best magazines, such as Woman's Home Companion. I'll buy nothing unless I know it's good.
And that's a decision which every one of our listeners ought to make.
You have just listened to excerpts from a broadcast given by Woman's Home Companion through the Radio Household Institute on August 4th, 1930 at 11:15 a.m. Woman's Home Companion is now on the air regularly over the National Broadcasting Company network with a program approximately every 2 weeks.
Mutual presents Twin Views of the News, featuring the contrasting news of columnists Danton Walker and Hy Gardner. Tonight, with Mr. Walker gathering material in Europe, Hy Gardner, whose column is read by millions in the nationally syndicated newspaper supplement Parade, will conduct both sides of Twin Views. In addition, he'll introduce a pair of guest storytellers, the famous comedian Ray Bolger and the equally noted author-raconteur Bennett Cerf. But first, here is Hy Gardner on a parade of exclusive news in the Danton Walker tradition. Philadelphia.
The disgraceful exhibition of unruly fans throwing glass bottles at Shive Park, Philadelphia today will result in more than just a forfeited game. President Ford Frick and other club officials in the National League will meet early this week to outlaw the sale of pop, unless it is served in paper containers.
Mexico City.
Ever since an American entertainer sang over a local Mexican radio station, President Alemán has been writing to her with regularity. But his letters have been returned unopened with equal regularity. The girl, now working in a small New York nightclub, doesn't want to overdo that good neighbor stuff, particularly with a married man.
New York.
Here's a happy note. The polio epidemic must be on the wane. Ads have been appearing in the local press offering an insurance policy against polio for only $10 per family.
Lake Placid, New York.
Whether or not former Governor Herbert Lehman runs for the U.S. Senate depends upon Mrs. Herbert Lehman. He's willing. She is not, which has the Democrats worried. They are not underestimating the power of a woman.
Washington.
Speaking of the power of a woman, Bess Truman isn't seeing eye to eye with the architect's plans for redecorating the White House. The minor misunderstanding may creep into the news columns. Incidentally, a real estate friend in Washington points out that the longer the Truman family lives at Blair House, the higher the value of the property. But next to the White House, it's becoming one of the most historic buildings in the nation.
Paducah, Kentucky.
Several of Alvin Barkley's neighbors snugly insist that the colorful VP will have a happy announcement to make just as soon as the present session of Congress adjourns. That ought to be early in October. This year, we hope.
Just off the wire, Windsor, Ontario.
Band leader Tommy Dorsey and two members of his band escaped injury last night when their light cabin plane crash-landed in a field near Windsor Airport. Mrs. Dorsey had flown to New York the day previous to await the arrival of the stork.
London, England.
Britishers planning to attend the economic conference in Washington early in September aren't very happy about the prospects. They've been tipped off that nothing will come of the talks unless England agrees to devaluate the pound by a flat 25%.
Washington.
The Veterans Administration is planning a major advertising campaign to tell America's 16 million veterans how to get their share of the close to $3 billion government life insurance plum.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Mrs. Xavier Cugat, wife of the band leader, will establish residence here later this month for the usual moth-eaten reason, incompatibility. She'll try to get half of whatever property Coogie has left from his last divorce. Meanwhile, a platinum blonde named Betty George is auditioning as a vocalist, while Cugat's orchestra breaks records on the Hotel Astor roof.
Cannes, France.
Even though his pop denied he was an expectant grandfather last week, Prince Ali Khan admitted that Rita Hayworth was going to have a baby, as first hinted on Twin Views of the News 7 Sundays ago.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Ku Klux Klan imperial wizard Dr. Samuel Green, who dropped dead Thursday, was scheduled to face Drew Pearson on Mutual's Meet the Press program the first week in September. Ironically enough, Martha Roundtree, co-producer of Meet the Press, is en route to Atlanta with her sister and mother and brother to bury their mother.
Washington.
After the Judiciary Committee thaws out from the deep freeze investigation of 5%ers, they'll get busy on Washington lobbyists. This one ought to fill Madison Square Garden.
London, England.
Here's news that might interest Mr. Louis B. Mayer. One of Mr. Mayer's personally hand-picked starlets, who was paid a princessly salary for many months without facing a working camera on the MGM lot, was married yesterday. The starlet is Christopher Meyerling, and the groom is the son of one of England's first families and one of its few remaining millionaires. As a wedding gift, Miss Meyerling will be starred in a top-flight British film. Shooting starts at once.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Margaret Mitchell, Gone with the Wind author, wasn't killed by an alleged drunken driver. She was killed by a sloppy system that permits a road maniac to have 23 traffic violations against him and is still free to drive a lethal weapon. I wonder how many other potential motor car murderers are loose on our highways and city streets tonight.
Detroit, Michigan.
You can write down all those rumors about Joe Louis coming out of retirement to fight so-called champ Ezzard Charles next summer as so much eyewash. The only bell the Brown Bomber is likely to answer next June is a wedding bell. Full name, Ruby Dallas.
Chicago, Illinois.
Convicted murderer James Morelli in the Cook County Death House awaiting execution has made a last-hour plea to the officials. He's asked to move into another cell because his prison neighbor snores so loudly he can't get a peaceful night's sleep.
Aboard the SS America in mid-Atlantic.
Mrs. Pearl Mester, our new minister to Luxembourg, will introduce canasta, the new gin rummy game, to Europe, thus making her the first diplomat who ever put all his cards on the table. Pearl may not be a minister long. An embassy post is in the offing.
Bucharest, Romania.
This city's entire police force has undergone a change since VE Day, and the citizens approve the change. Before the war, the cops used to hand out tickets with nary an argument or an explanation. They were deaf mutes.
New York.
America just received its fourth shipment of scrap iron from Japan. Don't tell me they're going to rebuild the 6th Avenue elevator again.
Washington.
I hear tell that a completed blueprint for the revival of the old CCC, the Civilian Conservation Corps, is sitting patiently on the bench, waiting for the unemployment bases to get loaded.
Pocatello, Idaho.
Those former bosom pals, Senator Glenn Taylor and Hank Wallace, are said to be feuding, by mail yet.
Boston, Massachusetts.
A report persists here in Beantown that the Braves manager, Billy Southworth, will not return to his ball club, and that our next New York Giant manager, Bill Terry or Mel Ott, will be named to succeed him next winter. Terry is retired, prosperous, and happy, but Ott is said not to relish the inactivity of sitting out season after season at a Giant executive's desk.
Again, Boston.
Murray Wanger, who built the fabulous Copacabana City nightclub in Miami Beach, is recuperating from an operation for high blood pressure in the Massachusetts Memorial Hospital.
Miami Beach, Florida.
Lincoln Road resembles a street in Havana these days. Practically every shop employs Spanish-speaking help for the influx of Latin Americans. Even the Mutual station in Miami Beach, WKAT, broadcasts a program entirely in Spanish. It's done by the widow of the former Crown Prince of Spain, who possesses 2 titles, Princess of Bourbon, and Countess Cavadonga. However, she broadcasts under the name of plain Marta Esther.
Moscow, Russia.
The coming season, the Russian theater will offer 2 new plays. One is called The Missouri Waltz, the other, The Mad Haberdasher. Subtle as a hammer and sickle, aren't you, Joey?
Washington, D.C.
Colonist Leonard Lyons, after dropping in to witness Congress in session, had this summation to make. Congress is most peculiar. A man gets up to speak, says nothing, nobody listens, and then everybody disagrees.
Last Sunday, High Gardner's guest storyteller was Mr. Justice Tom Clark. Tonight, in introducing another pair of guests, High gives you a glance into how a columnist gathers the news and anecdotes you read in the columns and hear on the air. All right, High, proceed.
One of this season's songs that sold more than 1 million copies is a catchy little number from the Broadway hit Where's Charlie, titled Once in Love with Amy. To learn the story behind the overnight success of the song, we dropped into the Stork Club, sat a microphone down in front of Ray Bolger's table, and said casually, "Ray, how come Amy is such a terrific click?" By transcription, as the FCC likes to have us put it, Ray Bolger replied,
"Well, this is very exciting to me because on the first Saturday matinee, there were about 100 kids in the audience. As you know now, the matinee audiences are loaded with children. But that first performance, I was surprised. And in the course of singing the encore of Once in Love with Amy, I was going along singing, Once in Love with Amy, da-da-da-da-da-da, always in love with Amy. And just then a little kid in the audience went, la-la-la-da-da-da-da-da-da. So I said, well, if you want to sing, why, we'll just all sing together. Now, here's the first line. Once in love with Amy. Now, everybody. And they all sang. Once in love with Amy. Well, in the beginning, no one joined in. But after I got about 2 lines out of the song, this little voice piped up again, very loud, singing. Everyone laughed, and then everyone joined in the song. And that's been that way ever since.
After I left Ray Bolger, I wandered across Fifth Avenue to the 21 Club and noticed Bennett Cerf yatta-ting with some cronies. Since Cerf is the most quoted of all storytellers, Mike and I stepped before him and asked, "Bennett, got any favorite new yarns to spin?" Cerf thought a moment and cleared his throat and put this answer on the record.
Well, hi, my favorite story, I guess, is the one that I heard today. Changes from day to day because I forget the ones I heard a few days ago and go around repeating the one I heard this morning. Now, this morning, for instance, at a meeting of great editors, instead of talking about books, we started batting puns around. And I'd like to tell you a few of the terrible, awful puns that we told at this editorial meeting. One of them was about one of our distinguished authors who frequently goes off the deep end in a way he shouldn't. And out in the Middle West, he went on one of these binges and ended up by drinking a whole bottle of very highly scented hair tonic. And the understanding was that he was arrested for fragrancy. Well, we had just gotten over that when somebody else told us a story about a lovely little Spanish girl in Barcelona whose name was Carmen Cone. It seems her mother called her Carmen all the time, which was natural enough, but her father had a peculiar habit of calling her by her last name, which was Cone. So the time this girl reached 10 years of age, she was in a terrible dither. She didn't know whether she was Carmen or Cone. That's 2 of the 3. The third one, I guess, is the worst of all. Was sent in to us by Alfred Vanderbilt. He told us about 2 racehorses who met on the track one day, and one horse stopped and looked at the other in some puzzlement and said, I don't seem to remember your mane, but your pace is familiar.
Now that our brief visit with Ray Bolger and Bennett Cerf is over, let's return to the studio to resume Twin Views of the News, in which High Gardner offers his usual, unusual comments on the news, anecdotes, and oddities. High Gardner's Newsreel.
America's oldsters stole the headlines this weekend. Elder statesman Barney Baruch celebrated his 79th birthday shooting for 100. 86-year-old Connie Mack, manager of the Philadelphia Athletics ball team, was given a hero's welcome in New York. 81-year-old physical culturist Bernard McFadden celebrated his birthday by making his first parachute jump. And an 88-year-old Australian became a father and a great-grandfather the same day. I think it's very nice, he commented, gazing at his infant. The boy and me will grow old together. The warden of Sing Sing prison announces that 4 women guards have been engaged to be ladies-in-waiting to Martha Beck. the convicted Lonely Hearts murderess. The buxom killer, who'll be sentenced tomorrow, along with her condemned lover, Raymond Fernandez, may be too fat to fit the electric chair, in which case Martha will probably fry as she lived, in an electric love seat. The conservative London Times evidently agrees with the congressman we quoted last Sunday night as suggesting it was time Bevan Attlee and Company stopped spending American money like Kleenex. The London Times asked for permission to reprint the remark. Incidentally, another congressman observed that if the administration continued to give all our money away, Washington no longer would be known as the capital city. There'd be no capital left. Matter of fact, we've sent so much money to Europe, if it comes back, the money will probably talk with a foreign accent. Undersea explorer Otis Barton, who sets a new record when he dove 4,500 feet under the Pacific Ocean, hopes to dive still deeper. It'll be interesting to see how low Barton has to get before he meets a red agent. A little verse tucked into a little ivory frame was mailed to General Harry Vaughan the other day with the suggestion that he hang it onto his office wall. It reads, "A wise old owl sat in an oak. The more he saw, the less he spoke. The less he spoke, the more he heard. Why can't we be like that wise old bird?" The East this week experienced one of the coldest August days in history. The weatherman denies the drop in temperature had anything to do with the Washington deep freeze flurry. Good night now.
You've just heard Twin Views of the News featuring columnists Hy Gardner and his guests, actor Ray Bolger and author Bennett Cerf. In Danton Walker's absence, Hy will continue to present guest storytellers every Sunday at this time. Next week's distinguished guest will be the fabulous opera singer and star of Broadway's greatest musical, South Pacific, Mr. Ezio Pinza. So for exclusive news, amusing views, and a visit with a famed name, tune in again this same time next Sunday night over most of these same mutual stations for Twin Views of the News. For an expert's eye view of outdoor sports, here are the Fishing and Hunting Club of the Air over most of these stations on Thursday night at 8:30 local time. When the subject is field and stream or rod and reel, Bill Slater and the Thursday night panel of sports experts will set you straight on do's and don'ts for your weekend outdoors. So for He-Man listening and tips for a more enjoyable outdoor weekend, hear Bill Slater and the Fishing and Hunting Club of the Air over most of these stations at 8:30 local time Thursday night. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.